The apocalyptic game Devouring the World has launched, poised to infiltrate the realms of reality in the future. All data within the game will resonate back to the real world. Reborn, Lin Luo decisively expended all his savings to purchase a game pod valued at 300,000. He invested a staggering 4 billion into the game, ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. While onlookers deemed Lin Luo insane, Devouring the World relayed game data. Everyone was left speechless as Lin Luo transformed into a colossal beast of the cosmos. In the face of the undying clan, divine beasts, sacred creatures, human deities, and the mother of insects, Lin Luo regarded them as mere trifles. Chapter 1. A game that can alter destiny, the allure of spending. Devouring the World officially launched across major servers, with a mere 10,000 required to acquire a game helmet. In Devouring the World, players can choose from multiple races, including zombies, beasts, avians, humans, and insects, each possessing immense potential. Thus, one must select their race with utmost care. Devouring the World is a game capable of transforming destinies players must engage, as the game they partake in may very well manifest in reality. Lin Luo gazed at the latest news regarding the game release, feeling as though he had awakened from a dream. If Lin Luo's intuition proved correct, he had been reborn. Reborn 3 months prior, coinciding with the game's launch. Devouring the World is a real-life 5D game, wherein donning the game helmet grants entry into its realm. The game encompasses 5 races, each offering a unique evolutionary path. In his previous life, Lin Luo chose the human race, investing some funds to become a superhuman. His awakened ability was spatial manipulation, boasting significant potential for development. However, Lin Luo did not give it much consideration. After a mere 2 to 3 days of play, he abandoned the game. 7 days later, when the game servers ceased operations, Lin Luo was filled with regret. As foretold in the game's announcement, Devouring the World had indeed manifested in the real world. In Devouring the World, Lin Luo's character was merely a superhuman with formidable spatial abilities. Yet he was only at level 2, and his powers were limited to resource storage. Utilizing this ability, Lin Luo joined the National Guardian Alliance, fortuitously surviving for 3 months. The arrival of Devouring the World not only impacted players, but also unleashed various formidable creatures and NPCs. While executing a supply mission, Lin Luo was devoured by a high-level avian monster. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Lin Luo drew upon all his savings, purchasing a game pod for 300,000. This pod was far less cumbersome than a game helmet, requiring only 1 hour of rest after 8 hours of play. Equipped with a built-in rest function, the pod allowed for continuous online presence. Furthermore, it featured an automatic idle function, enabling characters to remain active even when players exited the pod. Upon placing his order for the game pod, Lin Luo quickly noted that 500 others placed simultaneous orders. Such an expensive game pod, and so many orders at once, it seems many individuals had prior knowledge of certain information. Lin Luo did not perceive this as mere coincidence. It was quite natural for some to be privy to advanced news in the realm of gaming. Devouring the World has made its intentions abundantly clear. It is a game capable of altering destinies. Within less than an hour, Lin Luo opened the doors of his villa to allow the delivery personnel to bring in the gaming pod. The origins of this enigmatic game remain shrouded in mystery, as the identity of the delivery service and the source of the pod shipment are unknown. However, Lin Luo paid little heed to such trivialities. His sole desire was to immerse himself in this game. Once the gaming pod was securely placed in his room and the delivery personnel departed, he promptly reclined within it. The available races included zombies, humans, avians, beasts, and insects, each presenting a distinct evolutionary path. Zombies, through relentless consumption, ultimately evolve into the undead. All 5 races possess the potential for voracious consumption, culminating in divine ascension. Each race carries its own advantages and disadvantages, making the choice a formidable one that most individuals would undoubtedly gravitate towards the human race. I aspire to emerge as the strongest through humanity, though the challenge is quite formidable, Lin Luo mused, promptly dismissing the notion of choosing humans. As the second son of the Lin family conglomerate, he found himself rather overlooked within his lineage. His father, Lin Jinyan, had strayed during his mother's lifetime, leaving Lin Luo to seethe with resentment and relocate to the villa bequeathed by his mother, living there with scant financial resources. Had he possessed the entirety of the Lin family enterprise, perhaps he would have been able to confront these affluent individuals. Yet, Lin Luo held a mere 40% stake in the company, not liquid assets. His shares had long been controlled by his father, but he was determined to devise a means to convert them into cash. The avian race was the next to be dismissed, primarily due to his past experience where a monstrous bird had consumed him. He also swiftly rejected both the zombie and insect races. The former was too deranged, having forsaken all semblance of human emotion, while the latter, in its later stages of self-reproduction, conjured visions too grotesque to bear. With 4 races ruled out, the choice of the final race became evident. Lin Luo decisively opted for the beast race and was thereafter born in a designated location. Although the game dictated random spawns, they would invariably remain within the confines of his homeland. Choosing to be born in the Dragon Kingdom, he found himself emerging from a serene lake and quickly assessed his attributes. Name Lin Luo. Race Carp. Rank level. Status Juvenile. Level 1. Abilities Consumption, Swimming. Experience points 0-100. A carp. My fortune seems reasonably favorable. He exhaled with relief. The evolutionary trajectory of a carp was promising, with the potential to metamorphose into a dragon. His greatest fear was to evolve into a tadpole, inevitably becoming a frog. Tadpoles were of 2 varieties, one of which was a toad, and he dreaded the prospect of transforming into a toad, a fate that would leave him utterly desolate. Every individual entering Devouring the World is permitted to select a single race, thus becoming a corresponding creature. Lin Luo immediately commenced his consumption evolution, and his experience points began to surge. You have consumed some plankton, experience points 1. You have consumed some plankton, experience points 1. After nearly an hour of gameplay, his experience points had only reached 50 that he aspired to evolve to the 2nd level, requiring an additional 50 experience points. Congratulations, fortunate player. You have drawn a small lobster that by simply recharging 6 yuan, you can acquire this delightful creature. Truly, this is a pay-to-win game where opportunities to spend abound. Lin Luo, having experienced the game Devour the World in his previous life, was well aware of its tendencies. Regardless of the chosen race, one would inevitably encounter prompts to make purchases. In his prior existence, Lin Luo had selected humanity, and not long after, the system urged him to spend. With a monetary contribution, one could swiftly awaken unique abilities. In his former life, Lin Luo had lamented branding it a trash game, questioning the necessity of expenditure for gameplay. Now, in this life, upon encountering the recharge prompt once more, he found it unexpectedly appealing. This initial recharge reward must not be missed. Without hesitation, Lin Luo recharged 6 yuan, and a motionless small lobster materialized before him. His mouth agape, he promptly devoured the lobster. You have consumed a small lobster, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Upon consuming the lobster, Lin Luo successfully ascended from level 1 to level 2. Chapter 2. Rapid Ascension. Lin Luo sensed a notable increase in his size, significantly larger than before. This game employed 5D simulation technology, providing an experience that mirrored reality. Lin Luo's carp had ascended to level 2, enabling it to consume more plankton. He diligently maneuvered his body, incessantly devouring to accrue experience points. As he progressed from level 2 to level 3, the experience required surged tenfold, necessitating 1,000 points. You have consumed some plankton, experience points increased by 2. You have consumed a silver pomfret, experience points increased by 3. Lin Luo fervently indulged in consumption, yet his experience points grew at a sluggish pace. After an hour, he had only gained 200 experience points. Lin Luo felt that after an entire night of effort, reaching the next level would be the utmost limit. Congratulations, player. Through your relentless endeavor, you are experiencing remarkable growth. Now, if you recharge 648, you will encounter a school of silver pomfrets. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo invested all his remaining 700 yuan into the game. Immediately after recharging, a school of silver pomfrets appeared beside him. Lin Luo promptly opened his mouth wide. Engaging in frenzied consumption. You have consumed a silver pomfret, experience points increased by 3. You have consumed 2 silver pomfrets, experience points increased by 6. Engaging in this voracious feeding frenzy, Lin Luo witnessed a visible acceleration in his experience points. After this wave of silver pomfrets, his experience reached 800. With only 200 remaining to advance to level 3, he could soon achieve his goal. He had recharged 700 yuan, which could also be utilized to augment his experience. Lin Luo opted for fish feed, spending the entire amount in one go. Consuming the entirety of the fish feed, his experience surged by 700. Ding! You have leveled up from LV2 to LV3. Lin Luo felt his body elongating significantly, enabling a greater range of motion in the water. Upon reaching LV3, he could consume a larger quantity of plankton and small fish. Some smaller beasts and birds exhibited a sluggish evolution rate, unlike players who chose humans or zombies, whose forms were directly proportional to their size. Lin Luo, as a carp, considered himself somewhat unfortunate. Had he begun as a shark or whale, he would have emerged as a colossal creature. Of course, these beings also bore disadvantages, with limited options for evolution. Devouring the World is a profound game, where every beginning carries its own advantages and disadvantages. As a carp, Lin Luo could unlock the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate instance. If he successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate, he could transform into a true dragon. However, Lin Luo was still far from unlocking this opportunity and needed to focus on consuming more. After leveling up twice, he had grown somewhat larger. Unfortunately, his carp's grade was too low, resulting in only minimal size increases with each level. He needed to elevate his grade to facilitate further growth. With an increase in size, Lin Luo would have more options for consumption, allowing for swifter acquisition of experience points. Just as he contemplated further recharging, he discovered he had run out of funds. His 30,000 yuan savings, accumulated from his part-time work, had been entirely invested in purchasing a gaming pod. The remaining 700 yuan had been entirely consumed by Lin Luo. It was nearly impossible to swiftly level up in the Devouring World without funds. Lin Luo activated the gaming pod's idle mode, allowing the fish to autonomously begin its consumption. Once the 3-day beginner protection period elapsed, every death would incur a 30% loss of experience points, which was rather disheartening. The higher the level, the greater the loss of experience. During these 3 days, Lin Luo aimed to elevate his level as quickly as possible. Upon exiting the game, he felt no discernible discomfort. In his previous life, disconnecting from the game helmet would often leave him feeling dizzy. Moreover, the gaming helmet lacked an idle function. Exiting the game meant a complete disconnection. Indeed, this exemplified the power of wealth. The investment of 300,000 yuan proved to be worthwhile. Lin Luo retrieved his mother's will, preparing to request money from his father. Previously, he had considered familial ties, believing that as father and son, they should not let their relationship become too strained. However, as the game bled into reality and the apocalypse truly descended, Lin Luo discerned the true nature of his relatives. His father, Lin Jinyan, had relied on family resources to secure a safe passage into the Dragon Kingdom's disaster sanctuary, while Lin Luo was callously abandoned, with Lin Jinyan showing no regard for his son's safety. In Lin Jinyan's eyes, Lin Luo had long ceased to be family. The only family members in Lin Jinyan's view were his stepmother and that elder brother. Lin Luo was merely an expendable presence. Since his father chose to disregard their kinship, Lin Luo felt no need to cling to it. This elder sister, Yi Weiwei, had been Lin Luo's childhood companion. In university, Yi Weiwei pursued a degree in law, eventually achieving a postdoctoral position. She established a law firm and had successfully aided many in winning their cases. Lin Luo reached out to Yi Weiwei, explaining the situation in its entirety. Yi Weiwei confidently assured him that she could effortlessly win this corporate battle. In the Lin household, Lin Jianyan, exhausted from the day's labor, was urged to sit down for dinner. Zhao Wanyan, ever the dutiful wife, pulled out a chair for him. "Dad, I've already served your rice. Please sit down and eat." Lin Xian brought a bowl of rice and chopsticks, placing them before Lin Jianyan. "Excellent. Let us all dine together," Lin Jianyan beamed. Zhao Wanyan, feeling a mix of joy and distress, quickly replied, "I want to say a word." At that moment, a tall and handsome figure entered, approaching Lin Jianyan and the others. Lin Luo. The expressions of Zhao Wanyan and Lin Xian turned notably grim. Chapter 3. Reclaiming 4 billion. It appears that I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your family meal. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Lin Luo's mouth. Zhao Wanyan's expression soured. "Xiao Luo, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Please, sit down and join us." Lin Luo retorted coldly, "There is no need for your pretentious concern. My departure from the Lin family was largely due to your efforts." Zhao Wanyan's eyes reddened instantly. "If I have wronged you in any way, I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness." Lin Xian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Lin Luo, you are being unreasonable. My mother has worked hard to bridge the gap between you, yet you remain ungrateful." "Enough, Shinner, let it go," Zhao Wanyan quickly interjected. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Luo applauded sarcastically. "What a pity that you two do not pursue a career in acting." He chose not to engage further, for in his previous life, Lin Jinyan's abrupt departure severed their familial ties. Lin Jinyan sneered. "You dare to utter such rebellious words and still wish to claim the family fortune? Let me be clear. You will not receive a single cent of the Lin family's assets. Everything will be inherited by my eldest son, Lin Xian." Lin Luo replied, "Upon hearing your words, I find myself unburdened." At that moment, a striking woman clad in professional attire entered gracefully, her black high heels clicking against the floor. "Sister Wei Wei, I will depend on you from here on," Lin Luo said. "No problem," Yi Weiwei responded. She addressed Lin Jinyan, "Mr. Lin, we possess the will of his mother. Ms. Lin Xiaozhuan held a 40% stake in the Lin family enterprise, which has been entirely bequeathed to her son, Lin Luo. The will explicitly states that until Lin Luo reaches the age of 18, this 40% stake shall be under your control." Zhao Wanyan's composure faltered. "I demand to see this will to ascertain its authenticity." Yi Weiwei politely inquired, "May I ask your relationship to Mr. Lin Luo?" "I am his stepmother," Zhao Wanyan replied. Yi Weiwei shook her head, declining. "I'm afraid you do not possess the right to view this will." "Lin Jinyan, is this will genuine?" Zhao Wanyan pressed anxiously. Lin Jinyan's expression darkened. "You have grown bold, daring to use this will to threaten me. Losing 40 of the shares would strip him of his status as a major shareholder. Are you pitying me?" Lin Luo sneered. Lin Jinyan slammed his hand on the table. "Do not force me to sever our father-son relationship." Yi Weiwei stepped forward. "Mr. Lin Jinyan, we request the transfer of the 40 shares. If you refuse, we will pursue legal action, and rest assured, this is a battle you will lose without a fight." "Xiao Luo, it is all my fault. I have made mistakes, and if you harbor resentment, direct it towards me and spare your father," Zhao Wanyan hastily urged. "We are not close. Do not address me so intimately," Lin Luo replied, feeling a wave of nausea. It was truly a shame that Zhao Wanyan did not pursue a career in acting, for in reality, she had not even bothered to make a phone call. Eager for Lin Luo to meet his demise outside. If Lin Luo did not possess 40% of the shares, Zhao Wanyan would not be so amenable. "Since you refuse to relinquish this 40% of the shares, I shall have no choice but to resort to legal action." Lin Luo intended to convert the shares into cash immediately upon acquiring them. Should Lin Jinyan hesitate to part with the shares, he would have to adopt an alternative approach. Lin Luo contemplated borrowing money, reaching out to everyone in his vicinity. Just as Lin Luo was preparing to leave, Lin Jinyan, with a composed demeanor, called out, "Wait." Ignoring Lin Jinyan, Lin Luo continued his exit from the Lin residence. "I can offer you 4 billion for the shares in your possession," Lin Jinyan quickly asserted. Lin Luo halted, inquiring, "Do you possess such a sum?" Lin Jinyan retorted with a grim expression, "Whether I have that amount is of no concern to you. 4 billion for your shares is a fair exchange." Lin Luo nodded, stating, "That is acceptable, but I require a simultaneous exchange of funds and shares." The two swiftly formalized their agreement, and Lin Luo's account soon reflected a substantial deposit. "Ding. Your bank account ending in 3659 has received a transfer of 4,000,000,000 yuan. With this 4 billion, I shall seize control of my destiny." Lin Luo exhibited no sentiment of nostalgia. In his previous life, his father, Lin Jinyan, had vanished without a trace, severing their father-son bond permanently. "Thank you, Sister Wei Wei. Without your assistance, I would not have so smoothly acquired the funds." Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. "I did not contribute much. It was primarily your father's concession. Is everything truly all right?" Yi Weiwei inquired with concern. "It is nothing. I have long been a dispensable presence in this household," Lin Luo replied, shaking his head. Yi Weiwei consoled him. "Now that you possess 4 billion, you can pursue any endeavor you desire. Sister Wei Wei, there is a game currently trending called Devour the World. You should play it when you have the time. It's quite engaging," Lin Luo suggested kindly. Yi Weiwei affectionately patted Lin Luo's shoulder, saying, "Do you think I am a child? I barely have time for work, let alone for games. You must try this game," she continued. "All right, I shall leave the matters concerning my lawyer for now. You should visit Su Qing. She has been missing you dearly. After all, you are her fiancé." Yi Weiwei received a phone call and hurried toward her parked vehicle. Lin Luo shook his head in resignation. He had offered his reminders. If Yue Wei chose not to engage with the game, there was little he could do. Next, he planned to invest the entirety of the 4 billion into and Appos, Devour the World, and Appos, striving to become the foremost player in the game. Devour the World. Activate. Lin Luo entered the game and checked his character, Liu. He had spent 5 hours outside, during which Liu had accumulated a mere 500 experience points. Gaining 100 experience points per hour was excruciatingly slow. To progress from level 3 to level 4, he required 10,000 experience points. At this rate of accumulation, Lin Luo realized that leveling up would take an eternity. Ding. During your idle time, you have encountered a fortuitous event. At this moment, by investing 10,000 yuan, your devouring speed can be amplified tenfold, enduring for a duration of 10 minutes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Luo promptly invested 10,000 yuan. Chapter 4. Rapid Advancement. Yi Weiwei's curiosity. Lin Luo possessed a staggering 40 billion, and a mere 10,000 yuan seemed exceedingly trivial. He merely followed the system's requirement to recharge 10,000 yuan, harboring no intention of adding more. This devouring world featured a mechanism that enticed players to spend money. Each successful transaction would trigger a fortuitous event. If Lin Luo were to recharge a sum of several 100,000 or even 1,000,000, he would forfeit this reward. Ding. Recharge successful. Ding. Dear player, your cumulative expenditure has surpassed 10,000 yuan, elevating your VIP level to 1. Your experience gain will increase by 1% when devouring other organisms. Ding. As your VIP level has reached LV1, the store has further opened to you. Upon receiving the 10,000 yuan, the speed of the carp's consumption surged by several multiples. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed a substantial quantity of plankton, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed 10 mudskippers, gaining 30 experience points. Experience points surged rapidly, and after a brief 10 minutes, the consumption rate reverted to its original pace. Lin Luo's experience points were nearing a critical threshold, just 300 points shy of leveling up to level 4. The acceleration of this process was akin to a motorcycle transforming into a bicycle. Lin Luo sighed, reflecting on how he had briefly enjoyed a tenfold increase in consumption speed, with experience points visibly accumulating. Yet, after 10 minutes, it returned to a lethargic crawl. With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, Lin Luo resolved to invest heavily. By recharging more than 10,000 yuan, he could acquire VIP 1 privileges. He accessed the VIP 1 store and discovered edible worms. Each worm cost 2 consumption coins, and feeding them to the carp would yield 3 experience points. Lin Luo expended 10,000 yuan to purchase 5,000 worms, which he promptly fed to his red carp. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen from LV3 to LV4. Ding. During your advancement, you have acquired a passive skill called Voracious Appetite, which increases your consumption speed by 1%. Lin Luo continued to manipulate his being, engaging in frenzied consumption. With the recent level up, his devouring speed accelerated further. Ding. You have consumed a moderate quantity of plankton, gaining 4 experience points. Ding. You have consumed a small river fish, gaining 7 experience points. Ding. You have consumed a small river crab, gaining 10 experience points. Before long, Lin Luo encountered another prompt urging him to recharge, this time for 100,000. It must be said, this devouring world was a game heavily reliant on financial investment. Generally affluent individuals lacked the qualifications to participate. However, Lin Luo possessed a gaming pod, allowing him to abstain from food and drink. The pod provided nutritional fluids, catering to the player's bodily needs at all times. If I level up a few more times, I should secure a position on the beast leaderboard, thus qualifying for daily rewards. Lin Luo became engrossed in the game, unable to extricate himself, engaging in rampant spending. Over the course of 10 hours, he poured millions into the game. His carp ascended from its initial LV4 to LV10. Its size now comparable to that of an adult dolphin, reigning supreme in the vast lake. Even though Lin Luo has already expended over 10 million, he has yet to break into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. This underscores the exorbitant cost of indulging in the game. Lin Luo finds nothing peculiar about this. Many individuals, having learned through various channels that this game would manifest in reality, are bound to engage in spinning frantically, much like he does. With a fortune of 4 billion at his disposal, Lin Luo's wealth surpasses that of many. Moreover, possessing foresight, he doesn't believe anyone else would invest as he does. These individuals must be apprehensive, fearing that if the game fails to translate into reality, they would be left in dire straits. As a reborn individual, Lin Luo is acutely aware that those who consume the world through the game harbor no such concerns. In a prestigious residential community, Yi Weiwei has finally completed a day's work, utterly exhausted. The plethora of tasks at the law firm has her questioning her life choices. In truth, Yi Weiwei need not be so overburdened, as she hails from the Yi family, one of the wealthiest families in Longhai City. If she were to refrain from reckless spending, the allowances provided by her family would suffice for several lifetimes. After a day of toil, she refreshed herself, clad in a silk nightgown that accentuates her elegant legs. Yi Weiwei finds it only 6 in the evening and is not yet inclined to sleep. Today, she assisted a client with corporate matters, who, in gratitude, gifted her a gaming helmet. This helmet, valued at 10,000 yuan, exceeds the price of the newly released iPhone 15. Yet, this helmet is merely the most economical option. The gaming pod costs a staggering 300,000 yuan. Upon learning the price of the gaming pod, Yi Weiwei's immediate reaction was to deem those who purchase it as mad. Surely, Lin Luo has not acquired one of those pods, has he? Yi Weiwei composed a text message and sent it to Lin Luo, followed by a call via WeChat, but received no response. Perhaps he is engrossed in the game. Having perused the introduction to Devouring the World, she understands that it is a 5D simulation game, offering an experience indistinguishable from reality. Intrigued, she decides to try the game, curious to see if it is as enjoyable as Lin Luo claims. With the gaming helmet donned, she entered the virtual realm. After skipping the introduction, she arrived at the section detailing 5 factions: human, beast, avian, zombie, and insect. After reviewing the descriptions, Yi Weiwei decisively chose the human faction. With the advent of Devouring the World, the entire globe has transformed into a post-apocalyptic landscape, with many succumbing to the zombie virus, becoming mindless undead. Yi Weiwei finds herself reborn in the law office, surrounded by familiar faces and surroundings. The game feels astonishingly real. The investment of 10,000 yuan appears well worth it. Were it not for the game prompts, she might have doubted the authenticity of her experience. Suddenly, as she surveyed her surroundings, her assistant emitted a terrifying beastly roar. Before Yi Weiwei could comprehend the situation, she was violently attacked and torn apart by her assistant. My goodness! Yi Weiwei's face drained of color as she helplessly witnessed her own demise. Thankfully, she had not activated the pain sensors, or she would have endured excruciating agony. Beep. Dear player, with just a 6 yuan initial recharge, you can acquire the extraordinary ability to manipulate space. What a ridiculous game. I have barely played for a few moments before being prompted to spend money. Yi Weiwei, in a fit of annoyance, chose not to recharge and opted for resurrection instead. Fortunately, this wretched game allows for revival without a monetary cost. Otherwise, Yi Weiwei would have deleted the game on the spot and shattered the gaming headset into a million pieces. Her rebirth occurred once more at the law firm, and she hurriedly dashed out of the office. Moments ago, within the game, her assistant had transformed into a zombie and had viciously bitten her to death. Just as Yi Weiwei exited the office, still disoriented, a terrifying growl from a zombie echoed beside her. With no means of defense, she was once again brutally bitten to death by the zombie. Beep. Dear player, with just a 6 yuan initial recharge, you can unlock the initial reward and gain the ability to control water. I refuse to spend any money. I will infuriate this dreadful game. Yi Weiwei disregarded the message and resolutely chose to be reborn once more. She was determined to find a way to survive, no matter how many times she had to resurrect. Chapter 5: Healing Games. The Uncontainable Lake Soon. The game that threatened to engulf the world swiftly dealt a blow to Yi Weiwei's expectations. It became evident that playing without making a purchase was utterly futile. After a painstaking escape from the confines of her office, she found the outside world even more perilous. A horde of zombies lunged at her, and she met her demise in their merciless grasp. Following her 8th death, Yi Weiwei found herself compelled to concede. Perhaps a recharge is warranted, she mused. With a reluctant sigh, she invested 6 yuan, thereby acquiring superhuman strength. This decision was influenced by her admiration for the heroic figures in American cinema, where both female and male superheroes exuded an undeniable charisma. Naturally, this inclination also resonated with her character, externally delicate yet internally resilient. After obtaining her newfound powers, Yi Weiwei refrained from leaving the office. Before her assistant could undergo any transformation, she unleashed a powerful punch, eliminating him in an instant. Does this constitute murder? She pondered, feeling the warm blood trickle down her face, momentarily hesitating. Yet clarity soon washed over her. It was merely a game, and the lives lost were but pixels, devoid of reality. With the assistant dispatched, she charged into the fray outside, where a horde of professionally attired zombies surged towards her. Just in time, Yi Weiwei exclaimed, embarking on a relentless slaughter, decimating the advancing undead. However, after dispatching 5 or 6 of them, she soon found herself overwhelmed. Being at level 1, her usage of superhuman strength was limited. Once that power waned, she was no different from an ordinary human. Before long, she succumbed to the ravenous zombies once more. Notification: Dear player, if you recharge 2,000 yuan now, you will acquire a passive skill, Overdrawn Usage. Overdrawn usage: you may utilize your powers one additional time than before, but the recovery period will be extended. Having previously recharged 6 yuan, the sudden leap to 2,000 felt excessive. Frustration bubbled within her, yet she pressed on, opting to recharge the substantial amount. The disparity between those endowed with extraordinary abilities and mere mortals was stark. One could annihilate zombies while the other could only be victimized by them. Notification: recharge successful. Notification: congratulations, player, you have acquired overdrawn usage. Name: Yi Weiwei. Race: human. Rating: F class. Level 1. Ability: heavy punch. Overdrawn usage. Experience points 0-100. After an hour immersed in the game, Yi Weiwei began to grasp its mechanics. She promptly accessed the game store and purchased 10 bottles of enhancement potions. Priced at 200 yuan each, her funds dwindled rapidly. Upon receipt of the 10 potions, she eagerly consumed them. Each potion granted 200 experience points, totaling exactly 2,000. As the effects enveloped her, her level surged to LV3. Yi Weiwei felt an exhilarating surge of strength. She could now deliver a blow capable of slaying a bull. Observing her physique, she noted with relief that there was no sign of muscle bulk. After all, women are often enamored with beauty, and the more attractive a woman, the more she cherishes her allure. Yi Weiwei found herself reborn once more in the office, where she swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single punch. She eliminated all the undead in the vicinity, scouring their remains for crystalline cores. After vanquishing over 50 zombies, she managed to collect a mere 12 cores. Opting to consume the cores, she absorbed their energy. Ding! You have devoured a first-level zombie core, gaining 10 experience points. Yi Weiwei was instantly filled with existential doubt. After laboriously slaying monsters for what felt like an eternity and spending additional time locating the cores, she realized that absorbing just one core yielded a meager 10 experience points. It seemed far more efficient to purchase experience directly. A single vial of enhancement potion granted 200 experience points. Subsequently, Yi Weiwei burst out of the law firm, only to be besieged and killed by a horde of zombies. Ding! Dear player, if you recharge 10,000 yuan now, you will receive a special bonus of 10 cores for each zombie you kill. It struck her that this game ought to be renamed from Devouring the World to Pay-to-Win World. Just moments ago, she had battled over 50 zombies, acquiring only 12 cores, yet now one zombie promised 10. Was this a jest? Cursing under her breath, she nonetheless chose to recharge 10,000 yuan. The thrill of recharging was undeniable. It was exhilarating to continually invest. Ding! Dear player, you have accumulated over 10,000 in recharges, granting you VIP 1 status and access to the VIP 1 shop, allowing you to purchase more items to enhance your abilities. After recharging, Yi Weiwei experienced a rapid ascent in levels. She rampaged through the law firm again, and this time, 50 zombies yielded a staggering 550 cores. Choosing to devour the cores rapidly, she gained 10 experience points per core. Converting all 550 cores resulted in a total of 500 experience points. Initially, advancing to the next level required 100 experience points. Reaching level 3 necessitated 1,000, and descending to level 4 demanded 10,000 experience points. Yi Weiwei quickly spent her 10,000 yuan, purchasing intermediate enhancement potions, which offered a better value than the basic ones, yielding greater experience. She successfully leveled up to 4, acquiring a brief boost in a new skill. Upon reaching this level, she found herself able to traverse great distances after exiting the law firm. However, her journey came to an abrupt end upon encountering a mutated zombie. In her everyday existence, Yi Weiwei had always played the role of the astute and intelligent individual. Regardless of the complexity of the cases she faced, she triumphed consistently. To many, Yi Weiwei epitomized a high-quality woman, embodying both wisdom and beauty. Striving to excel in the eyes of others required immense effort. Yi Weiwei had long endured a high-pressure lifestyle, shouldering considerable burdens. Yet within the realm of devouring the world, she discovered an avenue to release her stress. After all, in this virtual world, she was free from the scrutiny of others, allowing her to be a bit more unruly and violent. Ding. Dear player, if you recharge 100,000 yuan. Yi Weiwei had become addicted. The mere mention of recharging prompted her to act immediately. The law firm had taken on an overwhelming number of cases, earning her at least 40 to 50 million yuan annually. Additionally, the Yi family provided her with an allowance, amounting to roughly 10 to 20 million yuan each year. In Yi Weiwei's eyes, money is merely a string of numbers. It is nothing more than a horde of steel-bodied zombies. Once she is recharged, she will immediately obliterate their heads. Upon leveling up once more, Yi Weiwei exited the law firm and swiftly charged towards the mutated zombies. She has come to perceive the world of devouring as a therapeutic game, a sanctuary where she can relieve her stress. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of zombies, Yi Weiwei opts to dispatch each one with a single punch. The putrid, crimson blood that splatters chaotically around her does not perturb her spirits. Rather, it serves to enhance her catharsis. Anyone familiar with Yi Weiwei witnessing her violent demeanor would surely question their perception of reality, unable to believe it is truly her. At long last, she has ascended into the top 1,000 of the leaderboard, allowing her a moment of respite. Lin Luo toiled throughout the night, investing 20 million to elevate the carp's level to 12. The financial demands of this devouring world are exorbitant. VIP 1 requires 10,000, VIP 2 demands 100,000, and VIP 3 necessitates 20 million. Lin Luo has deposited a total of 20 million, precisely advancing his VIP status to level 3. The higher the VIP level, the greater the rewards, which encompass daily login bonuses and an experience boost in devouring. Now transformed into a carp of level 12, Lin Luo has grown to the size of an adult tiger, weighing a staggering 300 kilograms. Within this expansive lake, he has become a colossal entity. Chapter 6, A Healing Game. Yi Weiwei's Fascination. Chime. Devoured a large catfish, experience points 2,000. Chime. Devoured a giant alligator turtle, experience points 3,000. As Lin Luo and Appo's physique expanded exponentially, the creatures he consumed grew increasingly larger. Observing the beings he devoured, he amassed a considerable amount of experience points. In truth, however, these experience points were woefully insufficient for leveling up. To reach level 12, Lin Luo required a staggering 60 million experience points, relying solely on consumption. Accruing such a vast amount was nearly impossible. Naturally, Lin Luo's optimal choice was to invest financially to swiftly elevate his transformed carp's level. With only 6 days remaining until the world of consumption descended, Lin Luo planned to reach level 20 by the next day, enabling him to undertake the Dragon Gate quest as a carp and earn the eligibility for enhancement. He activated the idle function and successfully exited the game pod. Before departing, Lin Luo glanced at the rankings. Position 996. What a fortuitous number. He then opened his phone to find messages from Yi Weiwei and Su Qing. Brother, are you there? How have you been lately? You haven't been talking to Qinger. I'm really bored. Please don't work too hard. Qinger has plenty of money, and I can give you as much as you want. Su Qing was Lin Luo's fiancée, a union arranged by their families. Originally, Lin Luo's father, Lin Jianyan, intended for his eldest son, Lin Xian, to marry Su Qing to solidify the family alliance. However, upon seeing Su Qing's disfiguring scar, a grotesque reminder of a violent past, Lin Xian recoiled in horror and refused the match. Lin Jianyan, a good father, immediately thought of Lin Luo. Thus, Lin Luo's marriage to Su Qing was established, with their wedding set to occur when he turned 26. Su Qing was heartbroken when she learned of Lin Xian's withdrawal, descending into a deep melancholy, contemplating suicide. The scar on her face rendered her reluctant to face the world, trapping her in a cycle of self-doubt. Yet, after meeting the charming and affable Lin Luo, she began to find joy again. Perhaps their shared experience of having lost their mothers created a bond filled with common topics. Lin Luo felt a surge of warmth for his dear sister. Su Qing regarded him as family, and he reciprocated her sentiments. In his previous life, Su Qing had leveraged family resources to establish a sanctuary city in Longhua. Yet, her concern for Lin Luo compelled her to flee the safety of the sanctuary. In a world teeming with zombies and monstrous beasts, how could she hope to survive? By the time Lin Luo learned of her fate, Su Qing had already passed away for several months, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt. Had she not sought him out, her demise might have been delayed. Now that Lin Luo had been reborn, he vowed to prevent Su Qing's tragedy from recurring. He intended to visit the Su family and persuade Su Qing to engage in this game. Lin Luo noticed a message from Yu Weiwei, a gentle and helpful older sister figure. Xiao Luo, did you just exit the game pod? How do you feel? A sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. Very well, what is the matter? Lin Luo inquired, puzzled. Moments ago, I donned a gaming headset to immerse myself in the world of Devouring the World. Upon emerging, I was enveloped in dizziness, prompting me to inquire about the gaming pod. Yu Weiwei elucidated that the pod offers a mode for idling and replenishing bodily nutrients, allowing one to recline comfortably for extended periods without experiencing vertigo upon exiting. Devouring the World is a 5D game, making it particularly susceptible to inducing a sensation of 5D dizziness. Typically, individuals who purchase gaming headsets find it challenging to acclimate to such disorientation. In his previous life, Lin Luo refrained from engaging with Devouring the World, largely due to the discomfort of 5D dizziness. For instance, many players indulge in battle royale games precisely because of the discomfort associated with 3D dizziness. Yu Weiwei cheerfully declared, I understand now. I shall procure a gaming pod, for the dizziness induced by this headset is quite unbearable. Lin Luo couldn't and oppose, help but chuckle, teasing Sister Weiwei. I recall that the longer one plays online, the more pronounced the 5D dizziness becomes. You must have played for quite a while. Yu Weiwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she explained, I merely played a little. It's just that my 5D dizziness is a bit more severe. Had she confessed to Lin Luo that she had played throughout the night, she would surely have faced ridicule. Lin Luo feigned belief, saying, this game is incredibly entertaining. You must indulge more. However, it is rather frightening as well. The zombies and creatures within the game seem almost tangible, making it difficult for the faint of heart to cope. It's not frightening at all, Yu Weiwei retorted dismissively. I actually find this game quite relieving. It could even be deemed a healing game. A healing game? This was a term Lin Luo had never encountered before. Devouring the World is set against an apocalyptic backdrop, rife with bloodshed and intrigue. Moreover, when players are devoured and perish, they experience the terror of death. Lin Luo recognized the game's realism and endeavored to avoid dying unnecessarily. It appeared he had underestimated Sister Weiwei's courage. To her, devouring the world was not as terrifying. This was not merely a trivial matter, but rather a positive development. Yu Weiwei would undoubtedly play this game more frequently, striving to enhance her level. In his past life, Lin Luo had sought Yu Weiwei but failed to locate her. He speculated that she had perished in the law firm, where many had transformed into zombies. Lin Luo cautioned, be especially careful in the game. During the first 3 days, deaths do not incur a loss of experience points, but subsequent deaths will deduct 30% of your experience. Try to minimize your fatalities. I will be cautious. Yu Weiwei nodded in agreement. But enough of this. It's almost 9 o'clock, and I must head to work. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Luo, she ended the call. Just as she hung up, another call came in. Upon answering, Yu Weiwei discovered that the gaming pod had arrived. Feeling pleased by the swift delivery, she instructed them to bring the pod inside. I shall experience the gaming pod before heading to the law firm, she decided. Once she entered the game through the pod, the comfort was vastly superior. The investment of 300,000 felt incredibly worthwhile. Satisfied, Yu Weiwei exited the game and dialed her assistant, requesting a day off. She promptly settled into the gaming pod to indulge in the game. Assistant Shadu felt perplexed by the sudden absence of a boss who rarely took leave. However, when the boss decided to take a break, the employees naturally had no objections. Having spent a sleepless night, I thought it best to rest before indulging in my pursuits. Devour the World. Initiate. I am granted 2.5 days of novice protection. Death poses no consequence. I must seize this opportunity to elevate my level, as I currently belong to the strength category, and reaching level 20 unlocks an advanced dungeon. In this game, each race boasts its own leaderboard, alongside an overall ranking. I am determined to claim the top position. From childhood to the present, I, Yu Weiwei, have always been first, and I shall maintain that dominance in gaming as well. Slay, slay, slay. Yu Weiwei continued her rampage and devour the world, all the while not forgetting to invest in her strength. At the Su family residence. Brother Lin, why haven't you come to see me yet? Have you grown weary of Qing'er? Chapter 7. Encouraging Su Qing to play games. Journey to the Great River. Su Qing donned a charming JK uniform, her white blouse snugly fitting and her black skirt adorned with lace resting just above her pristine knees, revealing a pair of fair, elongated thighs. Her face, lightly made up, showcased exquisite features that rendered her even more captivating. Yet, this beautiful young girl bore a prominent scar on her right cheek. If her left side could be likened to an angel, then her right side was reminiscent of a devil. The scar, approximately 12 to 13 centimeters long, appeared as fearsome as a centipede. When Su Qing was around 12 or 13 years old, her face was unmarred by such a blemish. At that time, she embodied the essence of a sunny, adorable, and vivacious girl, possessing all the beauty of youth. However, a tragic car accident not only claimed her mother, but also left a deep, lasting scar on Su Qing's face. This scar was so extensive that many cosmetic institutions deemed it irreparable. In the wake of this disfigurement, Su Qing became increasingly withdrawn, irritable, and prone to unreasonable outbursts. She refused to attend school and shunned communication with anyone, including her own father. Aunt Lu, do you think Lin Gage dislikes me? Perceiving me as a hideous creature and thus avoiding me? Su Qing began to doubt herself. Miss, please be patient. Young Master Lin has promised he will come. Lu Meiling consoled her. Shall I call Lin Gage to inquire about his whereabouts? Su Qing replied anxiously. Yes, please do. However, hesitation engulfed her. What if Lin Gage is driving? It would be inappropriate to disturb him. Knock, knock. A sound resonated from outside the door. It must be Lin Gage. Su Qing hurriedly opened the door, and indeed, it was Lin Luo, the one she had longed for. She immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace, expressing her heartfelt welcome. Let go. I can barely breathe. Lin Luo exclaimed, struggling for air. Su Qing, you have grown quite well. I want to release you. You promised me 3 days ago that you would visit, and today marks the 5th day. Su Qing pouted playfully. You must assure me that you will come every 2 days. Lin Luo sighed with a wry smile. I truly had matters to attend to, otherwise I would not have forgotten. Next time, you must remember, Su Qing insisted, her lips pursed in a playful pout. At that moment, 2 individuals entered, transporting a gaming pod into the room. Just place it against the wall, Lin Luo instructed the workers. Once they departed, Su Qing could hardly contain her excitement. Lin Gage, is this gaming pod a gift from you? I had it placed in your room for your use, did I not? Lin Luo replied with a smile. Thank you so much, Lin Gage. Su Qing exclaimed. But this gaming pod must have cost a fortune. I will repay you tenfold. Lin Luo declined, stating, it won't cost much. I noticed you often seem rather bored, so I purchased a gaming pod for you. This game is exceptionally entertaining. Title Devour the World. There are 5 distinct races. If you have the means, you can invest in it to enhance your strength swiftly. Su Qing stood nearby, attentively absorbing every detail. As this was a matter Lin Luo had entrusted her with, and she needed to remember it. You must play this game. It is of great importance to you. Lin Luo reiterated earnestly. Su Qing nodded emphatically, assuring, if it's something my brother Lin has entrusted to me, I will certainly see it through. I believe I can accomplish it. Su Qing expressed her discontent. Lin Luo affectionately ruffled Su Qing's hair, saying, I wish I can spend more time with you. But I have more pressing matters to attend to. The initial stages of Devour the World can be rather daunting, so prepare yourself mentally. Su Qing nodded, responding, I will be cautious. I promise. After engaging in light conversation with Su Qing, Lin Luo departed from the Su residence. Confident that she would heed his advice and immerse herself in the game Devour the World, in his eyes, nothing held greater significance than gaming. Ding. Esteemed VIP 3 player. After 3 hours of inactivity, you have earned 100,000 experience points. This game necessitated monetary investment. Mere dedication would not suffice. Lin Luo's absence for 3 hours resulted in a pitifully small amount of experience points. Even if he had remained and refrained from spending, his experience gain would have surpassed 300,000. Checking his ranking, he noted a slight drop. The number of players engaging in this game was substantial, despite investing 30 million. He found himself ranked at 996, and those above him had undoubtedly spent more. A glance at the top rankings revealed investments exceeding 100 million. As a reincarnator, Lin Luo was aware that Devour the World would soon manifest in reality. Some individuals could ascertain its impending arrival through special channels. His ranking was still too low. Before the day's closing tally, he aimed to ascend to a more prominent position. Lin Luo awaited fortuitous opportunities, seeking to maximize his gaming returns with minimal expenditure. He resolved to break into the top 100 before the day concluded. Ding. Esteemed VIP 3 player, you have now invested 20 million, earning the skill and amp, Appos, water breathing, and amp, Appos, water breathing, a skill exclusive to aquatic beings, granting the ability to breathe on the water, and amp, Appos, surface for a limited time of 10 hours. Fortune favored him indeed. Lin Luo had become the largest entity in the expansive lake, Yet the variety of creatures he could devour was limited. Among the many consumables, the most substantial was a large catfish, which granted a mere 4,000 experience points upon consumption. The experience gained from smaller fish and shrimp was negligible. To trigger the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate quest, he needed to be in the Great River. Lin Luo understood that to elevate his rank, he must engage in quests. Otherwise, no matter how colossal he became, he would always remain a mere carp. The lake's waters were stagnant. Whatever he consumed would diminish the supply. In contrast, the river flowed with vitality, offering a continuous abundance of sustenance. Lin Luo, without any hesitation, opted to recharge a staggering 20 million. Ding! Esteemed VIP 3 player. You have successfully recharged 20 million and acquired the skill of aquatic breathing. Lin Luo then accessed the marketplace and expended the entire sum in one swift motion. The 20 million was wholly transformed into experience points, instantly filling his 6,000 experience points to capacity. The higher the VIP level, the greater the conversion rate of products into experience points within the marketplace. As Lin Luo ascended to level 13, his physique expanded once more, resembling that of a fully grown elephant. Weighing in at 400 kilograms, he was undeniably a colossal behemoth. Initially, he perceived the Great Lake as vast, however. It now appeared diminutive, and with a few swishes of his tail, he could reach the surface in no time. Lin Luo opened the game map to ascertain the location of the Great River. The Great River was longer and considerably wider than the Yangtze in reality, perfectly suited for his insatiable appetite. He leaped from the Great Lake, sending a deluge of water into the air, which cascaded down in a magnificent splash. With a thunderous crash, a gigantic red carp plummeted from the sky, gasping for breath. Thanks to his aquatic breathing skill, Lin Luo felt no difficulty in respiration, as he could breathe freely as if submerged in water. Roaring with excitement, the surrounding zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to converge towards Lin Luo's location. Chapter 8. Journey to the Great River. Encountering an acquaintance surrounded by the undead, the situation was far from favorable. Lin Luo relentlessly propelled himself toward the Great River, his tail fin thrashing with urgency. The zombies drew nearer, their gnarled hands reaching out in a ghastly charge. Most of these creatures were of level 1, and Lin Luo felt no trepidation. With his own level at 13, the resilient scales of his fish form were impervious to their feeble assaults. A particularly swift zombie, a middle-aged man with a grotesque grin and yellowed teeth, lunged at Lin Luo. Disgust surged within him as the wretched creature attempted to pounce. With a powerful flick of his tail, Lin Luo struck the zombie with tremendous force, sending it crashing against a nearby wall, where it splattered into a gruesome mess. Yet more zombies surged forward, eager to tear at Lin Luo with ravenous abandon. He paid them little heed. Their movements were hindered on land, making the act of dispatching them a trivial task. Moreover, the effort bore no fruit in terms of sustenance, as some foolish zombies met their demise at his hands. The air became thick with the metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, heralding the approach of a monstrous entity. A towering zombie, nearly 3 meters tall and weighing over 500 pounds, lumbered closer. Its muscular frame exuded an aura of dread, and the overpowering stench of decay lingered in the air, drawing even level 10 zombies to its side. Yet Lin Luo remained unperturbed. His transformed form was considerably larger than that of the level 10 creature. Confident in his ability to vanquish the beast, he prepared for the confrontation. With a ferocious roar, the colossal zombie lunged, its massive fist crashing into Lin Luo. Pain surged through him, but he quickly retaliated with a sweeping strike of his formidable tail. The impact echoed as the giant zombie collapsed, bones shattering beneath the force. Seizing the moment, Lin Luo opened his maw wide and consumed the fallen creature. Ding! You have devoured a mutated zombie, gaining 1,000,000 experience points. The pain he had endured was worth it. This muscular abomination yielded an astonishing bounty of experience. Upon inspecting his wound, Lin Luo noted a patch of scales torn away, blood seeping from the injury, a dark crimson hue, a result of the zombie toxin. Nevertheless, with his level at 13, he was immune to the fatal effects of the poison. He knew he must hasten into the river. Without doing so, his efforts would be in vain. The enormous red carp leaped and bounded toward the great river. Time was of the essence. 7 days was a fleeting span. He resolved to make every moment count. Just then, Wang Tianyu approached, flanked by a group of individuals. Another familiar face, Lin Luo recognized Wang Tianyu well. It was largely due to his presence that Lin Luo had once fallen prey to a monstrous chicken. Wang Tianyu's greatest passion lies in orchestrating schemes. employing bait to lure his prey into a trap. When he deems the moment ripe, he strikes to eliminate his quarry. In his previous life, Lin Luo was consumed by a monstrous chicken, primarily due to Wang Tianyu's coercion. Their relationship harbors a personal vendetta, as Wang Tianyu has long been an admirer of Yi Weiwei. Aware of Wang Tianyu's unscrupulous nature, frequently causing unwanted pregnancies and callously abandoning the young women, Yi Weiwei finds him intolerable. His most egregious offense lies in his wealth, as he refuses to even cover the cost of an abortion. Unable to endure Wang Tianyu's harassment any longer, Yi Weiwei once reprimanded him sternly in public. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Tianyu sought to retaliate against her. Fortunately, Lin Luo was nearby and could not stand by as Wang Tianyu assaulted a woman. After a vigorous confrontation, Wang Tianyu found himself on his knees, begging for mercy. Subsequently, whenever Wang Tianyu sought to trouble Lin Luo, Yi Weiwei consistently intervened. The Yi family, to which Yi Weiwei belongs, is not inferior to the Wang family, both being prominent clans in Longhai City with intertwined business interests. After diplomatic mediation, the matter was eventually resolved without further conflict. With the advent of the apocalyptic game, the hierarchy of Longhai City shifted dramatically. Wang Tianyu, capitalizing on the feedback from the world-devouring game, ascended to become the second most powerful individual in Longhai City. By chance, he stumbled upon Lin Luo while initially intending to create trouble for Yi Weiwei, who he presumed might already be deceased, and thus abandoned his pursuit. Lin Luo accessed the human leaderboard and noted Wang Tianyu's ranking at over 970, with a level of 12. He recalled that in his past life, Wang Tianyu had been ranked within the top 100 of humanity, approximately within the top 200 overall. At this juncture, Wang Tianyu had not yet invested substantial resources into the game. Lin Luo, at level 13, was ranked 900 among beast classifications. The disparity of one level equates to numerous ranks. The red carp, now at level 13, could yield abundant experience points if slain and consumed. Aside from his pursuits of women, Wang Tianyu relished gaming, often rallying friends to join him. His gaming demeanor was equally unsavory, frequently laced with profanity. Perhaps due to the influence of wealth, he had earned the nickname Principal Wang. The red carp, struggling for breath on land, presented an easy target for elimination. Upon closer inspection, Lin Luo discerned that this red carp was not an NPC, but rather another player, raising ethical concerns about their approach. However, in the harsh reality of the apocalyptic game, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Urging his companions to act swiftly, he insisted on mercilessly dispatching the red carp, as the flesh of these beasts promised substantial nourishment, facilitating rapid leveling. Observing the red carp's vulnerability, the group deliberated on culinary methods for their catch. One member suggested that gourmet cuisine often employs the simplest techniques, yet before he could finish, a hefty red fishtail struck forth. As the formidable red fishtail surged forward, Qingong had already been reduced to a mass of crimson sludge. Be cautious, everyone. The mutated zombie that just fled was likely consumed by the red carp. We must exert our utmost strength to vanquish it. Wang Tianyu hastily distanced himself from Lin Luo, fearful of becoming the next victim. Capture the leader before the followers. Lin Luo maneuvered the massive red fishtail, striking forcefully towards Wang Tianyu. Realizing he had no time to evade, Wang Tianyu swiftly harnessed his unique ability, summoning the surrounding metal to converge above him. His awakened power was the manipulation of metallic substances, allowing him to control any material containing metal. Among the various formidable abilities, the power to control metal was notably potent. If evolved to its utmost potential, it could even manipulate the metallic elements within the human body, resulting in a terrifying self-detonation. However, at his current level of prowess, Wang Tianyu was far from achieving such heights. Though Lin Luo was somewhat cumbersome on the ground, it did not hinder his speed in directing the fishtail. Unfortunately for Wang Tianyu, his position placed him perilously close to Lin Luo's tail. With a resounding smack, the enormous red fishtail descended upon Wang Tianyu, akin to swatting a fly. Chapter 9. Encountering danger in the Great River, Su Qing participates in the game. Lin Luo controlled the enormous red fishtail, eager to ascertain whether Wang Tianyu had perished. He had not. Wang Tianyu lay supine on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His bones were shattered in multiple places, resembling a lifeless dog sprawled on the earth. If one strike was insufficient, he would strike multiple times. Lin Luo wielded the colossal red fishtail and delivered a forceful blow to Wang Tianyu. Slap, slap, slap. He continued to direct the red fishtail, striking several times before finally ceasing. Wang Tianyou's body had completely crumpled, his bones pulverized beyond recognition. Lin Luo opened the massive fish mouth and swallowed Wang Tianyou whole. Ding. Devoured a level 12 human superpower user. Experience gained. 2,000,000. This bounty was quite gratifying. Lin Luo felt a rush of exhilaration. Not only had he avenged his past grievances, but he had also acquired 2 million experience points. My goodness! Witnessing Wang Tianyou being devoured, the surrounding subordinates fled in terror. Damn it! Wang Tianyou slammed his fist against the game pod, his visage contorted in rage. I was careless. He had been unfortunate. Positioned directly in the path of the fishtail. Had he been elsewhere, he would not have been annihilated by the red carp. He could have utilized his superpower to manipulate metal, gradually turning the tables on the red carp. Moreover, was it possible that this red carp was a foe? He had been utterly defenseless against its strikes. The red carp had continued its assault for over 10 blows before it relented, suggesting a hint of personal vendetta. He had chosen to project himself into the game as a human. It would be all too easy for his enemies to recognize him. Wang Tianyou felt a deep sense of resentment and resurrected, charging towards the location of the red carp. Boss, this red carp has likely entered the Great River. What shall we do next? Chen Gingxin inquired. Wang Tianyou seethed. I will issue a bounty notice. Anyone who spots the red carp in the Great River and provides photographic evidence will receive a reward of 100,000 game coins. To slay this red carp will yield 3 million game coins. The value of game coins paralleled that of real currency. 100,000 game coins equated to 100,000 yuan. The subordinates eagerly stirred, each yearning to claim this fortune. The world of devouring was a peculiar game, where game coins could be directly exchanged for real currency. With such wealth, who would still choose to play games? KTV, bars, and clubs seemed far more enticing. Following the announcement, many began their search. With a splash, Lin Luo executed a roll, plunging into the swift currents of the river. The river's flow was formidable, stretching all the way to the ocean. Lin Luo understood the perils that lurked within the sea and would not foolishly venture into the depths. In the oceans of Earth, the largest creatures were blue whales. However, the world of devouring represented a post-apocalyptic Earth, where the largest beings were not limited to blue whales. Even blue whales had mutated into far more terrifying and colossal entities. The ocean was to be avoided for now. Lin Luo had set this boundary for himself. Reviving after death required time. A precious commodity he could not afford to gamble away in the ocean. A foolish zombie river dolphin swam towards Lin Luo with a wide-open mouth. Lin Luo unceremoniously swallowed it whole. Ding! You have consumed a river dolphin infected by the zombie virus, gaining 10,000 experience points. Soon, another creature, a river shrimp of considerable size, approached him. Ding! You have devoured a mutated giant river shrimp, gaining 15,000 experience points. This great river was far superior to the vast lake. The increase in experience points was truly palpable. Lin Luo engaged in rapid consumption, his experience points soaring. The experience required for the next level was a staggering 70 million, and the growth was not substantial. Just as Lin Luo was about to indulge in frenzied swallowing, he noticed a massive water snake not far off. The white water snake had piercing, terrifying eyes akin to 2 enormous light bulbs. Upon discovering the white water snake, it too became aware of Lin Luo. Alarmed, Lin Luo hesitated, fearing that this encounter would be his last. Next to him, a larger alligator turtle, approximately level 14, seemed to be another player. The alligator turtle, in fright, hastily retreated, and the white water snake immediately made its choice, charging towards the turtle. Once the white water snake departed, Lin Luo swiftly relocated. This white water snake could either be a minor game monster or another player, regardless of which. Lin Luo was no match for it. He flicked his red tail and sought refuge in a relatively safe area, devoid of particularly formidable mutated beasts, where he was the undisputed ruler. The great river was far more expansive than the vast lake, posing greater threats. A moment and Apos' attention could render him someone else and Apos' meal. Ding! You have consumed a mutated grass carp, gaining 13,000 experience points. Ding! You have consumed a mutated crucian carp, gaining 12,000 experience points. Lin Luo began to devour voraciously, his experience points increasing at a visibly rapid pace. Ding! You have transitioned from the vast lake to the great river, experiencing a fortuitous encounter. By recharging 40 million, several schools of fish will pass by your location in the great river. Lin Luo promptly recharged 40 million. elevating his VIP level to 4. With each consumption of another creature, he would gain an additional 4% in experience points. While seemingly insignificant at first glance, accumulated over time, it amounted to a staggering figure. A swarm of densely packed black fish surged toward Lin Luo with fervor, arriving at just the right moment. Lin Luo lunged into the school of fish, engaging in a frenzied consumption. The rate of experience point growth soared, surpassing previous speeds by more than tenfold. After experiencing several waves of fish, he began to invest the 40 million in the game. The carp leaping over the Dragon Gate instance resided within the Great River. Once Lin Luo reached level 20, he could seek an NPC to enter this instance. After Lin Luo's departure, Su Qing entered the game pod to play. Unfamiliar with the game, she randomly selected a race. Upon entering, she was immediately filled with regret. I completely forgot to ask Brother Lin about the race he chose. And now I've selected a rather poor one. Su Qing realized her body felt rigid, her skin pale and devoid of color. She reached out to her face. The centipede-like scar still evident. A cacophony of roars erupted from the surrounding zombies as they surged madly towards a singular point. Su Qing, momentarily stunned, found herself unsure of how to react. She was swept along by the tide of the undead, moving forward. A group of people was encircled by the zombies, armed with weapons, relentlessly dispatching the creatures that surrounded them. Among them were individuals with extraordinary abilities, such as the manipulation of ice, lightning, and fire. These gifted individuals plunged into the fray, mercilessly slaughtering the zombies. Let us hasten to eliminate this horde. Within their bodies lie the crystal cores we require for our evolution, urged the leader, wielding a long blade as he fervently cleaved through the surrounding undead. Others followed suit, zealously dispatching zombies in pursuit of the coveted cores. Su Qing gazed in shock at her companions, one by one falling victim to the onslaught. Suddenly, a human with supernatural abilities approached her. Instinctively, Su Qing raised her hand to shield her face, fearing the exposure of the scar that marred her visage. Chapter 10. The one Su Qing must protect. Revenge of the White Water Snake. Hurry over here. There's a zombie with a superb figure. It's truly a rare specimen. Qin Geng called out to the crowd. You haven't seen a woman in a while, have you? Even a zombie piques your interest, Wang Tianyu grumbled as he approached. His mood sour since the death of the red carp. I merely wish to lift the boss's spirits, to alleviate his earlier displeasure. Qin Geng attempted to placate him. Wang Tianyu scrutinized Su Qing, remarking, her figure is indeed commendable. I wonder how she looks. Qin Geng leered. Big brother, haven't you recently lost interest in women? Perhaps you could indulge in a zombie instead. Goodness, you're quite the pervert. Wang Tianyu chuckled, but I find it amusing. This female zombie appears to be a player. She just comprehended our conversation, Qin Geng noted. If she is a player, that would enhance the interaction. Wang Tianyu laughed lecherously. Su Qing, trembling with fear, protested. This is my first time playing this game. Please spare me. She truly is a player. Wang Tianyu's smile widened. We might let you go, but you must remove your hands from your face, so we can see your appearance. I'm very ugly. Su Qing's voice quivered. She hesitated to engage with others due to the scar marring her face. Today marked her first interaction with strangers in 10 years since her injury. Remove them quickly, or I will sever your head, Qin Geng barked. Terrified, Su Qing lowered her hands, revealing a scar resembling a centipede. Goodness, she really is a fright, Wang Tianyu grimaced. Su Qing hastily covered her face again, tears streaming down her cheeks. Freak, just scram. Looking at your face makes me want to vomit my New Year's Eve dinner from last year, Qin Geng scoffed. This is truly disappointing. Did you investigate the red carp as I instructed? Wang Tianyu inquired. Lin Luo, could it be that lad? Wang Tianyu suddenly thought of someone. Are you speaking of the one who put you in the hospital? Qin Geng remarked casually. Wang Tianyu slapped Qin Geng's head forcefully. Can't you refrain from speaking? I merely realized it, that Lin Luo plays dirty and enjoys ambushing. Indeed, Qin Geng hastily agreed. I never anticipated that Lin Luo also plays this game. The previous grudge remains unsettled, and now there is a new one. I must eliminate this fellow, Wang Tianyu said as he walked on, only to find a zombie blocking his path. Freak, get out of my way. Killing you would soil my hands, he snapped. You and your group are plotting against my brother Lin Luo. You are all villains. Su Qing retorted angrily. To think this ugly creature knows Lin Luo, perfect. I shall end you. Wang Tianyu unleashed his metallic powers and swiftly dispatched Su Qing. I'm not dead. Su Qing realized that she was immersed in a game where being killed by others did not equate to actual death, as she would resurrect in the same location. A notification chimed, with a mere payment of 6 yuan. You can acquire the ability of endless slaughter, allowing you to slay any creature and enhance your physical attributes accordingly. The longer you engage in battle, the more formidable your combat prowess becomes. Concerned for her brother Lin Luo's safety, she felt compelled to thwart those who sought to harm him, prioritizing his well-being over her own. Su Qing was not a fool. She understood that she could not defeat Wang Tianyu at this moment. Her acquired skill, endless slaughter, enabled her to grow stronger with each kill. As a human, she had her reservations about taking lives. Nevertheless, she plunged into a horde of zombies, relentlessly killing to gain strength. Halfway through, she exited the game, urging Lu Miling to make fervent top-ups for her. Unlike Lin Luo, who awaited the right moment to recharge, Su Qing was relentless in her spending. The Su family, being the foremost of the 4 great families in Longhai City, was never short of wealth. I will make you regret it. Anyone who dares to threaten my brother must perish. Su Qing commenced her frenzied slaughter of zombies, her talent for endless slaughter facilitating her rapid evolution. Name, Lin Luo. Race, Carp. Grade, F. Status, Adult. Level, 20. Ability, Rapid Speed, Aquatic Breathing, Tail Swipe. Absorption, Sharp Beak. Experience points, 50. 100, 000. At last, he reached level 20, having invested a staggering sum of 100 million to attain this rank. Furthermore, he gained experience at a significantly higher rate in the mighty river compared to the large lake. Next on his agenda was to elevate his grade. Lin Luo glanced at the rankings. He had secured the 96th position among beast classes, placing him 300th overall. It was clear that ascending the rankings rapidly was no longer feasible. To elevate his combat ranking, the quickest method was to transform into a dragon. The 300th position did not satisfy Lin Luo. He aspired to claim the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Controlling his immense form, he navigated towards the most turbulent waters of the river, where he encountered an old acquaintance. Lin Luo spotted a white water snake leisurely devouring other creatures. The white water snake, now at level 17, had grown to a formidable length of 100 meters, asserting its dominance in the river, having consumed most others aside from a few exceptionally large beasts. When Lin Luo first arrived at the river, the white water snake was already at level 16. Surprisingly, while he had reached level 20, the snake remained at level 17, a testament to Lin Luo's substantial investments. In the Dragon Kingdom, his wealth exceeded 100 millionth, categorizing him as a true affluent individual. Not to mention, he had the means to deposit 100 million into the game. As Lin Luo took notice of the white water snake, it too became aware of him. The white water snake, startled, hastened to flee, its massive body swiftly gliding 100 meters away. Did you seek permission to depart? Lin Luo similarly darted forth, his gaping maw poised to strike. Although the white water snake was remarkably swift, Lin Luo managed to sink his teeth into it with great force. A sizable chunk of snake flesh was severed, and a copious flow of crimson blood streamed from the wound, staining the river's surface a vivid red. Despite its injuries, the white water snake's speed did not diminish. Rather, it increased. The colossal red carp opened its gaping mouth, creating a powerful suction that drew in vast amounts of river water. The white water snake, desperately attempting to escape the formidable pull, found itself too gravely wounded to muster the strength to break free. After a brief struggle, it was drawn perilously close to the red carp's maw. The red carp then began to voraciously feast, engulfing the entire white serpent into its belly. Chapter 11. The investigation team enters the dragon transformation instance. Ding. You have devoured a white water snake, gaining 8,000,000 experience points. 8 million experience points. Lin Luo's face radiated with elation as he exclaimed, devouring a single white water snake yields more experience than consuming an entire school of crucian carp. The only lamentation was that there was only one white water snake. If only there were a few more. He even entertained a bold notion of awaiting the resurrection of the white water snake to consume it once more. This creature must belong to a player, as death entails rebirth. However, Lin Luo had more pressing matters to attend to and would not squander time idly. In the official building of Longhai City, within a spacious room, game capsules were meticulously arranged. No. A piercing female voice echoed from one of the capsules. What has happened, Jiahui? Director Chen Limei hurried over. The capsule had been opened, and a stunning woman emerged. Her exquisite features boasted a striking three-dimensional quality, showcasing distinct Caucasian traits. Her petite, luscious lips and captivating blue eyes added to her allure. Standing at an impressive height of 176 centimeters, she possessed legs that rivaled those of supermodels. clad in a fitted work outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, particularly her pronounced bosom. I was devoured by a red carp while playing my character in the Devouring World. Zhou Jiahui had just emerged from a harrowing experience and had yet to fully recover. Your level was not merely 17. You were the highest ranked in our entire team. How could someone possibly devour you? Chen Limei expressed her astonishment. Since the launch of Devouring World worldwide, it had swiftly captured the attention of national authorities. Various countries undertook investigations into the game's producers, yet none succeeded in identifying them. Some nations deemed Devouring World a threat to national security and sought to ban the game entirely. However, these efforts proved futile, as they could not prevent citizens from accessing the game. Most alarmingly, the game did not require an internet connection for entry. As a major world power, the Dragon Nation also conducted an investigation into Devouring World, yielding similarly unsatisfactory results. The state could not obstruct access to the game. Furthermore, authoritative figures speculated that the final announcement from Devouring World was not mere rhetoric. In 7 days, Devouring World might genuinely manifest on Earth. The national leadership pondered the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's adversary, ensuring victory in every battle. If one cannot conquer, then one must join. The state allocated substantial funds to establish an investigative team, whose members were required to play the game daily to uncover the issues within Devouring World. Zhou Jiahui, an experienced female detective, joined the team to investigate the game. Her father was a prominent entrepreneur in the Dragon Nation, while her mother was a renowned investor abroad, ensuring a life of considerable affluence. With the backing of the state, Zhou Jiahui progressed rapidly in levels. Within just a day and a half, she ascended to level 16, ranking first among the entire investigation team. This red carp is insufferable. When it first leaped into the river, I refrained from pursuing it, yet now that it has leveled up, it dares to hunt me down. Zhou Jiahui forcefully stomped her black stilettos. The speed of upgrading is astonishing. This must be a seasoned player. Having invested such substantial resources, he should possess considerable knowledge. It would be prudent to pay close attention to him, as he might be privy to certain details about the game, Chen Limei advised. Zhou Jiahui responded with composure. I understand. Director Chen Limei deduced that the higher the game level, the more one knows. Naturally, Chen Limei also partakes in the game, occasionally emerging to handle various matters. The investigation team is likely the most leisurely department in Longhua, not only enjoying the game Devouring the World, but also receiving generous salaries and bonuses. A torrent of water surged around Lin Luo as he maneuvered the massive red koi fish, swiftly diving to the depths. After descending over 1,000 meters, he encountered a colossal black dragon. This dragon was an NPC, boasting a level of 80. Lin Luo clicked on the black dragon, and an immediate dialogue box appeared. Any aquatic creature can transform into a dragon. Simply pay 999 game coins to obtain the opportunity for metamorphosis. Do you wish to proceed with the payment? Yes, no. Transforming into a dragon costs 10 million, and this opportunity is singular. Should he fail, he would need to pay the same amount again for another chance. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo decided to proceed with the payment of 10 million. Should he succeed in the transformation, he would no longer be confined to the constraints of chance and monetary investment. Lin Luo would evolve rapidly, becoming the most formidable creature in the Great River. Eventually, he would also gain access to the ocean for even more potent evolutionary possibilities. Success. Payment confirmed. Red Koi, your evolution is fraught with peril. Transforming into a dragon is a dangerous endeavor, and failure means death. Do you wish to proceed with the transformation? The black dragon presented another dialogue box. Lin Luo reaffirmed his choice and entered the game instance. The upstream of the Great River was a treacherous expanse, littered with immense boulders and characterized by tumultuous currents. One misstep could send him crashing into the rocks, resulting in utter obliteration. After swimming 5,000 meters, he came upon a gigantic dragon gate. Towering more than 100 meters, it dominated the river's surface. This was the final hurdle for transformation, requiring passage beyond the towering dragon gate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo swam with the raging current. He endeavored to control his body, avoiding collision with the imposing boulders. However, the current was relentless, and he inevitably struck several times. The resilient skin of the red koi dulled the impact against the stones. With a sudden thud, Lin Luo inadvertently collided with a boulder, which shattered instantly. The red koi sustained a wound, shedding vibrant scales, and a torrent of crimson blood seeped from the injury, staining the surrounding waters a deep red. His earlier collision was not a mere blunder, it was a deliberate act. Although he could have evaded the boulder, he was compelled to strike it. In attempting to avoid this rock, he had no choice but to veer toward a more perilous path, fraught with even more boulders. By colliding with this particular stone, his subsequent route would be significantly less obstructed. His judgment was not erroneous. The subsequent path became significantly smoother. Lin Luo bore merely a few scratches, having avoided a full collision with the stones. With utmost caution, he finally arrived at the threshold of the Dragon Gate. At this point, Lin Luo was already battered and bruised, with patches of his crimson scales scraped off, revealing the tender, pale skin beneath. Numerous wounds adorned his body, ceaselessly oozing blood. Due to Lin Luo's massive size, the volume of blood spilled was considerable, nearly staining the entire river crimson. Ahead lay the Dragon Gate. Gazing upon the towering red structure, exceeding 100 meters in height, he showed no signs of halting. Lin Luo accelerated furiously, striving to attain the utmost speed. Many failed to surpass the Dragon Gate, primarily due to fear. When nearing the gate, those who chose to retreat and hesitated to quicken their pace were destined to remain unable to pass. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Luo propelled himself forward, he collided with several stones. These stones shattered upon impact, inflicting further injury upon his already wounded body. Ignoring his injuries, Lin Luo's focus remained solely on the imposing Dragon Gate before him. Chapter 12. Crossing the Dragon Gate and the choice of transformation. As Lin Luo approached the Dragon Gate, he leapt upward with all his might. Beneath the blinding sunlight, a colossal red koi fish soared into the air, its body gradually surpassing the crimson Dragon Gate. With great effort, the red koi managed to cross the threshold, plummeting swiftly toward the water's surface. With a resounding splash, Lin Luo crashed into the river, creating a massive wave. He had succeeded. Gasping for breath, his body was already covered in numerous injuries. Fortunately, he had not activated his pain receptors. Otherwise, the agony would have been unbearable. The scene before him faded away, and Lin Luo found himself beside the NPC, the Black Dragon. Powerful aquatic warrior. You have successfully crossed the Dragon Gate. Now, the transformation into a dragon begins. The Dragon Clan comprises many classifications. Your fortune shall determine your fate. A dialogue box appeared above the Black Dragon. Lin Luo hoped for the Yinglong, True Dragon, Qilong, or Zhulong. These 4 dragons were among the most formidable in the Dragon Clan. The Yinglong and Zhulong were ancient true dragons, the first of their kind, while the True Dragon and Qilong were slightly weaker, belonging to the second tier of the dragon lineage. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have qualified for transformation into a dragon. And your dragon type is the Jiaolong. A Jiaolong. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that his luck was particularly poor, but merely average. Typically, fish and serpents that leap over the Dragon Gate become Jiaolong. Among the various dragon clans, the Jiaolong holds the lowest status, lacking the strength and size of its peers. In terms of game ranking, the Jiaolong is capped at S tier, whereas the Yinglong and Zhulong are significantly more powerful, reaching up to SS tier. Lin Luo had one opportunity for transformation. He could choose to accept the Jiaolong or forego this chance and continue challenging the dungeon. The outcome would likely be the same, as most serpents and fish transformed into Jiaolong. Ding! You have encountered a fortuitous event by leaping over the Dragon Gate. You have obtained the opportunity to become a 5-clawed golden dragon. A recharge of 500 million is required to seize this chance. Without hesitation, Lin Luo opted to recharge immediately. This opportunity was priceless, and spending 5 small goals to secure it was an incredible bargain. After the apocalypse truly descended upon Earth, money had become nothing more than a stack of worthless paper and a series of digits. Ding! Recharge successful. Ding! The recharge amount exceeds 500 million. And your VIP level has advanced to level 5, unlocking further access to the members' marketplace. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have qualified for transformation into a dragon. And your dragon type is the 5-clawed golden dragon. Eagerly, Lin Luo clicked to undergo the transformation. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also a legendary true dragon from ancient times, potentially surpassing the Yinglong and Zhulong in size and strength. Lin Luo first felt an intense itch in his abdomen and instinctively reached down. 1 claw emerged. 2 claws. A total of 4 claws extended outward. His fish head began to morph, gradually reshaping into a crocodilian maw. An itch spread across his head, and a pair of antlers sprouted forth. His fish belly and tail transformed, elongating into a serpentine appendage. The crimson scales upon his body gradually shed, giving way to resplendent golden ones. His features were a curious amalgamation: the eyes of a rabbit, the antlers of a deer, the ears of a cow, the head of a crocodile, the belly of a clam, the paws of a tiger, the neck of a serpent, the scales of a fish, and the claws of an eagle, all converging into one being. Name, Lin Luo. Race, 5-clawed golden dragon. Rank, D grade. Status, adult. Level, 20. Abilities, flight, speed, tail whip, water spout, bite, experience points 700. 000 000. Lin Luo glanced at his claws, noting that he possessed only one finger. It was only upon acquiring 5 fingers that he could truly be regarded as a 5-clawed golden dragon. Without hesitation, he expended 500 million, purchasing the dragon orbs necessary for rank advancement. Each dragon orb cost 1 million, and for Lin Luo, this investment was far from excessive. Ding. You have consumed 20 dragon orbs. Your rank has been upgraded to C grade. Ding. You have consumed 50 dragon orbs. Your rank has been upgraded to B grade. Ding. You have consumed 300 dragon orbs. Your rank has been upgraded to S grade. Yet, this was insufficient. Lin Luo invested another 1 billion, acquiring additional dragon orbs. For the 5 races to elevate their ranks, there was only one corresponding item available. The opportunity for recharge had already reached its limit for Lin Luo. It was a 24-hour window, and once elapsed, no further opportunities would arise. He had already exceeded this time while engaged in the game. Fortunately, during his transformation into a dragon, time had not progressed. Otherwise, he would have to engage in numerous trials to find a formidable dragon transformation, a process that could be exceedingly time-consuming and ultimately fruitless. Ding. You have consumed 400 dragon orbs. Your rank has been elevated to SS grade. Ding. You have consumed 550 dragon orbs. Your rank has ascended to SSS grade. Lin Luo yearned to continue consuming dragon orbs, but soon discovered he could no longer elevate his rank. Ding. Your rank has reached its pinnacle and cannot be further enhanced. This dragon orb will convert into 1 million experience points. True to his frugal nature, Lin Luo consumed all 50 dragon orbs. After doing so, his level rose to 21. He eagerly opened the power rankings, where he discovered his combat prowess positioned him at 9th place. Ding. The player is the first to complete the dragon transformation dungeon. Reward, 10 Wanlong orbs. Wanlong orb. The ancestors of the dragon clan have bestowed their accumulated experience into this orb. Consuming 1 Wanlong orb grants 100 million experience points. Moreover, there was a first kill reward. Lin Luo had assumed that others had long since completed the dragon transformation, only to realize he was the pioneer. Not to mention, this dungeon required 10 million. Many had failed to surpass its formidable challenges. The system will announce this reward. Would the player prefer to reveal their name or remain anonymous? Anonymous. Lin Luo opted for discretion. Upon elevating his VIP level to 5, he could conceal his true identity. He masked his name on the leaderboard to evade the scrutiny of any prying eyes. The apocalyptic game has yet to truly manifest. Lin Luo is merely an ordinary individual in reality. A single sharp fruit knife could easily prove fatal when he is caught off guard. He has altered his name to Devourer of Dragons to evade excessive scrutiny. Ding. Congratulations to player Devourer of Dragons for successfully transforming into a dragon, receiving the first kill reward for the dungeon, and acquiring 10 dragon pearls. What is this? Someone possesses such remarkable prowess to have cleared the dragon transformation dungeon? I attempted it last time and failed, wasting a fortune of 10 million. I was on the verge of crossing the dragon gate, merely 2 meters short. And the cost of this dungeon is exorbitant. Why not just rob it instead? The experience gained from these dragon pearls is substantial. Consuming 1 grants a staggering 100 million experience points. At level 20, devouring 10 could elevate one by at least 5 levels. I just glanced at the leaderboard, and this extraordinary individual ranks 9th among beast-type players and 30th overall. Reaching VIP level 5, this is no mere wealthy patron. This is the realm of the truly affluent. Upon the revelation of Lin Luo and Appo's first kill in the dragon transformation dungeon, it immediately sparked fervent discussions among the masses. Chapter 13, The 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. The godly tycoon Yitiandi today marks the 2nd day, and the conclusion is imminent. I must strive to claim the top position. Lin Luo had previously missed out on the substantial rewards associated with ranking, and this time, he is determined not to let the opportunity slip away. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Currently, he stands at 9th place among the beast class and 30th overall. Reflecting on his 9th position, Lin Luo envisions seizing the 1st place as well. He consumed 10 Wanlong pearls, propelling him through 7 levels, from level 21 to level 28. His ranking among beasts ascended from 9th to 1st, while his overall ranking surged to 8th. The individual holding the first rank overall is a human, endowed with formidable abilities in spatial manipulation and swordsmanship, known as Etnd. Lin Luo is aware that Etnd is the heir of the most powerful family in Longhua. This Yu family resides in the capital city, distinct from the Yi family in Longhai City, where Yi Weiwei belongs. The Yi family in the capital is significantly wealthier than their Longhai counterparts. Aside from managing family affairs, Etnd indulges in gaming. Adhering to his life motto, if one cannot surpass others in skill, then one must overwhelm them with wealth. Upon the launch of the globally renowned game Devouring the World, Etnd became an avid spender, swiftly establishing dominance across the server. Many hidden heirs from foreign families found themselves outmatched by Etnd. In his previous life, Lin Luo was but a minor character, possessing limited knowledge of Etnd. He recalls that in the future, when powerful deities descended, Etnd single-handedly vanquished one such formidable being. Following that event, Etnd earned the title of the true Heavenly Emperor. He also founded his own organization, dubbed the Sky Shield Alliance, which attracted numerous powerful individuals from around the globe. In the future of Longhua, the Sky Shield Alliance transcended national boundaries, and Etnd became a revered figure, regarded as a deity capable of slaying gods. Lin Luo recharged his account with 10 billion. Having already spent 25 billion of the 40 billion he initially invested, leaving him with 15 billion. Ding. Recharge amount has exceeded 25 billion. VIP level upgraded to level 6. Unlocking all VIP store items. Lin Luo expended the entire 10 billion on a variety of food items, including mutated whales, mutated dragon turtles, and mutated sea monsters. Ding. Consumed 10 mutated whales, gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding. Consumed 1 mutated dragon turtle, gaining 50,000 experience points. Ding. Consumed 1 mutated sea monster, gaining 20,000 experience points. The 10 billion was swiftly depleted, and Lin Luo's level rose to 33. The 5-clawed golden dragon measures 1,000 meters in length and weighs 10 tons, surpassing even a medium-sized cruise ship in size. After spending 25 billion, Lin Luo finally ascended to the top of the leaderboard. He decided to conserve the remaining 15 billion for future endeavors in the ocean and other dungeons requiring funds. With his newfound position as the number 1 on the leaderboard, Lin Luo's combat prowess and level now far exceed those of Etnd, who is at level 31 with a combat power of 90 million. With merely an hour remaining until the 3rd day, it seems that the esteemed Etnd is not online. He need not worry about Etnd suddenly spinning to usurp his position at the top. Lin Luo has already resolved to depart from the Great River, setting his sights on the more bountiful offerings of the ocean. His rate of growth has been exceptionally rapid. The river can no longer accommodate him. The vast ocean, teeming with formidable sustenance, is essential for Lin Luo's swift evolution and advancement. He intends to navigate downstream towards the sea, and during this final hour, the news of Lin Luo ascending to the top of the power rankings swiftly made its way to the trending topics of Devouring the World. This devourer of dragons has displayed remarkable wealth, having spent an entire 25 small objectives over the course of 3 days to claim the number 1 spot on the overall leaderboard. It remains a mystery who this devourer of dragons is. Daring to compare their wealth with that of Etnd from the capital, Etnd should be offline, for otherwise, he would undoubtedly retaliate. I am not particularly optimistic about the devourer of dragons. It will not be long before Etnd surpasses him with his spending. Few can rival the wealth of the Yi family from the capital. The devourer of dragons can only be regarded as a fleeting phenomenon, incapable of surpassing Etnd. To usurp Etnd and ascend to the first rank would indeed allow one to boast for a lifetime within the realm of Devouring the World. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, gliding downstream, engages in a frenzy of consumption. Ding. Consumed a mutated black water snake, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. Consumed an enormous dolphin, gaining 2,000 experience points. Ding. Consumed a mutated Yangtze alligator, gaining 3,000 experience points. His dragon form stretches over 1,000 meters in length and weighs more than 100 tons, exceeding that of a mid-sized cruise ship. Lin Luo devours voraciously in the river, with no one capable of hindering him. Everyone, please search diligently. Principal Wang has decreed that whoever finds a red carp will be handsomely rewarded. The leader urged the group to scour the riverbank incessantly. Suddenly, Lin Luo emerged from the water, swiftly seizing the leader in his jaws. With a splashing sound, Torrents of river water cascaded down as Lin Luo lifted the leader away without a single cry of despair. With a resounding splash, the golden dragon re-entered the depths, vanishing into the great river. Good heavens! A man-eating golden dragon! After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers fled in pale-faced terror. Though they could respawn within the game, the dread that gripped their hearts proved unbearable. As for the quest to find the red carp, it had long been forgotten. Ding! Consumed a level 13 human superhuman, gaining 500,000 experience points. Such a meager reward, it pales in comparison to the experience gained from consuming a white water snake. Lin Luo only targeted the leader, as the others were too low in level to warrant his attention. Consuming superhumans below level 10 yields scant experience points for him. At that moment, a white water snake appeared before him, also engaged in a frenzied feast. In comparison to the last encounter with the white water snake, its size has significantly increased, now measuring over 200 meters in length and weighing approximately 700 kilograms. The upgrade has been remarkably swift, in merely a few hours. Sujin has ascended to level 20. Lin Luo hastily approached the white water snake, determined not to forego the delectable meat within reach. As for the red koi, it shall await my vengeance, regardless of who it may be. Zhou Jiahui does not engage particularly fervently with this game. What could possibly be deemed a good game that requires incessant financial investment? Her elevated level can largely be attributed to the foresight of the national machinery. Not long after the launch of Devouring the World, Zhou Jiahui had already immersed herself in this apocalyptic game. In contrast to Yi Tian, who was playing concurrently, Zhou Jiahui's level and combat prowess were not particularly commendable. Following her absorption by the red koi, she resolved to strive for improvement. Within a mere 3 hours, Zhou Jiahui had already ascended 3 levels. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation behind her. Upon turning, she beheld a golden dragon rapidly approaching. Chapter 14: Encountering the White Water Snake and Hoarding Supplies. Oh my goodness! Zhou Jiahui was startled and propelled herself forward, dashing ahead with fervor. She had always felt rather large, a true force to be reckoned with in the vast river. She believed she could traverse it with ease, unperturbed by the presence of other formidable players. However, upon glimpsing the 5-clawed golden dragon behind her, she felt diminutive, akin to a mere loach. Moments ago, she had seen an announcement regarding a player named Devour the Transform, who had just undergone a metamorphosis into a dragon. Subsequently, this player invested billions, catapulting their level and combat power to the top of the leaderboard. Zhou Jiahui lamented her ill fortune, convinced that she had failed to consult the auspicious calendar. Her misfortune seemed boundless. Being devoured by a red carp was one thing, but to be consumed by the #1 player in the entire server was another. "I've got you," Lin Luo exclaimed, extending his imposing dragon claw to seize the white water snake from the river. With a mouth as formidable as a mountain, he swallowed the white water snake whole. Ding! Devoured a level 20 white water snake. Experience gained 80,000,000. Lin Luo hoped that the white water snake would level up swiftly, as this experience was woefully insufficient. Having already ascended to level 33, he required 500 million experience points to reach the next level. He would need to consume the white water snake 14 or 15 times to achieve level 34, which was a near impossibility. The expanse of the river was vast, and respawning was random. The Devour World implemented mechanisms to prevent cheating, ensuring that players could not exploit others for rapid experience gains. Lin Luo paused as he approached the ocean, preparing to log out and rest. It was past midnight, and he felt secure enough to sleep. Having been online for 20 consecutive hours, even his resilient body was nearing its limits. He had ascended to the top of the leaderboard, with few creatures in the river capable of consuming him. With 1 day remaining in the novice protection period, death would not result in significant experience loss, granting him ample time to respawn. Emerging from the gaming pod, Lin Luo lay upon his warm bed. Gaming was an exhausting endeavor, and he soon drifted into slumber. In the morning, Lin Luo approached the dining table where a young mother had prepared breakfast. The young mother, Cheng Xuexin, was 34 years old, an age where a girl fully transitions into a woman. Particularly after having a child, her bosom was full, her waist slender like that of a water snake, devoid of any excess flesh, and even displaying hints of defined abdominal muscles, suggesting she maintained a fitness regimen. The loose dress could not entirely conceal her shapely figure, accentuating her pert posterior, complemented by long, rounded legs clad in flat heels, her calves exhibiting almost no extra flesh. Since leaving the Lin family, Lin Luo had been self-sufficient, working to support himself. Cheng Xuexin, a homemaker, was beyond his means to employ. It was Su Qing who had arranged for her to assist Lin Luo with his daily meals. Su Qing had repeatedly urged Lin Luo to move in with her family, assuring him that he would no longer need to strive for the rest of his life. After reflection, Lin Luo declined, feeling it inappropriate to reside in Su Qing's home without being married. He had turned down Su Qing many times, yet he could not bring himself to refuse Cheng Xuexin. Not due to her beauty, but rather out of sympathy for her plight. Cheng Xuexin's husband was a truck driver and unfortunately met with a fatal accident while personally operating his vehicle. His business had been struggling for some time, which was presumably why he chose to drive the truck himself. After settling employee wages and outstanding debts with the insurance payout and company assets, there was little left for Cheng Xuexin. In order to provide for her daughter, she had no choice but to seek employment. Her journey in the workforce was fraught with challenges, as her striking beauty often attracted unwelcome advances from male employers. If Lin Luo did not require Cheng Xuexin's care, she would have found herself unemployed once more. However, recognizing her status as a young mother, Lin Luo opted to retain her. Typically, after preparing 3 meals a day and tidying the villa, Cheng Xuexin would depart. The relationship between Lin Luo and Cheng Xuexin was entirely appropriate, resembling that of siblings. "Xiao Luo, how did you find breakfast today?" Cheng Xuexin inquired as she set a bowl of tofu pudding before Lin Luo. "Snow Sister's breakfast has always been delightful," Lin Luo replied, savoring the dish. "I noticed you haven't been to work these past few days. Is everything all right?" Cheng Xuexin expressed her concern. Lin Luo shook his head. "I have some matters to attend to and have resigned from my job." "That's understandable. Young people often feel stagnant if they remain in one position for too long. A change can be refreshing," Cheng Xuexin reassured him. "I have an important favor to ask of you, Cheng Jia," Lin Luo said, his demeanor turning serious. "Leave it to me," Cheng Xuexin responded with a nod. "If you find yourself in need of funds, just let me know. Over the past few years, Miss Su has compensated me handsomely. A sum of over 100,000 is not a concern." "It's not about the money," Lin Luo stated plainly. "I need you to help me purchase a substantial amount of food, enough to fill the entire basement of the villa, as well as the rest of the house." "Really?" Cheng Xuexin asked, puzzled. With the recent nuclear wastewater discharge from Japan, there has been a surge in salt and seafood purchases, but hoarding food seems unnecessary. "I can't explain everything now, but I assure you, significant changes are coming to the planet, and food will become critically important," Lin Luo asserted solemnly. Cheng Xuexin nodded in understanding. "I'll transfer 10 million to you. You can use it all for whatever supplies you need. From the smallest items like tissues and towels to larger necessities like gasoline and diesel," Lin Luo added. "Such a large sum," Cheng Xuexin exclaimed in astonishment. "If that's insufficient, I can send you more," Lin Luo clarified, transferring the 10 million to Cheng Xuexin. "This money is compensation from my father, so you need not worry about its source." Cheng Xuexin acknowledged, "I understand." The food was a precautionary measure for Lin Luo, primarily intended for Yi Weiwei and Su Qing. Since their last gaming session, Yi Weiwei had not been in touch with Lin Luo, and given her workaholic nature, he suspected she was likely occupied with her job. Su Qing had sent Lin Luo 3 million, which would serve as his payment for a gaming pod. This time, Lin Luo accepted the 3 million without hesitation. After all, one should not pass up an opportunity for easy gains. He wondered how Su Qing was faring in the game. Lin Luo harbored considerable concern for Su Qing, whose disposition leaned towards introversion. The engulfing world brimming with terrors might indeed frighten her profoundly. Growth is an inevitable journey for every individual, and I must refrain from excessive interference. Lin Luo ceased his attempts to contact Su Qing and resumed his breakfast. Upon finishing his meal, he eagerly reclined into the gaming pod. When he exited the game yesterday, he had secured the top position on the leaderboard, thus rightfully deserving the most bounteous rewards. In the capital city, at the Yi family estate, a handsome young man settled into his gaming pod, logging into the engulfing world. "Ha ha ha, tremble, be afraid," Yi Tian exclaimed as he immersed himself in the game, eagerly anticipating the system's accolades. Chapter 15. The Wrath of the Celestial Emperor, Supreme, VIP Level Ding. Esteemed VIP 6-player Yi Tiandi, your ranking rewards have been distributed. Please accept them. Previously, your rank was second in the entire server. Congratulations on receiving 10 Corpse King Crystals and a Xian Iron Longsword. Corpse King Crystal, a source of strength from the body of a level 30 Corpse King. Absorbing it grants 100 million experience points. Xian Iron Longsword, a longsword forged from a millennium of Xian Iron, exceedingly sharp. capable of effortlessly vanquishing all beings below level 30. The level of monetary investment in this devouring world is quite high, yet the ranking rewards are exceptionally generous. Yution accepted the rewards and wielded the Xian Iron Longsword, testing its heft. A splendid sword indeed, just what I needed in a trusty weapon. Enhancing my combat prowess significantly, Yution was thoroughly pleased with the Xian Iron Longsword, securing it at his waist. When confronted by foes, he could simply draw forth the sword. He then examined the second-place player of the day, curious about the disparity in their standings. Yution felt nearly invincible within the game, relegating himself to merely observing the second-place contender. He believed it prudent not to draw too close, as a misstep could easily lead to a downfall. Simultaneously, he felt it unwise to remain too distant, as it might cause the second-place player to lose confidence and cease their pursuit. Upon opening the leaderboard, Yution was startled to discover himself in second place. His expression was one of astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the situation. A glance at the system notification confirmed his newfound position. In his focus on the rewards, he had overlooked the ranking. He initially assumed he had been surpassed by the second-place player and hastily checked the identity of the first. To his surprise, the top position was held by a player named Devour the Dragon, who had reached level 33 with an astonishing combat power of 100 million. Meanwhile, the once perennial second-place contender, the Supreme Demon Lord, had fallen to third. How could someone dare to rival me? Yi Tiandi, while I slumber, I shall show you the meaning of insignificance. Yution promptly invested 2 billion, embarking on a fervent spree of expenditure. In the realm of Longhua, the wealthiest was undoubtedly the Yi family of the capital. Ding. Esteemed VIP 6-player Devour the Dragon, your ranking rewards have been distributed. Please accept them. Congratulations. Player Devour the Dragon, your previous rank was first in the entire server, and you have received a source of enhancement and a heart of the ancestral dragon. Source of enhancement. Choose any body part to enhance. This part will double in strength post-enhancement. Heart of the ancestral dragon. The heart of the progenitor of all dragons. When consumed by a dragon, it grants 1 billion experience points, while other races receive 500 million. These rewards are extraordinarily bountiful. My expenditure of 25 billion is not in vain. When Lin Luo spent 25 billion, he felt a twinge of pain. Had he not been convinced that this game could yield real-world returns, he would have thought himself mad. However, upon witnessing the rewards for the first-place ranking, Lin Luo felt that every bit of it was worth it. With his level at 33, he found it increasingly challenging to advance, and the heart of the ancestral dragon would enable him to level up instantly, with a substantial surplus of experience points remaining. In the forthcoming 4 days, I am resolute that I shall secure the top position on the leaderboard. Lin Luo ingested the heart of the ancestral dragon, ascending his level to 34. With considerable distance from the ocean, he anticipated that his relentless consumption along the way would elevate him to level 35. Next came the source of reinforcement, which, upon application, would double his physical strength. Typically, beastmen utilize the source of reinforcement on themselves, while humanity predominantly applies it to their weapons. Each body part can utilize the source of reinforcement a total of 10 times. Lin Luo's initial choice for enhancement was his dragon claws, which would significantly aid his venture into the ocean. After employing the source of reinforcement, his claws enlarged by a factor of 2, enhancing their sharpness and overall efficacy. Upon completing the fortification of his claws, Lin Luo immediately surged toward the ocean. With his level now at 34, he ascended to the pinnacle of the overall rankings, yet his progression was far from concluded. In the later stages, formidable deities would emerge, boasting levels exceeding 50. For instance, the NPC Black Dragon, with whom Lin Luo conversed during his transformation into a dragon, possessed a level of 80. Eventually, the Black Dragon would descend upon Earth, manifesting in the true Yangtze River. Other beings such as Qiongqi, Taotai, Nian, and Dijiang would also gradually enter the game and materialize in the real world. When these beastly deities arrive, humanoid deities will also make their descent. Regardless of their nature, all deities harbor malice towards the native creatures of Earth. Lin Luo was not only competing with human players but also contending against these celestial beings. The swift current propelled Lin Luo toward the ocean, where he voraciously consumed everything in his path. Ding. Successfully devoured a giant axolotl, earning 1,000,000 experience points. Ding. Consumed a mutated lipstick fish, earning 2,100,000 experience points. Ding. Devoured a giant Yangtze sturgeon, earning 3,000,000 experience points. Lin Luo's experience points surged rapidly, bringing him ever closer to his next evolution. With a splash, he joyfully leaped into the ocean, ravenously consuming the fish surrounding him. A formidable school of wild giant yellow croakers surged toward Lin Luo. Such vast numbers of wild giant yellow croakers had become rare on Earth, making their appearance all the more fortuitous. Lin Luo lunged at the wild yellow croaker school, engaging in frenzied consumption. His mouth was sufficiently large to swallow 2 100 kilograms yellow croakers in one gulp, negating the need for teeth to tear them apart. Thousands of wild yellow croakers fell prey to Lin Luo's insatiable appetite, with only 2 or 3 managing to escape. After devouring such a multitude of wild yellow croakers, Lin Luo achieved his desired level of 35. The ocean teemed with mutated sea turtles, whose shells posed a formidable challenge to breach. Thus, he resolved to expend the remaining billions. Lin Luo recharged once more, pouring the last 15 billion into the game. Ding! A Steam player recharge has surpassed 4 billion, attaining the highest VIP level 7 for the current consumption realm. Ding! As a prestigious VIP 7 player, your experience points will increase by 7% for the consumption of any biological entity henceforth. If I am not mistaken, the highest recharge limit in my previous life was 4 billion, and only after the reopening of the Devouring World could one further enhance this limit. The first version of Devouring World was a game that required significant investment in the early stages, while in the later stages, it relied on one's innate strength. Once the recharge limit exceeded 4 billion, no further contributions could be made. This was fortuitous for Lin Luo, as he possessed exactly 4 billion, with no surplus funds remaining. He dedicated all his recharge funds to acquiring Source of Enhancement, thereby augmenting his physical prowess. The Source of Enhancement was exceedingly costly, with each piece priced at 100 million. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased 15 billion worth of Sources of Enhancement. With the application of 15 Sources of Enhancement, his golden dragon claws had grown immensely. The force exerted by these golden claws could reach a terrifying 10 tons, capable of crushing a small yacht into mere metal shards. The remaining 6 Sources of Enhancement were utilized to fortify the dragon and Apos' head. Chapter 16. Oceanic Evolution. Yi Tian, unfaltering in strength, possessed a dragon's head that loomed as large as a small mountain, capable of effortlessly engulfing a killer whale in a single gulp. Lin Luo had 5 areas available for enhancement: the dragon's head, claws, scales, body, and tail. He resolved to fortify all 5 parts within a span of 7 days. With the dragon's head having undergone 6 enhancements, its vision had increased 6-fold, allowing Lin Luo to perceive distant objects with clarity. In the azure depths, massive sea turtles glided gracefully, their hard shells rendering them almost invulnerable in the perilous ocean depths, devoid of any natural predators. Even within the vastness of their aquatic domain, they faced no threats. As marine life evolved, the turtles' shells grew stronger and more resilient. A colossal golden dragon approached, yet the sea turtles remained unperturbed. Their size did not guarantee a breach of their formidable defenses. Lin Luo extended his claw toward one of the turtles, and with a swift strike, his sharp talon pierced the shell, causing blood to flow from the wound. With the strongest of shells now breached, he consumed the remains, savoring the taste. The sound of crunching echoed as he devoured several turtles in rapid succession. Witnessing their companions being devoured, the remaining turtles hastily retreated into the distance. Lin Luo, however, would not let his prey escape, pouncing and biting with fervor. The ranks of the sea turtles dwindled, with only a fortunate few managing to flee. Indeed, the ocean was far more bountiful than any river, teeming with an abundance of sustenance. Lin Luo dove deeper into the water, encountering a swarm of electric eels. With their menacing appearance and elongated bodies, these eels could unleash a stunning voltage ranging from 300 to 800 volts. They thrived in both freshwater and marine environments, spawning in the depths of the sea while also inhabiting rivers. Having absorbed the essence of the world, these electric eels had undergone significant evolutionary changes, growing to sizes over tenfold their original dimensions. The largest among them now rivaled that of an adult dolphin, capable of discharging a staggering voltage of up to 10,000 volts. And with the potential to reach 100,000 volts, these mutated eels posed a formidable threat. Lin Luo targeted the largest electric eel with his claw, which immediately radiated a brilliant electric light. As the electric shock coursed through him, he felt a slight sting. Yet rather than discomfort, it provided an invigorating sensation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo crushed the eel in his grasp and consumed it whole. The mutated electric eels, upon encountering Lin Luo, found little chance of escape. In the midst of this feeding frenzy, Lin Luo felt no remorse. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak must yield to the strong. To ensure his own survival, he embraced this primal instinct. He was the first to plunge into the uncharted waters, where the ocean brimmed with untapped resources. After voraciously consuming several schools of fish, Lin Luo ascended to level 35. His combat prowess surpassing an astonishing 110 million. In the remnants of a deserted city, a strikingly handsome man clad in white robes wielded a long sword. In the places he traversed, countless zombie corpses lay strewn about. A colossal zombie king charged towards Yutian. With a swift stroke of his sword, the zombie king fell lifeless to the ground. Behind him stood a subordinate, diligently collecting the crystal cores. How feeble! This city harbors not a single formidable foe capable of withstanding my blade twice. Yi Tian gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting the solitude of life akin to snow. You are Yi Tian the Emperor, suppressing all enemies in the world, his follower Pang Bo extolled. Indeed, you are my good brother. Such words are music to my ears. Yi Tian responded with a hearty laugh. Pang Bo presented the crystal cores he had gathered. This city, a fourth-tier locale, boasted a resident population of over 500,000, with more than 400,000 transformed into zombies. Yutian slaughtered his way through, leaving a path of devastation. Of the over 400,000 zombies, fewer than 1,000 survived. The rest fell beneath Yutian's blade. He amassed over 300 crystal cores, more than 100 from the zombie king, and the rest from zombies of level 10 and above. Pang Bo withheld the cores from lower-level zombies, considering Yutian's stature rendered them unnecessary. I will first upgrade to the highest level and then absorb the crystal cores. Let us see who dares to contest my supremacy. Yutian declared, investing $1 billion into upgrades, elevating his VIP status to level 7. Alas, the game limits one to a maximum recharge of 40 billion. As the young master of the Yi clan in the capital, he had access to a staggering 1 billion at his disposal. Yutian opted to purchase enhancement stones to fortify his enchanted iron sword. Ever since he learned of enhancement stones, he had utilized his wealth to acquire them. He stockpiled 20 enhancement stones, elevating his sword to its peak potential. Clad in a set of battle armor that provided excellent defense, Yutian felt that the modern armor did little to enhance his charisma. Consequently, he transformed the armor into a flowing white hanfu, accentuating his dashing appearance. Upon utilizing the enhancement stones, he promptly consumed over 300 crystal cores. Each core, sourced from formidable zombies, yielded a minimum experience of over 150,000. As Yutian absorbed the cores, he ascended to level 34, his combat power soaring to 11,500,000. Earlier that morning, he had observed that the one known as Devourer of Dragons was at level 33, with a combat power just exceeding 100 million. This brazen thief had pilfered from him while he was offline. Now, he was determined to demonstrate who truly held the title of the strongest. In the span of an hour online, he decimated an entire zombie city. Yutian was unperturbed by the notion that anyone, including the Devourer of Dragons, could surpass his rapid ascent. He accessed the leaderboard, eager to discern the top contender. The first place was occupied by the Devourer of Dragons, at level 36, VIP 7, with a combat power of 150 million. Yi Tian the Emperor stood in second place, at level 34, VIP 7, with a combat power of 11,500,000. The gap in levels remained constant, yet the disparity in combat power had widened. How could this be? Yi Tian the Emperor was incredulous. After all his efforts, he had yet to surpass the Devourer of Dragons. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass him, he vowed. Preparing to venture to the next zombie city in pursuit of swift evolution. At the bustling agricultural market, Cheng Xuexin conversed with the vendors about prices. Purchasing an abundance of provisions, rice, flour, noodles, salt, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, vinegar, and more. Many vendors offered discounts to this attractive female customer. Previously, she had visited numerous wholesalers to acquire storable food items. Although Cheng Xuexin could have procured everything at a supermarket, she preferred the more economical options available at the market in order to save money. Recently, a new game called Devour the World had emerged, with a wealthy individual investing an astonishing 40 billion, instantly ascending to the top of the leaderboard. With such a fortune, one could indulge in countless pleasures. Why choose to play a game? Is there a lack of appealing women, subpar tobacco, or unsatisfactory wine? Indeed, with that 40 billion, one ought to thoroughly relish life. This individual, known as the Dragon King, must be quite affluent, likely on par with the esteemed Yi family. Whether he hails from the Dragon Country or abroad remains uncertain. The name suggests he is probably from the Dragon Country, though it is also possible he is of Chinese descent, as there are a few wealthy Chinese families overseas that rival the Yi family status. A group of young individuals passed by Cheng Xuexin, discussing matters pertaining to the game. Chapter 17. Procurement of food and the slaying of the undersea Godzilla. Such extravagance is truly shocking. It is hard to believe that Xiao Luo is a scion of wealth when he lives no differently from an ordinary person. Cheng Xuexin couldn't help but scoff at this. However, the authenticity of this information remains questionable. Spending 4 billion on a single game? Surely. Even the largest domestic conglomerate could not absorb such a sum. After purchasing staple foods, she ventured into the frozen goods section. Frozen pig feet, frozen pig intestines, frozen lamb, frozen beef, frozen king crab, frozen lobster, and so forth. These items are the easiest to preserve, as they remain unspoiled in the refrigerator. Simultaneously, Cheng Xuexin acquired a plethora of fresh items, intending to store them in the cold storage. Beneath the villa where Lin Luo resided, there exists a large cold storage facility, capable of preserving any food item indefinitely. Today, she had spent nearly 1 million yuan, leaving Cheng Xuexin feeling somewhat hesitant. Many households in Longwood do not possess over 1 million, yet she had squandered such an amount in a single day. Determined to inquire further, she resolved to wait for Lin Luo to emerge from the gaming pod. Cheng Xuexin, feeling a bit bored, began scrolling through Douyin, where the first piece of news was something she had heard about earlier that day. The player who has spent the most in devouring the world has consumed the dragon, having recharged nearly 40 billion, securing the top spot on the leaderboard. Yet their identity remains a mystery. The Cyberspace Administration has initiated an investigation into devouring the world, revealing several miners who misuse their parents' IDs to recharge over 200,000 yuan, yet are unable to process refunds for miners. Numerous parents have banded together to demand the suspension of devouring the world, arguing that it severely impacts their children's education. Recently, across various regions worldwide, there have been sightings of gigantic animals. In the Northeast, a pig has reportedly grown to a weight of 1,000 gene, suspected to be a new breed. What I heard during the day was not a fabrication. It is indeed true. Cheng Xuexin felt it was utterly outrageous that someone would spend 40 billion on a game. Having been busy all day, she felt utterly exhausted. Cheng Xuexin reclined on the soft sofa, drifting off to sleep while watching videos. In the vast ocean, Lin Luo's level had reached 40, his length extending to a terrifying 3,000 meters, with a weight of 100 tons. According to my memories from a past life, there lies a fire dragon at the ocean's depths, also at level 40. With my current strength, I should be able to devour it. Lin Luo had lived for 2 months in his previous life and was aware of many things. There was a player from the land of cherry blossoms who had slain a fire dragon at the ocean's floor. This player's character was a shark, and after consuming the fire dragon, he gained the ability to breathe fire. However, he was unaware of the exact location. Lin Luo searched diligently, sensing the warmth of the surrounding waters. He had recently discovered a patch of water that was scalding hot, and upon diving beneath the surface, he beheld a pair of chillingly radiant eyes. At that moment, Lin Luo was only at level 36, making him no match for the fire dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to flee. Lin Luo continued to voraciously consume within the ocean, finally reaching level 40, ready to challenge the fire dragon. Today marked the last day of the novice protection period. After this day, any death would result in the loss of experience points. Lin Luo aspired to devour the fire dragon today, yearning to acquire the ability to breathe fire. The 5-clawed golden dragon's strength primarily resided in its formidable physique and powerful claws. Its golden scales boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, while its claws possessed immense destructive potential. However, the ability to exhale fire was rather feeble, to the point of being negligible. Naturally, death necessitated a period of revival, making it prudent to avoid demise altogether. Controlling his body with precision, Lin Luo swiftly dove downward. A pair of fierce, luminous eyes suddenly emerged, and the water current turned turbulent. A colossal creature surged forth from beneath, hurtling toward Lin Luo with astonishing speed. A gaping maw aimed to bite into Lin Luo's form. But the golden scales proved remarkably resilient, thwarting the fire dragon's attempts to rend him asunder. Seizing the moment afforded by the scales' hardness, Lin Luo quickly withdrew his body. At that instant, he discerned the true form of the fire dragon, a purebred Godzilla. Flames erupted from Godzilla's back, which blazed fiercely even in the ocean's depths. Encased in tough scales, it stood upright, boasting robust thighs and relatively diminutive arms. Godzilla's size was immense, surpassing Lin Luo slightly. This appeared to be a juvenile Godzilla. Lin Luo, having studied descriptions of Godzilla, understood that even the largest among them could obliterate a planet. Thus, he was not surprised to find a Godzilla lurking beneath the waves. In comparison to the mythological beings anticipated to emerge later, Godzilla was not the most formidable. As Lin Luo maneuvered past Godzilla, his golden claws lunged toward the creature. With a resounding crash, the claws struck Godzilla's abdomen, piercing through its resilient scales and delving within. A howl of agony escaped Godzilla as it retaliated, attempting to bite into Lin Luo's colossal form with tremendous force, seeking to cleave him in twain. As Lin Luo's claws penetrated Godzilla's interior, they tore through flesh and organs. The heart, stomach, and intestines were all laid bare. Upon reaching the depths, Lin Luo exerted considerable force to excavate his claws. The excruciating pain sent Godzilla into a frenzy, unleashing a relentless barrage against Lin Luo. Despite the agony, Lin Luo persevered, methodically extracting flesh and organs. A copious flow of blood poured forth from Godzilla, staining the surrounding waters crimson. With his massive dragon head, Lin Luo sank his teeth into Godzilla's shoulder, coiling his immense form around the creature, applying increasing pressure. Godzilla struggled desperately to free itself, but to no avail. Lin Luo gradually sapped Godzilla's strength, intent on strangling it to death. At last, Godzilla approached exhaustion, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. This fire was terrifying, impervious to the ocean's efforts to extinguish it. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing both Lin Luo and Godzilla entirely. After an interminable duration, bubbles began to surface, heralding the emergence of a colossal corpse. Enormous seabirds descended from the sky, their sharp beaks incessantly tearing at the flesh of the fallen creature. With a sudden splash, a massive golden dragon erupted from the water's surface, consuming several of the seabirds in one swift motion. Ding! Devoured a mutated seagull. Experience points gained. 10,000. Having devoured a mutated albatross, he gained an impressive experience of 200,000. The audacity of snatching food from the jaws of others is indeed remarkable. Lin Luo, having vanquished this Godzilla, narrowly escaped being seared alive. These seabirds, having done nothing, sought to steal his meal, an act he could not abide. The golden scales enveloping Lin Luo were charred to a deep black. However, this was not a significant concern, for the dragon race possesses extraordinary regenerative capabilities. In no time, he would restore the luster of his scales. In consuming this juvenile Godzilla, he pondered whether he would acquire the ability of flames. Lin Luo gazed hungrily at the fallen creature. In its final moments, Godzilla emitted a profusion of fire, inadvertently roasting itself. Throughout his existence in the devouring world, Lin Luo had always consumed his meals raw, never indulging in cooked fare. This time, as Godzilla had rendered itself well done, he seized the opportunity to savor its flavor. Lin Luo opened his immense dragon maw and took a substantial bite from Godzilla. Chapter 18. Grilled seafood. Yution's heart raced with excitement, crunchy and reminiscent of chicken. Lin Luo contemplated the prospect of savoring Godzilla's flavor in the future, thinking that a chicken wrap would suffice. In a mere span of a few minutes, Lin Luo devoured the entire Godzilla. Ding! You have consumed a juvenile red lotus Godzilla, gaining 1,000,000 experience points. Ding! As a distinguished VIP 7 player, you have fortuitously acquired the Red Lotus Flame skill during the consumption process. Truly, Godzilla was a colossal beast of divine caliber, granting an astonishing billion experience points upon being consumed. Lin Luo's level surged to 43 in an instant. The experience required for subsequent levels was minimal, and with the residual experience, he swiftly ascended to level 43. Eager to experiment with his newfound skill, Lin Luo defeated Godzilla, saturating the nearby sea with a pungent scent of blood. A horde of great white sharks, attracted by the scent, approached, exposing their dorsal fins and surrounding Lin Luo. In response, Lin Luo expelled a torrent of flames, impervious to water for a brief period, which rapidly spread outward. The sanguine aroma awakened the primal instincts of the great white sharks. Undeterred by the approaching fire, they charged forward. One by one, the mutated sharks were transformed into grilled fish. As Lin Luo took a bite of a great white shark, regret washed over him. The shark's urine was expelled through its skin, and even when cooked, it remained unpalatable. Disabling his sense of taste, Lin Luo consumed the entire group of sharks. Although their flesh was not delightful, the experience gained was substantial. Surrounding Lin Luo were over 1,000 great white sharks. After devouring them all, he amassed a total of 300 million experience points. For the first time, he relished the transformation into a beast, allowing him to enjoy a plethora of delectable delicacies. After a night of ravenous consumption, Lin Luo reached level 50. Since his arrival in the ocean, his leveling speed had been akin to riding a rocket. With 7 days left before the game merged with reality, Lin Luo was confident he could reach level 80. At level 80, one would attain a divine status within the realm of consumption, rendering him nearly invincible in the early stages of the devouring world. Checking the time, Lin Luo noted that it was already past 2 in the morning. Having spent nearly a full day in the game, he felt utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Opting for a break, he exited the game pod and sank into the comfort of his bed for a well-deserved slumber. How could this be? After an all-night gaming session, I still fall short of this devouring dragon. The gap continues to widen. Yution had just obliterated another zombie city. Compared to the previous one, this city was teeming with even more zombies. The greater danger lay beneath the zombie city, where a massive ant nest resided. The queen of the nest was a level 30 player, boasting formidable reproductive capabilities. This queen appeared to be an American residing in the Dragon Kingdom. As the leaderboards remained separate for now, once the devouring world merged with reality, all rankings would converge. Among the 5 major races, the insect race was a collective species. With a single individual capable of commanding a vast army, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. In a comparison of equal ranks, the Zerg is undoubtedly victorious. Due to their self-replicating nature and subterranean existence, most players typically shy away from selecting the Zerg, yet a few still choose this race. Yution, at level 34, ruthlessly annihilated a Zerg player, incurring significant costs. His armor lay in tatters, marred by numerous corrosive ant acids that had left his skin bearing visible burns. The Zerg possessed crystal cores, and he harvested many from them. Consuming all the crystal cores allowed Yution's level to rapidly ascend to 40. I have soared 6 levels in one breath. Surely I can surpass this devouring dragon. With bloodshot eyes, Yution opened the leaderboard. His gaze immediately drawn to the top position. First place, Devouring Dragon, level 50, VIP 7, combat power 500 million. Second place, Yution D, level 40, VIP 7. Combat power 350 million. How is this possible? The gap has not narrowed. In fact, it has only widened. Yution felt despondent. Previously, the difference between them was merely 2 levels, and their combat power was not vastly disparate. If they were to cross paths, Yution was confident he could slay the devouring dragon. But now, the chasm between them meant that encountering the devouring dragon would result in instant annihilation. No, Yution, must remain strong. No one shall surpass me in this game, nor in this domain of devouring. Yution promptly opened the map, preparing to eradicate the next zombie city. Yution, you have played for 27 hours. Do you not need a moment's respite? The disparity is considerable and difficult to overcome. Pang Bo expressed concern for his friend, fearing for his health. It's fine. I am well aware of my own condition. Just help me gather some crystal cores. Yution replied, ready to venture to the next zombie city for further leveling and evolution. This time, they would head to a zombie city named Shirtu City, a metropolis with a population in the millions, where many had succumbed to zombification after the catastrophe. Here resided a player known as the Mouse who loves to eat cats. A beast man who had transformed into a mouse, currently at level 31 and ranked 10th on the leaderboard. Before the devouring dragon's appearance, this individual held the top position among beast men, commanding vast swarms of mice. Now, Shirtu City was a battleground of zombies and rodent hordes coexisting. Pang Bo cautioned, Yution. Shirtu City is perilous. Entering could very well lead to your demise. Yution shook his head. It's not a major concern. If it becomes too challenging, I will withdraw in time. He dragged his dark iron sword along the ground, sparks igniting as the blade made contact, and set off towards Shirtu City. Having completed 996 hours of work, he was finally free to indulge in the game, eager to see if the top rank would remain unchanged. That is certain. Yution D is not limited to just one game where he holds the first position, be it Dream of Red Mansions, Water Margin, Blade and Soul, or Blue Moon Greed Wolf. He has excelled in them all. The leaderboard of the devouring world remained the focal point of everyone's attention. At the end of the day, all eyes turned to the rankings. They were astonished to discover that the top player was none other than Devouring Dragon. This Devouring Dragon had ascended to level 50, with a combat power reaching an astounding 500 million. Meanwhile, Yution, at level 40, possessed a mere combat strength of 350 million. The disparity not only persisted but seemed to be widening. The rate at which Devouring Dragon leveled up was astonishing. Within a single day, he had advanced by several levels. An unprecedented acceleration. His combat prowess was equally formidable, leading me to believe that this devouring dragon player could easily dispatch 10 of me with a single blow. Where has that brother, who boasted about eating dung, gone? I have some here, still warm. Everyone was taken aback by the rapid evolution of devouring dragon. It appears that my notoriety is inevitable. Lin Luo had slept for 6 hours, only to awaken to a sensation of pervasive soreness. After lying in bed for a while, he glanced at the information on the Devouring World chat forum. Since he had logged in to claim the top spot, the discussions had been relentless. Chapter 19. The Alteration of Reality. Yi Weiwei's situation. Fortunately, Lin Luo concealed the truth and evaded considerable trouble by adopting the moniker Devour the Dragon. Otherwise, media outlets would undoubtedly swarm to interview him, revealing his identity to the public. Prior to the game's feedback, Lin Luo was merely an ordinary individual. Any ill intentions directed towards him would pose significant danger to himself. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Luo descended from the upper floor. In the living room, a figure lay sprawled on the sofa, Cheng Xuexin, clad in a loose-fitting dress. Despite having borne children, her figure still filled the garment snugly. From Lin Luo's vantage point, he could discern ample, pristine beauty. He restrained himself from gazing at Cheng Xuexin and instead draped a blanket over her. As Lin Luo ventured into the kitchen in search of food, Cheng Xuexin stretched languidly. I apologize, Cheng Jia, for waking you, Lin Luo said, filled with remorse. Cheng Xuexin shook her head, replying, You didn't wake me. I just happened to regain consciousness. She feigned annoyance. What is the matter? Do you find me bothersome? Lin Luo chuckled. How could I ever find you bothersome? Cheng Xuexin laughed in return. I won't jest with you any longer. The reason I've sought you out today is that I have procured 1 million worth of supplies, leaving me with 9 million. Perhaps it would be best not to make any further purchases. Do not concern yourself with frugality. Whatever sum I provide, you may spend freely, for you shall not incur losses in the end. Lin Luo felt that even a reserve of 10 million in food was inadequate. However, his financial resources were limited, and this 10 million was still derived from a 40 billion illicit loan. Having secured 40 billion from Lin Jianyan, Lin Luo had already invested it into the game. Following the feedback from the apocalyptic game, Lin Luo could maintain 2 forms. He recalled a character from his past life, known as the mouse who loves to eat, who was represented as a large mouse in the game, capable of commanding a horde of rodents. The mouse who loves to eat often retained a human form, minimizing the need for constant sustenance. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Lin Luo transformed into required an enormous amount of food each day. Much like the mouse who loves to eat, he intended to remain primarily in human form. This storage of 10 million food was also meant for his own consumption. Cheng Xuexin hesitated for a moment before nodding. I shall ensure that this 10 million is spent. Recently, I have encountered 2 pieces of news that strike me as rather unbelievable. What news? Lin Luo inquired. I too find it astonishing. Who would inject 40 billion into a game? Cheng Xuexin acknowledged. Indeed, Lin Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The individual who first invested 40 billion in the game, known as Devour the Dragon, was none other than himself. Lin Luo deemed it best to remain silent. Revealing the truth would likely lead Cheng Xuexin to think he had lost his mind. He resolved to disclose this information only when the game Devour the World manifested in reality. What else is on your mind? Lin Luo deftly shifted the topic. Cheng Xuexin remarked, There are reports of a pig weighing 1,000 pounds, and the other pigs in the herd are also reaching 800 pounds. It is said to be a new breed. It seems pork prices may drop in the future. Lin Luo frowned, cautioning, Cheng Jia, please complete your procurement early. It would be wise to avoid consuming this pork, as these pigs weighing over 1,000 pounds are not merely a new breed. However, these pigs have contracted the zombie virus and are currently in the incubation period. During this phase, the infected pigs voraciously consume food and their bodies undergo rapid growth. Should an ordinary person consume the flesh of these zombie pigs, they too would become carriers of the virus. When the apocalypse descends, both humans and pigs would inevitably transform into zombies. Cheng Xuexin nodded and remarked, I trust your judgment. I sense that this new breed of pig is an experiment, and whether it is safe for consumption remains uncertain. It's already 9 o'clock. I will prepare breakfast for you. Thank you, Sister Cheng. Cheng Xuexin busied herself in the kitchen, crafting hamburgers. Lin Luo took a bite of the burger and was impressed by Cheng Xuexin's culinary skills, which rivaled those of any restaurant. After breakfast, Cheng Xuexin ventured out to procure supplies. With less than 4 days remaining, he needed to elevate his level to 80, reaching the divine tier. Each of the 5 races attaining level 80 would earn their own titles, collectively referred to as divine. Suddenly, the sound of ringing interrupted Lin Luo as he was about to enter the gaming pod. The caller ID displayed that it was Xiaoyu, assistant to Yi Weiwei, which piqued his curiosity. His impression of Xiaoyu was that of a warm-hearted older sister. Since the world of devouring had emerged, he had not seen her again. It was highly probable that Xiaoyu had succumbed to becoming a zombie or had been bitten by one. Lin Luo had no intention of reminding Xiaoyu of anyone, as there were countless people in the world. He wished to save as many as he could, but ultimately he would exhaust himself in the process. He focused on assisting those close to him, while others remained beyond his reach. His connection with Xiaoyu was limited to the exchange of contact information, devoid of deeper interaction. Today, however, he found himself unexpectedly receiving a call from her. Assuming Xiaoyu was reaching out concerning Yi Weiwei, Lin Luo answered the phone. Is this Xiao Luo? A sweet voice emanated from the other end. Yes, this is Lin Luo. What can I do for you, Sister Xiao? He inquired. There is indeed something. Xiaoyu informed him that Yi Weiwei had not reported to work for several days, causing quite a stir at the law firm. Several prominent clients specifically requested her to represent them, yet Xiaoyu's attempts to arrange for others were met with refusal. It's unusual for Weiwei not to come to work for so long. I recall her being a workaholic, rarely taking time off. Lin Luo expressed his confusion. Exactly. Xiaoyu agreed. This situation led me to wonder if something has happened to her, especially since I have been unable to reach her by phone. That's why I called you, hoping you might have a way to contact her. Understood. I will inform you if I manage to reach Weiwei, Lin Luo replied. He speculated that Yi Weiwei might have become engrossed in the world of devouring, which could explain her lack of response to Xiaoyu's calls. If Yi Weiwei's obsession with the game resulted in her absence from work, it could be seen as a blessing. Lin Luo intended to call her to see if he could get through. After a few rings, the call was finally answered. Xiao Luo, what can I do for you? On the other end of the line, Yi Weiwei's voice resonated. Just now, your assistant Xiaoyu called me, mentioning that you haven't been to work for several days. So I decided to reach out to you, Lin Luo elucidated. Yi Weiwei replied with an air of mystery. In truth, I intentionally ignored Xiaoyu's call. Why? Lin Luo inquired, perplexed. Chapter 20. Yi Weiwei's concerns, the world's anomalies. A few days ago, you recommended that I immerse myself in the apocalyptic game, Devouring the World. I took your advice to heart, but it seems the trouble began within the confines of this game. Yi Weiwei explained. To be candid, the game is exceedingly realistic. I chose the human race and found myself in a law firm. Just after I was born, Xiaoyu transformed into a zombie. He then lunged at me with vicious intent. Eventually, I invested in the game to enhance my abilities and managed to defeat Xiaoyu with a single punch. However, upon venturing outside, I was met with an entire horde of zombies. Lin Luo chuckled. Your predicament is indeed quite challenging. Through Yi Weiwei's narrative, Lin Luo gleaned the events that transpired in the law firm in her previous life, regardless of whether Yi Weiwei had been turned into a zombie or not. Escaping the law firm was nearly impossible. Her assistant had transformed into a zombie and was the first to attack her, leaving her with little chance of defense. You're still laughing? If you hadn't introduced me to this game, I wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation, Yi Weiwei lamented. Lin Luo, curious, inquired. Sister Weiwei, having spent the last few days in this game, what level and abilities have you attained? Lin Luo praised. Your level is remarkably high. Yi Weiwei replied with pride. Your sister Weiwei has been a prodigy at everything since childhood. Naturally, I excel at this game as well. Within 2 or 3 days, I shall ascend to the top of the leaderboard. Feigning ignorance, Lin Luo asked. I've been watching short videos lately, and the top player is named Devouring the Dragon. It's rumored they've spent 40 billion. Are you certain you can surpass them? Yi Weiwei, slightly flustered, asserted. If I say I can surpass them, then I certainly will. Lin Luo laughed. It appears I shall have to rely on Sister Weiwei in the game. With a confident pat on her chest, Yi Weiwei declared. You are my brother. It is only right that I take care of you. After discussing various matters with Yi Weiwei, Lin Luo ended the call. Yi Weiwei's enthusiastic engagement with Devouring the World was undoubtedly a positive development. The higher her level, the more advantageous it would be for her. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about Su Qing's situation. Lin Luo felt a twinge of concern for the girl, but decided against inquiring further. Regardless of Su Qing's performance, as long as he grew strong enough, he could protect her. Lin Luo reclined into the gaming pod, logging into Devouring the World to engage in fervent consumption. Within the game, Su Qing was relentlessly hunting Wang Tianyu, rapidly elevating her own level. Her approach contrasted Lin Luo's, while he believed that personal strength would safeguard those around him. Su Qing's conviction lay in eliminating all enemies to ensure her brother Lin Luo remained unharmed. Longhai Government Building. Conference Room. Recent events across the globe have been tumultuous, signaling that the announcements regarding the game Devouring the World may indeed hold a kernel of truth rather than being mere fabrications. Chen Limei stood at the forefront of the conference room, projecting a series of videos. In one, a pig farm in the northeast showcased pigs of colossal size, seemingly perpetually hungry. In another, a gigantic Siberian tiger appeared in bear country, larger than an adult elephant, viciously attacking any creature in sight before being subdued. In the land of cherry blossoms, a creature resembling Godzilla has emerged, causing earthquakes across the nation. A group of frenzied cattle in the beautiful country has begun to consume flesh, resulting in the tragic demise of a farmer and his family, though they have since been subdued. As Chen Limei played a video, she spoke of the research conducted by our nation's scientists on northeastern pigs, which revealed the presence of a virus within them. This virus lies dormant in pigs, significantly increasing their appetite. If it were to fully erupt, it could lead to a scenario akin to the mad cattle in the beautiful country, potentially devouring all living beings around them. This virus can be referred to as the zombie virus. An experiment conducted in the beautiful country involved implanting the virus into a human, who subsequently transformed into a zombie. The game Devouring the World features zombie characters infected by this virus, and several animals have also succumbed to it. Many aspects of the game resonate with reality, leading me to believe that Devouring the World may indeed manifest in our own realm. Zhou Jiehui could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Is there any way to halt the progression of this game?" Chen Limei shook her head, stating, "There is no way to prevent it. I have reported the matter to our superiors, and they have instructed us to immerse ourselves in the game over the next 3 days, striving to reach the highest levels. Should this game truly descend upon Earth, our Dragon Nation's officials will be able to swiftly form an organization to stabilize the situation and prevent chaos from engulfing the entire nation." Zhou Jiehui sighed, expressing her hope that this game would not invade the Earth, for it would spell disaster for the entire world. Chen Limei shared additional information before dismissing the meeting. "Jiehui, please stay behind. The others may leave." Once the attendees exited the conference room, Chen Limei beckoned Zhou Jiehui aside. "Many still doubt that the game will genuinely arrive on Earth. The amount I require is not substantial, merely 10 million. While this sum may seem considerable, when distributed among many, it amounts to only a few 100,000 per person, which is hardly impactful. Moreover, time is of the essence. We have less than 4 days remaining. Elevating our levels significantly in such a short time is quite challenging. I need you to reach out to someone known as Devouring Changlong to see if he can join our official efforts." Zhou Jiehui nodded, affirming, "I will give it a try. Devouring Changlong has previously consumed me, but for the sake of our nation's interests, I am willing to set aside this grudge." In Devouring the World, her two greatest adversaries were a red carp and Devouring Changlong. Zhou Jiehui felt indifferent towards Devouring Changlong, believing that the law of the jungle was natural. However, her feelings towards the red carp were different, as she had once shown it mercy, only to be met with aggressive hostility once it gained strength. "Very well." Chen Limei nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Jiehui approached her parents, requesting 10 billion to invest in the game. With their total assets exceeding 100 billion, it was a trivial amount for them. Being their only child, all the family assets ultimately belonged to her. However, her parents were initially opposed to the idea of her spending 10 billion on a game. Yet, unable to resist their daughter's persuasion, they ultimately acquiesced and provided her with the 10 billion. Zhou Jiehui's parents felt that this investment was undoubtedly the most regrettable of their lives, a quintessential case of being taken advantage of. Yet, when the apocalypse descends upon the Earth, they will come to realize that this investment was in fact the wisest decision. Ding. As a distinguished VIP 7 player, you have successfully defended your position at the top of the leaderboard by devouring the dragon. Your rewards will multiply, granting you 2 dragon hearts, 2 sources of enhancement, along with a special reward. Special reward, you will be able to sense biological entities within a radius of 1,000 meters. The rewards for maintaining the leaderboard position are exceedingly generous. This will allow me to level up twice and significantly enhance my combat prowess. Lin Luo immediately utilized the 2 dragon hearts, elevating his level to 53. Chapter 21. The First of the Cherry Blossoms. Barbecuing cherry blossoms, Lin Luo utilized 2 sources of enhancement, augmenting his biting power. He immediately activated a special reward to sense the surrounding marine life. To the west, a school of mutated salmon swarmed, numbering over 5,000. The largest among them weighed approximately 2 tons. To the east, a multitude of squids huddled together, their count soaring into the tens of thousands. A great white shark loomed large, comparable in size to a massive cruise ship. In the world of devouring, data across various servers was disparate. However, the maps remained unified. Due to the relative smallness of the Cherry Blossom Nation, resources on land were scarce. Consequently, players from the Cherry Blossom Nation gravitated toward the sea, where they could better evolve through consumption. One of the most formidable players from the Cherry Blossom Nation was Itojiro, renowned among his peers. Lin Luo had acquired the ability to breathe fire, a skill that had once belonged to Itojiro in his past life. Following the arrival of the Devouring World, Itojiro had brazenly provoked the Dragon Nation within their maritime territory, confident in his prowess in the ocean. This incited great ire among the populace. Yet they found themselves powerless to act as Itojiro refused to come ashore. No one could contend with him beneath the waves. Upon encountering this familiar adversary, Lin Luo felt compelled to extend a greeting. Initially, he had intended to savor some salmon sashimi, but that desire had to be temporarily set aside. In the depths of the ocean, Itojiro proclaimed himself the strongest, asserting that no one could rival him. He had just slain a mutated blue whale, devouring it whole. After consuming the whale, Itojiro's level ascended to 43. Yoshi, Itojiro exclaimed with a grin, it is said that the devouring world may soon descend upon Earth. When that time comes, I shall fight for my nation and claim the entire ocean for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sato Kenji praised. Itokuin's patriotic spirit is an inspiration for us all in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Itojiro laughed heartily. The Dragon Nation has vehemently protested our country's discharge of nuclear wastewater and has even refused to purchase our seafood. When I conquer the entire ocean, let us see how they respond. Splendid, Itokuin. Sato Kenji lauded. To dominate the entire ocean of the Dragon Nation with just the two of you is a mere fantasy. A chilling voice interrupted their daydreams. Who dares lurk in the shadows? Show yourself. Sato Kenji barked. I am right before you. A colossal golden dragon erupted from the depths, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air, which fell back onto the ocean's surface with a thunderous roar. In the game of devouring, a language setting allowed for translations. Thus, the conversation of these two cherry blossom nationals, spoken in Japanese, reached Lin Luo's ears as Chinese. Similarly, Lin Luo's spoken Chinese translated to Japanese for the two cherry blossom players. My goodness! Sato Kenji exclaimed, instantly petrified, his body trembling violently. The size of Itojiro was already formidable, rivaling that of a large cruise ship. Before him, the golden dragon resembled a colossal aircraft carrier, while Itojiro appeared as insignificant as an ant. Could this possibly be a mere NPC? Trembling uncontrollably, Itojiro spoke with lips quivering violently. I am your grandfather from the Dragon Nation. Lin Luo extended his golden claw and seized Sato Kenji with ease. Overcome with fear, Sato Kenji forgot to flee, falling into Lin Luo's grasp. Spare me, grandfather. My level far surpasses yours. Your toxins cannot affect me. Lin Luo exhaled flames, roasting Sato Kenji to perfection before swallowing him whole, relishing the exquisite flavor. It was indeed swifter to devour players. Lin Luo then pursued Itojiro, who had taken advantage of the moment to escape to a considerable distance while Lin Luo consumed Sato Kenji, with speed exceeding that of Itojiro. He caught up in the blink of an eye. Spare me. Itojiro quickly begged for mercy. Remember this. Those who offend the Dragon Nation, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. Lin Luo unleashed a torrent of flames, scorching Itojiro. Due to Itojiro's association with the great white shark, Lin Luo suppressed his sense of taste during the consumption. Ding! Devoured a giant great white shark, gaining 300,000,000 experience points. The rewards were substantial. Consuming these two had elevated his experience by an astonishing 500 million, bringing it to 1/3 of the threshold for the next level. Lin Luo felt quite pleased. The citizens of the Sakura Nation were inherently despicable, and he intended to feast upon them. He surged into the waters of the Sakura Nation, preparing for a massacre. Indeed, in this realm of consumption, our Sakura Nation reigns supreme upon the seas. The beautiful nation is but refused before us. It is rumored that the Devouring World is a global game. Should we not seize the waters of the Dragon Nation and vent our frustrations? We, the Sakura Nation, are unjustly accused of nuclear contamination when we merely discharge treated water. The conscience of the Dragon Nation is gravely flawed, since we cannot prevail against them in reality. It suffices to triumph over them in the game. I fervently hope the announcements of the devouring world are true. With the strength of our Sakura nation, we shall conquer the oceans of the world. In the waters of the Sakura nation, a group of Sakura players gathered. Beyond their pursuit of power through consumption, they conspired on how to invade the Dragon Nation and dominate the world's oceans. Look over there. An aircraft carrier approaches us. One player exclaimed, pointing into the distance. What aircraft carrier? Are there aircraft carriers in the devouring world? The crowd murmured in confusion. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft carrier loomed before them. A massive golden dragon materialized, dwarfing many of those present. The dragon's gaping maw unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly transforming the sea into a blazing inferno, incinerating the Sakura players in an instant. The aroma of the roasted players wafted through the air, prompting Lin Luo to embark on a frenzied consumption spree. Ding! Devoured a giant tuna, gaining 10,000,000 experience points. Ding! Having devoured a colossal squid, he gained 2,000,000 experience points. Subsequently, upon consuming a gigantic sardine, he acquired an additional 3,000,000 experience points. In the Sakura Sea region, there were over 100 players, each boasting a level exceeding 20. As Lin Luo feasted upon this wave of players, his level surged by 2, reaching an impressive 55. Chapter 22, The Eternal Runner-Up, the Sakura Nation Devouring World Forum. It turned out to be an NPC. I remarked that this formidable beast was absent from our Sakura Nation's list of exotic creatures. This golden dragon epitomizes malevolence, and we, the valiant warriors of Sakura, must strive to eradicate it swiftly, securing bountiful rewards and asserting our dominance over the vast ocean. After savoring the sweet fruits of victory in the Sakura Seas, Lin Luo periodically returned for another harvest. With each subsequent harvest, the number of players in the Sakura Seas diminished. However, Lin Luo remained indifferent. As long as he could level up, it sufficed. Moreover, after depleting the Sakura Nation, there remained the possibilities of the neighboring countries, such as the Stick Nation and the Beautiful Nation. Following his 10th harvest of the Sakura Seas, Lin Luo resolved to cease his further forays. This time, only 10 Sakura players remained in the sea after the harvest. Should he conduct another, the number of Sakura players he could consume would be even fewer, with the possibility of none remaining at all. One cannot merely exploit a single source. Otherwise, the sheep would be sheared bare. Lin Luo ascended to level 60, his combat prowess reaching an astounding 756 million, marking him as a true sovereign of the seas. Before the arrival of the second version of the Devouring World, few creatures in the ocean could challenge him. I recall an NPC named Galame, a sea beast renowned alongside Godzilla, residing near the Sakura Nation. After devouring a juvenile Godzilla and relishing the experience, Lin Luo longed for another similar encounter. Galame, a colossal turtle-like sea creature, towered with immense size, weighing up to 8,000 tons, a true titan of the deep. Its skin was rough and resilient, adorned with a sturdy shell on its back. Unlike the ferocious Godzilla, Galame aided the denizens of the Sakura Nation. When a giant bird attacked, this NPC appeared to help fend it off. As the saying goes, an enemy's friend is indeed an enemy. Lin Luo believed that failing to devour Galame would be a disservice to the martyrs of the Dragon Nation. He rapidly descended to the ocean floor, where a massive turtle lay in slumber. Lin Luo disregarded any notions of chivalry and stretched forth his dragon claws to seize Galame. Startled by the excruciating pain, Galame awoke and charged at Lin Luo. In retaliation, Lin Luo unleashed flames, scorching Galame mercilessly. Galame, at level 60, matched Lin Luo's strength, being a formidable creature within the first version of the sea beasts. Having invested 4 billion in game currency and secured the top rank thrice consecutively, Lin Luo's physical prowess far surpassed that of other beasts of equal level. Under the assault of golden claws and fiery breath, Galame soon succumbed. Ultimately, Lin Luo expelled flames, transforming Galame into a charred sea turtle. He began to feast upon Galame and Apos' remains. Notification: devoured a Galame, earning 1,500,000 experience points. Lin Luo and Apos' experience overflowed, successfully elevating him to level 61. After a brief respite, he noted that his rate of advancement exceeded his expectations significantly. This rapid progression was largely due to the contributions of Sakura players. By now, 5 days had elapsed, and the rewards for 3 consecutive days of holding the top rank had yet to be distributed. With an additional 2.5 days at his disposal, he believed that ascending to level 80 would pose no challenge. Lin Luo opened the leaderboard and glanced at the overall rankings. He remained firmly in the first position, while the former top player, ET&D, languished in the long-held second place. ET&D, a VIP 7, was at level 53 with a combat power of 430 million. It seemed that ET&D's level had risen more swiftly than before. Lin Luo recalled that in his previous life, ET&D had reached level 65, being the strongest player in the Dragon Realm. Now, just 5 days into the competition, ET&D had already attained level 53, with 2.5 days remaining. It was highly probable that ET&D would reach level 70. Could this be related to me? Lin Luo pondered, perplexed. He was not particularly close to ET&D, and the rapid increase in levels had little to do with him. Lin Luo began searching for Wei Wei and Su Qing, quickly locating 2 individuals with similar IDs, one named Wei Wei Zui Chang and the other, Shouhu Lin Gugu. Wei Wei Zui Chang, a VIP 6, was at level 40 with a combat power of 210 million. Lin Luo was astonished upon viewing Su Qing's data. Shouhu Lin Gugu, a VIP 7, was at level 46 with a combat power of 350 million. Had Su Qing invested 40 billion? Lin Luo was taken aback by Su Qing's apparent obedience in charging such a substantial amount all at once. It seemed his standing in her eyes far surpassed that of 40 billion. Both of them were growing stronger. I too must become more formidable. Lin Luo noticed a friend request notification. Ding. By Sei Shui, she is requested to add you as a friend. Accept decline. Curiosity piqued. Lin Luo chose to accept the friend request. What could this be about? By Suzhen. By Suzhen. Zhou Jiahui's expression turned icy. In the game, she was a white water serpent but had no connection to Bai Suzhen. Zhou Jiahui suppressed her rising anger, swallowing the dragon. I am an official representative wishing to invite you to join our nation. We offer comprehensive benefits and various subsidies. Are you interested? Not interested, Lin Luo responded curtly. Please reconsider. Many people have spent 5 to 6 years preparing for a stable job. I prefer a carefree life. I do not wish to be bound. Lin Luo deleted Bai Suzhen from his friends list and set off towards the land of the stick. Zhou Jiahui attempted to continue persuading but soon discovered that she had been removed from his friends list. Jiahui, how did it go? Chen Limei, a nature-based superpower user, stood on the shore conversing with Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui sighed. This fellow refused, and in the end, he deleted me. What a pity, Chen Limei lamented. In a city of the insect race, Yition, you should rest. You have been online for 50 hours, 2 full days. I'm concerned that your body cannot withstand it. Pangbo advised. Yition, gripping his sword, replied, what is my current ranking? I, Yition, will never be inferior to others. The word impossible does not exist for me. Provide me with detailed information about this insect city. Yition's eyes were bloodshot, showing no sign of yielding. Pangbo sought to persuade with a few words, but Yition raised his hand to halt him. Observing his friend's unwavering determination, Pangbo found himself at a loss. This city is known as Dachang City, the capital of Jiachang Province. Following a catastrophic event, a colossal spider emerged, classified as an NPC of level 50, which subsequently bred a multitude of smaller spiders. These offspring possess formidable combat capabilities, and within a mere 7 days, they devoured every living creature in the city, rendering Dachang City a ghost town. Any creature that ventures into this forsaken place is inevitably hunted by the small spiders. Are you certain your health is intact? I fear you may succumb to overexertion. Pangbo cautioned once more. I am fully aware of my own body, Yition retorted, gripping his long sword as he ventured into Dachang City to expedite his ascent in levels. After vanquishing the spiders of Dachang City, Yition proceeded to a city dominated by avian creatures. After considerable effort, Yition finally reached level 67, while the dragon he consumed had escalated to level 77. Despite the persistent 10-level disparity, Yition remained unsatisfied and resolved to advance to the next city for further leveling. Chapter 23, Feedback Time Notification. Successfully devoured a mutated blue whale, gaining 30,000,000 experience points. Notification. Successfully devoured a mutated humpback whale, gaining 70,000,000 experience points. As the 7th day arrived, Lin Luo reached level 79. He had thoroughly swept through the waters of the Stick Nation and the Beautiful Nation, experiencing a rapid ascent in his leveling process. Lin Luo's size surpassed that of a large aircraft carrier by 10-fold. A mere sneeze from him could unleash a tempest, and a spit could summon a torrential downpour. Just 1 level short, he was on the cusp of divinity. With only 1 day remaining, He could not afford to focus solely on the game. Lin Luo exited the game to check on Cheng Xuexin and her preparations. There were still crucial considerations regarding the arrival of the Devouring World, such as avoiding crowded areas. The zombie virus had not arrived alongside the Devouring World, but had instead manifested on Earth beforehand. This indicated that the zombie crisis would erupt sooner than anticipated. Being amidst a crowd posed a risk of being bitten. Death prior to game feedback meant there would be no opportunity for resurrection. Habitually, Lin Luo made his way to the kitchen, expecting Cheng Xuexin to be present. It struck him as odd. At this hour, she would typically be in the kitchen. He retrieved his phone to check WeChat messages. Cheng Xuexin had sent him a message indicating that the 10 million had been spent, and supplies were fully stocked in the villa. Perishable food had been stored in the underground freezer. Over the past 2 days, their daughter Xiaoyu had a parent-child event at school requiring her participation. Meals had been prepared and covered with plastic wrap in the refrigerator. Should Lin Luo prefer not to order takeout, he could heat the dishes using the microwave. The message stated that parental involvement was essential for the event, and phone calls were likely to go unanswered. Lin Luo attempted to reach Cheng Xuexin by calling her phone, but the call did not connect. After trying 2 or 3 more times without success, he recalled the address of his daughter's boarding school, which was 200 kilometers away from the villa. There was no high-speed train connection between the 2 locations, only buses and cars. Lin Luo contemplated driving on the highway, knowing it would take 4 to 5 hours for a round trip. At midnight tonight, the game would go offline. Although players could log in after the shutdown, they would be unable to level up or recharge. Lin Luo was just a level away. This level represented a qualitative leap, for level 80 was deemed divine. The experience points required to achieve this milestone were a staggering 1 billion, while the prior 78 levels had only amounted to 20 billion. To ascend from level 79 to 80, the requirement surged 5-fold. To level up, Lin Luo aimed to hunt and devour a deity. His target was the giant serpent in the Great River, a terrifying entity from the Shan Hai Jing capable of swallowing an entire city. This creature was among the first deities to descend into the Devouring World and had similarly entered reality early on. Upon exiting the game, Lin Luo would devise a plan for rescue. Having pushed himself to his limits, whether he could save Cheng Xuexin now rested upon her fortune. He warmed up his meal and casually scrolled through short videos on his phone. Recently, there has been a troubling increase in cases of epilepsy, with individuals attacking those around them. Official investigations suggest that this phenomenon stems from the overwhelming fatigue of these individuals, who have been deprived of the benefits of the demanding 996 work schedule, leading to their mental instability. Furthermore, there have been reports of rabies outbreaks among stray dogs, which have exhibited heightened aggression towards humans. Thus, caution is advised when encountering these animals. In addition, a new species of mosquito has been discovered domestically, comparable in size to a crow, with a terrifying capacity for blood consumption. It is imperative to evade contact, as one unfortunate victim suffered severe consequences after being bitten, resulting in the necrosis of a hand that necessitated amputation. In light of these alarming developments, it is essential to remain calm. The authorities are actively addressing the situation and will provide satisfactory resolutions. The pace of global changes is accelerating, and it has been predicted that many individuals will transform into zombies by midnight. Therefore, I must urgently elevate my gaming level to 80. Lin Luo perused the news, feeling an increasingly urgent sense of foreboding. The game Devour the World would cease operations at midnight, with feedback expected by 9 the following morning. This created a perilous window of 9 hours. Recalling memories from a past life, Lin Luo remembered narrowly escaping death before receiving feedback from the game. As the residents of surrounding villas transformed into zombies and violently invaded his home, he contacted a renovation company specializing in barrier installations, offering to pay tenfold the usual commission for immediate service. The cost, approximately 20,000 yuan, necessitated online borrowing. Typically, such renovation companies allow for deferred payments. But Lin Luo felt a sense of obligation, recognizing the labor involved. He suspected that the loan companies were not entirely reputable, and he believed that the renovation company would appreciate a large client willing to pay upfront, potentially incentivizing them with overtime pay. Within half an hour, the crew arrived to install the barriers. Rest assured, our iron barriers are made of aluminum alloy. Once installed, no thief will be able to enter, the foreman assured him. Lin Luo inspected the materials. These barriers will hold against zombies, correct? The foreman appeared puzzled but then laughed. Do not worry, boss, no matter the type of zombie. Our barriers will suffice. Ordinary zombies will be no problem. Lin Luo did not waste further time and instructed the foreman to proceed with the installation. The iron barriers were mounted atop the walls, making it exceedingly difficult for any zombies to breach from the outside. If he could endure these 9 hours, he would receive feedback from the game, and the zombies before him would pose no threat. Seizing the moment, he called Su Qing and Yi Weiwei, urging them to be cautious. Su Qing felt a flicker of doubt, but refrained from questioning Lin Luo's motives. In her mind, Lin Luo was always right. Even if he were mistaken, she perceived his words as truth. Xiao Luo, your sister Weiwei is quite absorbed in her game at the moment. But she isn't confused between reality and the game. How could game matters possibly manifest in reality? Yi Weiwei questioned. This is something I cannot explain succinctly. But for your sake, Weiwei, it is best to stay home and avoid going to work, Lin Luo advised. Although you make me feel somewhat uneasy, I still place my trust in you. Over the past few days, Yi Weiwei has only visited the law firm once. It was the assistant Xiaoyu who personally came to her door, compelling her to go to work. Upon discovering that Yi Weiwei had fled, Xiaoyu made several attempts to reach her via phone, but to no avail, ultimately deciding to give up. After all, Yi Weiwei is the boss, and she is merely an employee. Even if Lin Luo did not mention going to work, Yi Weiwei would have no intention of doing so. Yi Weiwei has resolved to indulge in a month of gaming, seeking to unwind before returning to her duties. Lin Luo, after conveying a few additional matters, finally ended the call with Yi Weiwei. Having completed these tasks, he prepared to immerse himself in the gaming pod. Just as Lin Luo was about to lie down in the pod, a call both unfamiliar and familiar came through. Chapter 24. A call from family. The caller ID displayed Lin Jianyan. After Lin Luo took 40 billion from Lin Jianyan, he received a phone call. In the aftermath of the apocalypse in his previous life, Lin Jianyan had shown no concern for Lin Luo's well-being. Lin Luo did not believe that the purpose of the call was to express any genuine care. After a moment's contemplation, he answered the phone. Xiao Luo, how have you been lately? Lin Jianyan's voice resonated from the other end. Is there something you wish to discuss? Please feel free to be direct, Lin Luo replied coldly. Lin Jianyan responded, there's nothing urgent. I merely called to check in on you. Then if there's nothing significant, I shall hang up, Lin Luo stated, ready to disconnect. Wait. Lin Jianyan urged anxiously. The reason I called is that the Lin family's financial chain has recently encountered a rupture, and we require 30 billion to bridge the gap. Rest assured, this 30 billion will be a loan from you, and once our finances stabilize, I will repay you without delay. Lin Luo chuckled derisively. How about this? You lend me 10 billion first, and I shall then lend you 30 billion. What do you think? Lin Jianyan's expression darkened considerably. Despite my assurances, you still refuse to lend me 30 billion? Are you truly intent on severing our ties? Lin Luo replied coolly. I have made myself perfectly clear. You lend me 10 billion first, and I will guarantee the 30 billion afterward. Furious, Lin Jianyan exclaimed. You ungrateful wretch. If you do not lend me 30 billion this time, do not expect to come to me for help in the future. Lin Luo retorted coldly. At that time, it may well be you who seeks my assistance rather than the other way around. Old Lin, do not be angry. Let me speak with Xiao Luo. Zhao Wanyan interjected. This is a matter for your family. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Luo, he replied, wishing to avoid further unnecessary dialogue with Zhao Wanyan. I will inform you that the entire 40 billion has been invested into the game, so do not harbor any thoughts of reclaiming that money. What? You have poured 40 billion into a game? You prodigal son, Lin Jianyan shouted. Xiao Luo, this is no laughing matter. What game could possibly warrant such an expenditure? Zhao Wanyan's voice turned icy. Lin Xian's voice chimed in over the phone. Mom and Dad, there is indeed a game that has become quite popular recently, called Devouring the World. It is entirely plausible for Lin Luo to have invested 40 billion. Zhao Wanyan ceased her pretense. Did you invest all that money in the game without our consent? Lin Jianyan snapped. Immediately contact the game's customer service and demand a refund. Your shares are only worth 10 billion. Return the remaining 30 billion to me. Two old fools. This is my money. I shall do as I please. Lin Luo hung up the phone and promptly blocked the number. Refund. That would be an act befitting a fool. After today, some would find it exceedingly difficult to invest in the game. Lin Luo entered the game pod and activated Devouring the World. At that moment, he found himself within the waters of the beautiful country, having casually devoured a wave of players from there before departing. Amen, if I am guilty. May lightning strike me down. Do not let the NPC Golden Dragon consume me again. Not long after its launch, I arrived in the maritime realm, eager to refine my skills, only to encounter the NPC, the Golden Dragon. All the experience points I had just garnered vanished in an instant. And I found myself defeated once more, plunging my spirits into disarray. Unable to overcome this NPC golden dragon, I felt an overwhelming urge to indulge in a frenzied spree of zero-cost purchases in reality. Numerous players from the beautiful nation have already fallen victim to this relentless being. They have grown numb in the face of Lin Luo's transformed five-clawed golden dragon. Any resistance they muster before the might of the golden dragon is rendered futile, as they perceive Lin Luo merely as an NPC, believing that only an NPC could wield such formidable power. After devouring a wave of players from the beautiful nation, Lin Luo set his sights on the nation of the Sticks, which proudly claims to be the foremost nation in the universe, while other countries aspire to conquer the world. The nation of the Sticks has ambitions that reach for the cosmos. General MacArthur once remarked that this nation's aspirations extend to the stars and the seas. For Earth can no longer contain such a mighty power. The Yellow Sea rightfully belongs to our nation, though it has been shamefully occupied by the Dragon Nation. The appearance of the NPC Golden Dragon here is a testament to our claim. In previous encounters, the NPC Golden Dragon has consumed us. Yet it has refrained from doing so for quite some time, which serves as evidence enough that the five-clawed Golden Dragon is indeed ours. A group of players from the nation of the Sticks gathered in the Yellow Sea. Their territory is smaller than that of the Cherry Blossom Nation, leading most players to pursue development in marine biology. After feasting on several waves of players, Lin Luo departed for the beautiful nation. Uninterested in offering explanations to the players from the nation of the Sticks, he commenced his consumption without hesitation. O five-clawed golden dragon, I am a loyal subject of the great nation of the Sticks. You cannot consume me. We are willing to serve you, but you must spare us from your hunger. Please, do not devour me. They cried in despair. Lin Luo paid them no heed, consuming them all without remorse. He let out a satisfied burp and proceeded to his next destination, the Cherry Blossom Nation. It is said that the cherry blossoms in his homeland have bloomed, and Lin Luo, ever thoughtful, intended to escort them to witness their beauty. Along the way, he consumed players from several nations, amassing a mere 1 billion experience points. Still far from his goal of reaching level 80. As Lin Luo maneuvered his enormous form into the great river, he nearly obstructed its flow. He found little worth consuming among the river's denizens. They were far too insignificant for his elevated level. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar face, a white dragon. Recently emerged from the dragon transformation trials, adorned with numerous wounds, blood seeping from its injuries. However, the issue was not grave. Dragons possess remarkable healing abilities, and the white dragon would recover swiftly. Upon seeing this white dragon, Lin Luo was reminded of Bai Sujin. He contemplated teasing an old acquaintance. Knowing that there was no rush regarding the matter of the bash, he was aware of its general whereabouts, and the challenge was merely a matter of time. I have finally succeeded in my transformation into a dragon, exclaimed Zhou Jiahui, her spirits lifted. The last time she witnessed the formidable might of the golden dragon, she had long harbored the desire to transform into one herself. She had endeavored to enter the dragon transformation dungeon 10 times, with the first 9 attempts ending in failure. However, this time she finally succeeded, emerging as a remarkable true dragon. Typically, dragons formed from serpents and fish possess a high likelihood of becoming mere flood dragons. A few individuals who had previously transformed were either flood dragons or hybrids of various dragon breeds. Zhou Jiahui mused that her 9 failures were likely a form of compensation bestowed by the system. After being ruthlessly dominated by the golden dragon, her previous sense of frustration had dissipated significantly. She resolved to immerse herself in this game henceforth, determined to surpass the overwhelming challenges and ascend to dragonhood. With unwavering confidence, Zhou Jiahui declared, I just heard someone claim they would surpass me. Suddenly, an immense creature, as colossal as a mountain, loomed before her. Chapter 25, The Zombie Crisis. With a head larger than a mountain, the creature emerged from the depths. Its massive form capable of diverting the vast river that spanned thousands of miles. Golden scales shimmered under the sun, radiating a blinding brilliance. Oh my goodness! Zhou Jiahui trembled in sheer terror. Hastily, she checked the leaderboard, confirming that the Devourer Dragon still held the top position. Devourer Dragon, VIP 7, level 79. Combat power exceeding 1.69 billion. With a pitiful tone, Zhou Jiahui implored, my flesh is not delectable. Could you refrain from consuming me? Please remember to provide me with the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Lin Luo chuckled in response. Zhou Jiahui, filled with curiosity, asked, Are you planning to join the nation? Lin Luo replied with a grin, That's a falsehood. With a casual toss, he flung Zhou Jiahui into the river. Being only in her 40s in levels, she would yield little experience for him. Ignoring her, Lin Luo darted towards the location of the bash. The first version of the Devouring World was nearing its shutdown, with the bash already beneath the river. It would only awaken when the second version of the Devouring World arrived. Lin Luo swiftly descended into the waters where the bash resided. With a green head and a black body, a serpent of size comparable to Lin Luo coiled on the riverbed. Golden claws reached for the serpent's head, piercing through its flesh. As the claws delved deeper, blood gushed forth, staining the river crimson. A howl of agony erupted from the bash as it awoke from its slumber. Lin Luo showed no signs of relenting. His claws continued to penetrate deeper into the flesh. More blood poured from the bash's head, completely replacing the river water. In a desperate twist, the bash attempted to shake off Lin Luo's grasp. Lin Luo seized a chunk of the serpent's flesh, tearing it away with a vicious bite. The bash, jolted by the excruciating pain, retaliated with its massive jaws. With a resounding thud, its sharp fangs failed to pierce Lin Luo's golden scales, bouncing off harmlessly. In an instant, Lin Luo executed a powerful tail whip, striking the bash's head. The serpent's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and Lin Luo found himself momentarily petrified. Breathing fire, he obscured the bash's vision. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiahui surfaced from the water, cursing the Devourer dragon. Just as she was about to voice her complaints, she was rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. The Devourer dragon was engaged in a fierce struggle with the massive black serpent. Could this black serpent be an NPC? Zhou Jiahui had always thought the Devourer dragon formidable, yet here was another creature, the black serpent, battling alongside it. She quickly inquired about the black serpent and discovered that it was a deity known as Bash, boasting a level of 80. Zhou Jiahui was not alone in her astonishment. Many players from the Dragon Kingdom witnessed the scene. A golden dragon and a black serpent clashed upon the river's surface. What a marvel of the world. The golden dragon was the Devourer dragon, while the black serpent seemed to be the mythical Bash. The Devourer of dragons has grown immensely powerful, capable of slaying deities. The Bash, a mythical creature, is classified at level 80. Numerous players from the Dragon Kingdom rushed towards the great river, eager to witness this divine battle. Lin Luo unleashed an increasing torrent of flames, scorching the Bash relentlessly. The fierce clash persisted for 5 hours, until the Bash could no longer withstand the onslaught. Collapsing into the river and generating a cascade of splashes. Lin Luo, too, bore the brunt of the fight. Many of his scales were lost, and wounds gushed forth crimson blood. He expelled flames from his mouth, roasting the Bash. Subsequently, Lin Luo began to devour the creature, savoring each bite. Once he consumed the Bash, he would ascend to level 80, entering the realm of the divine. The texture was crisp, reminiscent of chicken. Lin Luo devoured at an astonishing pace, yet due to the Bash's immense size, the process took an hour. The deity had been vanquished. Zhou Jiahui's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils trembling. The Devourer of Dragons was exceedingly formidable, having slaughtered a deity within the game. Now at level 79, devouring this divine Bash would surely elevate him to level 80. All present momentarily halted their own consumption to witness Lin Luo's extraordinary feat of devouring a god. Notification: you have consumed a divine Bash, earning 15,000,000,000 experience points. Notification: congratulations, esteemed VIP 7 player. Your level has risen to 80. Notification: esteemed VIP player, you are the first to attain deity status, earning the special reward, Metamorphic Mastery. Metamorphic Mastery, you may manipulate your body to alter its size at will. This reward was delightful, especially considering Lin Luo's concern about his oversized form upon the game's transition to reality. His current divine stature could not be accommodated within the entirety of Longhai City. After concluding his evolution, Lin Luo swiftly submerged himself in the river, awaiting the game's shutdown. The hour was now 11 at night, with merely an hour remaining until the service ceased. Cheng Xuexin and her daughter Li Yanyan had just finished a parent-child event and retired to a hotel for the night. Groggily, they awakened at 11, and Cheng checked her phone, which warned of impending danger after midnight. After reading Lin Luo's message, she pondered the nature of the threat when a commotion erupted outside. "Sir, please maintain your composure," the hotel security guard urged, wielding a stun baton. "Quickly call for an ambulance. I can scarcely restrain myself," a middle-aged man implored. Struggling against his own nature. "I have already made the call," responded the vigilant security guard, keeping a watchful eye on the distressed man. The middle-aged man had arrived with a beautiful woman, and an unfortunate incident had ensued within their room. The lovely woman lay on the bed, gravely weakened from the man's relentless attacks. Upon receiving her emergency call, the hotel security guard rushed to their aid. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat more composed than before but was still struggling for control. Suddenly, a horrifying beastly roar erupted from him just minutes later. He lunged towards the hotel security guard, who attempted to fend him off with a stun baton. Yet, the middle-aged man showed no fear of the electric weapon, ferociously biting at the guard. Goodness, it was reminiscent of a zombie film. A young couple emerged from their suite. A beautiful woman dashed out of the room, charging towards the young couple. "Xiaolin, I haven't entered yet." The man pounded on the door frantically, but the woman remained unyielding. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips as the beautiful woman savagely tore at him. Cheng Shuexin swiftly closed the door, hastily finding something heavy to barricade it. Lin Luo and Apos, S-words rang true. The zombie crisis had indeed erupted. Chapter 26. The game shut down as the clock struck midnight. The game announcement was released punctually. Game announcement. Esteemed players, the game Devouring the World will soon cease operations. All recharge and purchase functionalities will be suspended. Subsequently, game characters will revert to reality. Regardless of race or level, all will be transferred back. This transfer will occur 3 times, every 3 days, culminating in the final transfer on the 7th day. The first transfer will take place at 9 in the morning. VIP 7 will be the first to revert, receiving 21% of their character's level and strength, followed by VIP 6 with 18%, and so forth, down to VIP 1, who will receive 3%. In the final transfer, 100% of game levels and strengths will be reverted. Kind reminder, between midnight and 9 the following morning, death will ensue. The game will not revert during these 9 hours. Exercise caution to survive this interval. What is happening? If this game truly transfers to reality, the earlier claims about altering fate were not mere words. I have chosen to embody a zombie in the game. Should the transfer occur, I will become an abomination. Neither human nor beast. Your situation is not as dire. I selected a hen, which will lead to an utterly ridiculous transformation. Upon reading the game announcement, the players were left in utter disbelief. The prospect of the game manifesting in reality was not a mere fantasy, but a tangible occurrence. Many, upon digesting the news, immediately attempted to recharge their accounts. In Devouring the World, the swiftest path to power is through financial investment. Yet, they soon discovered that the recharge portal had been closed. The game could finally be shut down. Lin Luo lingered in the game for an additional hour, awaiting the announcement. Upon exiting the game pod, he inspected the surrounding walls. The iron barriers had been installed, proving to be remarkably sturdy. The fences were barbed, capable of fending off ordinary zombies that might attempt to scale them. Howls of the undead and the screams of the living echoed from outside. In the ensuing 9 hours, the zombie virus would erupt, with some individuals succumbing to its infection and transforming into zombies. These creatures would frantically bite those nearby, perpetuating the cycle of infection. Ding ding ding. Lin Luo and Apos' phone rang. He answered to find it was Yi Weiwei on the line. "Xiao Luo, is this game announcement genuine?" Yi Weiwei inquired, astonished. "It is indeed real. The next 9 hours will be perilous. You must remain vigilant." "Weiwei," Lin Luo cautioned. "I will be cautious," Yi Weiwei replied gratefully. "Thank goodness you introduced me to this game. It has captivated me, or else I would surely perish today." She sensed that the events within the game would indeed transpire in reality. Yi Weiwei's origins lay within her law firm, where her assistant and colleagues had mostly morphed into zombies. Though she had not succumbed, she faced the grim fate of being devoured within. Tonight, a meeting was scheduled that she was expected to attend in person. Yi Weiwei, feeling lazy, opted to play games at home. Lin Luo briefed her on a few matters before ending the call. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing called, her voice filled with agitation. "Brother Lin, I chose a zombie in the game. Do you think I might transform into an unsightly zombie, becoming an outcast?" Su Qing asked anxiously. "To what level have you evolved?" Lin Luo inquired. "I'm at level 63, already transformed into a pseudo-undead. Aside from my red pupils, I bear no difference from ordinary people," Su Qing replied. "You need not worry too much. The game offers 2 states of feedback. You can maintain your human form or transform into a zombie. Unlike those who have never played and become mindless zombies upon infection," Lin Luo explained. Su Qing sighed in relief. "Then I shall not worry," Lin Luo advised. "Be exceedingly cautious in the 9 hours prior to game feedback. Do not let a zombie kill you." Su Qing nodded earnestly. "I will be careful." In her previous life, Su Qing had survived until entering the shelter, so Lin Luo need not fret over her safety. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from outside. A beautiful woman arrived at Lin Luo's door, frantically banging on the heavy iron gate. "Please, open the door. There are zombies outside. You should leave." "I will not open the door," Lin Luo replied flatly. "Are you even human? I'm being chased by zombies, and you refuse to lend a helping hand. Allowing me to die?" Lu Shishir retorted angrily. Lin Luo responded coolly, setting aside whether I will save you. "You have been bitten by a zombie and are already infected with the virus. It won't be long before you transform into one." Lu Shishir hurriedly pulled down her sleeve to cover the bite on her arm. Lin Luo couldn't and oppose. T helped but laugh. "Do you think hiding the wound will make it disappear?" Lu Shishir, flustered and enraged, shot back. "I am a beautiful woman. Is this how you treat me as a man?" Lin Luo replied with a cold smirk. "I am a man. I do not require your validation." "You." Lu Shishir seethed with indignation, pounding on the iron door with fervor. Lin Luo coldly watched her as she raged. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies drew near. So many zombies. Lu Shishir realized escape was impossible. The frenzied zombies began to gnaw at her, tearing flesh from her body. Her clothing was ripped away, revealing her red lingerie, which soon would also be torn to shreds. Lin Luo found little interest in the demise of a dying person. Devouring the World. "Yition, you may rest now. Your online time exceeds 100 hours, and I fear you might collapse from exhaustion," Pang Bo expressed concern. "I'm fine. I know my body well," Yition replied. "Regarding the matters I entrusted to you, have you accomplished them?" Pang Bo hesitated for a moment. "Indeed, I have located the mythical beast known as the Year Beast. Possessing an extraordinary level of 80 and an immense power capable of spewing terrifying flames. Reveal its location to me. I am determined to slay it." Yition gasped. "To vanquish the boss snake, one must be at least level 79, yet you are merely at level 70. I doubt your past endeavors were those of a godslayer. Rather, you might have been delivering provisions." Pang Bo expressed his concern. "No, I must prove myself by defeating this divine creature at level 70, demonstrating that I surpass even the devouring dragon," Yition asserted defiantly. Suddenly, a towering corpse king, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 100 tons, charged towards Yition. "This devouring dragon may bully me, but even such mere ants dare to do the same." Yition swung his longsword, effortlessly slaying the corpse king. After dispatching the creature, he intended to progress to the next city for an upgrade. However, Yition quickly realized a troubling issue. The familiar system sound was conspicuously absent. Chapter 27. The Catastrophe Sanctuary. "How peculiar. My experience points have ceased to increase," Yition remarked with a hint of confusion. Beside him, Pang Bo responded. "The game has been suspended. They say it is to feed back into reality. Could this truly be the case?" The notion of the game merging with reality filled Pang Bo with delight. He possessed spatial abilities, including teleportation and storage, which, while primarily supportive, surpassed many. Out of the billions on Earth, only around 100 million had played this game. Though Pang Bo was at level 40 and could not rival Yition, he still surpassed a significant number of players. With a cheerful demeanor, he said to Yition, "With your level at 70, you can vanquish a level 40 zombie king with a single strike. If this feedback transpires in reality, you would be nearly invincible." Yition, however, felt no joy. "Why is the game shut down? I have yet to surpass the Devourer and become a dragon." Suddenly, he coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Yition. Pang Bo hurried to assist him, quickly exiting the gaming pod and forcibly extracting Yition from within. The villa where Yition resided was heavily secured, with guards equipped with firearms. Pang Bo instructed the guards to secure the entrance, ensuring no one entered the villa. As Yition's friend and a doctor, he assessed Yition's condition and found it dire. He contemplated taking Yition to the hospital, but the streets outside were teeming with zombies, and numerous animals had mutated. Yition owned a large black dog that had also undergone transformation. This dog had not only grown exponentially in size, but had also learned to speak human language. Fortunately, it exhibited no aggression, incessantly claiming it desired to collect human pets. It referred to itself as the Black Emperor, asserting its status as an ancient sovereign, declaring that none could rival its majesty. Pang Bo felt a sense of familiarity. The dog bore striking similarities to Yition. Truly, a pet reflects its master. Longhai City, government building, conference room. Chen Limei occupied the central seat. Indeed, our earlier assessment was correct. This game is not merely a game, but will also feed back into reality. Let us observe tomorrow at 9 o'clock to see if the feedback manifests in reality. How splendid! If the game integrates into reality, my ability to control water will also extend to the real world. I command fire, and with my level at 30, I shall make the zombies outside aware of my formidable prowess. Had I known the game would influence reality, I would have exhausted my fortune to recharge. The investigation team comprised 30 individuals, all superpowered beings except for Zhou Jiahui, who stood apart not by choice, but rather due to her being the first to play the game without comprehending its rules. Zhou Jiahui had chosen the beast faction, transforming into a figure reminiscent of Bai Suzhen. Everyone, please be quiet. I have just received orders from superiors. Henceforth, our investigation team will remain within this building for the next 9 hours, awaiting the feedback time. The future of Long Nation will rely on the contributions of our various investigation team members, Chun Li Mei declared. Rest assured, leader, we are all beneficiaries of the nation's welfare. In light of the recent catastrophe, we must stand at the forefront, the crowd proclaimed, thumping their chests in solidarity. Chun Li Mei nodded in satisfaction, stating, I did not misjudge you. Each one of you is commendable. She then proceeded to relay the orders from higher authorities. A worldwide outbreak of the zombie virus has occurred, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies and various mutated creatures. As the two most significant cities in Longhua, Beijing and Longhai City must take the lead in eradicating all zombies and mutated animals, subsequently radiating their efforts nationwide. Our investigation team shall henceforth be known as the Disaster Sanctuary, symbolizing our commitment to sheltering the best of Longhua amid this calamity. The 30 of us alone are insufficient. We will recruit players from the Devouring game to expand our Disaster Sanctuary, enabling us to better protect the entirety of Longhua. Chun Li Mei had convened an urgent meeting with her superiors, sharing all pertinent information with her team members. Originally, this plan was to be enacted following game feedback, but Chun Li Mei believed that announcing it early would allow everyone to prepare adequately for the forthcoming strategy. Jiahui, come with me, Chun Li Mei called. Zhou Jiahui followed her into a room and inquired, Leader, is there something you need? Chun Li Mei replied, How much do you know about the Devouring to Ascend? You are aware of the current situation. My previous remarks were rather optimistic. In reality, the circumstances are dire, with many cities having already fallen. The higher-ups are continuously dispatching powerful military forces to suppress the outbreak, yet the sheer number of zombies is insurmountable. Many cities have been selectively abandoned by the authorities. We must secure Longhai City to save all of Longhua. Our strength alone is inadequate, and it would be best to invite someone of great renown. Zhou Jiahui immediately understood. Leader, are you suggesting we invite the one from Devouring to Ascend? Chun Li Mei affirmed, Indeed, he is the strongest in Longhua. With his participation, our Disaster Sanctuary will surely attract a multitude of players. Zhou Jiahui sighed. I have already extended 2 invitations to him, both of which were declined. Chun Li Mei responded, You are familiar with the tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. You must be patient. Tell him that if he joins the sanctuary, I will gladly relinquish my position as its leader. I will give it a try. Zhou Jiahui nodded resolutely. Outside, the number of zombies was overwhelming, surrounding Lin Luo's walls. Lin Luo seized his cherished axe, striking down zombies with each swing. After dispatching over 30 zombies, the threat outside diminished significantly. Fortunately, during the initial 9 hours of the disaster, the zombies were all of the first tier, lacking any special abilities. Were they of the second tier, Lin Luo would have been unable to hold his ground. The second-tier zombies possess remarkable jumping abilities, capable of leaping over walls in a single bound. If they were also mutated, Lin Luo would have no hope of survival. To the east of the villa, a robust man scaled the wall. A robust man landed on the ground, only to find Lin Luo before him, wielding a fire axe. Greetings, I am Zhang Ming, residing next to your villa. He introduced himself. Upon noticing the weapon in Lin Luo's hand, the strong man immediately attempted to convey his amicability. Have you been bitten by a zombie? Lin Luo asked coldly. Zhang Ming hastily waved his hands, insisting, I have not been bitten by a zombie. Fortunately, I exercise daily and run swiftly. Your lack of a bite does not preclude the possibility of having been scratched by a zombie. There is a scratch mark upon your neck, Lin Luo remarked, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. That scratch, Zhang Ming hastily clarified, was not caused by a zombie. It occurred while I was playing with my girlfriend. You must have played rather roughly with your girlfriend to sustain such a significant mark on your neck. Lin Luo feigned relief. Chapter 28. The first feedback of the game. Alas, my girlfriend has quite the addiction. She is enamored with grand escapades. Zhang Ming chuckled awkwardly. Brother, I harbor no ill intentions. Allowing me to stay here benefits you as well, for I can help safeguard the villa amidst the overwhelming horde of zombies outside. Then I must thank you, Brother Zhang. We are all kin here. Before Zhang Ming could finish his words, Lin Luo and Apos' fire axe crashed down upon his head. He collapsed to the ground, his brain matter and blood mingling as they flowed from the gaping wound. Lin Luo, a survivor of the apocalypse, was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the zombie virus. Zhang Ming was indistinguishable from a normal human. Soon, he would undergo a grotesque transformation into a fearsome zombie. Buzzing. The phone in Lin Luo's pocket erupted with a cacophony. He retrieved it to find a call from Cheng Xuexin. As soon as he answered, her voice rang out. Lin Luo, you were right about the zombie crisis. The hotel is overrun with them, and I am trapped in my room with no means of escape. The chaos outside was palpable, filled with screams and the sound of doors being battered down. Stay in your room. I will find a way to rescue you. Please send me your hotel address. Lin Luo's previous messages had borne fruit. In his past life, Cheng Xuexin had not survived the zombie crisis. Her demise likely occurred within the very walls of this hotel. This time, armed with Lin Luo's warning, she prudently remained hidden in her room, eschewing any thoughts of fleeing. One cannot outrun a zombie. Remaining concealed in a room offers a flicker of hope. Attempting to escape alone would be tantamount to courting death. Very well. I shall relay the address shortly. Cheng Xuexin expressed her concern. You needn't come for me. See if you can contact the military. It is perilous outside. How is your situation at home? Lin Luo replied calmly. All is well. I had prepared in advance, and the zombies cannot breach my defenses. That is reassuring. Please take care. Cheng Xuexin released a sigh of relief. Lin Luo imparted some safety advice to her before resuming his efforts to eliminate the zombies. 3 hours passed, and the number of zombies began to dwindle. Lin Luo's villa was situated in an affluent neighborhood, where the population was sparse to begin with. Had this been a bustling urban area, the zombie count would only have escalated with the passage of time. He alternated between dispatching zombies and taking brief respites. Lin Luo consumed a piece of bread and a bottle of sports drink to replenish his energy. As dawn broke, the sun bathed the earth in its warm glow. Glancing at the clock, Lin Luo noted the time, 8:59 a.m. Feedback from the game could be received outside the game pod. Yet Lin Luo preferred the confines of the pod. Outside, there were no cues, leaving him oblivious to any feedback occurring at that moment. Within the game pod, however, a notification appeared, providing him with a psychological preparation. Ding. Player swallowing the dragon will receive the first game feedback in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lin Luo clicked yes. Warm reminder. The process of providing feedback on the game can be excruciating. When reporting the character's level and combat power, you will experience intense pain. Please be resolute. Character feedback. Devouring Dragon, level 80, combat power 1, 6 billion, VIP 7. The initial feedback on level and combat power is 21%. Subsequently, Lin Luo was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, nearly losing consciousness. Antlers sprouted from his head. His teeth sharpened, his fingers elongated and curved, with nails as sharp as daggers, while golden scales emerged upon his skin. At that moment, he resembled a diminutive dragon humanoid. The torment persisted for an hour before the suffering began to wane. Sweat had completely drenched Lin Luo's garments. Rising from the gaming pod, he glanced into the mirror. He had manifested the 3 traits of a dragon: horns, scales, and claws. The initial feedback had granted him the nascent form of a dragon. Should he complete the feedback, he could truly transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon from the game. Having attained level 80, Lin Luo was now a genuine deity. Apart from the deities that might descend upon the devouring world, Lin Luo was the mightiest being on the planet. The emergence of the Devouring World game represented an alternative state, and Lin Luo could seamlessly transition between the two. Except for the human race, he could effortlessly interchange with the other 4 races. At 10 in the morning, Aya, Mommy, it's terrifying outside. There are numerous monsters in the hallway. Li Yanyan trembled in Cheng Xuexin's embrace. Cheng Xuexin reassured her daughter, do not be afraid. Mommy is here, and soon the police will come to rescue us. Okay, I believe you, Mommy, Li Yanyan replied innocently, nodding. The entire city of Longhai was overrun with zombies, and the military had far too many places to attend to. Cheng Xuexin and her daughter were utterly ordinary people. How could the army possibly come to their aid? She had dialed emergency numbers several times, initially receiving responses. The person on the line had urged Cheng Xuexin to remain patient, assuring her that help would arrive shortly. However, after numerous attempts, the lines became engaged, ultimately leading to silence. As for Lin Luo, Cheng Xuexin dismissed him as a mere comfort. He was just an ordinary man. How could he possibly come to save them? Bang! Bang! The sound of pounding on the door grew increasingly thunderous. Mommy, I and Appos, am scared. Li Yinyin and Appos' body trembled. Do not fear, Mommy is here. Remain silent. And the monsters outside will not break in, Cheng Xuexin whispered, covering Li Yinyin's mouth. Li Yinyin nodded gently, refraining from making a sound. As they fell silent, the outside commotion indeed subsided. Just as Cheng Xuexin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a more violent crash resonated from the door. This is bad. Cheng Xuexin hurriedly grabbed an object to barricade the door against the impending zombie assault. Just as she brandished a chair, the door was flung open. A colossal figure, towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, appeared at the threshold. Cheng Xuexin stood frozen in place, her mind grappling with the sight before her. Previously, the zombies retained some semblance of humanity, but the colossal creature now confronting her had transcended that form, embodying a true monstrosity. A fierce roar echoed as a level 2 strength-type zombie lunged towards her, its enormous fist poised to strike her head. Cheng Xuexin felt utterly powerless. Her only recourse to shut her eyes and await her demise. She kept her eyes closed for an extended period, yet the anticipated overwhelming pain never came. Sister Cheng, how long do you intend to keep your eyes shut? Are you not planning to leave this place? A familiar voice resonated beside her. Lin Luo. Cheng Xuexin opened her eyes in haste. What are you doing here? It's perilous. Lin Luo replied with a smile. If I hadn't come, you would already be dead. Was it you who defeated that massive zombie just now? Cheng Xuexin struggled to fully comprehend the unfolding situation. Chapter 29. Armored zombies. Just moments ago, Brother Lin Luo displayed remarkable prowess, delivering a single punch that felled the towering zombie, thereby saving Mother. Cheng Xuexin gently ruffled the Yinyin's hair, saying, You should express your gratitude to Brother Lin Luo. She then inquired with curiosity, What exactly is going on, Xiao Luo? Lin Luo replied, I cannot elucidate everything right now, but it pertains to a game I have been playing. Let us first leave this hotel. Cheng Xuexin nodded in agreement. We should find a safe place. Under Lin Luo's guidance, they safely exited the hotel. The establishment was nearly devoid of life, with almost everyone having succumbed to the transformation into zombies. During their departure, Lin Luo encountered a few survivors who pleaded for help, and he assisted them without hesitation. He escorted the group to the underground parking garage. Sister Cheng, you will drive while I sit in the passenger seat. Should any issues arise, I can intervene at any moment, Lin Luo stated. All right, Cheng Xuexin replied, taking her place at the wheel, while Li Yinyin settled into the back seat. Just as Lin Luo took his place beside Cheng Xuexin, and she prepared to start the car, a figure blocked their path. It was one of the individuals Lin Luo had rescued, a striking flight attendant named Song Tingting. Aside from her regular job, she often came to the hotel to earn some extra income. While resting, she had sensed something was amiss outside and, upon glimpsing the horde of zombies, had hastily sought refuge in her room. Fortuitously, she had been saved by Lin Luo. Stepping out from the passenger seat, Lin Luo snapped. What do you think you're doing standing in front of the car? Do you wish to be run over? Startled, Song Tingting retreated a few steps, nervously asserting. If you leave, what will happen to us? Another girl, Qin Qian, chimed in. Yes, if you go, surrounded by zombies, how will we survive? You can Appos to abandon us. You must take responsibility. The three young men aligned themselves with Song Tingting. Lin Luo retorted coldly. I have already done enough by saving you. Understand two things. I am not your guardian, and I am neither a police officer nor a soldier. I have no obligation to protect you. Now, move aside before I am compelled to act. He took a few steps towards Song Tingting, which caused her to retreat in fear. Enraged, she exclaimed, Are you even a man, threatening a woman? Lin Luo laughed derisively. Perhaps you should inquire with the zombies whether they would spare you simply because you are a delicate flower. At that, Song Tingting sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. You are not a man, treating a girl so harshly. One of the young men, Zhang Bo, feeling a surge of protective instinct, challenged. Are you trying to harm me? Lin Luo merely smiled icily. Zhang Bo, recalling Lin Luo's earlier display of strength within the hotel, hesitated, intimidated. If you do not strike, then I shall. With that, Lin Luo seized Zhang Bo by the throat and lifted him effortlessly, before discarding him aside like refuse. A resounding thud echoed as he hit the ground. Zhang Bo collided heavily with the wall, curling into a ball. Do not presume that because you are human, I will refrain from taking your lives. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will act decisively. Lin Luo's eyes glinted with murderous intent. In fear, Song Tingting and Chun Qian hastily fled, realizing that Lin Luo was not jesting. Lin Luo returned to the vehicle, stating, "The matter has been resolved. We can depart now." "Understood," Cheng Shui replied, starting the car and driving out of the underground garage. Watching Lin Luo's retreating figure, Song Tingting seethed with resentment, wishing aloud, "I hope you encounter even more formidable zombies on your journey and perish along the way." "What should we do next?" Chun Qian asked, her mind in turmoil. "Did any of you catch that person's name? He injured me and must be made to compensate," Zhang Bo lamented, forgetting that Lin Luo had saved him. Fixating only on his injury, "I too wish to report him. Lin Luo must face the consequences. After all, he is merely a girl," Song Tingting concurred. As the five plotted their revenge against Lin Luo, zombies surged into their midst. "Quickly, find a vehicle." Before they could locate one, they were engulfed by the horde. Regret surged within them, but alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. In the East District, a heavily armored zombie charged forward amidst a hail of gunfire. Soldiers wielding machine guns unleashed a barrage against the creature. The bullets fell like rain. Yet their efficacy was minimal. The resilient steel plating repelled the projectiles, only serving to impede the zombie's advance. "Captain Zhao, this armored zombie has reached level 3. It is a mutated specimen, and we are utterly incapable of killing it. If this continues, we shall all perish here," Sun Wei declared, his eyes reddened with anguish. Having just witnessed several comrades fall to the creature, the armored zombie charged once more, leaving few unscathed. "I do not wish for my brothers to sacrifice themselves. But the higher-ups have issued a death order. We must hold the East District at all costs," Zhao Jianjun reassured him. "Just hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements are on their way, and then we will be able to eliminate this zombie in an instant." "Will there truly be reinforcements?" Sun Wei questioned skeptically. "I assure you there will be," Zhao Jianjun asserted, though uncertainty gnawed at him. The higher-ups had promised powerful reinforcements capable of dispatching the level 3 mutated zombie in one blow. Yet Zhao Jianjun doubted if bullets could not pierce the creature as hide. What formidable force could obliterate it so effortlessly? "Captain, there is a vehicle approaching the armored zombie. What should we do?" Sun Wei pointed behind the zombie. "Do not fire," Zhao Jianjun ordered urgently, preventing any shots that might endanger those inside the vehicle. "But not firing won't help. That vehicle is carelessly heading straight for the armored zombie. It's courting death," Sun Wei exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Jianjun sighed, expressing the inevitable. There was no choice but to follow the higher-ups' orders to rescue survivors, provided one could ensure their own safety. He hoped for the safety of those inside the vehicle. Sun Wei dared not glance at the horrific scene behind him. The armored zombie towered at approximately 3 meters and weighed around a ton, capable of crushing the nearby luxury car into mere scraps of metal. "It looks terrifying. Are we really going to charge straight in?" Cheng Xuexin uttered in fear. Lin Luo chuckled reassuringly. "Sister Cheng, you should charge ahead. I will handle the aftermath." As he approached the armored zombie, coming within 3 meters, Lin Luo disembarked from the passenger seat. In an instant, he leaped powerfully, landing before the formidable creature. He delivered a mighty punch to the zombie's head, which erupted in a spectacular burst, creating a dazzling bloom of crimson. Chapter 30, Cataclysm. The head of the armored zombie exploded, its body crashing heavily to the ground. A resounding boom echoed through the air, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. "What is happening?" Sun Wei stood there, stunned. Zhao Jianjun's lips quivered in disbelief. Why did the armored zombie's head burst? They witnessed a vehicle halt beside the armored zombie, and then, in an instant, its head detonated. By the time they comprehended the situation, the vehicle had vanished without a trace. A person had exited the vehicle moments before the armored zombie met its demise. Sun Wei, possessing keen eyesight, perceived the events with greater clarity. Zhao Jianjun contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the game had bled into reality? Sun Wei struggled to accept the notion. "Captain Zhao, it's bad. A massive wave of zombies is charging towards us, numbering in the thousands," a soldier hurriedly reported. The group steeled themselves, readying for battle. "The Eastern District must not fall." Zhao Jianjun, without a moment's hesitation, urged everyone to prepare for combat. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets flew towards the horde of over 1,000 zombies. One wave of the undead fell, only to be swiftly replaced by another. Their numbers were overwhelming. As the pressure mounted, the zombies began to dwindle at a visible pace. A strikingly beautiful woman, with delicate features and long legs, emerged from the throng of zombies. The nearby zombies lunged at her, but she dispatched them effortlessly with a single punch, her fist adorned with white scales that radiated a brilliant glow. Within mere minutes, the entire horde of over 1,000 zombies lay defeated. "This is astonishing," Sun Luo marveled. Their entire battalion could not compare to the prowess of this remarkable woman. "Greetings. I am Zhao Jianjun, commander of the 10th Reorganization Company." Zhao Jianjun saluted. "My name is Zhou Jiehui, and I serve as the deputy director of the Cataclysm Shelter." The woman introduced herself. "I have come to assist you. I hope I am not too late." "You're not late at all. We were fortunate. We encountered a level 3 mutated zombie, and thankfully, a formidable individual appeared and dispatched it with a single blow. By the time we realized what had happened, that person had already departed," Zhao Jianjun recounted. Zhou Jiehui inquired, "How does their strength compare to mine?" Zhao Jianjun hesitated before replying. "I believe you are still the stronger one. I shall investigate which level 3 mutated zombie it was. That will reveal the individual's true strength," Zhou Jiehui stated as she approached the armored zombie, examining it closely. The force of a single punch was evident, suggesting that the individual had indeed held back some of their power. She concluded that this person was significantly more powerful than herself. Zhao Jianjun asked, "How formidable is this individual? This area is bustling. There should be surveillance footage available. Please assist me in retrieving it so we can examine the details. Our Cataclysm Shelter has just been established, and we require talented individuals to join our ranks." Zhao Jianjun nodded. "I shall take action immediately." The villa. Lin Luo cleared the surrounding zombies, leaving his villa as the only safe haven among the nearby residences. He did not conceal from Cheng Jie, stating, "Sister Cheng, I have recently been playing a game called Devour the World. This game is quite extraordinary. The characters within it have manifested in reality. My character is immensely powerful, which explains the strength I possess in real life." He continued, "The short videos were indeed truthful. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, a game named Devour the World has entirely integrated into our reality. It is, in fact, genuine." Cheng Shui's astonishment was palpable. Lin Luo affirmed, "Correct. Devour the World has materialized in reality. But not all at once. It occurs through 3 successive feedbacks." Cheng Shui began to believe, reflecting, "Earlier, I thought that the player known as Devour the Dragon was merely foolishly affluent. But it seems he is truly astute." Lin Luo contemplated revealing his identity as the top player, Devour the Dragon, but felt that disclosing this now would be somewhat awkward. So he decided to postpone his confession. With the zombie crisis at hand and the threat of starvation looming, Cheng Shui expressed her concern. Lin Luo chuckled. "Have you forgotten that before the outbreak, we prepared ample supplies? Those provisions can now be put to use." "I nearly forgot," Cheng Shui replied. And she began to prepare food, cooking within the confines of their home. Lin Luo entered the gaming pod to assess any changes in Devour the World. A notification chimed. Ding. Esteemed VIP 7 player Devour the Dragon, the first feedback has been completed. The second feedback will occur 3 days hence at 9 o'clock. Lin Luo found himself in a vast river, sensing numerous terrifying and powerful auras, some of which surpassed even the formidable Ba Shi. He refrained from attacking the dormant mighty beings, recognizing the peril inherent in such actions. The last time he engaged Ba Shi, a deity had been nearby. Should 2 or 3 deities be present, Lin Luo would not even consider an assault. Deities are particularly sensitive to being violently awakened. During their slumber, they are at their most vulnerable. Should Lin Luo forcibly disturb these slumbering deities, they would unite against him. Although his own strength was considerable, he could not contend with the combined might of multiple deities. Choosing instead to ascend to the shore, Lin Luo surveyed the situation on land. Cities lay in ruins, overrun with zombies and monsters. The earth of his previous life had also succumbed to such devastation, where many struggled to survive amidst the apocalypse, including Lin Luo himself. In this life, however, Lin Luo had emerged as the strongest player within the game, determined not to endure the same hardships as before. Meanwhile, at the East City shelter, Zhao Wenin anxiously inquired, "Have I managed to contact my old friends? Can we gain entry into the disaster shelter?" She lamented, "Every day, we subsist on slop. I can hardly swallow my meals. I go to bed in constant fear, dreading that someone may wish me harm." Lin Jinyan comforted, "Please keep your voices down. I also wish to leave this place, but we are in a critical moment. My dear friend possesses considerable influence, yet arranging for 3 individuals to enter the disaster shelter is no simple task." Who is Lin Jinyan? The mother and son duo still wished to voice their grievances when a soldier entered the room. Chapter 31. family, gratitude to the devout benefactor for the generous contribution. Zhao Wanyan's face instantly lit up with joy. Jianyan, your friend is truly remarkable. He has arranged a disaster shelter for us so promptly. Lin Xian chimed in with a grin. Father, you are amazing. Lin Jianyan, brimming with pride, declared in Longhai City. I, Lin Jianyan, hold quite a significant standing. Under the guidance of a soldier, the trio was led to a spacious suite. From now on, this suite will be your family's residence, the soldier informed them. Are we really going to live in such a large suite? It seems rather excessive, Lin Jianyan remarked. Having previously learned that ordinary individuals joining disaster shelters typically resided in shared dormitories, this arrangement was indeed fortunate. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Lin family was besieged by the undead. Thankfully, the military arrived in time, escorting the three into the refuge. The shelter was constructed from temporary tents, merely offering protection from the elements, yet incapable of fending off the zombie onslaught. Within the tents, thousands of individuals resided, each finding a place to sleep. While meals were irregular, often amounting to only 2 per day, due to the sheer number of occupants, safety concerns were prevalent. Having spent a day in the refuge, the three could no longer tolerate the conditions. During their stay, one individual awakened extraordinary abilities and joined the disaster shelter, providing a glimmer of hope for Lin Jianyan and his family. The disaster shelter was a government-established institution, permitting only powerful superhumans and world-devouring game players entry. Since Lin Jianyan and his family were not endowed with supernatural powers, they were initially barred from admission. However, Lin Jianyan had a close friend named Chen Sun, who held the position of deputy regiment commander in the military. Out of loyalty to their past friendship, Chen Sun agreed to facilitate their entry into the disaster shelter. Nevertheless, the early stages of the shelter were quite stringent, allowing only superhumans, game players, and their families to enter. It would take some time before Lin Jianyan and his family could gain access. I am unaware of that. It is all contingent upon the higher-ups' arrangements, the young soldier replied. Shaking his head, Zhao Wanyan interjected, Jianyan, do not overthink it. It must be your friend Chen Sun's doing. If you remain puzzled, you can simply inquire later. Lin Xian echoed. Indeed, asking will clarify everything. You both are correct. I shall consult Chen Sun when the time comes. Lin Jianyan concurred, feeling reassured by his friend's involvement. At that moment, a knock echoed at the suite's door. The visitor was none other than Chen Sun, Lin Jianyan's longtime friend, with whom he had shared the bond of both camaraderie and rivalry during their school days. Chen Sun, I am immensely grateful for your help in securing such a spacious suite for me. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, Lin Jianyan exclaimed with urgency. Chen Sun, wearing a perplexed expression, replied, this suite was not arranged by me. I have only just received word that you were assigned here and hurried over to see for myself. Surely, apart from you, who else could assist me in arranging accommodations? Lin Jianyan questioned, bewildered. Chen Sun clarified, as I previously mentioned. I can facilitate your entry into the disaster shelter, but the room provided is merely a dormitory. The three of you are to share a dormitory with another trio, utilizing a common restroom and bathing area. This accommodation is typically allocated to individuals with extraordinary abilities, players of world-devouring games, and their respective families. Zhao Wanyan expressed her concerns, questioning whether there might have been an error in the allocation. Chen Sun shook his head, asserting that such a mistake was impossible. Lin Jianyan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Chen Sun reassured them, stating that it was likely one of their relatives possessed extraordinary abilities or was a game player, thus warranting such special treatment. Our family of 3 resides here, and no one else is present. Lin Jianyan's confusion deepened. Zhao Wanyan inquired if there was any possibility that other relatives from the Lin family were involved. Lin Jianyan negated this, explaining that several of their relatives lived far away and were not in Longhai City. At that moment, Chen Sun's phone rang urgently. Without hesitation, he answered the call and engaged in conversation before hanging up. You 3 should come with me. Core personnel from the disaster shelter are here to see you, he announced. Lin Jianyan quickly inquired about the nature of their visit. Chen Sun replied that no details were provided but speculated that it likely pertained to extraordinary abilities, suggesting their presence in this accommodation was not a mere coincidence. Lin Jianyan suddenly recalled someone, asking, could it possibly be Lin Luo? Zhao Wanyan immediately dismissed the notion, asserting that it could not be him, as Lin Luo had severed ties with them and would not be so benevolent as to facilitate their entrance into the disaster shelter. Lin Xian chimed in, agreeing, indeed, it cannot be Lin Luo. If it were, I would promptly vacate this accommodation. They decided to investigate further. Lin Jinyan nodded, considering the possibility of another relative from the Lin family being involved. In a conference room, a stunning woman in a professional skirt suit was already seated, awaiting their arrival. Her figure was captivating, transforming the uniform into a mesmerizing allure. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled as he approached her, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Hello, I am Lin Xian. A pleasure to meet you." "Hello." Zhou Jiahui responded politely, showing no intention to shake hands. In a previous time, he might have resorted to lavishly showering the beautiful woman with money until she consented to his desires. However, with the outbreak of the zombie crisis, this woman undoubtedly held a higher status than Chen Sun, suggesting she possessed remarkable qualities. Any inappropriate behavior on his part could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Jiahui then asked, "You must be Lin Jianyan?" Lin Jianyan nodded affirmatively. "I am the deputy director of the disaster shelter. I need you to confirm something regarding a vehicle," she stated. Lin Jianyan quickly responded, "Deputy director, I will fully cooperate." Zhou Jiahui produced a photograph for him to examine. She continued, "We have traced the license plate of this vehicle to your son, Lin Luo. He should not have a habit of lending his vehicle to others, correct?" Lin Jinyan's expression darkened as many things suddenly became clear. The opportunity for the three of them to join the disaster shelter was likely due to Lin Luo's influence. He glanced at the license plate number, confirming it indeed belonged to his son. This Mercedes, discarded by Lin Xian, was brought to Lin Luo as a birthday gift. Zhao Wanyan, pointing at the photograph, exclaimed in anger, "This Lin Luo has caused you trouble. We have already severed ties with him and share no connection whatsoever." Lin Xian interjected, "The three of us are family. Lin Luo remains an outsider. What is more egregious is that he has taken a significant amount of money from us." "Both of you, be silent," commanded Lin Jianyan, aware of the gravity of the situation. The three of them were able to enter the disaster shelter solely due to Lin Luo's influence. The deputy director, Zhou Jiahui, was cognizant of the strained relationship among them, which had reached a point of irrevocable estrangement. They not only had to vacate their apartment, but they were also deprived of refuge in the shelter. It appeared that harmony was lacking within this family. Zhou Jiahui contemplated leveraging familial ties to entice Lin Luo into the disaster shelter. However, the words of these three suggested a decidedly poor rapport with him. It was likely that they could not assist themselves, and might even exacerbate the situation. She needed to approach this matter with utmost caution. Chapter 32. The gears of fate have begun to turn. Lin Jianyan hastily remarked, "It is merely a minor discord among us." Zhou Jiahui, with a dark expression, replied, "I caution you. Distorting the truth here is a grave matter. You should carefully consider your forthcoming words." Zhao Wanyan and Lin Xian were beginning to grasp the situation. Their access to the disaster shelter was primarily due to Lin Luo's influence. They expressed that their significant disagreements with Lin Luo could lead to their expulsion from the shelter at any moment. Zhao Wanyan smiled and said, "Our family has its small disputes, but these can be reconciled. Given our current peril, I trust that Lin Luo will undoubtedly assist us." Lin Xian concurred. "Blood is thicker than water. We are family, and despite our quarrels, we would not truly sever ties. Now that communication has been restored, you may make a call to validate your claims," Zhou Jiahui stated coolly. "Jinyan, why not place a call to check?" Zhao Wanyan suggested, somewhat nervously. Lin Jinyan retorted, "I refuse to believe that this ungrateful child would be so heartless as to abandon his own father." He dialed Lin Luo's number, only to hear that the line was busy. With a grim expression, Lin Jinyan said, "Perhaps he is simply on another call. I shall try again." He redialed, but still encountered the same busy signal. "This call seems prolonged. I will attempt once more," Lin Jinyan said awkwardly. Zhou Jiahui interjected coldly, "No need to keep trying. I already called earlier." Lin Luo stated he does not recognize you. When I pressed further, he abruptly hung up on me. I trust you understand my implication. Lin Jinyan responded dejectedly. I never anticipated he would harbor such animosity towards me. Zhou Jiahui replied indifferently, "There is no need for further discussion. You ought to be more aware than I am. It is time for you to leave the disaster shelter." "What? Just because Lin Luo refuses to join your shelter, we must vacate?" "I assure you, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, I would not leave this suite." Zhao Wanyan protested vehemently. "Xiaochen, come here and escort these three out. Should they dare to cause a ruckus in the shelter, throw them out immediately," Zhou Jiahui commanded impatiently. "You cannot do this. We are the Lin family of Longhai, one of the four great families." Lin Jianyan shouted defiantly. Zhou Jiahui ignored him. Before the apocalypse, the four great families of Longhai held considerable power. However, In the aftermath, they had become insignificant. The tone of Lin Luo's voice suggested he was unlikely to be recruited. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Jihui lamented, "For now, we can only place our hopes on tunneling to success. If we can recruit him, the disaster shelter will become the largest organization in the country. No, more accurately, with tunneling to success's inclusion, the disaster shelter would become the most formidable organization in the world." At that moment, Chen Limei entered the conference room and inquired, "What is the status of Lin Luo?" Zhou Jihui elaborated on the details, and Chen Limei sighed, "Let us not offend those who choose not to join us. I must now announce the recruitment for the disaster sanctuary, as we need more individuals to join our ranks. Our current strength of 30 is still insufficient. I will announce this on short video platforms, and I believe our conditions will attract many." Zhou Jihui immediately set to work, broadcasting the recruitment online. "Disaster Sanctuary is hiring. Come join us. We are in need of many exceptional talents like you. The Disaster Sanctuary is a stage for you to showcase your abilities. The wheels of fate have already begun to turn. In the days to come, you will be grateful for having joined the Disaster Sanctuary." There was an unsettling hint of a pyramid scheme in the air, and Zhou Jihui felt a tinge of discomfort. It was hardly surprising. We were the ones seeking others, not the other way around, and our words must be pleasing. Chen Limei held a different perspective. "Listen to the director," she remarked. Zhou Jihui nodded in agreement. Chen Limei continued, "You keep adding friends who devour dragons in the game, while I will search in reality. I believe I will find them soon." Zhou Jihui sighed, "Unfortunately, we cannot trace the money spent in the game. Otherwise, it would be easy to locate those who devour dragons." Chen Limei reassured her, "There's no need to rush. I believe it is merely a matter of time before we succeed." After the Disaster Sanctuary posted its recruitment notice online, it immediately captured the public's attention. "What is this? This cannot be fake news. Joining offers official status and social security. It sounds too good to be true. I have already verified that this is an official short video. It cannot be false. I spent 5 years preparing for the civil service examination and failed to secure a position. Now, joining the Disaster Sanctuary could grant me official status. At worst, I would become a civil servant. With social security and official status, my family would have a safety net. This job is a must." Excitement surged as people eagerly signed up, all wanting to join the Disaster Sanctuary. Shortly after the official recruitment announcement, another notice appeared. Heaven Shield Alliance, Leader Yu Tian. Level 70. Currently, a global zombie crisis has erupted, with various beings mutating and evolving. I, Yu Tian, defy the odds and establish the Heaven Shield Alliance. I invite all strong individuals to join. I, Yu Tian, am fiercely protective, and joining the alliance will ensure your safety. Isn't this Yu Tian, the perennial second? I thought he would join the official Disaster Sanctuary, but instead, he established his own organization. Given Yu Tian's prowess, the authorities would likely turn a blind eye to his new establishment in the capital. Only one person in the entire Dragon Nation surpasses him. If those who devour dragons were to form an organization, I would certainly join them. In an increasingly perilous future, having a strong leader is paramount. The crowd observed eagerly, awaiting the decision of the top-ranked devourer of dragons regarding the formation of a formidable organization. To their disappointment, Lin Luo showed no inclination to establish one. Meanwhile, Lin Luo sat, scrolling through his phone while savoring the dish cooked by Chang Xuexin. "Chang Jie, your culinary skills have improved remarkably," Lin Luo praised. Chang Xuexin smiled and replied, "I'm glad you enjoy it." However, her expression soon turned grave as she added, "With the entire Longhai city overrun by zombies and mutated creatures, do you think we should consider relocating to a safer place?" Lin Luo reassured her, "Rest assured, Chang Jie, as long as I am here, this will be the safest place in all of Longhua." Cheng Xuexin, recognizing Lin Luo's formidable capabilities, nodded vigorously and said, "I believe in your strength." After they had finished eating, Lin Luo stood up and announced, "I'm going outside for some exercise. Just be cautious," Cheng Xuexin advised. "Don't worry," Lin Luo replied as he stepped out of the villa, where the ground was strewn with the corpses of slain zombies. Chapter 33. Wandering alone in the dark alley, various colored crystal cores lay scattered across the ground. To others, these cores would be treasures, but to Lin Luo, who had reached the pinnacle of his level, they were utterly useless. A distant roar of zombies echoed, charging toward Lin Luo. With powerful strikes, he dispatched the zombies with ease. In a small alley, two beautiful young women sought refuge, careful to remain silent. "Xiao Jing, what did the disaster shelter say after your call?" Lu Yeye inquired. "Everything is fine. With my invisibility ability, I can hold out for at least half a day." Xiaojing replied, relieved. Seeing her friend's superpower, Li Jing couldn't help but feel envious. I should have known better. If I had realized this game would manifest in reality, I wouldn't have squandered my money on designer bags and beautiful clothes. I should have invested everything into the game instead. Lu Yeye retorted. When I first suggested you play this game, you dismissed it, claiming designer bags were more appealing and that beautiful clothes were more enticing. Especially since you had no boyfriend to enjoy it with. Alas, Li Jing sighed in resignation. Lu Yeye echoed her sentiment. I too regret not investing more. Had I known, I would have purchased more in-game currency. She had only played the game a little, reaching level 9, with her superpower being invisibility. Due to her low level, her ability was primarily for evasion, rendering her incapable of engaging in combat. During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the two remained together. Fortunately, Lu Yeye's invisibility allowed them to evade capture. After leaving their homes in search of military protection, they faced overwhelming hordes of zombies, some of which could detect Lu Yeye. They had recently encountered a particularly formidable zombie, and, in their attempts to evade it, found themselves trapped in the alley. While scrolling through short videos, Li Jing stumbled upon a recruitment notice from the disaster shelter. She immediately contacted the shelter, explaining Lu Yeye's abilities. The shelter took great interest in Lu Yeye, promptly dispatching a superpowered individual for their rescue. Li Jing felt a mixture of envy and regret for not having played the game herself. Suddenly, a chilling zombie roar pierced the air. Be quiet, the monster is coming, Lu Yeye urged, swiftly using her ability to conceal both herself and Li Jing. A grotesque licker crawled into the alley, its repulsive presence sending Li Jing's face pale with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yeye, possessing a steadier disposition, softly reassured her friend. As the licker drew nearer, its foul visage became increasingly visible. Ah! Li Jing screamed. The licker lunged toward their hiding spot, prompting Lu Yeye to hastily lead Li Jing away. Fortunately, they managed to evade capture just in time. However, they faced imminent danger. The licker was level 4, while Lu Yeye was level 9 in the game, with her first feedback indicating only level 2. This signifies that in the impending wave of attacks, 2 lives are surely doomed. The zombie mutations are swift. Merely a day has passed, and already, a level 4 predator has emerged. Lin Luo was clearing the area of zombies when he heard screams emanating from a nearby alley, filled with confusion. The zombie crisis has erupted. Yet the young woman in the alley continues her diligent work. Thus, he ventured alone into the dim passage, only to witness a licker intent on slaughtering 2 women. Roar. Upon noticing Lin Luo's approach, the predator lunged at him with ferocious speed. Be careful, Lu Yeye urgently warned. No sooner had she uttered her caution than the licker brushed past Lin Luo. Am I seeing things? Lu Yeye rubbed her eyes vigorously, convinced she must have been mistaken. When she glanced back, the licker had already met its demise, its head blown apart. Li Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her speechless for a time. What just transpired? Li Jing? Lu Yeye inquired. Stammering, Li Jing replied, that person, he obliterated the zombie's head with a single punch. Only one punch. Lu Yeye exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Li Jing nodded. As Lin Luo turned to depart, Lu Yeye hurriedly stepped forward. I cannot thank you enough for what happened just now. You need not express gratitude. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. My slaying of that licker had little to do with you. It was merely that the creature approached me, and I feared it intended to attack. I can't shake the feeling that it was afraid of you and merely chose to flee, rather than attack, Lu Yeye stated candidly. Lin Luo chuckled. It's all much the same. I simply found that zombie to be unpleasant. He had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the 2 women and began to walk away. Wait, benefactor. You don't want the crystal core from this liquor, do you? Lu Yeye inquired. She understood that the crystal core could facilitate upgrades. With the apocalyptic world encroaching upon reality, upgrades would soon resemble those in a game. The crystal core is a vital asset capable of elevating one's level. No need. You may keep it, Lin Luo responded. He was already at maximum level, rendering the experience from ordinary zombies negligible. At that moment, a menacing middle-aged man entered the alley, casting a shadowy gaze upon the trio. He eyed Lu Yeye and Li Jing, his crimson tongue licking his lips. To his surprise, he had encountered 2 young and beautiful women here, one of whom was a superhuman, an opportunity to indulge for an entire evening. Li Haiba's skin began to pale, signifying his transformation into a zombie. I see you play the role of a zombie in the game. Your level appears to be quite high, Lin Luo remarked with intrigue. Li Haiba chuckled mockingly. It seems you are also a gamer, having seen through my identity instantly. Since you have discerned my true nature, I need not feign any longer. In the game, I am a formidable zombie at level 30, ranked 998 on the zombie leaderboard. My current feedback level is 7, and in this vicinity, I am nearly invincible. I am immensely grateful for the game Devouring the World. In the past, I was merely a lecherous man, confined to fantasizing about beautiful women in the recesses of my mind. However, my circumstances have transformed. I now stand as the mightiest in this vicinity. Just prior to my arrival here, I vanquished a captivating woman, and her husband met a similar fate at my hands. You must be the boyfriend of one of these two women, and soon you shall experience a heart-wrenching anguish. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are mistaken. I have no connection with either of these women. I find myself in good spirits today and prefer not to meddle in others and Oppo's affairs. Do as you wish." His acquaintance with Lu Yeye was minimal, and his presence in this dark alley was purely coincidental. The man could pursue his intentions without interference. For Lin Luo felt no obligation to protect these two simply because of their beauty. "Hey, please, I implore you to help us. This man is not jesting," Lu Yeye pleaded. Lin Luo found himself in a quandary, having just promised to refrain from involvement. Chapter 34. The powerful, handsome man Lu Yeye's demeanor was notably more amiable than that of the previous two women. She refrained from displaying any whimsical tantrums. Lin Luo felt rather pleased. A little rescue posed no significant challenge. "Stop pretending, you brat. I will be the first to take you down." Li Haibao, now filled with rage and humiliation, lunged at Lin Luo with ferocity. His body began to undergo a ghastly transformation, his teeth sharpening into vicious fangs. Claws sprouted from his hands, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. "Be careful," Lu Yeye shouted. With a resounding bang, Li Haibao's head instantly exploded, showering the area with a grotesque spray of blood. How is this possible? Li Haibao could scarcely believe the unfolding events. As a high-level zombie, he remained alive even after having his head blown apart. "I told you I was in a good mood today and had no desire to kill. Yet you insisted on charging at me," Lin Luo remarked, shaking his head as he approached Li Haibao's form. "Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistake," Li Haibao desperately pleaded. As a high-ranking zombie, he possessed formidable regenerative abilities. His head, not entirely obliterated, could potentially heal. With another loud bang, Lin Luo stepped on Li Haibao's head, crushing it completely. After Lin Luo departed, Lu Yeye and Li Jing took a moment to process the scene. Li Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gushed. "This person is so handsome. His strength is incredible. I must go over and add him on WeChat." Lu Yeye quickly restrained Li Jing, saying, "Stop daydreaming. There are zombies outside. If you run out, you'll be done for. Stay put, and besides, he might not even give you his WeChat." Footsteps echoed in the alley, and a squad of uniformed soldiers entered. Leading them was a charming girl with a round face and glasses. "Hello, my name is Yang Jun, from the Catastrophe Sanctuary. You were the ones who made the call, correct?" The adorable girl introduced herself. She was one of the 30 members of the investigation team, positioned in the middle tier. The Catastrophe Sanctuary had only recently been established, and Yang Jun was tasked with recruiting game players. Although some fortunate individuals awakened powerful abilities after the apocalypse erupted, they could not compare to seasoned game players. Even the most gifted level 1 ability user would struggle to evolve to level 3 within a mere 7 days, regardless of their innate talent. Conversely, the feedback from the Devour the World game allowed for remarkable evolution, reaching up to level 80, the pinnacle being the Dragon Devourer. Upon receiving game feedback, the Dragon Devourer would become the strongest individual on Earth, without exception. It was indeed us who called. "I am Lu Yeye, a player of Devour the World, currently at level 9, possessing the ability of invisibility." Lu Yeye hastily introduced herself. "I need to confirm once more. Do you wish to join the Catastrophe Sanctuary?" Yang Jun reiterated. Numerous organizations had emerged in Longhua, each gathering a formidable cohort of game players, their power truly terrifying. Among them, Yi Tian was the most arrogant, having established the Shrouded Alliance based on his high level, boasting a reputation even more resounding than that of the Catastrophe Sanctuary. If Lu Yeye refused to join the Disaster Sanctuary, Yang Jun would simply take her away from here, without bringing her to the headquarters. Lu Yeye inquired, "Is there any doubt? We are official and will not act in bad faith." "I wish to join," Lu Yeye hastily declared, confirming that there was no turning back. Yang Jun reminded her, "This decision is irrevocable." Li Jing interjected, "Who would reconsider such a fortunate opportunity? Had I known, I would have refrained from purchasing cosmetics and instead invested in this game." I could have secured a structured position by now. Yang Jun surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Did you slay the Lick Eater and that zombie?" Lu Yeye shook her head, stating, "This is my first game feedback. My level is merely 1. And my abilities lean towards supportive invisibility, rendering me incapable of vanquishing even that Lick Eater. Just moments ago, that Lick Eater attacked us and nearly ended my life. But fortunately, a remarkably handsome man appeared and dispatched the Lick Eater with ease. As for the zombie lying on the ground, it is not a true zombie but a player who sought to harm us due to our appearances. He provoked that handsome man and was instantly slain, with hardly any resistance." Yang Jun frowned slightly, remarking, "That individual is extraordinarily powerful. Players in this underground game are at least level 2. To achieve such a high level on the first feedback indicates he is at least level 19, placing him among the competent within the player base." She had chosen the human race, currently at level 21, with a VIP status of 4, and her first feedback level was 3. The correlation between game level feedback, VIP status, and character level is substantial. "Captain Yang, not only have several zombies perished here, but there are also corpses outside, and their cores remain unclaimed," a soldier reported. "Do you have any insight as to why this individual didn't collect the cores after slaying the zombies?" Yang Jun pondered this, requiring further validation. Lu Yeye nodded, stating, "I called out to him as he departed, inquiring whether he had no use for the cores, and he replied that he did not." Yang Jun affirmed, "It appears my hypothesis is correct. This individual possesses a high level and thus has no need for these cores. How shall we handle these cores?" The soldier beside her continued to inquire. "Collect them all. They are essential for our disaster sanctuary," Yang Jun decided, reporting this matter to Zhou Jiahui. Surrounding them were formidable zombies and mutated animals, which he had successfully eradicated. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, animals had evolved rapidly. Among the mutated creatures he cleared, the monstrous chicken was notably absent. In his previous life, Lin Luo had been devoured by such a creature, and in this life, he was determined to exact revenge. Additionally, he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Wang Tianyu. Lin Luo felt no urgency. The once formidable enemies had become mere insects in his eyes. Fortunately, there aren't many zombies left. "I have cleared them all," Lin Luo remarked with a smile. "Are you certain there aren't many zombies?" Cheng Shuexin inquired as she opened a short video, which displayed an overwhelming horde of zombies, along with mutated cats, dogs, and small creatures, occupying the entire street. The location of the video was precisely in the Xiqing district, near the vicinity where Lin Luo resided. Lin Luo insisted, "Sister Cheng, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply enjoy your life in the villa, for I shall ensure your safety. I appreciate your understanding." Cheng Shuexin expressed her gratitude, saying, "A rather peculiar incident has transpired online recently." Chapter 35, Personally Engaging in Recruitment, What is it? Lin Luo inquired. Having experienced his previous life, he was well aware of the situation. In his quest for survival, he had once joined the disaster refuge. While there were benefits such as organizational support and social security, it also entailed significant dangers in the execution of perilous tasks. Moreover, with a large number of individuals came the shadows of malice. Initially, the disaster refuge was manageable. Lin Luo faced only minor risks and was not in imminent danger. However, as more players entered the fray, the entire refuge underwent a transformation. With the lessons learned from his past life, Lin Luo was disinclined to join any organization, as long as he remained resolute in his decision. No one could coerce him into joining. "Have you given it any thought?" Cheng Shuexin asked. "I have not," Lin Luo replied with unwavering determination. Cheng Shuexin continued, "Are you concerned that joining an official organization would impose too many constraints on you? You could consider other groups, such as the Shadow Alliance, which is quite commendable. Though it lacks formal structure, it offers excellent benefits, and its leader, Yi Tian, boasts a game level of 70, achieving a first feedback at level 15. While it may not surpass the top-ranked Devourer, joining the Shadow Alliance would alleviate your concerns for future safety. You should contemplate it." Lin Luo chuckled, "Forget it. I doubt Yi Tian would approve of my joining anyway. He holds a level of 80 in the game, and his feedback surpasses mine by 10 levels. That gap is substantial, and I could easily overwhelm him. In the future, whether the Shadow Alliance is known by the surname Yi or Lin remains uncertain. I do this for your own good. It would be prudent for you to choose an organization. Staying alone in the villa is not ideal," Cheng Shuexin advised. Lin Luo laughed. "If I were to join these organizations to undertake missions, where would you go, Sister Cheng?" Cheng Shuexin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You wouldn't want to abandon me, would you, brother?" Are you planning to forsake us? Li Yin, standing nearby, began to cry. Lin Luo reassured them with a smile. Rest assured, I will not abandon either of you. I have my own plans. Do not dwell on it too much. In his previous life, Cheng Xuexin had always cared for Lin Luo, allowing him to experience the warmth of family. He also held a deep admiration for this mature older sister. Cheng Xuexin nodded. All right, I will go prepare dinner. Lin Luo settled back on the sofa, beginning to scroll through his phone. Here is the milk tea I made this morning. Give it a taste and let me know how it is, Cheng Xuexin said, wearing an apron and holding a transparent cup. Her figure was striking, the apron accentuating her curves. Lin Luo entertained a bold thought of having Cheng Xuexin don a maid outfit, envisioning her surpassing the maids depicted in films. It was merely a fleeting fantasy, and he had no genuine intention to pursue it. Nevertheless, Lin Luo believed that Cheng Xuexin would likely acquiesce to such a request. After sipping the milk tea, Lin Luo stumbled upon Yutian and Appo's, a short video account, nearly bursting into laughter. Earlier that morning, he had seen Yitian's video announcing the establishment of the Shadow Alliance and the associated recruitment notice. This short video was created by Yitian, detailing various benefits. A monthly salary of 100,000, a grand villa to reside in, complete with maids and caretakers, and each individual provided with a luxury car worth 500,000. While money has lost its value elsewhere, it is still valid within the Zhetian Alliance, with the primary requisite being membership in the alliance. This represents the most modest of benefits. The superior ones are exponentially more advantageous. Lin Luo believed that with such offerings, many would eagerly join. However, the first comment questioned whether Yutian provided official employment and social security benefits. Official employment is a privilege reserved for government positions, which the Zhetian Alliance cannot offer. Unintentionally or not, the commenter dismissed the lack of official employment with disdain. Yitian, provoked, unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the individual. Lin Luo, uninterested in lingering on this video, swiftly moved on to the next. The subsequent video was released by the Disaster Shelter, featuring director Chen Limei. This video was specifically aimed at a certain gamer, one whom many would likely recognize. Indeed, the individual in question is the formidable player, Devourer of Dragons. Here, I sincerely hope that Devourer of Dragons will join our Disaster Shelter. We would accommodate any reasonable terms you propose. I would willingly relinquish my position as director and place the entire organization in your capable hands, granting you considerable autonomy to arrange the shelter as you see fit. Chen Limei spoke with utmost sincerity. Devourer of Dragons, being the strongest player in the game, certainly commands significant respect from the officials. Would the great Devourer of Dragons decline? The likelihood seems low. The benefits are substantial, yet the Devourer has already achieved invincibility. Indeed, the Devourer may pursue whatever path he desires, leaving us mere mortals to admire from afar. Nevertheless, the crowd remained skeptical about the Disaster Shelter's ability to enlist the Devourer. Lin Luo concurred. He had no intention of joining the Disaster Shelter, finding solace in a life devoid of desires. Beyond, preparing for a restful slumber. Soon, the zombies would surge once more, necessitating another round of cleansing. In the capital, the Yi family expressed their frustrations. I'm offering a monthly salary of 100,000. And yet they still inquire about official employment. Can official employment even yield such a salary? Yi Tian was on the verge of exploding with anger. Pang Bo chuckled and reassured him. Do not mind those comments. The zombie crisis has only recently erupted, and many still cling to outdated notions. He felt fortunate that Yutian had managed to survive. Yutian had played without rest for 4 consecutive days, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Even the doctor he had summoned issued a critical condition notice. Fortunately, the game provided timely feedback, allowing Yutian to pull through. Once revived, Yutian wasted no time and observed the establishment of the Disaster Shelter by officials. He promptly organized the Zhetian Alliance, which quickly attracted numerous eager recruits. Under Yutian's formidable influence, the Zhetian Alliance swiftly surpassed the Disaster Shelter in various aspects. In the capital, due to the influence of the Celestial Alliance, numerous safe havens have been established. Yutian personally took action, slaying several formidable zombies and mutated creatures. As a result, the number of individuals joining the Celestial Alliance surged. Yutian's personal video account has ascended to the pinnacle of popularity. Eager to boast about his prowess, he found himself undermined by a single comment. Surely, these individuals are envious of my talents. Yitian reassured himself, taking into account the advice of his friend, Pang Bo. Suddenly, he was inundated with a multitude of comments, nearly overwhelming his screen. The content revealed that the Disaster Sanctuary was offering exceptional conditions, recruiting the nation's top player, Devourer of Dragons. Wasn't Yution's Celestial Alliance also seeking to recruit the Devourer of Dragons? Chapter 36. Dragon God. This group of small black-clad individuals, I am not lacking in discernment. How could I possibly recruit my own arch-nemesis, the Devourer of Dragons? What? Yution is not recruiting the Devourer of Dragons? I shall observe for a moment. Contemplating whether to join. Upon observing Yution, it is evident that he lacks the capacity for tolerance. Those who join the alliance are likely to face covert sabotage. Lacking vision, unable to discern talent, it is best for everyone to proceed to the cataclysmic shelter, where there is a structured organization. Thus, the crowd gradually gravitated towards the cataclysmic shelter. Pang Bo, managing the intricate affairs of the Celestial Alliance, soon received several phone calls. Those who had previously confirmed their intention to join the Celestial Alliance now hesitated, opting to observe instead. This is troubling. Several individuals have just called, including one who ranked 30th on the leaderboard, refusing to join our Celestial Alliance despite prior assurances. Pang Bo relayed urgently to Yution. Yution, his countenance darkened, was engaged in a heated discussion over the phone. Pang Bo craned his neck to understand, quickly grasping the source of Yution's distress. Yution. I'm at level 70 in the game, possessing mastery over spatial and sword techniques. With my sword in hand, who dares to challenge me? Yet, I remain in the shadows of mediocrity. The Devourer of Dragons, timid and indecisive, stands in stark contrast to my establishment of the Celestial Alliance, a sanctuary for a city. Fool, you can only utter a single phrase, can't you? Still lingering in the shadows of mediocrity. Eventually, Yution's defenses crumbled, and he exited the short video platform. Taking several deep breaths, he lamented, if these individuals refuse to join my Celestial Alliance, so be it. I seek the elite, not the dross. Pang Bo interjected, what if we issue a recruitment announcement for the Devourer of Dragons? After all, it would merely be a formality, not a genuine recruitment. Yution shook his head resolutely. Yution, live with integrity and honor. I disdain such actions. You are the leader. Your high-mindedness is commendable, Pang Bo replied. Feeling somewhat helpless. Those small black-clad individuals infuriate me. Issue a statement declaring that the Celestial Alliance will not recruit the Devourer of Dragons, not now, nor in the future. Yution declared vehemently. That may not be wise. While we may not wish to recruit the Devourer of Dragons, we should not offend them either, Pang Bo countered. Feeling the weight of the dilemma, Yution thumped his chest, declaring, just publish it. Yution, will not coddle the Devourer of Dragons. The title of best in the game holds no weight before me, the eternal second. No, before me, Yution. If you choose to publish this, I cannot intervene. Should you cause the collapse of the entire organization, do not blame me, Pang Bo cautioned. Publish it as you wish. Yution will shoulder all consequences alone, Yution asserted firmly. Celestial Alliance short video. Our alliance's founder Yution possesses formidable strength and will not recruit the Devourer of Dragons. We seek elites, not worthless drifters. This short video starkly contrasted with the official release. The perennial second is not mad. Is he truly intent on clashing head-on with the first, the Devourer of Dragons? Has he lost his senses? This Yution cannot possibly believe himself to be second. While the Devourer of Dragons holds the first position, the discrepancy between them is merely a matter of one slot. The Devourer of Dragons has already attained level 80, having entered the ranks of the Divine, whereas Yution remains at level 70, meaning a confrontation would lead to Yution's utter defeat. Initially, I contemplated joining the Sky Shield Alliance, given its superior benefits, but my inclination now leans towards the official faction. Perhaps it is best to wait. Should the Devourer of Dragons align with the official side, I shall promptly opt for the Cataclysm Shelter. Yution's recent short video has undoubtedly dissuaded many. The Sky Shield Alliance, once perched atop the popularity rankings, has plummeted to the 10th position. If this trend continues, the Alliance's influence may dwindle beneath that of smaller organizations. Pang Bo conveyed the gravity of the situation to Yution, who remained obstinate. Lin Luo, oblivious to the happenings online, awoke from his slumber to partake in Cheng Shuexin's culinary offerings. Venturing outside for a brief excursion, he eliminated the surrounding threats posed by zombies and mutated flora and fauna. In his previous life, the West District was home to a termite nest, which evolved rapidly, consuming the majority of zombies and mutated organisms in the area. The termite queen reached level 40, rendering the West District a human no-go zone. The Cataclysm Shelter expended considerable resources to reclaim the West District, with reports suggesting that Deputy Director Zhou Jiahui nearly perished within the confines of the termite nest, residing in the West District. Lin Luo was determined to prevent the growth of the termite nest. He preemptively eradicated it, leaving the queen at a mere level 5. Rather than feeling threatened by the termite nest and Apos' presence, he found it repulsive. The queen and Apos' self-reproduction resulted in clusters of white eggs, which quickly hatched, provoking discomfort in those who suffer from trypophobia. Cheng Jia, you can go to sleep first. There's no need to wait for me, Lin Luo suggested. Cheng Xuexin shook her head, replying, while you are out aiding us in eliminating zombies and monsters, I cannot simply sleep soundly at home. Any person with a semblance of conscience would find it difficult to do so. I shall prepare a late-night snack for you. It is the least I can do. Is my late-night fare to your liking? If there's anything specific you desire, just let me know, and I shall make it for you. Lin Luo felt a warmth in his heart. All right, please cook me some noodles tomorrow. I crave your noodles. Cheng Xuexin's cheeks reddened, and she shot him a playful glare. Just say noodles. Why must you phrase it that way? Merely a slip of the tongue, Lin Luo replied. After finishing his late-night snack, he settled into the gaming pod. Ding. Esteemed VIP player, the Devourer of Dragons, you have completed your first game feedback. 45 hours remain until the second game feedback, which will enhance your game character by 70%. Following the second game feedback, my level will rise to 56. Lin Luo anticipated a substantial increase in strength after the second feedback, yet he felt little joy in the prospect. Regardless of the feedback, Lin Luo remained the strongest. Ding. Player Zhou Jiahui wishes to add you as a friend. This persistent specter refuses to fade. I am not Su Xian, who has never consorted with serpents. Lin Luo decided to accept the friend request and confront Zhou Jiahui directly. No sooner had he added her as a friend than Zhou Jiahui promptly sent a message. Dragon God, you have finally added me as a friend. Zhou Jiahui exclaimed with joy. Dragon God, did I ever possess such a title? Lin Luo inquired, puzzled. This is a title I have bestowed upon you, a token of my respect. You undoubtedly merit such an honor both nationally and globally, Zhou Jiahui responded with utmost reverence. In the past, those who excelled in gaming and indulged heavily in microtransactions were referred to as internet-addicted youths. Parents often sought the assistance of the renowned King of Thunder, Yang Yoxin, to guide these children back from their wayward paths. Chapter 37. Invitation to Su Qing as the feedback from the game permeated into reality. Excelling in the game signified possessing formidable power. Lin Luo vanquished the deities within the game, evolving into a deity himself. After consuming all the world's game feedback, he became a powerful god. Zhou Jiahui referred to Lin Luo as the Dragon God, a description that was both objective and fair. Only Lin Luo could be deemed a deity in the entire world. Others were unworthy of such a title. Feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for pretense. Lin Luo remarked nonchalantly. Zhou Jiahui quickly responded, last time, I extended an invitation to you in the game, and I wish to do so again. I hope you will consider joining the Cataclysm Sanctuary. The short video platform has already released the benefits of your participation. Should you join the Cataclysm Sanctuary? You would assume the position of director, and whatever you desire, we will certainly accommodate. I sincerely hope you will contemplate this. That is all I wish to say. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Luo began to wander through the world of consumption, observing the myriad powerful deities. Very well. Zhou Jiahui understood the cue and refrained from further conversation. She then exited the game pod, where Chen Limei had been waiting anxiously. Did you manage to add him as a friend in Devour the World? Chen Limei inquired urgently. Zhou Jiahui affirmed, yes, I did. What did he say? He still does not wish to join. However, having learned from our previous encounter, I refrained from any unnecessary chatter, and he did not remove me from his friend list. As long as he has deleted you, we can persuade him gradually. Zhou Jiahui nodded in agreement. Director, I understand. The danger in East District has not yet been resolved. When you have the time, please visit. There is someone there whom you must also persuade, Chen Limei advised. You are referring to the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qing, Zhou Jiahui clarified. Precisely. Su Qing has chosen the zombie race and is at level 50. Her addition would significantly enhance the strength of our entire Cataclysm Sanctuary, Chen Limei asserted. I understand. I will personally go to persuade her, if she joins. We will arrange for her to be the deputy director. Zhou Jiahui nodded in agreement. As long as we can retain individuals. There are many things we can sacrifice for the sake of the Cataclysm Sanctuary. I am aware of this. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, We can no longer view the current populace through the lens of the past, especially the players of Devour the World. Zhou Jiahui, primarily responsible for recruitment, immediately headed towards the Su family's residence. East District. Su family. Thanks to Qing'er, if it weren't for your protection, we would have perished at the hands of the zombies, Uncle Su Ming expressed, still shaken. Just a short while ago, a horde of zombies had besieged the Su family. The relentless influx of zombies had surrounded the entire residence, leaving no avenue of escape. Despair had settled among the people, believing that no matter how powerful Su Qing was, it was impossible for her to eliminate such a multitude of zombies. Yet, Su Qing's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. She fought with increasing fervor, slaying thousands of zombies. Moreover, she managed to decapitate the powerful psychic zombie controlling the horde, restoring safety to the Su family once again. Aunt Zhao Xiuxiu expressed her apologies, acknowledging the disparaging words she had previously uttered about you. I am truly sorry, she said, her face betraying her regret. Now that you realize the need for an apology, why did you not consider this sooner? I had warned you that Qing'er would achieve greatness in the future. You should have treated her with more respect. Yet you insisted on speaking coldly, Su Mingxin chastised. You, who have never uttered a word of malice, claimed that it would be better for my brother to bequeath his fortune to Qing'er rather than to you, Zhao Xiuxiu retorted. I did make such a statement in the past, Su Mingxin admitted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Both of you, cease your quarrel. I no longer wish to hear any disparaging remarks about Qing'er. Let bygones be bygones, Su and Apos, as father declared, his expression somber. Rest assured, we will refrain from speaking ill of Qing'er in the future, Su Mingxin promised, thinking to herself that even if offered tenfold courage, she would never dare to utter a single negative word about Su Qing. The very thought of Su Qing transformed into a zombie filled her with dread. Compared to the zombies outside, the prospect of Su Qing as a zombie was far more terrifying. Her sharp claws could effortlessly rend apart any zombies that stood in her way. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell echoed from outside. Could it be that zombies have returned? Zhao Xiuxiu asked, fear evident in her voice. Su Mingxin replied curtly, does your zombie enjoy ringing doorbells? I shall answer the door. Su Qing declared confidently. Though the scar on her face remained, resembling a grotesque centipede, it did not diminish her self-worth, for she possessed formidable strength. Should anyone dare mock her, Su Qing would have no qualms about eliminating them entirely. Anyone who dared to bully brother Lin Luo would also meet a similar fate. In Su Qing and Apos' heart, her father held second place. Lin Luo was her foremost priority. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a striking young woman clad in uniform. Who are you? Su Qing inquired warily. I am Zhou Jiahui, the deputy director of the disaster shelter. The woman introduced herself. This is a distinguished guest. Xiuxiu. Hurry and fetch the finest tea leaves to serve our deputy director, Su Mingxin urged. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Jiahui waved her hand dismissively. I am here for a specific purpose, to invite Su Qing to join the disaster shelter. Su's father exclaimed with excitement. Are you truly inviting Qing'er to join the disaster shelter? Zhou Jiahui nodded affirmatively. Zhao Xiuxiu, equally thrilled, added. I have heard that joining the disaster shelter grants housing privileges to her relatives. Zhou Jiahui smiled and confirmed, indeed, that is true. Su Mingxin, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, what position will my Qing'er hold within the disaster shelter? Zhou Jiahui answered plainly, Su Qing ranks first on the zombie leaderboard and 8th overall, upon her arrival. She will hold the same rank as I. Su's father was momentarily taken aback. What rank does the deputy director signify? Zhou Jiahui responded. The benefits are all at the provincial level. Previously, they were primarily calculated in monetary terms, but now they are based on provisions. These provisions will allow your family to enjoy lavish meals, and the accommodation will be a villa, no smaller than the one you currently reside in. How splendid! Su Mingxin urged, Qing'er, you must agree quickly. Our family can finally leave this dreadful place. Su's father interjected, do not heed your uncle's words. The choice is yours alone. Whether to join or not is entirely up to you. Zhou Jiahui added, take your time to ponder. Our disaster relief shelter is an official organization, where many matters are handled with fairness and justice. I can join, but I have one question. Su Qing hesitated. Zhou Jiahui promptly inquired, what is your question? Su Qing replied, has brother Lin Luo joined your disaster relief shelter? Chapter 38. A personal call Lin Luo? Zhou Jiahui recalled a person and inquired. Does he reside in the West District, own a Mercedes-Benz with the license plate number who XXXXX? Indeed, Su Qing nodded. Brother Lin Luo lives in the West District. Zhou Jiahui smiled. We have previously extended an invitation to your brother Lin Luo. It is only a matter of time before he joins the disaster shelter. You might as well join in advance. Su Qing, with her sparkling eyes, asked, "Are you suggesting that brother Lin Luo has not yet joined?" Unable to deceive her, Zhou Jiahui confirmed, "That is correct. He has not joined." Su Qing resolutely replied, "If brother Lin Luo has not joined, then I shall not join either. I will only join if brother Lin Luo wishes for me to." Zhao Xiuxiu grew anxious immediately. Su Mingxin quickly restrained his wife. "Please be quiet. There may be underlying circumstances." Zhou Jiahui, feeling a sense of urgency, urged, "Ms. Su, please think it over." Deputy Director Zhou, "My daughter can be quite stubborn. I will have a proper discussion with her. Do not be alarmed." Su and Apos, as father pulled Su Qing aside and clarified many matters. He recalled that his daughter usually showed little interest in games. How could she suddenly be engrossed in devouring the world? It turned out that Lin Luo was behind it all. The displeasure that Su Mingxin and Zhao Xiuxiu harbored towards Lin Luo dissipated entirely. Su Qing's gratitude towards Lin Luo was entirely understandable. Moreover, it was evident that Lin Luo himself indulged in devouring the world and must possess a commendable level. They speculated that Lin Luo's decision not to join the disaster shelter must be well-founded. Su's father spoke politely, "Deputy Director Zhou, it is not that my daughter is unwilling to join, it is that she is unable to. Due to certain childhood circumstances, she struggles to interact well with others. And I hope you can understand." Zhou Jiahui sighed, her face brightening with a smile once more. "I can comprehend that. Su Qing can take her time to consider at home. Should she wish to join our disaster shelter, she is welcome at any time." With the intent of neither enticing nor offending, Zhou Jiahui generously provided the Su family with ample supplies. She reported this matter to Chen Limei, who reassured her, "Do not be overly disheartened. This is not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. If we can persuade Lin Luo to join the shelter, Su Qing will inevitably follow suit." Zhou Jiahui nodded. "I will make an effort to connect with Lin Luo. Since you offended him last time, allow me to handle this." Chen Limei resolved to take matters into her own hands. Lin Luo assessed the situation concerning the deities within the game, and the outlook was grim. Two deities had descended upon Longhai City. One was the golden giant ant, and the other was the white jade spider. Both deities could reproduce countless offspring, which would spell disaster for the entire Longhai City. The sole piece of good news was that these two deities required a year to fully descend to Earth. There was no need for immediate concern. A year provided ample time. Lin Luo had devised a plan. If necessary, he would personally eliminate these two deities within the game. The two deities were intertwined. If he were to slay one, the other would awaken. Deities are at their most vulnerable while in slumber and are particularly sensitive to external disturbances at their points of repose. The two divine beings are bound to unite and besiege Lin Luo alone. With the formidable bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, Lin Luo boasts a 70% chance of victory against two adversaries. Should he master the physical form from the game in reality, this probability could rise to 90%. Lin Luo has already devised a plan and decided to exit the game. The dawn has just broken, and the clock is nearing 9 o'clock. At exactly 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, the game will bestow its second feedback on his character. Upon acquiring 70% of the character's power, Lin Luo will truly transform into a dragon. The first feedback granted only 21% of the character's strength, which did not enable him to fly. Many aspects still belong to the realm of humanity. The second feedback will transcend human limits. "Lin Luo, have you risen yet?" Cheng Xuexin called from downstairs. "I will be down shortly," Lin Luo replied. The first feedback from the game has already elevated his physique beyond the ordinary. It is not merely a matter of staying awake for one night. Even 10 consecutive days without sleep would have little impact. Lin Luo took a seat at the dining table, where a bowl of ramen awaited him. Cheng Xuexin's culinary skills are exceptional. Her noodles surpass those crafted by many chefs at ramen shops. They are a feast for the senses, sight, aroma, and taste. "Cheng Jia, you need not rise so early. You could sleep a while longer," Lin Luo remarked, taking a bite of the noodles. "Yesterday, I thought you might want breakfast, so I woke up at 7. Figuring if I couldn't and Apos sleep, I might as well prepare a meal for you." Cheng Xuexin and Apos' cheeks flushed as she realized she had misspoken. Lin Luo's gaze lingered on Cheng Xuexin's alluring figure. Her curvaceous form could render any attire tantalizing. Even a simple apron exuded an irresistible charm. If she were to don a fitted skirt, she would undoubtedly appear perfect. "I'll wash the dishes from yesterday," Cheng Xuexin said, sensing Lin Luo's intense gaze, and hurried to the kitchen. "How could I have such thoughts about Qingjia?" Lin Luo felt a surge of heat within. Previously, he admired Cheng Xuexin's beauty and physique without any inappropriate thoughts. Just moments ago, however, he found himself contemplating a bold advance akin to a rogue. I am an upright person. How could I entertain such notions? Lin Luo immediately recalled the lascivious nature of dragons, known for their numerous offspring. His game character, a five-clawed golden dragon, belongs to the true dragon lineage. The first feedback had instilled in him some of the dragon's tendencies, which seemed a reasonable explanation. Xiao Luo, I received a call intended for you from the disaster refuge. They said your phone was unreachable, so they resorted to calling my mobile, Cheng Xuexin said, her emotions heightened. The disaster refuge is an official organization, emblematic of authority in times of peace. With the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the authorities have bolstered the refuge's image, embedding it deeply within the public consciousness. Thus, a call from the disaster refuge is akin to receiving a personal phone call from a prestigious organization after achieving high marks in a civil service examination. Please hand me the phone. I will take the call, Lin Luo said, his expression neutral. In his previous life, a direct call from the disaster refuge would have filled him with elation. When he initially joined the disaster refuge, he had a restless night. Yet now, Lin Luo possesses the mightiest power among humanity, and few things can rouse his emotions with a mere invitation. On the contrary, his potential addition to the disaster refuge could incite immense excitement among its inhabitants. Except for his arch-nemesis, Wang Tianyu, who would be displeased, the rest would undoubtedly rejoice. I continued my tasks. Cheng Xuexin did not sway Lin Luo's thoughts. She was content to prepare meals and wash dishes in her familiar surroundings, unconcerned with the outside world, all thanks to Lin Luo's protection. Nowadays, short videos depict the calamities occurring in various cities, with countless lives lost tragically. Simply surviving has become a formidable challenge, let alone returning to a semblance of normalcy. Lin Luo answered the phone, and a polite middle-aged woman's voice greeted him from the other end. Chapter 39. The Liver Emperor. Shuhi greetings. My name is Chen Limei, and I serve as the director of the catastrophe shelter. The purpose of my call is to extend an invitation to Mr. Lin to join our refuge. Chen Limei stated plainly, upon entering the catastrophe shelter, you will hold the position of deputy director. Lin Luo found no surprise in the role offered by Chen Limei. The shelter seemed unaware that he was the devourer of dragons. Otherwise, a mere phone call would not suffice, and it was likely that Chen Limei would have come in person. Is it truly that simple to be appointed deputy director without even inquiring about my game level? Lin Luo pondered. Chen Limei candidly revealed, we are currently seeking to recruit Su Qing, and she mentioned that if you join the catastrophe shelter, she would also follow suit. Naturally, as one of the first players, your level should be quite high and should not be significantly inferior to Su Qing's. You are more than capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a deputy director. She had researched Lin Luo and Appo's background and discovered that his family was quite affluent. However, during that time, the wealthy Lin family had little to do with Lin Luo. The family's financial control rested in the hands of his stepmother, Zhao Wanyan. Zhao Wanyan was a miserly individual who hardly provided Lin Luo with any financial support. Since university, Lin Luo had been earning his own living, living in a somewhat better residence and driving a decent vehicle, both legacies from his mother. In other respects, Lin Luo was no different from an ordinary individual. The Devouring World was a game demanding substantial investment, and without financial means, effort alone would prove futile. As for Lin Luo's acquisition of 4 billion, it was a private transfer orchestrated by Lin Jianyan, bypassing judicial procedures. Aside from the 3 members of the Lin family and Yi Weiwei, almost no one was privy to this information. If Chen Limei were to inquire with Lin Jianyan and the others, they would undoubtedly inform her. Yet, Chen Limei did not afford them the opportunity, as the 3 remained in the shelter, struggling for survival. Lin Luo's close friend, Chen Sun, fearing repercussions from Lin Jianyan and the others, had maintained a safe distance. This was not merely Chen Sun's pragmatism, but rather a reflection of his precarious situation. Zhou Jiahui, aware of Chen Sun's actions, reprimanded him sternly. Had it not been for the catastrophe, Chen Sun might have faced dismissal from his position. Lin Luo declined the offer, stating, I find solitude quite agreeable and currently have no intention of joining any organization. Chen Limei, resigned, replied, Mr. Lin, please take your time to consider this. Should you wish to join, the door is always open. Understood. Lin Luo ended the call and resumed his meal. In the catastrophe shelter, the director was approached by Zhou Jiahui, who inquired, how did it go? With a sigh, Chen Lime responded, it was fruitless. This individual, much like the Devourer of Dragons, cherishes his freedom and has no desire to join any organization at this time. It is entirely my fault for not investigating thoroughly before making arrangements. Feeling guilty, Zhou Jiahui replied, I regret the oversight. Chen Lime reassured her, this is not your fault. You could not have known that this family would become so contentious. Let this lesson serve you well. Lin Luo is secondary. Securing the Devourer of Dragons is the true objective. Indeed, Yang Jun concurred. The Devourer of Dragons is paramount. Our announcement seeking to recruit him and offering the highest position of director has garnered significant attention. Yet Yutian from the Shroud Alliance has taken an opposing stance against us. His presence alone suffices for the entire organization, which has resulted in our disaster sanctuary now garnering more attention than the Shroud Alliance itself, leading to a significant influx of new members. One individual ranked 20th on the overall leaderboard expressed admiration for the Devouring Dragon and proposed a temporary partnership, promising to join the disaster sanctuary once the Devouring Dragon does. Previously, Yutian leveraged his individual prowess to suppress our disaster sanctuary, but now, with our resurgence, he appears utterly bewildered. Zhou Jiawei confidently remarked, the director's strategy is indeed sound. We must refrain from moral coercion and grant these formidable individuals greater freedom, allowing the recruitment for the disaster sanctuary to proceed more smoothly. Chen Lime interjected with a smile, this success is not solely mine. It is a collective achievement. We must recruit powerful gamers while also addressing the threats posed by zombies and mutated creatures. It is a natural course of action. Yang Jun and Shou Jiahui nodded in agreement. Chu He, as the deputy director, please elaborate on the current situation in the East District. Chen Lime called out to Chu He, the other deputy director. Chu He possesses a unique proficiency with weapons, augmenting their power manifold in his skilled hands. He is a civilian gamer, purely passionate about playing games. Prior to his transfer to the disaster investigation team, he worked at a state-owned enterprise, indulging in gaming during breaks. His relationship ended due to excessive gaming, a development he welcomed, believing that games offer more enjoyment than a girlfriend. The disaster investigation team seeks those adept at gaming, and Chuhi was drawn into this realm. Having previously worked in a state enterprise without a formal position, he found himself in the special department of the disaster investigation team, which offers numerous privileges, with the lowest rank being that of a civil servant. His former colleagues and superiors were left astonished. They had heard of various promotion tactics, but had never considered that gaming could lead to advancement. Upon learning that joining the disaster investigation team involved playing games, Chui promptly relocated to Longhai City to assume his new role. While others slept, he played games. While others dined, he played games. Even as others embarked on the journey of parenthood, he remained engrossed in gaming. Recognizing Chuhi's exceptional gaming talent, Chen Limei promptly extended maximum financial support. Chuhi, now at level 40, was a few levels behind Zhou Jiahui. Within the disaster investigation team, he maintained a long-standing unconventional status. Many viewed him as hopeless, fearing that his relentless gaming could lead to sudden health issues. As feedback from the Devouring World game emerged, it became apparent to all that they were the true jesters. Once lacking social connections, Chuhi had risen to become a leader through his formidable skills. The most disconcerting reaction came from his former colleagues and superiors at the state enterprise, many of whom had sought to marginalize him. They believed that aside from gaming and fulfilling his duties, he possessed no understanding of social nuances. Yet now, at just under 30 years of age, Chuhi has ascended to a position of national leadership, wielding power that surpasses that of the average individual. Chu Hadao remarked, Director, the East District has successfully cleared 90% of the area. The remaining 10% has been entrusted to Wang Tianyu, and I am confident that it will be eradicated swiftly. Wang Tianyu is a remarkable talent, holding a level of 39. I have promised him a position as deputy director upon his joining the disaster shelter, and now I seek your opinions. Chen Lime hesitated, while Shou Jiahui exclaimed in anger. Though Wang Tianyu possesses commendable skills and level, he is prone to forming cliques and leading his subordinates in bullying both men and women. Last time, he even harbored ill intentions towards me. Chen Limei sighed. Prior to the disaster, Wang Tianyu's character was already questionable, having committed numerous misdeeds. While bringing him into the disaster shelter may lead to some restraint, if he were to establish his own organization, many in Longhai City would undoubtedly suffer. Chapter 40. The Lawless Wang Tianyu. Chui sighed. Director, we all understand what you mean. The human heart is the most inscrutable, while we, as a group, are willing to sacrifice our lives for the entirety of Longhua, Some individuals may not share that sentiment. Zhou Jiehui furrowed her brows. Eliminating Wang Tianyu is a rather formidable task. He possesses ironclad abilities akin to Magneto from American cinema. I can suppress him, but killing him proves to be exceedingly challenging. Zhu Yi, with a look of resignation, replied, You may still be able to restrain him, but my powers are countered by his. Weapons devoid of iron are ineffective against him. You two need not worry excessively. Our current objective is to invite Tunchi Chenglong to join us. I believe that once he comes on board, many issues will be resolved effortlessly. Chen Limei was fervently eager for Tunchi Chenglong's involvement. Largely due to the complications arising within the disaster shelter, the influx of individuals into the shelter had led to the formation of numerous small factions. Some of these factions blatantly disregarded Chen Limei's commands, behaving as though they were above authority. Others went even further, committing inhumane acts under the guise of official sanction. The disaster shelter was in dire need of a formidable figure to suppress the nefarious elements within the organization. As for whether Tunchi Chenglong was benevolent or malevolent, Chen Limei could only hope for the former. Tunchi Chenglong had become invincible, a powerful deity. No one could thwart his intentions. Even the long-standing second-in-command, Yi Tiandi, was crushed underfoot. Presently, Chen Limei regarded Tunchi Chenglong as a commendable individual. She believed that his reluctance to join the organization stemmed not from a disinterest in saving Longhua, but rather from a distaste for the treachery within the organization. Chu He, for now, do not concern yourself with the Eastern District. Focus on clearing the Western District first. Once we secure these 2 districts, the remaining 3 will follow swiftly, Chen Limei instructed. Understood, Chui responded, leading a dozen superpowered individuals and soldiers toward the Western District. Eastern District, a desolate ruin. Wang Tianyu, accompanied by his entourage, scoured the vicinity for supplies. He had already cleared the area of zombies, his control over iron granting him a significant advantage among the superpowered individuals. Brother Wang, there are 2 attractive female college students here, Chun Gingxin announced. Arriving with 4 others, tall and handsome men accompanied by pure and beautiful women. They're decent looking. Let us have them stay in the building where I reside. The men can do the labor. Wang Tianyu looked down at them. Wait a moment. Aren't you all from the disaster shelter? Why this arrangement? One of the male students protested. We are from the disaster shelter as well, but I refuse to accept this arrangement. Wang Tianyu coldly retorted. We are indeed from the disaster shelter, yet I will arrange things as I see fit. You have no choice but to comply, or you shall face death. I will expose you on short video platforms and see how you fare then, another male student angrily declared. Are you threatening me? It seems you 2 have yet to step into society and are unaware of its perils. Allow me to enlighten you, Wang Tianyu said, manipulating 2 iron plates that swiftly severed the necks of the 2 male students. A sharp blade grazed the tender neck, and soon blood flowed profusely. 2 male university students collapsed, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding horror. In mere moments, both had succumbed to death. A piercing scream erupted from 2 beautiful female students, who crumpled to the ground in shock. Moments prior, the 4 had taken refuge in a warehouse, desperately calling for help upon seeing Chun Gingxin approach. He successfully rescued them. And they were still reveling in their newfound safety when the unthinkable occurred. One of their boyfriends had been slain by the authorities. You fools, still living in the past. Filming short videos to post online. Who would dare intervene in my Wang Ji's affairs? Chen Gingxin exclaimed, delivering a fierce kick to the lifeless bodies on the ground. Summon someone to escort these 2 women to my building and provide them with a room. I shall entertain them when I am free. Wang Tianyu's residence was a towering edifice of over 50 stories, with only 1 room designated for his personal use. The remaining rooms were reserved for beautiful women, whom he would entertain at his leisure. A bodyguard from the Wang family approached, leading the 2 lovely university students away, who dared not resist, fearing a fate akin to that of their boyfriend. Chen Gingxin voiced his concerns. Boss, we have one last area in the East District to address, where a horde of large rats resides. I fear their rapid reproduction may lead to a plague. Wang Tianyu shook his head. There is no rush. We must understand the importance of nurturing our enemies while maintaining our dignity. If we clear out the rats here, Chen Limei will demand our withdrawal from the East District, leaving us without reason to remain. He had nominally joined the disaster shelter, yet he paid little heed to its directives. The territory and resources they had secured were kept for themselves. Those they rescued were not assigned housing or work according to the shelter's plans. The beautiful women were retained to serve Wang Tianyu, while the less attractive were relegated to menial tasks such as cleaning and cooking. Most men, save for a select few exceptionally handsome, were sent to labor, sometimes even to lure monsters to assist in the slaughter of more zombies. Indeed, this woman has been vigilant against us, Qin Gengxin acknowledged. I instructed you to locate Lin Luo. Have you found him? Wang Tianyu inquired. I have. He is hiding in a villa in the West District, Qin Gengxin replied. Wang Tianyu scoffed. That Lin Luo is nothing but a coward, surely trembling in that villa. After I provide my second report, I shall pay him a personal visit. Qin Gengxin flattered. A mere Lin Luo hardly requires Wang Ji's direct intervention. I can handle it myself. Then go ahead, Wang Tianyu chuckled. Qin Gengxin quickly recoiled. I was merely jesting. It's not that I fear death. I merely dread the possibility of Lin Luo escaping. What of Yu Weiwei, the one who slapped me? What have you discovered about her? Wang Tianyu inquired. Harboring a deep grudge, Qin Gengxin, the Yi family has leveraged their familial connections to gain entry into the disaster shelter. However, there has been no trace of Yu Weiwei. It is rumored that she has vanished, possibly having fallen victim to a zombie's bite. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have ensured she regretted her existence in this world. Previously, I refrained from taking action against her due to her family's influence, but now I harbor no such reservations. Wang Tianyu's face darkened with a lecherous glint as he contemplated various methods of torment. After an hour, the surrounding zombies and monsters had been eradicated. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast for us, as we ought to celebrate appropriately. If any of you fancy a woman, I grant you permission to select one, Wang Tianyu declared, his mood significantly uplifted. That female university student was rather appealing, though it is unfortunate her boyfriend perished. Qin Gengxin commented with a lewd chuckle. You have quite the twisted taste, young man, Wang Tianyu laughed, giving Qin Gengxin a pat on the shoulder. As the two advanced a few steps further, they encountered a familiar figure. Wang Tianyu's countenance darkened. Lin Luo? Chapter 41. The Plague of Rodents. Wang Tianyu. It has been an age since we last met. Lin Luo, having cleared the zombies and monsters from the Western District, found himself rather bored and decided to venture into the Eastern District. One might ponder whether it was mere fortune on his part or misfortune for Wang Tianyu that they should cross paths at that moment. Since he had encountered an acquaintance, he felt compelled to extend a greeting before departing. You've got some audacity, daring to greet me. If I were you, I would scurry away as far as possible. Wang Tianyu proclaimed with an air of arrogance. I believe that sentiment is more fitting for me to express, Lin Luo replied coolly. Qin Gengxin interjected irritably. Listen here. If it weren't for the Yi family's connections and the authorities, we would have broken your legs and tossed you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Wang Tianyu retorted with a sneer. The Yi family is in disarray, cowering in their disaster refuge, while Yu Weiwei has likely met her demise at the hands of the very zombies. As for me, Wang Tianyu, I have secured my position within the refuge, aligning myself with the authorities. I now present you with an opportunity. Take out your phone and call the police. Laughter erupted from Qin Gengxin and his cohorts. A cacophony of derision. Lin Luo, are you familiar with the disaster refuge? Qin Gengxin taunted. Lin Luo maintained his calm demeanor. Of course, I am well aware. They have invited me multiple times, offering me the highest position within. Unfortunately, I am a man who cherishes freedom and abhors constraints. I have declined their offers time and again. By the way, what is your current position? Wang Tianyu's laughter grew louder. Do you really believe that by being a devourer of dragons, you could ascend to the role of director within the disaster refuge? Surely you jest. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. You have discerned my identity. Indeed, I am a devourer of dragons. Wang Tianyu's mirth abruptly ceased, his face blanching in terror as he recalled a troubling memory. Lin Luo's name had vanished from the rankings, only to be replaced by that of the devourer of dragons. Qin Gengxin stammered. You are the devourer of dragons? I thought you were cast out from your family. Where did you acquire such wealth to recharge? Lin Luo frowned. It seems you have conducted a thorough investigation. Thus, you shall be the first to perish. Panic surged through Qin Gengxin as he activated his superpowers in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, his prideful speed paled in comparison to Lin Luo's prowess. Lin Luo's fist became a blur, striking Qin Gengxin squarely on the head. With a single blow, Qin Gengxin's skull exploded, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground. Open fire. Wang Tianyu's face drained of color, resembling a sheet of white paper. His subordinates, armed with firearms, unleashed a frenzied barrage at Lin Luo. Bullets raining down like a tempest. The sound of bullets striking Lin Luo's golden scales echoed like the clash of steel. What manner of creature is this? The crowd gasped, abandoning their assault and fleeing in terror. Yet, thinking they could simply escape after firing their weapons was a folly. Lin Luo retrieved a gun from the ground and began to fire upon those attempting to flee. His vision had enhanced 100-fold, rendering it impossible for anyone to elude his grasp. The bullet struck their target with unerring precision, causing the fleeing individual to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Wang Tianyu fled with utmost urgency, not pausing even for a moment, as he made his way towards the eastern district. Upon reaching the East City River, he believed that no matter how formidable Lin Luo might be, he could not catch up with him. Regret gnawed at Wang Tianyu's heart. He lamented having provoked Lin Luo. Not far into his escape, a familiar figure emerged ahead. How can you be so swift? Wang Tianyu halted abruptly, his lips trembling. You are merely at level 6. While I am at level 17, it is trivial for me to catch you, Lin Luo replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Spare my life, and I will do anything you desire. There are many beautiful women in the mansion I can offer you, and the warehouse is stocked with abundant supplies. All yours, Wang Tianyu. Once arrogant and domineering, now fervently pleaded for mercy. No thanks, I only desire your life. You have brought this upon yourself. Wang Tianyu attempted to manipulate the magnetic field to control the surrounding steel. Yet, before the metal could reach Lin Luo, it plummeted from the air. For Wang Tianyu had met his demise at the hands of Lin Luo's crushing blow. After ending Wang Tianyu's life, Lin Luo exhibited little emotional turmoil. The once insurmountable mountain he had faced was now reduced to mere insignificance. A large rat scurried past Lin Luo, hastening towards Wang Tianyu's lifeless body. With a swift motion, Lin Luo crushed the rat beneath his foot, leaving a mangled mass that emitted an unbearable stench. More oversized rats soon appeared, greedily advancing towards Wang Tianyu's corpse. These creatures, undeterred by the threat of death, vied for the opportunity to consume him. Lin Luo crushed several more rats beneath his feet, then unleashed flames from his mouth, reducing Wang Tianyu's remains to ashes. The blood and flesh of a superhuman contained immense energy, and once consumed by the rats, they would rapidly evolve, posing a significant threat. Lin Luo recalled a past incident, a rat plague that had once overtaken the eastern district. He remembered the chaos it wrought throughout Longhai City, as countless mutated rats formed a terrifying horde, voraciously devouring everything in their path. He also recalled that Wang Tianyu had been primarily responsible for the outbreak, having identified the potential for the plague yet failing to eradicate it in time, which led to its uncontrollable spread. Ultimately, the disaster refuge had to pay a heavy price to eliminate the crisis, even enlisting Yi Tian's assistance to do so. Otherwise, the plague would have persisted. After the crisis was resolved, Wang Tianyu received only a trivial punishment. For his power rendered him untouchable, any attempt to eliminate him would come at a steep cost to the disaster refuge. This led to Wang Tianyu orchestrating a scheme to kill the mutant chicken, resulting in Lin Luo's sacrifice. Having ventured to the eastern district, Lin Luo felt compelled to take action. In the midst of a street lay a vast hole, from which a swarm of rats emerged in droves. On a balcony not far from the great chasm, 2 enchanting young maidens stood. One of them, adorned in a white short-sleeved top and a denim skirt, was particularly striking, her devilish figure causing her attire to stretch snugly against her curves. Black leather straps adorned her snow-white thighs, each securing a sharp dagger. Both were endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of seeing far beyond the ordinary without the aid of a telescope. Sister Weiwei, the mutated rat king, resides within that great chasm. Eliminating it will eradicate the rat swarm, Shen Xian remarked. Utilizing her innate powers, she meticulously scanned the surroundings. Unlike the players who devoured worlds, she was an awakened superhuman. However, her fortune was not particularly favorable. Her awakening granted her the ability of danger perception. This ability, albeit intriguing, was rather limited, enabling her to sense impending peril only within a radius of 50 meters. Furthermore, Shen Xian lacked any substantial combat prowess, making her vulnerable to a level 1 zombie, should she fall into its grasp. Fortuitously, Shen Xian encountered Yi Weiwei, who shielded her and guided her to this very spot. Chapter 42. The Lone Battle Against the Mutant Rat King Before the Cataclysm. Yi Weiwei heeded Lin Luo and Appo's counsel to remain indoors, successfully evading the initial zombie crisis. Restless, Yi Weiwei ventured outside, tirelessly slaying zombies and monsters along her path. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Eastern District, she fortuitously encountered Wang Tianyu. Though she noticed him, he remained oblivious to her presence. Yi Weiwei, finding Wang Tianyu to be an insufferable nuisance, had no desire to engage with him. She apprehended an individual to inquire about the situation and learned of a horde of mutant rats infesting the Eastern District, a plague that spanned a radius of 3 miles, rendering it inhospitable to any living being. She believed that if this mutant rat horde was not eradicated promptly, a calamity of significant proportions would ensue. Possessing superhuman abilities, Yi Weiwei was unable to pinpoint the exact location of the mutant rats on her own. Fortunately, while traversing the area, she rescued Shun Xan, who assisted her in locating the gathering place of the mutant rats. "You stay hidden upstairs. I will confront the mutant rat king alone," Yi Weiwei declared. Shun Xan expressed her concern. "Isn't that a bit perilous? Can't we devise a method to lure the mutant rat king out?" Yi Weiwei shook her head. "We have already attempted 2 or 3 methods. But the mutant rat king is exceedingly cunning, primarily sending its minions out while it remains ensconced in its lair. To defeat it, we must enter its stronghold. Perhaps we should reconsider and simply leave the Eastern District," Shin Xian suggested selfishly. "No, if this mutant rat horde proliferates, it will not only spell disaster for Longhai City, but for the entirety of Longwo as well. We must exterminate this horde," Yi Weiwei asserted, embodying a profound sense of justice. In her previous career as a lawyer, she often meticulously discerned the merits of a case before proceeding. Many cases she undertook pro bono, driven solely by her commitment to justice. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Yi Weiwei had saved countless lives. Her sense of justice was genuine, devoid of any self-righteousness. She acted to save lives, not to assume parental roles over others. Among the many she rescued, only Shin Xian remained by her side. Not merely because she possessed the ability to sense danger, but also due to her principled worldview. "Should I reach out to the disaster shelter? I believe they would come to our aid," Shin Xian suggested, with a hint of naivety. Yi Weiwei shook her head. "The current situation is far from idyllic. I witnessed a scoundrel join the disaster shelter. While one cannot entirely fault the authorities, their desperation for manpower is evident. By the time they arrive to assist, the mutant rat horde may have escalated beyond control, and the individual in charge of the nearest shelter is precisely that scoundrel I mentioned. His initial priority upon arrival may not be to confront the mutant rats, but rather to deal with me. Shin Xian, you are merely a college student, and there is much you do not understand. It was acceptable not to know before, but now, amidst this zombie crisis, grasping this reality is crucial for survival." Tears welled in Shun Xian's eyes as she replied, "Sister Weiwei, I understand your reasoning, but why does it feel like you are delivering a farewell speech?" Yi Weiwei, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Could you not utter something more auspicious? I am merely imparting wisdom without any ulterior motives." She leapt from the towering heights of over 20 stories, and by the time Shin Xian rushed over to investigate, she had vanished, lacking the ability to conceal her powers. She found herself surrounded by a horde of mutated rats when she approached within 3 meters of their lair. In a moment of desperation, Yi Weiwei tore away a section of the wall, sending a cascade of stones crashing down upon the mutated rodents. Many of the lower-tier mutants, unable to escape in time, were obliterated into a gruesome paste. At the time when the game-swallowing world ceased operations, Yi Weiwei had attained level 45, VIP level 6, and her combat prowess had reached an astonishing 300 million. According to the game's feedback regulations, her initial feedback had pegged her at level 8. Upon encountering Wang Tianyu again, she contemplated ending the life of this scoundrel. However, she soon learned that the mutated rats would force her to temporarily abandon her murderous intent. The lower-tier mutants posed no threat to her at all. With a fierce determination, Yi Weiwei bulldozed her way into the rat den. Countless mutated rodents surged forth from the depths, a relentless tide rushing towards her. An involuntary shiver ran down her spine. Fortunately, her mild fear of crowds did not incapacitate her, or she would have fainted on the spot. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Gritting her teeth, she dispatched several mutated rats with her fists. Suddenly, a mutant rat the size of an adult tiger emerged from the lair. Its small black eyes glinting with ferocity and its sharp yellow teeth capable of crushing anything. The Rat King. Yi Weiwei's mind raced with concern that the Rat King would remain hidden in its lair, but to her astonishment, it charged forth, concealed among the throng of blackened rodents. With a swift bite aimed at her neck, Yi Weiwei instinctively retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the Rat King staggering back. However, before she could regain her footing, an elongated tail lashed out towards her. Yi Weiwei hastily raised her hands in defense, only to be flung backward with a resounding thud, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The Rat King, its eyes aflame with rage, lunged at her. Yi Weiwei was resolute in her desire to slay the Rat King and avert a rodent catastrophe, yet the creature regarded her as prey, intent on devouring her. In a desperate bid to shield herself, Yi Weiwei soon recognized a grave predicament. She was ensnared by a multitude of colossal mutants, rendering escape nearly impossible. The sheer size of these creatures suggested that each was at least level 5. While they could not kill her, their interference was more than sufficient to hinder her efforts. Compounded by the Rat King's level 9 status, Yi Weiwei found herself with no chance of survival. This Rat King was devoid of any sense of fair play. Trapped in a dire situation, Yi Weiwei felt utterly cornered. Sister Weiwei is in peril. What should I do? Shen Xian stood on the balcony, busily recording the unfolding drama on her phone. Many had developed a proclivity for documenting their lives, akin to posting on social media for even the most trivial matters. Initially, she was captivated by Yi Weiwei's reckless charge, vanquishing the obstructing mutated rats. She remained quite cheerful, believing that this matter could be effortlessly resolved. However, the sudden appearance of a colossal mutated rat dramatically altered the situation. Shen Xian's first instinct was to call the official hotline, but after a moment's reflection, she abandoned the idea. Not to mention the lack of capability at the disaster shelter. By the time the call was made and assistance arrived, the moment would have long passed. I am utterly useless, incapable of offering any help. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Shen Xian, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. As she wept, a sudden realization struck her. Her abilities sensed a formidable creature approaching, its level of danger beyond estimation. In an instant, a shadow darted forth, racing towards Yi Weiwei with astonishing speed. Could it be reinforcements? Shen Xian exclaimed with delight. Chapter 43. The aesthetics of violence. I had been reckless, charging in without thought. Yi Weiwei bore several injuries, blood seeping from her wounds. The mutated Rat King relentlessly attacked, while numerous mutated rats of level 5 and above surrounded her, applying relentless pressure. Yi Weiwei possessed superhuman abilities, granting her exceptional stamina. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to becoming prey for the horde of mutated rats. Yet, Yi Weiwei persevered, though her demise seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged, cloaked in glimmering golden scales that radiated a brilliant light. This being sported antlers atop its head and a dragon's tail trailing behind, a diminutive dragon-like entity. Upon sighting this figure, the mutated Rat King instinctively fled, overtaken by a primal fear induced by a bloodline suppression, its body trembling violently as it escaped. The little dragon leapt forth, landing upon the back of the Rat King with a resounding thud. The creature's weight forced the Rat King down, creating a sizable crater in the hard asphalt below. Transforming its hand into a golden dragon claw, the dragon struck the Rat King squarely on the head. With a single blow, the Rat King's skull erupted, a mixture of blood and brain matter bursting forth, showering the area in a small rain of crimson. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining mutated rats scattered in panic. Lin Luo made no effort to hinder their flight. Not all mutated Rat Kings possessed the ability to command their kin. The scene of battle was breathtaking. Yi Weiwei had chosen her superhuman abilities primarily for their embodiment of violent aesthetics. The little dragon's combat style was brutally efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Yi Weiwei rushed over, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have perished. Lin Luo's visage was obscured by golden scales, concealing his true appearance. He deliberately scrutinized Yi Weiwei's face and figure, saying, "No need for gratitude. If you truly wish to repay me, spend a few nights with me." Yi Weiwei's expression turned cold. "If you want me to do something else in gratitude, I might consider it, but to share your bed? Not a chance, unless you wish to end my life." As the golden scales receded from Lin Luo's face, he replied with a grin, "Then I must seize the moment." Lin Luo, Yi Weiwei, initially prepared for battle, relaxed upon recognizing his familiar and handsome visage. Embarrassment and anger surged within her as she leapt beside him. "You've grown increasingly bold, daring to tease me now." She playfully grasped Lin Luo's neck, affectionately pressing his head against her ample bosom. "This is too much. I can hardly breathe." Lin Luo felt a wave of suffocation. "You've become quite the impudent one. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Yi Weiwei's face flushed with anger, yet she reluctantly released him. In their youth, such playful antics were commonplace between them, and their intimacy was unremarkable. However, now that they were both adults, their well-developed bodies rendered such displays of affection inappropriate. Yi Weiwei had been too incensed moments ago, failing to gauge the situation appropriately. "Sister Weiwei, please do not be upset. I was merely jesting. Let us depart from this place." Lin Luo swiftly redirected the conversation. The corpse of the mutated Rat King must be dealt with. Otherwise, nearby zombies and monsters will consume it, leading to considerable trouble, Yi Weiwei cautioned. It's a trivial matter, Lin Luo replied casually, exhaling flames to reduce the mutated Rat King's body to ashes. He could only exert 21% of his game character's strength, and the primary purpose of his flames was to incinerate the corpse. However, the second game feedback was imminent, after which he would be able to utilize 70% of his character's level and combat power. At that moment, Lin Luo would wield Divine Fire, capable of incinerating anything in its path. Once the mutated Rat King was reduced to ashes, a large black gemstone remained. Lin Luo picked up the level 9 crystal core and tossed it to Yi Weiwei. How generous! Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Weiwei teased. Given Sister Weiwei's intelligence, she should be able to deduce my identity, Lin Luo remarked with a smile. Yi Weiwei nodded. Earlier, I suspected you might be the devourer of dragons, but I could not be entirely certain. Now, after witnessing your battle, I am convinced. With Lin Luo's effortless defeat of the mutated Rat King, her certainty was now absolute. I need you to keep this a secret, Sister Weiwei. I prefer my life to remain undisturbed, Lin Luo chuckled. Yi Weiwei patted her impressive chest. A trivial matter. I too dislike constraints. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Luo pondered before responding. For now, I shall remain in Longhai City until the game feedback concludes. What about you? The world is vast, and I wish to explore it, Yi Weiwei replied. She had spent considerable time in Longhai City, wholly engrossed in her work. After the zombie crisis, the demand for lawyers had vanished. With her primary profession rendered obsolete, she sought other endeavors. I will leave you a satellite phone. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, I shall rush to your aid immediately, Lin Luo assured her. With his 5-clawed golden dragon possessing flight capabilities, he could swiftly reach any destination. Yi Weiwei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thank you. Lin Luo smiled. Before I depart, I have resolved to repay you adequately. What attire would you like me to wear tonight? What role should I play? I am at your service. Yi Weiwei's sweet voice brimmed with allure. A bunny girl. Black stockings. The poses we shall discuss later, Lin Luo blurted out. You rascal. Yi Weiwei playfully punched Lin Luo's chest. When I used to tease you, you would turn shy and struggle to utter a word. Now, I merely speak, and you take it seriously. I have long recognized you as a rogue. Lin Luo laughed, unjustly accused. Perhaps it is the influence of my transformation into a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the legends of true dragons, many descendants reveal their true nature. I am an upright person, undoubtedly influenced by my game character. You scoundrel, I believe you not. Yi Weiwei thought inwardly, though her words suggested disbelief. Believe it or not, I am convinced, Lin Luo chuckled. A beautiful female university student, elegantly adorned, approached the two individuals with haste. Sister Weiwei, how are you feeling? Shen Xian inquired, her breath coming in quick gasps. Yi Weiwei possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. That's a relief. I was terribly worried upstairs. Who is this handsome gentleman? Shen Xian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Hello, my name is Shen Xian. You are even more striking than a certain celebrity surnamed Kai, she stammered. Kun? Lin Luo pondered whether this was a compliment or a veiled insult. Yi Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Xian doesn't usually speak this way. You must have truly captivated her. Indeed, Shen Xian eagerly nodded. Not only are you remarkably handsome, but your strength is also formidable. There's no need to be nervous. I assure you, I am not a predator, Lin Luo replied with a smile. Chapter 44, The Peculiar West District. Well, all right, I shall not be anxious. Yet, Shen Xian remained exceedingly nervous, unable to quell her trepidation. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the formidable mutant Rat King being vanquished in an instant by Lin Luo. Despite her efforts to restrain her anxiety, an inexplicable tension lingered. Here is the crystal core for you. When the time comes, absorbing it should elevate your levels significantly. Yi Weiwei placed the crystal core of the mutant Rat King into Shen Xian's hands. How could I possibly absorb the crystal core of the mutant Rat King when I have been of no assistance? Shen Xian hastily declined. We are all gamers. The feedback from the game grants us immense power. Your ability is an innate awakening, which sets you apart from us. We still have other places to visit. And your powers will greatly aid us in our forthcoming journey. The stronger you become, the more assistance you can provide. Yi Weiwei elucidated. Thank you, Sister Weiwei. Shen Xian expressed her gratitude. You should not thank me, but rather Lin Luo beside me, for it was he who defeated the mutant Rat King. Yi Weiwei gestured towards Lin Luo. Shen Xian hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you so much. However, this crystal core is quite substantial. I fear I cannot contain it all at once. What nonsensical flattery is this? Lin Luo exclaimed, perplexed. No, I mean the energy of this crystal core is immense. I will require a considerable amount of time to absorb it. Shen Xian stammered. Yi Weiwei chuckled from the side. Don't be too tense. Lin Luo reminded. Sister Weiwei, it remains perilous outside. It would be prudent for you to complete the second feedback before venturing out. Yi Weiwei nodded. I am aware of that. I am covered in dust and must find a place to bathe. Shall we go together? No way. Yi Weiwei intended to tease Lin Luo, but recalling his current demeanor, she decided against it. Should Lin Luo take her jest seriously, matters could spiral out of control. Yi Weiwei pecked Lin Luo on the cheek, declaring, Consider this a reward for you. Lin Luo laughed. Could it be on the lips next time? Do not become greedy. Yi Weiwei shot him an exasperated glance. Once she departed for her bath, Lin Luo bid farewell to Shen Xian and made his exit. Seeing Lin Luo leave, Shen Xian hastily mentioned her intent to upload a video online. Lin Luo permitted Shen Xian to post the video, instructing her to conceal his true identity and remember to use a mosaic effect. Without a second thought, the starry-eyed Shen Xian complied with her idol's request. A life of ease is indeed the most comfortable. West District. Cheng Mao led a group of individuals, cautiously sweeping through the remnants of zombies and monsters. Formerly a member of the disaster investigation team, he currently held a level of 2 and was affiliated with Chu He. Sent by Chun Limei to eradicate the zombies and monsters in the West District, Cheng Mao accompanied her on this mission. Upon his arrival in the West District, Cheng Mao was filled with trepidation. The first sweep of the disaster shelter had occurred in the East District, resulting in numerous casualties. And the site remained uncleared to this day. Many of his former colleagues perished before they could provide feedback on the game. The zombies and mutated animals evolved at an alarming rate, undergoing significant transformations within just a day. Cheng Mao did not believe he would survive this long, considering himself to be a rather extraordinary existence, attributing his survival to sheer luck. After searching several streets, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The West District was remarkably safe, with hardly any zombies or mutated creatures in sight. Occasionally, a few zombies or mutated animals would appear, but they were swiftly dealt with by Cheng Mao and his team. The atmosphere within the group lightened, filled with laughter and conversation. Cheng Mao felt as if they were on a leisurely trip rather than exterminating zombies and mutated beasts. It resembled a gathering of players enjoying games like Peace Elite, Honor of Kings, and League of Legends. Under normal circumstances, Chewie would have praised this group for their ability to alleviate stress. Being a gaming enthusiast himself, he often indulged in games during his free time. However, with the outbreak of the zombie crisis and the rapid mutation of these creatures, experts had investigated the mutation rate, finding it comparable to the speed of game feedback. Recently, a global authority released data indicating that the evolution speed of zombies and mutated animals surpassed that of most players below level 20. Before the second round of game feedback, the majority of players outperformed the zombies and mutated beasts. Yet, following the second round, players below level 20 gradually became inferior to these creatures. This was also the rationale behind the disaster shelter's ambition to seize control of Longhai City before the game feedback was completed. Chu He, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Gather around. I instructed you to conduct a preliminary investigation of the West District. Did you even bother? Do you think I'm a child easily deceived? He continued. Now you realize you're here playing games. What were you doing back then? I won't say much about the others, but you, the members of the investigation team, can you not reflect on your own actions? Did you truly commit to the game during those 7 days? Everyone is facing difficulties. Stop making excuses. If you're afraid of danger and hesitant to venture into the West District, I can understand, but I will go with you to the West District now. What is the point of lying? Cheng Mao wished to explain but fell silent upon seeing Chu He's fury. If he were in Chu He's position, he too would find it hard to believe that the West District was devoid of zombies and mutated animals. If there are no objections, we shall proceed to the West District now. Leading his subordinates, Chu He promptly set off towards the West District. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. There wasn't a single wandering zombie in sight on the streets. Instead, heaps of zombies and mutated animals lay lifeless on the ground. Concerned that these creatures might be feigning death, Chu He conducted a thorough inspection. The reality was that these zombies and mutated animals were indeed dead, with no possibility of them pretending otherwise. It seems I have misunderstood you. I apologize for that, Chu He admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cheng Mao chuckled. It's nothing. We were equally astonished upon our arrival here, unable to believe the reality of it. Just look at the corpses of these zombies and mutated creatures. They have been dispatched with a single blow. indicating that the assailant possesses extraordinary strength. Shui concluded, "Indeed, many of the zombies have been decapitated with one strike, exhibiting virtually no resistance." Sheng Mao nodded in agreement. Shui, succumbing to his professional instincts, approached the corpse of a level 5 zombie. He drew a knife and pried open its chest, revealing a magnificent red gemstone that tumbled forth. A level 5 crystal core. Sheng Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely conducted a cursory sweep of the Western District, neglecting to scavenge the bodies for treasure. This formidable individual exceeds our expectations. The crystal core of this level 5 zombie is something to be coveted, far surpassing my own capabilities. Sheng Mao, whose game character was at level 40, recognized the value of the level 5 crystal core, knowing that he would never relinquish it. Having it was certainly better than not. Moreover, with zombies and mutated creatures infesting the streets of the Western District, the sheer quantity of crystal cores that could be amassed was truly daunting. Chapter 45. The Crimes of Wang Tianyu. He estimated that the total number of crystal cores in the Xiqing District would be sufficient for him to level up. The mere thought of such an abundance of crystal cores quickened his breath. I must report this to Director Chen. You have extracted both the zombie and mutated animal crystal cores, and I believe our disaster shelter possesses enough crystal cores to significantly enhance our strength. The disaster shelter is an official organization, yet it holds little advantage over other factions. Some powerful players have established their own organizations, aspiring to reign independently. They regard the disaster shelter with disdain, believing that their own era is on the horizon. The disaster shelter is eager to absorb the devouring dragon players, not only to suppress the zombies and mutated creatures, but also to curb the ambitions of some malevolent players. However, the devouring dragon players prefer a low-profile existence, valuing their freedom and resisting organizational constraints. Despite multiple invitations from the disaster shelter, they have yielded no results, leaving the shelter to temporarily bolster its strength to address emerging crises. The efforts to recruit the devouring dragon players must proceed gradually, without haste. At present, the numerous deceased zombies and mutated animals in Xiqing District represent a vast treasure trove. With the assistance of this considerable resource, the disaster shelter's capabilities could be significantly enhanced. As the call connected, Chen Limei's voice came through. Chuhi, Xiqing District is not that dangerous and does not require support. I have sent Zhou Jiahui to assist you. We should secure both districts first, and after the second round of game feedback, we can proceed to capture the remaining 3 districts. Chen Limei outlined the newly devised plan. Noting that the Dongqing district had been largely cleared, the remaining 10% would be left for Wang Tianyu to handle. This was a last resort. Shui responded with delight. While support is indeed needed, Zhou Jiahui and Appos, as assistance is unnecessary. It would suffice for the director to send some troops to help me procure the crystal cores. Huh? Chen Limei replied, perplexed. Shui recounted the circumstances, leaving Chen Limei astounded. She summoned Yang Jun, who had previously visited Xiqing District, to clarify several matters. Yang Jun then called Lu Yeye to confirm the potential individuals capable of clearing away the zombies and mutated animals. The individual in question was Lin Luo. Yang Jun expressed disbelief. Could it be that the zombies and mutated animals in Xiqing District are weaker, allowing Lin Luo to eliminate them with ease? This possibility existed. Chen Limei nodded in agreement. In addition to recruiting the foremost and Appos, devouring dragon, and Appos, we must also seek to enlist Lin Luo. A powerhouse capable of cleansing an entire district must rank within the top 100 on the leaderboard. Furthermore, with Lin Luo's involvement, Qi Qing will likely follow suit. Suddenly, Chen Limei's satellite phone rang again. The caller was Chuhi. Director. Director. Chuhi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. I initially thought that Xiqing District was relatively weak, which is why Lin Luo managed to clear it effortlessly. Now I've discovered that Xiqing is even more perilous than Dongqing. There is a nest of insects here. Within this insect nest resides a colony of termites, with the queen possessing an impressive rank of level 8. Countless mutated termites of level 4 and above dwell within, their crystalline cores embedded in their bodies, allowing for potential evolution through absorption. What a remarkable nest! Chen Limei exhaled in relief, fortunate that it had been eradicated in advance. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the gravest threat was not merely the zombies or some mutated creatures, but rather these highly socialized mutated beings. Initially, the nest may have appeared feeble, yet should it flourish, it could easily consume an entire city. Particularly concerning is the queen, capable of producing offspring in abundance. Furthermore, the queen possesses a high level of intelligence and cunning. Locating the queen within the disaster shelter is a formidable challenge. The revelation of a nest in the Western District suggests that this individual's strength surpasses my expectations. Yang Jun felt a flush of embarrassment. We must endeavor to recruit this person. Chen Limei resolved to make a phone call shortly. Director, do you think it's possible that this Lin Luo is the one known as the Devourer? Yang Jun inquired. Chen Limei smiled and shook her head. I have long shared your sentiment and have conducted several investigations. Lin Luo cannot be the Devourer. He does not possess the 40 billion required. Aside from his villa and a decade-old Mercedes, he is indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, even if he is not the Devourer, he remains a formidable force. We must strive to recruit him for the disaster shelter. At that moment, Zhou Jiahui rushed in, visibly flustered. What is the matter? Why the haste? Chen Limei frowned. Zhou Jiahui gasped for breath. Our newly recruited member, Wang Tianyu, has been killed. What? Someone has murdered our official personnel? Yang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Limei's expression darkened. This matter is of great significance. It is a provocation against our organization. If not handled properly, our official standing could be severely compromised in Longwu. Indeed, Wang Tianyu had a poor disposition and engaged in reprehensible actions. Yet he was still one of ours. This incident cannot be overlooked, Yang Jun expressed vehemently. Please, do not rush to conclusions. I have not finished speaking. Chen Limei immediately adjusted her tone. If the one who killed Wang Tianyu is indeed the Devourer, then Wang Tianyu reaped what he sowed. Yang Jun concurred. Had we been able to deal with Wang Tianyu, we would have done so long ago. If it was the Devourer who resolved the issue, we ought to express our gratitude. Zhou Jiahui stood frozen, sensing a strange unfamiliarity with her two colleagues, who moments ago had vowed to bring the murderer to justice, now seemingly applauding the act if it was indeed the Devourer. The rapidity of their change and sentiment rivaled the dramatic transformations of Sichuan opera. However, Zhou Jiahui understood that for others, the prospect of vengeance was plausible, while the existence of the Devourer was not. The disaster shelter's invitation to the most powerful individual would only extend to Yitian. This perennial second could manage anyone, except for the Devourer. The devouring dragon is at level 80, while Yitian is merely at level 70, a significant disparity of 10 levels. If Yitian were to confront the devouring dragon, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Seeking revenge against the devouring dragon at the disaster sanctuary is tantamount to courting death. Who is Wang Tianyu? He is virtually unknown at the disaster sanctuary, merely a temporary worker at best. Zhou Jiahui, regaining her composure, remarked, Wang Tianyu brought this upon himself. He has fostered a band of marauders. In the unrecaptured territories, there exists a vast horde of mutated rats. This horde relentlessly consumes the surrounding zombies and mutated creatures, reaching a truly terrifying scale, one that Wang Tianyu himself may struggle to contain. Furthermore, Wang Tianyu has commandeered a high-rise building, where all the residents are strikingly beautiful women. Many of these women suffer inhumane treatment, with some being discarded after use. In stark contrast to these beautiful women, the ordinary-looking men and women fare even worse, forced to undertake grueling labor while luring zombies and mutated creatures from outside. According to statistical data, Wang Tianyu has saved over 50,000 people. Yet nearly 40,000 have perished, leaving the remaining individuals teetering on the brink of life and death. With a resounding thud, Chen Limei slammed her hand on the table. I anticipated Wang Tianyu would be excessive, but I never imagined he would be so extreme. Chapter 46. Ingenious recruitment. In order for Longhai City to restore its former prosperity, it requires a burgeoning population. The strategy for the disaster shelter involves recruiting more gamers while also maintaining the populace of ordinary citizens. The production of food and daily necessities will ultimately rely on the labor of the common people. It is impractical to expect gamers to undertake every task. The disaster shelter has managed to provide the populace with their daily meals, ensuring they are shielded from immediate dangers. This is not due to a lack of desire to offer a better quality of life, but rather a consequence of limited resources that cannot support a larger number of individuals. Wang Tianyu, who oversees the Dongxing River area, has tragically caused the demise of over 40,000 individuals from a population exceeding 50,000, nearly 80%. These 40,000 represented valuable labor potential that could have significantly aided Longhai City in agricultural production. The most egregious aspect of Wang Tianyu's actions is his reluctance to eliminate the mutant rat swarm, fully aware of the imminent threat it poses. Chen Limei expressed her frustration. Recently, Wang Tianyu claimed he would eradicate the mutant rats and requested various supplies, all of which I provided. Yet, he has been duplicitous. hesitating to take action against the swarm. She quickly turned to Zhou Jiahui, inquiring about the current status of the mutant rat infestation. If it remains unchecked, we must mobilize all our resources to eradicate it. Should it spread, the repercussions will not only afflict Longhai City but the entire Dragon Nation. And we at the disaster shelter will bear an inescapable responsibility. Yang Jun declared, I will organize a team immediately. Zhou Jiahui interjected, there is no need. A certain formidable individual has already dealt with the mutant rat swarm. A short video of the mutant rat king's demise has surfaced online. Chen Limei hastily opened the video. The first recommendation being the one Zhou Jiahui mentioned. The short video, driven by big data, showcases the aftermath of the disaster, with the public most intrigued by such content. Within the footage, a diminutive dragon person effortlessly vanquished the mutant rat king. Yang Jun inquired, can the director ascertain that this individual is the one known as Devourer of Dragons? Chen Limei nodded, it is largely confirmable. Zhou Jiahui added, I have compared two videos and can affirm that they depict the same person. Devourer of Dragons has rendered us an immense service. We must express our gratitude publicly in the video and extend another invitation for him to join our disaster shelter. Chen Limei remarked, Zhou Jiahui was momentarily taken aback. Chen Limei, unashamed, stated, Wang Tianyu deserves his fate. His demise is justified. Our disaster shelter can function without anyone. But it cannot afford to lose the Devourer of Dragons. Zhou Jiahui affirmed, I will publish the short video at once. Chen Limei picked up her phone and dialed Qing Xuexin. She was determined to secure the allegiance of Lin Luo, the powerful figure from the Xiqing district, as well. In the Xiqing district, a lavish feast adorned the dining table, featuring braised pork, steamed base, spicy beef, and a variety of other exquisite dishes. Lin Luo had utilized considerable abilities of the five-clawed golden dragon to vanquish the mutant rat king, resulting in significant energy expenditure. He had long been famished, and the food on the table was swiftly devoured by Lin Luo. Xiao Luo, Director Chen called again, seemingly regarding the previous invitation. Sheng Xuexin, adorned in a kitchen apron, exhibited a figure that was both alluring and voluptuous. Lin Luo showed no inclination to answer the call. All right, I shall provide a response. Recently, she had been engrossed in short videos at home, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. The disaster shelter was an official organization endowed with immense power. However, it struggled to impose control over certain formidable individuals, players from the earlier stages of the apocalyptic game, Devouring the World. Sheng Xuexin refrained from inquiring further, as a vague suspicion had begun to form in her mind. She surmised that Lin Luo and Appo's game ranking must be within the top 100, otherwise the shelter's director would not have persistently called to extend an invitation. Sheng Xuexin even entertained the notion that Lin Luo might be the legendary Devourer of Dragons. But she quickly dismissed this idea. If Lin Luo were indeed such an illustrious player, the disaster shelter would have approached him long ago. After finishing his meal, Lin Luo settled onto the couch and began to browse his phone. The first video that appeared in his feed featured Yitian. The setting was a desolate ruin, where not a single structure remained intact, evidently ravaged by zombies and mutated creatures. A massive mutated beast, a dog with two heads, made its appearance in the video. Its razor-sharp fangs dripped with transparent saliva, and its powerful limbs ended in lethal claws. The dog was nearly the size of an adult tiger, frantically tearing into a mutated zombie. The sound of its gnashing teeth was alarmingly loud and unsettling. Brute, how dare you show off before me, Yitian? You must be courting death. A strikingly handsome young man clad in a white hanfu materialized not far from the mutated dog. The beast seemed to comprehend human speech, abandoning its meal and charging directly at Yitian. Come forth, sword. Yitian remained unfazed as a gleaming alloy long sword materialized in his hand. The game feedback had not been completed, preventing him from acquiring the game's mystical iron sword. Instead, he had commissioned Pang Bo to create this extraordinarily sharp alloy sword. Fearing that viewers might not grasp the situation, Yitian took the time to provide an explanation. The mutated dog was a stray that had rapidly evolved following the outbreak of the apocalypse. It had consumed everything in its path: zombies, mutated animals, humans, and superpowered beings alike. Within just 2 days, the creature had reached level 8 in its evolution. The authorities had dispatched 2 battalions to subdue it, but the mutated beast had evaded capture. In desperation, they sought Yitian's assistance. Level 8 did not necessitate Yitian's direct intervention. His subordinates could easily handle it. However, Yitian was eager to display his prowess and showcase his strength. This desire stemmed from a previous incident where he had boasted of not recruiting the Devourer of Dragons. asserting that the Shroud Alliance remained formidable. He was careful to add that the Shroud Alliance sought only genuine elites, not those who merely squandered their days. Having offended both sides, the Shroud Alliance had found it increasingly difficult to recruit anyone recently. Heaven did not beget me, Yution. My swordsmanship shall endure through the ages like a long night. Yution turned around, leaving behind a handsome silhouette. Greetings, I am Peng Bo, the vice leader of the Zhetian Alliance. I extend a sincere invitation to all devouring players to join our Zhetian Alliance. Here, you shall enjoy the privileges befitting the strong. With salaries exceeding 100,000, comprehensive insurance benefits, assistance in repaying housing and car loans, and your family residing under the protection of the Zhetian Alliance, ensuring their safety. Dear family, we have addressed your most pressing concern regarding employment status. Our Zhetian Alliance is now regarded as a semi-official organization, and we believe the employment issue will soon be resolved. In 2023, what is most scarce? Talent. Do not hesitate to join our Zhetian Alliance. Together, let us strive for prosperity within the grand family of the Zhetian Alliance. Peng Bo quickly emerged, fervently promoting the recruitment initiative. Chapter 47. Without devouring the dragon. I shall not gain my affirmation. The Celestial Emperor Yi is extraordinarily formidable, having effortlessly slain an 8th-level mutated dog with a single stroke of his sword. This mutated canine, classified as level 8, once nearly annihilated a squad of soldiers I had encountered in the capital. The devouring dragon is indeed powerful, yet akin to a divine dragon. It is elusive and shrouded in mystery. It has yet to publicly declare its allegiance to any organization, possibly seeking merely to safeguard itself. It would be prudent for everyone to seek out an organization sooner rather than later. The Celestial Alliance has already established a collaboration with the authorities, possessing legitimacy second only to the Catastrophe Sanctuary, and with a powerhouse like the Celestial Emperor Yi among their ranks. The most critical factor remains their organization structure. Joining signifies assured success. I have arrived. The Celestial Alliance. A wave of fervor surged through the crowd as many expressed their desire to join the Celestial Alliance. In a previous life, the Celestial Emperor Yi was perceived as aloof. Yet his remarkable ability to engage others is truly surprising. It is a pity he does not pursue a career as a streamer. Lin Luo was amused by the video featuring Yi. In his former life, the Celestial Emperor Yi ranked first in the Devouring World. And the Celestial Alliance he founded required no promotion. With his top-ranking status prominently displayed, countless gamers would willingly join. Upon Lin Luo's rebirth, he had seized that top rank for himself, not merely by overtaking Yi but by eclipsing him with overwhelming strength. Yi combined would scarcely match Lin Luo's prowess. I must give this a thumbs up. The video is excellently produced. Lin Luo generously offered his approval and continued to scroll through subsequent short videos. Previously, Douyin thrived on clips of beautiful women in stockings and cosplay dancing, rapidly gaining followers. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, the formula for virality had shifted to disaster-themed videos. One could casually post such content and amass a throng of viewers. In the Southern District, a miraculous event has occurred. A black-headed, white-feathered hen has mutated, consuming all the chickens in the farm, now growing to the size of an adult golden retriever. Family, gather 100,000 likes. And I shall toss a pair of overalls to this hen to see if it will wear them. With 1 million likes, I will offer it a basketball to witness if the hen can play. With 2 million likes, I shall compel this hen to don the overalls and play basketball. The fate is astonishingly similar. Lin Luo had encountered this video in his previous life. By then, he had already joined the Catastrophe Sanctuary, ensuring his personal safety for the time being. When he stumbled upon the short video, he too was amused. The owner of the chicken farm was a gamer, with a level between 20 and 23. In addition to being a professional poultry farmer, he was also a dedicated critic. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the owner discovered that his chickens had mutated, transforming into a likeness of his idol. He promptly created a short video account to document the hen's daily life. When Lin Luo viewed the short video, he found it amusing. Little did he anticipate that this hen would soon become a calamity for Longhai City. The chicken farm owner had miscalculated, ultimately falling victim to the very hen he had raised. By the time the Catastrophe Sanctuary became aware of the mutated hen, the game feedback had already concluded. Kunji and Appo's S level has ascended to 40, nearing an uncontrollable threshold. The Catastrophe Shelter has limited recruitment options, ultimately deciding to dispatch Wang Tianyu to manage the situation. Wang Tianyu has long harbored a desire for revenge against Lin Luo, yet has lacked a suitable pretext. Following the outbreak of the rodent plague, Wang Tianyu faced a lengthy suspension. As the catastrophic circumstances worsened, the shelter reluctantly reinstated him, with malicious intent. Wang Tianyu led Lin Luo to his demise, where Lin Luo was devoured by the monstrous chicken. However, paralyzed by fear of the creature's formidable power, Wang Tianyu chose to flee. Lin Luo, having dealt with Wang Tianyu, now only faced the monstrous chicken. He was in no rush to confront Kunji, as he could address it adequately during the second game feedback session. Upon completing the second feedback, Lin Luo had mastered 70% of the five-clawed golden dragon's power, granting him access to numerous abilities. He remained unconcerned with Kunji, for he was no longer the weakling he had been in his previous life. Regardless of Kunji and Appo's frenzied consumption, it could never triumph over Lin Luo. While browsing short videos, Lin Luo stumbled upon a familiar clip showcasing his battle with the mutated Rat King, which he effortlessly vanquished. This Rat King was significantly larger than the mutated dog slain by Yu Tian, boasting a higher level and swarmed by countless enormous mutated rats. How impressive! With a single punch, he dispatched the Rat King. Who was this extraordinary individual? Someone even more formidable than Yu Tian. It was evident that he had absorbed the essence of the dragon. This video's IP address traced back to Longhai City, where the dragon-absorbing figure resided. The video was released later than Yu Tian's but had already surpassed his in likes and comments. The footage was well-crafted, and upon encountering Shin Xian again, Lin Luo vowed to commend her work. When departing from the East District, Shin Xian had mentioned her video quality. Her filming was impeccable, and her identity remained concealed without the need for pixelation. Lin Luo glanced at the comments section, filled with praise, before discovering another video. This one featured a large black dog adorned with sunglasses and a custom-tailored suit, exuding an air of elegance. The account was named the Great Emperor of Antiquity, declaring, "Few can claim the title of emperor, yet I, the Black Emperor, shall." Lin Luo recollected that Yu Tian owned a large black dog. After the catastrophe, this dog had mutated and evolved rapidly, now capable of human speech. The black dog had taken to creating short videos. Previously, he had admired those adept at producing engaging content, but now, post-catastrophe, he realized those individuals were trivial in comparison. Indeed, a black dog speaking human language and seeking adoration was once unimaginable. Everyone was left in stunned silence. I hereby solemnly announce that I, the Black Emperor, officially established the Dragon Team, with our leader being the one who absorbs the essence of the dragon. Quickly, join us. Little Leaf and Appo's celestial alliance shall never gain my Black Emperor and Appo's acknowledgement without our leader and Appo's participation. The official catastrophe shelter will also forever lack the Black Emperor's recognition without our leader's involvement. Thus, the Black Emperor, leveraging Lin Luo's name, began to engage in deception and grandstanding. Lin Luo recalled from his past life that the Black Sovereign possessed considerable prowess, operating under the name of Yu Tian. It established the Black Alliance, which became the third largest organization in the Dragon Kingdom, surpassed only by the Celestial Alliance and the Cataclysmic Sanctuary. After Lin Luo ascended to the top of the leaderboard, the Black Sovereign adopted a new guise. This Black Sovereign exhibited a remarkable lack of shame, even invoking the name of the National Dragon Group. The genuine National Dragon Group was perplexed, questioning when they had ever independently formed an organization. Following the onset of the Cataclysm, the true dragon ancestors entered the Cataclysmic Sanctuary, tasked with intelligence operations to aid the sanctuary in locating game players. Lin Luo maintained a favorable impression of the Black Sovereign. Unlike typical mutated creatures that were notoriously ferocious and inclined to devour humans, the Black Sovereign was an exceptional entity that bore little animosity towards mankind. Perhaps in its subconscious, it regarded itself as human rather than a mere beast. Previously, Lin Luo believed the Black Sovereign's talent for mischief was innate. However, after watching the recent short video of Yu Tian, he understood that a pet often mirrors the nature of its master. As Lin Luo scrolled down, the next short video was from an official account. Chapter 48, Second Game Feedback. In a brief video, director Chen Limei passionately denounced Wang Tianyu. She accused him of leveraging his own strength to disregard the official arrangements. Chen recounted the chaos Wang had wreaked in the Dongqing district of Longhai, leading to countless untimely deaths. Even more reprehensible was Wang's act of nurturing threats, nearly resulting in a catastrophic rodent disaster on a citywide scale. Fortunately, the entity known as the Devouring Dragon emerged, bringing about Wang's demise. Chen expressed her apologies to the public, assuring them that future management of new recruits would be reinforced. At the conclusion of the video, she remarked that the disaster shelter would persevere, expressing confidence that the Devouring Dragon would undoubtedly join their ranks. Wang Tianyu's malevolence was palpable. He seemed more detestable than the very zombies themselves, having caused so many fatalities and nearly triggering a rodent calamity. Director Chen, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Your shelter has already accomplished much. Containing the catastrophe requires not only intent, but also formidable strength. Given Wang's high level, eliminating him is no simple task. Your actions were a last resort. Should he establish an organization, the entire Longhai city would suffer greatly. Previously, I perceived the devouring dragon as a self-serving individual, concerned only with safeguarding his own territory while the entire nation faced turmoil. However, it is now clear that such assumptions were misguided. And I extend my apologies to the esteemed figure. I once harbored similar beliefs, and I must also apologize here. The esteemed one simply detests being constrained. Not out of a lack of patriotism, but rather in silent protection of us all. Director Chen's eloquence effectively navigated a potential public relations crisis. Should the details of Wang Tianyou's actions be thoroughly investigated, it would pose a significant threat to the credibility of the disaster shelter. Soon, her apology video soared to the top of trending charts, while Yu Tian's video occupied the third spot, and He Huang's video claimed the second. After He Huang released his video, Yu Tian's comments section was inundated with a repetitive template remark. Without the devouring dragon, you shall not receive my acknowledgement, Emperor Huang Tian. Without the devouring dragon, you shall not receive my acknowledgement, Xiao Yan. Without the devouring dragon, you shall not receive my acknowledgement, Tang San. Lin Luo found the situation utterly amusing, nearly laughing uncontrollably, contemplating the psychological toll this might have on Yu Tian. It seemed possible that Yi Tian and He Huang were already embroiled in fierce conflict. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xiao Luo. Could it be that the disaster shelter could not reach us by phone and has come to visit in person? Cheng Shuexin emerged from the kitchen. Perhaps, let me check. Lin Luo replied, shutting off his phone and opening the door. Shui stepped forward first and said, Greetings, you must be Mr. Lin. Lin Luo responded coolly. I am Lin Luo. What brings you here? Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, Shui expressed with enthusiasm. If it weren't for your leadership in the Xiqing district, our disaster shelter would have faced dire consequences while dealing with zombies and mutated creatures. Lin Luo replied, There is no need for such gratitude. My efforts in the Xiqing district are primarily for my own comfort, as I prefer not to be disturbed by zombies and mutated creatures while I sleep at night. Though that may be the case, we must express our gratitude. Shui beckoned to those behind him, who brought forth a large suitcase. Upon opening it, the interior was filled with a dazzling array of gemstones in various hues. Cheng Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Surely, this entire case cannot be filled with crystal nuclei. As an ordinary individual who often perused short videos online, she was well aware of what crystal nuclei represented. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, crystal nuclei had become invaluable items that could accelerate the evolution of superpowers. Indeed, Shui confirmed with a nod. This entire suitcase is filled with crystal nuclei. Mr. Lin eliminated these zombies and mutated creatures without retrieving their crystal nuclei, so we have taken the liberty of assisting Mr. Lin by extracting them. Initially, Shui had considered the prospect of taking these crystal nuclei to significantly bolster the strength of the disaster shelter. However, the more he collected, the more alarmed he became, realizing that an entire termite nest had been wiped out. The level 9 termite queen had been slain by Lin Luo, her body carelessly discarded in the nest. Should he stealthily seize all the crystal nuclei, it could provoke Lin Luo's wrath, a dire consequence indeed. In the face of Lin Luo's fury, the disaster shelter might well find itself in jeopardy. Consequently, Shui contacted Shen Limei and, after a discussion, personally made his way to Lin Luo's doorstep. I have 5 crystal nuclei here, one of which is a level 9 nucleus extracted from the level 9 termite queen. Shui produced a coded case, revealing the 5 gemstones within. A level 9 crystal nucleus. Cheng Shui gazed at Lin Luo with stars in her eyes. She had recently watched short videos proclaiming the prowess of Yi Tian and Tun Shi Cheng Long. Yi Tian had vanquished an 8-level mutated 2-headed dog, while Tun Shi Cheng Long had defeated a 9-level mutated rat king. To her surprise, Lin Luo had also slain a mutated termite queen, showcasing strength that was by no means inferior to the two. Lin Luo maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, I do not wish for them. Thank you immensely. Your generous donation of such a substantial number of crystal nuclei to the disaster shelter is profoundly appreciated. Shui stammered, his body shaking with gratitude. Following his expressions of thanks, he dialed the number of the disaster shelter. They promptly dispatched a large quantity of supplies and even sent a company of troops to ensure Lin Luo's safety. Given Lin Luo's formidable abilities, he certainly did not require military protection. The company was primarily there to safeguard Qing Shui and her daughter, serving as a gesture of goodwill from the disaster shelter towards Lin Luo. After arranging these matters, Chu He approached Lin Luo, offering his assistance should any further needs arise, assuring him that he would respond immediately. Chu He had effectively become Lin Luo's devoted aide, always at his beck and call. Dinner was a lavish feast, featuring braised lobster, spicy hairtail crab, steamed turbot, and more. Qing Shui's spirits were elevated, feeling a sense of security. Previously, whenever Lin Luo left home, she was filled with trepidation, fearing that a zombie might burst in and threaten her and her daughter. With the protection of the troops outside, Qing Shui felt a profound relief. What brings Qing Shui the utmost joy is Lin Luo's prowess, which, while perhaps not quite matching that of Yi Tian and the Devouring Dragon, arguably positions him as the third most formidable among the demon lords. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Lin Luo stepped into the gaming pod. Ding! As a distinguished VIP 7 game player, you have 2 hours remaining until the second game feedback session. Greetings to all players within the Devouring World. The second feedback is as follows. VIP 7 players report their character's level and combat power at 70%, VIP 6 players at 60%, and so forth, with VIP 1 players reporting their character's level and combat power at 10%. The feedback session will last for half an hour, during which players are unable to engage in combat. Please ensure you are in a safe location to participate in the game feedback. Chapter 49. The Battle of Dragons and Tigers, Gratitude for the Golden Tickets from the Martial God. Indeed, the more one invests, the greater the rewards. Lin Luo felt that his investment of 4 billion was not in vain. As a VIP 7, he enjoyed numerous benefits. While this feedback had little impact on him, it significantly influenced other players. For instance, among players of the same level, if one is a VIP 7 and the other a VIP 6, and they happen to be in conflict, the VIP 6 player would undoubtedly be defeated by the VIP 7 player. Lin Luo had already cleared the West District, where he resided in a villa protected by a platoon, alleviating his concerns about potential dangers. The crisis of catastrophe had erupted 3 times, with each occurrence providing feedback from the game 2 hours prior. Lin Luo had thoroughly cleansed the West District of any terrifying entities such as mutated zombies or aberrant creatures. Following the second round of game feedback, the West District remained a haven for monsters. If he could withstand the subsequent half hour before the next round of game feedback, Lin Luo would gain even greater power. The West District was merely a temporary monster sanctuary, soon to revert to its former state. Lin Luo was already in the game pod awaiting the feedback, as were others. A division was stationed near the headquarters, ensuring the safety of Shou Jiahui, Chu He, and Yang Jun. Others also sought secure locations to prepare for the second round of game feedback. Among all the players, the one who appeared most at ease was the Son of Fortune, Yi Tian. Yi Tian's formidable black dog had grown strong through mutation, posing no risk during this period. Although they had exchanged friendly greetings regarding a short video, the Black Emperor would still protect Yi Tian, embodying true affection. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the second round of game feedback commenced. Lin Luo immediately felt a surge of agony as terrifying power coursed through his limbs. Antlers sprouted from his head, his mouth morphed into that of a crocodile. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and dragon whiskers emerged. His teeth sharpened to a lethal point, capable of easily severing any object. A layer of golden scales enveloped his skin, radiating a dazzling golden hue. The pain persisted, yet so did the rise in power. Lin Luo gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of excruciating torment. To attain such formidable strength, this suffering was but a trifling matter. West District Captain Song. We've detected a creature approaching from the east at an alarming speed. It could reach us in 3 seconds, a soldier reported, but before he could finish, a colossal beast charged toward them. This enormous creature was a white-patterned mutated tiger, with sharp fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. It was as large as a tank, weighing over a dozen tons. Its powerful limbs shook the ground with each step. What manner of monster is this? The crowd stood frozen, engulfed by overwhelming terror. The speed of this mutation was astounding. Song Yin's pupils constricted violently. He was well aware of the details regarding this mutated white tiger. In the Xiqing district, there exists a zoo where, following a catastrophic event, all the animals underwent a process of mutation and evolution. Among them, the mutated white tiger emerged as the most formidable, devouring its keepers before turning its predatory gaze upon the other transformed creatures within the zoo. aware of the threat posed by the mutated white tiger. The disaster shelter promptly dispatched Zhou Jiahui to hunt it down. However, the mutated white tiger, realizing it could not contend with Zhou Jiahui, chose to flee. Song An, in collaboration with the military commander, possessed a comprehensive understanding of the mutated white tiger. He recalled that it had initially been classified at a mere 2 levels. Yet now its size was comparable to that of a colossal tank. The creature's level had surpassed Song An's comprehension, now exceeding at least 15 levels. In just 2 hours. Such rapid evolution had occurred. Song An surmised that only players from a devoured world could match this rate of evolution. He urged for the tank to be brought forth, as higher authorities had issued an unequivocal directive to safeguard the adults residing in the villa, possessing a resilient mental fortitude. Song An commanded his soldiers to maneuver the tank into position. Standard firearms proved ineffectual against the mutated white tiger. A massive tiger-class tank approached, aiming its artillery at the creature. With a thunderous boom, a powerful armor-piercing round was unleashed towards the mutated white tiger. The creature, caught off guard, was struck directly. Following a blinding flash and a resounding explosion, thick black smoke billowed forth. Had they succeeded? Song An pondered with anticipation. A ferocious roar erupted from the mutated white tiger as it charged towards Song An and his men. "Take cover," Song An bellowed. A fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dense smoke. The mutated white tiger emerged from the swirling darkness, trampling a nearby building. Soldiers stationed beside the structure were unable to react in time and were crushed into paste, aside from singed fur on its back and a gruesome wound. The mutated white tiger exhibited no other injuries. Could this be a monster that humanity could conquer? Despair enveloped Song An. "Captain, we must flee. This is beyond our capability to defeat," one soldier exclaimed, paralyzed by fear. "Run," Song An replied, desperation creeping into his voice. "Where can we escape? The mutation extends beyond this white tiger. There are other, even more powerful beings. We cannot simply stand here and await our demise." The soldiers around him trembled in fear. Some soldiers, overwhelmed by terror, disregarded commands and fled into the distance. The sight of the mutated white tiger resembled that of a deity. How could mere mortals hope to vanquish a god? "Find a secure place to hide. I will handle this mutated white tiger." A figure rushed from the villa, charging toward the beast. "Is that Lin Luo? Has he completed the game feedback?" Song An exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Could Lin Luo truly defeat a creature that could withstand armor-piercing rounds? A soldier nearby, Xiao Gao, expressed skepticism. Before their very eyes, Lin Luo stood before the mutated white tiger. Upon sighting Lin Luo, the mutated white tiger did not engage in battle. Instead, it opted to flee. "Seizing the opportunity during my gaming feedback, they sought to engulf me, but now that my feedback session has concluded, they appear eager to flee." Lin Luo has successfully completed his second round of gaming feedback, attaining 70% of his character's combat prowess and level. His gaming level stands at 80. With this second feedback reflecting 70% of both his level and combat capabilities. Lin Luo's own level is 56, effortlessly dispatching a level 15 mutated white tiger as if it were child's play. Following his second round of feedback, his arm has undergone a complete transformation into that of a dragon. Golden scales now envelop his entire arm, and his 5 human fingers have morphed into 5 formidable dragon claws. Lin Luo swiftly closed the gap with the mutated white tiger and delivered a powerful punch to its head. With a resounding crash, the sheer force shattered the tiger's skull, sending brain matter and blood cascading down like a torrential rain. The head of the mutated white tiger was so massive that this crimson deluge persisted for an entire minute. Chapter 50. If you cannot defeat them, join them. Is this still humanity? Song An felt that the mutated white tiger was insurmountable. However, Lin Luo dispatched the beast in a mere 3 minutes, excluding the time it took Lin Luo to reach the mutated creature from the villa. It may have been only a minute. The mutated white tiger was powerful, akin to a deity, while Lin Luo emerged as its slayer. Previously, Song An believed that sheer numbers would prevail, and that superhumans, despite their formidable individual prowess, would not significantly surpass the military. This battle has utterly transformed his perspective. As the calamity progresses, the military's relevance diminishes. A new era is about to dawn. Lin Luo exhaled flames, reducing the mutated white tiger to ashes. At the side of the beast's carcass lay a colossal white crystal core. The level 15 crystal core would be kept for the time being. Given Lin Luo's immense strength, he had no immediate need for it. He would hold on to the core, contemplating its future necessity. Perhaps it could be exchanged for 2 beautiful women sent by the disaster shelter, one clad in a maid outfit, the other in a JK uniform, one in white stockings, the other in black. Otherwise, he would not part with the level 15 core for free. His thoughts were becoming increasingly wicked. Lin Luo dispelled the five-clawed golden dragon status. Wary of losing control, the nature of true dragons is to be blessed with many offspring. It was only natural for him to be influenced by such thoughts. Thank you, my lord, for saving us, Song expressed, approaching with gratitude. Not at all. Your presence here is also a form of protection for me, Lin Luo replied. Song blushed. To be precise, it is still you protecting us, my lord. Lin Luo continued. Should any danger approach, simply notify me promptly. Understood, my lord. Song responded eagerly. After witnessing Lin Luo's formidable power, any trace of defiance had vanished from him. Following the first game feedback, ordinary individuals could contend with game players using firearms. In the global struggle against zombies and mutated creatures, the military remained the primary force. Game players, unless exceptionally powerful, would require military assistance. However, after the second game feedback, ordinary individuals were relegated to mere background figures. In the East District, countless zombies surged forth like a tidal wave towards the disaster shelter. A regiment of troops stationed there barely held back the onslaught of the zombie horde. Zhou Jiahui, Chen Limei, Yang Jun, and others completed the second game feedback and rushed to support the military. After an hour of bloody combat, they managed to repel the zombie tide. A mutated zombie, towering at 5 meters, was ensnared by a white dragon. With a tremendous effort, the white dragon shredded the mutated creature. The remaining weaker zombies were left to the military's handling. Jiahui, you're injured, Chen Limei exclaimed with concern. Let me call for medical personnel. It's nothing serious. Zhou Jiahui reassured her. Just a minor wound. With my dragon lineage, I can heal rapidly. As the words left her lips, the 30-centimeter penetrating wound on her arm had already scabbed over and begun to heal. Had the bandaging been delayed even slightly, the wound would have closed up, giving way to new flesh. The two medical personnel, witnessing the remarkable recovery of Zhou Jiahui's injury, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Zhou Jiahui waved her hand dismissively, stating, You may leave. I require no bandaging. The self-healing prowess of the dragon lineage was indeed extraordinary, restoring her as she spoke. Chu He, filled with envy, remarked, Just moments ago, I vanquished a level 20 mutated zombie, only to have my arm scratched in the process, and my wound has yet to heal. This was not merely a matter of superficial healing, it was a reflection of their respective strengths. Chu He assessed the situation and realized that should he engage Zhou Jiahui in combat, he would inevitably be the one to suffer defeat. With the bloodline of dragons coursing through her veins, she possessed formidable regenerative abilities, implying that a misstep on his part could prove fatal, while she could afford numerous mistakes. The disparity in their levels was 2 to 3 ranks. The outcome would undoubtedly favor Zhou Jiahui. With a sigh of regret, Chu He lamented, I chose the wrong lineage. I should have opted for the beast race. Chen Limei interjected, Do not harbor envy. Zhou Jiahui faced failure 8 or 9 times before finally succeeding in the dragon transformation instance. The dragon bloodline is not something just anyone can attain. Chu He nodded in agreement. Indeed, participating in one instance costs 10 million, not to mention the considerable time wasted. Had Jiahui not been so fixated on the dragon transformation instance, her level might have been even higher. Zhou Jiahui chuckled wryly at that time. I was incensed by the Devourer dragon. He transformed effortlessly in one attempt, while I squandered nearly 100 million and over a day without success. It was utterly humiliating. I was on the verge of a breakdown, but fortunately, I succeeded on my last attempt. Now, experiencing the immense power of the dragon bloodline, I feel that the investment was entirely worthwhile. I owe my gratitude to the Devourer dragon. Previously, Zhou Jiahui harbored resentment towards the Devourer dragon, believing him to be dishonorable. When he was weak, she chose to spare him. Yet, as he grew stronger, he devoured her twice. Upon encountering him for the 3rd time, Zhou Jiahui decided that if she could not defeat him, she would join him. The Devourer dragon could easily overpower her. Surpassing him was not merely a matter of effort. She felt grateful toward the Devourer dragon. Had it not been for his inspiration, she might have remained a mere bystander. At best reaching the 2nd highest level of the disaster shelter, unable to surpass Chu He. When Zhou Jiahui had previously called her parents for financial assistance, they chided her for being consumed by her work and recklessly spending. Just a few days ago, her parents called to commend her foresight. After the disaster, countless individuals sought to enter the Devourer world, eager to invest their fortunes. Even the world's wealthiest could not secure a level 1 account, as money had become worthless. akin to scrap paper. Thanks to Zhou Jiahui, her parents also gained entry into the disaster shelter for protection. Chu He sighed. The white dragon that Jiahui has transformed into is a true dragon, already powerful beyond reason. The five-clawed golden dragon, transformed by the Devourer dragon, surpasses even the true dragon. One can only fathom the terrifying extent of its might. Zhou Jiahui, with lingering trepidation, remarked, "You envy my formidable strength, yet our disparities are not insurmountable. When you encounter the devouring dragon god, jealousy will give way to fear." Chu He had to concede. "Though your words may sting, they ring true. I would indeed be obliterated by the dragon god. Very well, there is no need for you to fear the devouring dragon. We are fervently extending our invitation to him, and I believe he will join us in due time as our leader. Now, we must address the situation in the Eastern District." Chen Limei received reports from various regions indicating a rapid evolution of numerous zombies and mutated animals. The Eastern District, which had been successfully cleared, had, within a mere 2.5 hours, transformed into a haven for monsters. Chen Limei instructed, "Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall commence the cleansing of the zombies and mutated creatures in the Eastern District shortly." "Understood, Director." Zhou Jiahui, Chu He, and the others nodded in agreement. "Not good, Director." Yang Jun rushed in, visibly flustered. Chapter 51. What transpired with the forest deity? Chen Limei inquired with a furrowed brow. Yang Jun, panting heavily, replied, "Previously, we had been in contact with a gamer from the South District who expressed interest in joining our disaster shelter. However, when I reached out to him as you instructed, he abruptly changed his mind, stating he would not join the shelter and warned us that the South District was under his domain, the Diamond Demon. He cautioned that if we intruded, we should not expect any courtesy." With a cold expression, Chen Limei remarked, "This Diamond Demon appears to be rebelling. He wishes to establish himself as a sovereign in the South District, refusing to accept our official oversight." The Diamond Demon, originally named Xiang Siyu, was an avid gamer hailing from a middle-class background and worked as a game consultant. Upon the launch of Devouring the World, Xiang Siyu became one of the first players. He chose the zombie race and consistently ranked among the top 20 in the zombie leaderboard, placing in the top 100 overall. By the time the game ceased operations, he had ascended to the 5th position in the zombie leaderboard and 18th overall. The disaster shelter successfully located Xiang Siyu and extended an invitation for him to join. Following the conclusion of the second game feedback session, Chen Limei promptly invited him to become part of the shelter. Xiang Siyu gained further powers within the game and no longer feared the disaster shelter, expressing his true thoughts. Zhou Jiahui shook her head, stating, "Some individuals harbor great ambitions, but have not dared to oppose the official forces. Now that they possess formidable strength, they will undoubtedly pursue their true desires." Indeed, Chu He concurred. Xiang Siyu remains a zombie. His game character will influence his personality. Should he seize control of the entire South District, it would transform into a paradise for zombies. Yang Jun questioned, "What should we do now? Shall we all rush to the South District and eliminate Xiang Siyu?" Chen Limei sighed. "That is not very realistic. Our disaster shelter's strength is limited, and it will take considerable time to reclaim the East District." Zhou Jiahui expressed concern. "I fear that if we cannot manage Xiang Siyu, many others may follow suit, declaring themselves rulers in their respective areas." Chu He lamented. "It seems that with just the few of us, we cannot prevent this." Chen Limei asserted, "Thus, we must expedite our invitation to and Apos, devouring the dragon, and Apos. Only with his participation can our disaster shelter maintain order against the nefarious. Consider the Heavenly Alliance's stability in the capital. It is due to the prowess of Yi Tianjue. Anyone daring to act recklessly there must first reckon with his approval." Zhou Jiahui agreed. "I will regularly inquire about the possibility of devouring the dragon joining us." "Excellent." Chen Limei nodded in satisfaction. "What is the situation in the West District? What of the forest deity?" Chen Limei asked in surprise. Chu He smiled and explained, "The forest deity possesses formidable strength. He has not disclosed his game character's name, but I believe he ranks among the top 20 overall." "Did you witness Lin Luo in battle?" Chen Limei sought confirmation. "I did see him, though the footage was too blurred." Chu He presented a video to Chen Limei and the others, showcasing his swift abilities. So rapid that it was nearly impossible to discern the nature of his powers. Yang Jun, in a state of confusion, remarked on the matter. Chen Limei responded, "We can only deduce that his ability falls within the realm of strength. There are only a few individuals with formidable strength. A thorough investigation will reveal the truth in due time." As for Lin Shen, there is no need for you to urge him further. His current state bears little distinction between joining our disaster shelter or not. Shui replied with a wry smile, Director, you overestimate me. Even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would not dare to press Lin Shen. As Chun Li Mei conversed with the group, she received several disheartening messages, each reporting an increasing number of zombies and mutated creatures across various locations. She promptly organized a plan to clear the East District before addressing the other districts. The group then departed from headquarters to undertake their respective tasks. In the West District, Chang Xuexin announced, I have prepared some buns for everyone. You must be quite hungry. Please come and have some. She approached Songen and his companions, carrying 2 large bags of buns. Songen hesitated. I can't accept these. Cheng Xuexin smiled. You are here to ensure our safety. Accepting a few buns is hardly too much to ask. Feeling awkward, Songen scratched his head, to be precise. It is not us protecting you, but rather Lin Shen protecting us. Our role is merely to report the locations of the mutated zombies and animals. Let us not be shy, Cheng Xuexin replied. We are simply helping each other. Reluctantly, Songen conceded, very well then. Since sister-in-law has prepared such delicious food, it would be rude not to accept. Cheng Xuexin blushed, clarifying, I am not Xiao Luo's girlfriend. I merely serve as a caretaker for his household. Please do not misunderstand. I also have a child. Songen, though verbally acknowledging his misunderstanding, thought otherwise. In the aftermath of the zombie crisis, those possessing formidable strength could acquire whatever they desired. With Lin Shen's immense power, there was no woman beyond his reach, be they internet celebrities or stars. A mere word from him would ensure their arrangements were made clear. Even if the disaster shelter did not facilitate such arrangements, Songen would ensure they were made. He had attempted to contact several former colleagues, but his calls went unanswered. Upon reaching Chu He, he learned of the assault on the disaster shelter's headquarters by mutated zombies. In the course of defending against the zombie horde, many lives had been lost. Several of Songen's colleagues perished at the hands of the mutated zombies. The aftermath revealed a staggering toll of 3,000 lives lost, nearly half of those stationed at the disaster shelter headquarters. Had it not been for the timely feedback from game players, which facilitated military support to eliminate the mutated zombies, an entire regiment stationed at the headquarters could have faced annihilation. In contrast, the contingent guarding Lin Shen suffered only minor injuries. Initially, when receiving orders from Chu He, Songen had been most reluctant. Songen felt that leaving the headquarters of the disaster shelter would significantly increase the dangers he faced. Now that he found himself beside Lin Shen, he felt a sense of relief. All of Songen's colleagues had perished, and he could not guarantee that he would not become one of them. After Lin Shen vanquished the mutated white tiger, a 3-headed large cat, an exceptionally agile mutated zombie, and a man-eating giant eagle emerged in the West District. Each time Songen felt as though he were on the brink of death, Lin Shen effortlessly resolved the situation. Gradually, Lin Luo loomed larger in his mind, to the point where he began to refer to him as Lin Shen. Now, even when the disaster shelter urged Songen to leave, he remained resolute in his decision to stay. It was not just Songen who felt this way. His soldiers shared the same sentiment. Without Lin Shen, there was no sense of security. Songen distributed buns among the group, and they expressed their gratitude towards Lin Luo. Not only were their lives safeguarded, but they also had breakfast to enjoy. Others were bound to envy the privileges that Songen's unit experienced, driving them to the brink of madness. Chapter 52. The sovereign of the apocalypse. She felt unworthy of Lin Luo, burdened by the weight of her past, a divorce, and a child. If only she had encountered Lin Luo a few years later, she would have certainly followed her heart's desire. Cheng Xuexin pondered whether some individuals reveled in playing the role of a villain. She wondered if Xiao Luo was one of them. If Xiao Luo did not mind her past, Cheng Xuexin would harbor no objections. How could I even entertain such thoughts? I am Xiao Luo's sister. Cheng Xuexin quickly dispelled the distractions swirling in her mind. Lin Luo sat on the sofa, savoring the meat buns made by Cheng Xuexin. The plump, round buns exuded a tantalizing aroma. He took a hearty bite, and succulent juice flowed from within, sweet and delightful, filling the air with a fragrant allure. As he relished the buns, he absent-mindedly scrolled through short videos on his phone. I'll prepare lunch, Cheng Xuexin said, her cheeks flushed, too shy to face Lin Luo. Lin Luo, puzzled, asked, Sister Cheng, what's wrong? He chose not to dwell on her demeanor, planning to inquire further at mealtime. Lin Luo had more pressing matters at hand. He intended to make a trip to the southern district. The western district was temporarily stable, posing no immediate danger. His past adversary, Wang Tianyu, was already dead, and the second to fall was Kuan Ji. Had it not been for the series of incidents in the Western District, Lin Luo would have ventured to the Southern District long ago. I, Xiang Siyu, am the master of my own fate. The Southern District shall become the domain of my indomitable spirit. Any organization or individual attempting to enter Longhai's Southern District without my consent shall face the consequences of their recklessness. As Lin Luo continued scrolling, he stumbled upon a video featuring a brash young man whose words dripped with provocation towards the disaster shelter. This formidable presence, known as Xiang Siyu, was somewhat familiar to Lin Luo. In his previous life, he recognized this individual. Xiang Siyu had declared himself king of the Southern District, leveraging his immense strength. Eventually, the disaster shelter softened its stance, willing to cede control of the Southern District to him. However, on paper, Xiang Siyu remained a member of the disaster shelter, a final concession to preserve their dignity. When Kuan-ji wreaked havoc in the Southern District, Xiang Siyu had little concern for the official territory. He managed 90% of the land, while the remaining 10% fell under official jurisdiction. Kuan-ji's rampage aligned perfectly with Xiang Siyu's ambitions, allowing him to seize the entire Southern District. When Wang Tianyu attempted to enter the Southern District, he sought Xiang Siyu's permission, which was rather amusing considering Xiang Siyu's dominion over the area. Despite the disaster shelter's nominal control over Longhai City, they effectively governed only the eastern and western districts. Xiang Siyu held sway over the Southern District, while the northern and central districts remained under the influence of others. With personal strength reaching formidable heights, ambition inevitably revealed itself. Previously, without Lin Luo's presence, the disaster shelter had paid a heavy price to conquer the Western District. With Lin Luo's assistance, they effortlessly secured the Western District. Uncertain about the choices that the disaster shelter will make in the face of the brazen King Kong demon, I find myself reflecting upon the recent occupation of the Central District by the Blood Ancestor, who has allowed no one to enter without my consent, including those from the disaster shelter. Lin Luo stumbled upon a brief video featuring a middle-aged man. Moments ago, he had encountered the King Kong demon, Xiang Siyu, claiming the Southern District as his territory, and now a formidable player has emerged in the Central District as well. The Blood Ancestor, seemingly a zombie game player ranked 4th in the overall leaderboard, had maintained a low profile until now, unexpectedly revealing himself and declaring the Central District as his domain. As a resident of the Central District, I am acutely aware of the Blood Ancestor's abilities as a descendant of blood. Many among us have been parasitized by him, rendering him more terrifying than any zombie, prompting a plea for rescue from the disaster shelter. This ability is exceedingly grotesque. The Blood Ancestor can command an army of zombies, which explains his audacity to openly challenge the authorities. He possesses the means to do so. Both the King Kong demon and the Blood Ancestor are formidable players, making it implausible for the disaster shelter to confront them directly. My advice is for my comrades to flee swiftly. Many doubt the disaster shelter's capacity to genuinely oppose the King Kong demon and the Blood Ancestor. The shelter is overwhelmed managing zombies and mutated creatures, and can only afford to offer reassurances to these powerful players. From a broader perspective, this is a necessary course of action for the disaster shelter. Lin Luo finished a large, round, snow-white bun and scrolled through several videos, all showcasing self-proclaimed rulers from various regions across the nation. Some players have entirely seized control of cities, turning their inhabitants into mere slaves. When an individual's power becomes excessively formidable, their ambitions tend to spiral into madness. During the first game feedback, powerful armies posed a threat to such individuals. However, by the second feedback round, armies could no longer pose a significant threat. Unless the nation resorts to nuclear weapons against them, their defeat seems nearly impossible. This scenario is highly improbable, as the state would never relinquish control over Longhai City and would certainly refrain from using nuclear arms. It is time to address the monstrous threats. Lin Luo switched off his phone, preparing to venture out. In his previous life, he viewed these individuals as mere opportunists who would inevitably lead the Dragon Kingdom to ruin. Upon acquiring formidable strength, these players would be rendered inconsequential. In the future, many powerful deities will descend into the real world by devouring realms. The territories they establish will crumble beneath these divine beings. Were Lin Luo in their position, he would not seek to establish a so-called organization, but rather focus on swiftly enhancing his power. However, Lin Luo found himself grappling with the notion that neither the King Kong demon nor the Blood Ancestor would adhere to such plans, which others dismissed as alarmist. Lin Luo understood this perspective, as he was on a different plane of existence, while others remained on the first tier. Lin God, you have emerged. What do you require? Songen promptly approached, assuring him, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall act immediately. Lin Luo replied, I need to step out for a while. Just ensure the safety of my villa. Ah, Lin God, you are leaving? Songan exclaimed in alarm. What do you fear? I shall be gone for but a brief moment, Lin Luo stated. Carefully, Songan inquired, Divine Lin, may I ask how long you intend to be away? That is not permissible, Lin Luo chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I have already vanquished the mutated beasts lurking in the West District. You may remain here with peace of mind. As you command, Songan replied, feeling instantly reassured. In a flash, Lin Luo departed from the West District. In the South District, the feedback had finally concluded, and my level had ascended to 10. I must check on how my elder brother is faring. Eagerly, Inze made his way to the poultry farm, wishing to see his source of influence. However, the farm was now desolate, with only the black and white conch chickens remaining. Chapter 53, The Vanishing Love Genie is Too Beautiful. Inze called out loudly, hoping to summon Kuan-ji. No matter how he shouted, Kuan-ji did not appear. I must venture out to search. Without my idol, life loses its meaning. Despite knowing the dangers that lurked outside, Inze resolutely dashed into the unknown. A striking black and white Kuan-ji rampaged through the southern district, mercilessly pecking at zombies and mutated creatures alike, devouring them whole. Its feathers glistened more vibrantly, resembling a figure clad in black and white overalls from a distance. Suddenly, a flaming mutated zombie charged toward Kuan-ji. The creature was larger than Kuan-ji and, upon closing the distance, pounced, attempting to savage it. Kuan-ji relentlessly pecked at the zombie's head, striving to bring it down. Yet the mutated zombie was formidable, its skull impervious to Kuan-ji's attacks. The raging flames engulfing the zombie scorched Kuan-ji's overalls. Genie is too beautiful. Just as Kuan-ji seemed on the brink of demise, Inze arrived in the nick of time. Witnessing his idol being mercilessly tormented by the mutated zombie, he disregarded his own safety and plunged into the fray. His fists rained down on the zombie's head, compelling it to rise, feeling the pain. Faced with the combined assault of one man and one bird, the flaming zombie soon faltered. Kuan fist! Inze shouted, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the zombie's skull. At last, it was vanquished. He leaned against his knees, gasping for breath. The mutated flaming zombie had been a level or two above him. Possessing dual abilities, one enhanced its physical strength, while the other conjured flames of 300 degrees. Flesh and blood would virtually disintegrate under such heat. Inze bore numerous burns that were gradually healing. Fortunately, his unique powers afforded him a slim chance of survival. Just as he wished to celebrate their collaboration, he realized Kuan-ji had already devoured the mutated flaming zombie. Though playful at times, Kuan-ji remained acutely aware of danger. Once it consumed the mutated creature, it exhibited no resistance. After satiating itself, Kuan-ji rushed toward Inze, flames still flickering on its overalls. Its size had significantly increased. Having fully absorbed the abilities of the flaming zombie, Inze, weakened by his injuries, was swiftly caught by Kuan-ji. In an instant, Kuan-ji opened its beak wide and lunged at Inze. A large chunk of flesh from his thigh was viciously torn away and swallowed whole. The exquisite beauty of Genie captivates me. I am your master. Inze endures immense suffering, yearning for Kuan-ji to recall the fragments of their shared past. Yet, Kuan-ji exhibits no semblance of pity, consumed solely by an insatiable hunger. Its beak relentlessly pecks at Inze, each strike tearing away substantial flesh. Within a mere half hour, not a single part of Inze remains unscathed. The bloodied flesh reveals ghastly white bones beneath. Were it not for Inze's uniquely potent abilities, he would have succumbed long ago. Kuan-ji, alas, love has vanished. Inze laments, lost in self-pity. Little rascal, you're on the brink of death and still spouting nonsense. A tall, handsome figure emerges beside Inze. In desperation, Inze pleads, brother, save me. This Kuan-ji intends to devour me. Lin Luo chuckles. Didn't you just prattle on endlessly? Why the sudden pleas for help now that I've arrived? Inze, feeling embarrassed, responds. Isn't it merely finding joy amid suffering? Your mindset is commendable. Just refrain from such antics in the future. Idols are meant to be revered, not to wallow in darkness like you, Lin Luo advises. Inze nods in agreement. As their conversation unfolds, Kuan-ji scampers away in fright. Kuan-ji senses Lin Luo's formidable presence and instinctively chooses to flee. Who would have thought you'd face such a predicament, Kuan-ji? If you put on overalls and play a game of basketball, I shall let you off the hook, Lin Luo calls out nonchalantly as he pursues. Kuan-ji, swift as the wind, reaches speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, yet to Lin Luo, it appears sluggish. Having evolved to a considerable level, Kuan-ji comprehends Lin Luo's words, but cannot don overalls nor engage in a spirited game of basketball. Since you lack the skills for basketball, I shall take matters into my own hands. Lin Luo exhales a plume of golden flames that engulf Kunji. Attempting to evade, Kunji finds itself ensnared. And in a short while, it is reduced to ashes, leaving behind merely a crystal core. Pathetically weak, Lin Luo scoops up the black and white crystal core. Moments later, Inze arrives breathlessly. Is my brother truly deceased? He laments. All that remains is a crystal core. Lin Luo contemplates the core, still warm from Kunji's essence. Genie, your demise was truly tragic. Inze's sorrow deepens, his tears flowing freely. Lin Luo muses that Inze's flair for theatrics rivals that of the great black dog. Great deity, I am aware of your words, yet my heart remains heavy with grief. Inze declares solemnly, I have resolved to honor my brother's memory. My phone was destroyed during the battle. Could you assist me by playing a BGM on your device? Perhaps record a brief video? Seeing his distress, Lin Luo readily agrees. He plays a familiar tune. Genie, so beautiful. Genie, so exquisitely beautiful. Inze finds a ball to use as a basketball and begins to dance with practiced grace. What on earth are you doing? Inze began to cover himself, while his other hand waved about. Lin Luo laughed so hard that his stomach ached. Inze had an extraordinary talent for entertainment. It must be noted that Inze possessed formidable abilities. Although his flesh was nearly devoured by the monstrous chicken, he could still perform a dance. In his previous life, the bizarre chicken managed to dominate the southern district largely due to Inze's prowess. This immortal body was incredibly resilient, impervious to the toxins of the undead. However, Inze's abilities were only effective against entities of equal standing. When faced with Lin Luo, he was no different from the deceased monstrous chicken. Rest in peace. After completing his dance with great satisfaction, Inze rushed to Lin Luo and asked, Great one. Did you record that on video? Indeed, I did. Lin Luo replied with a nod. Please give me your WeChat ID, and you can send it to me later. Inze exclaimed with excitement. No problem at all. Lin Luo provided Inze with his WeChat ID, and just as he was about to leave the southern district, a group of individuals armed with rifles surrounded the two of them. Chapter 54. Inviting the gods is easy, sending them away is difficult. Inze, feeling immediately displeased, exclaimed, Who are you? We have done you no harm. Why do you point your guns at us? The leading dark-skinned man replied, I am Lu Ming, a member of the Demon Alliance. And you are? Ah, so you hail from the Demon Alliance. I am Inze, and this is my friend. A smile appeared on Inze's face as he hurried to introduce himself. After the initial feedback from the game, Xiang Xiu began to assert control over the entire South District. He distributed identity badges to every player in the area, logging them into the computer system. Those without badges were not permitted to remain in the South District. Faced with the formidable Xiang Xiu, Inze chose to acquiesce. Lu Ming took out his phone and snapped a picture of Inze, successfully retrieving pertinent information. With a stern expression, he stated, Recently, our leader aims to control the entire alliance. As a resident of the South District, you must attend the meeting. Inze attempted to decline, saying, I have some matters at home that require my attention. I shall attend once I have resolved them. Xiang Xiu took note of the information, seemingly indifferent. However, Inze was quite resistant to joining the organization established by Xiang Xiu. Having interacted with Xiang Xiu before, Inze was aware of his selfishness. Xiang Xiu would sacrifice everything and everyone around him for his own benefit. In the early days, he had committed a heinous act, using his wife as bait to have a mutated zombie kill her. He then stood by, watching as his wife was slain, only to later kill the very zombie that had taken her life. This act became a testament to his treachery. It was rumored that Xiang Xiu's wife, Guomailing, had been too controlling, restricting the number of women around him, which bred resentment in his heart. Convinced of his extraordinary strength, Xiang Xiu felt he should not be restrained by a woman. Thus, he deceitfully led his wife into a trap where they together confronted a mutated zombie. In a fit of rage, he ended up killing her entire family as well. This was why Inze harbored such disdain for Xiang Xiu. If he could betray his own partner, how could he expect loyalty from his subordinates, who would inevitably become mere pawns in Xiang Xiu's schemes? Lu Ming, with a cold tone, warned, You aren't considering fleeing, are you? Inze shook his head, replying, I would not dare. Then you will obediently come with me. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. I extend this invitation as a courtesy. Lu Ming's tone was far from amiable. With a sigh of resignation, Inze said, Very well. I shall come. This person is your friend, yet not from here, I presume? Lu Ming directed his phone's camera at Lin Luo. The absence of personal data in the database indicated he was indeed not from the South District. Inze confirmed he is not from the South District. He arrived here not long ago, possesses formidable strength, and just saved me. Did I inquire about you? Lu Ming snapped back, his demeanor unfriendly, though anger simmered within. Inze had no choice but to step aside. Lu Ming turned to Lin Luo, asking, "Were you the one who killed that bizarre chicken earlier?" Lin Luo replied coolly, "Yes, I did." Lu Ming refrained from being overly arrogant. He recognized that the individual before him, who had slain the bizarre creature, was significantly more powerful than himself. Provoking Lin Luo here would be tantamount to courting death. Lu Ming resolved to bring Lin Luo to his territory for a thorough examination. "Brother, your prowess is commendable. Would you be interested in joining our demon alliance in the Southern District? Membership offers numerous advantages." Lu Ming extended his hand to express goodwill. Lin Luo, however, declined outright, not interested. "Kid, our boss Lu is extending you an invitation to join the demon alliance as a courtesy. Don't be ungrateful." One of the henchmen with yellow hair retorted irritably, "What are you?" Lin Luo seized the yellow-haired man and delivered a resounding slap. Crack. The man's facial bones collapsed instantly. His teeth shattered, and blood gushed forth. He crumpled to the ground like a lifeless dog. Lu Ming, his face darkened, said, "Brother, your actions are excessive. My subordinate merely uttered an unkind remark, and you've reduced him to a mere carcass." Lin Luo remained composed, replying, "I held back. Had I not, that slap would have been fatal. Furthermore, I dislike being threatened with firearms. You would do well to lower your weapons now. Should I retaliate, you would at least lose an arm." A few timid individuals, fearful, promptly discarded their rifles. Those aiming at Lin Luo trembled violently, casting anxious glances at Lu Ming. "Very well." Lu Ming suppressed his fury, commanding, "Put down your weapons." The remaining men, visibly relieved, hastily obeyed. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Lin Luo remarked nonchalantly. Lu Ming, his expression grim, asked, "Dare you visit our demon alliance as a guest?" Lin Luo chuckled, "You call it an invitation. Yet your true intent is to eliminate me." Lu Ming did not deny this, his countenance darkening. "What of it? Are you afraid?" "There is no fear here. You should be wary of the adage that inviting a deity is easy, yet dismissing one is not." Lin Luo, undeterred, decided to visit the demon alliance. Lu Ming, surprisingly amused, responded, "Our demon alliance possesses confidence. Even true deities must behave themselves within our ranks." "Confidence is commendable," Lin Luo mused, eager to observe how the demon alliance would compel his compliance, as he had ascended to the level of a deity. "My lord, do not act impulsively. The leader of the demon alliance, Xiang Siyu, is quite formidable," Inze cautioned, concerned for Lin Luo's safety. While Lin Luo could vanquish the lowly creatures, they were of a mere level, unlike Xiang Siyu, who wielded a level 50 status in the Devouring World, VIP 6. During the second game feedback, Xiang Siyu had a level of 30. While Lin Luo could obliterate the common foe, Xiang Siyu could do the same. Lin Luo chuckled, "Rest assured, the deity of the Devouring World has yet to descend. I am the sole deity in this realm. No one can extinguish my existence." Lu Ming scoffed, boasting without substance. Why not claim to have devoured the dragon? Seeing that he could not dissuade Lin Luo, Inze resolved to accompany him. He was not merely a minor figure but a man of loyalty, having just been saved by the deity. He could not stand by and watch Lin Luo march to his doom. In the Southern District, there lies a luxurious villa sprawling over 2,000 square meters. Within this opulent abode, an array of stunning women gracefully traverse the halls, each possessing exquisite beauty and captivating figures, adorned in various costumes and specially designed lingerie. They boast proud bosoms and elongated, alabaster legs, accentuated by crimson or ebony high-heeled shoes that produce an intoxicating click with each step. On a grand bed recline two extraordinarily beautiful women, revealing ample expanse of their fair skin. Their bodies bear numerous fierce scars, primarily from grasping and pinching. Beside these two ladies sits a refined young man, a cigarette in hand, its ember releasing wisps of smoke. From time to time, Xiang Siyu takes a deep drag from the cigarette. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound from the door. "What is it?" Xiang Siyu inquires, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Chapter 55, The Demon. "Thank you, Empress, for the generous 100 gold tickets. Leader, I just encountered an individual who exhibited an outrageous arrogance, showing you no respect whatsoever. He expressed a desire to witness your strength, threatening that if you were found lacking, he would eliminate you without hesitation." The voice of Lu Ming, a subordinate, echoed from outside. "Come in," Xiang Xiyu replied, his tone laced with a hint of chill. Lu Ming entered with his head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the two women on the bed. Xiang Xiyu was known for his violent temperament. Beneath his seemingly refined exterior lay a heart that harbored a demon. Not long after a brash newcomer had joined the alliance, he attempted to lay his hands on Xiang Xiyu's women. In retaliation, Xiang Xiyu bit off the young man's head, leaving a bloody scene that left many in shock. Compared to the terrifying zombies and mutated creatures, Xiang Xiyu himself was far more fearsome. Many feared that when the game feedback concluded, Xiang Xiyu would transform into a true zombie, obliterating all vestiges of humanity. "That is precisely how it is. I am not exaggerating," Xiang Xiyu coldly stated. "Inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is a different matter." "Very well. I shall observe just how capable this individual is." Feeling provoked, Xiang Xiyu rose and made his way toward the South District Tower. South District Tower. Once the heart of economic prosperity, it had now become the headquarters of the Demon Alliance. Lin Luo lounged on the sofa in the hall, leisurely engaged with his phone, while Yinze anxiously scanned the surroundings, apprehensive of Xiang Xiyu's arrival. "Great One, we should depart from here. I feel this display has reached its zenith, and further provocation may be detrimental." Yinze expressed his unease, glancing around nervously. Lin Luo responded calmly, "If you wish to leave, then leave. I am not coercing you to remain." Suppressing his fear, Yinze declared, "I, Yinze, am not merely a petty follower. I am a person of loyalty. Such so-called diamond demons are nothing to me." As they waited, a group entered the hall. "Thank you all. Had it not been for your rescue, we would have perished." A gang of rough-looking men accompanied a group of survivors into the hall. "Enough with the empty gratitude. You few young women, come with me to a room. I cannot save without also taking my share." A scar-faced man roughly pulled a demurely dressed young woman forward. Suya's face immediately drained of color. "What do you want?" Qian Xiaojun leered. "What else would we do in a room?" "Naturally, indulge in activities that please both parties." "I refuse to go." Suya's face turned as pale as a sheet. "You have no say in this matter." Qian Xiaojun seized Suya, tearing her clothing asunder. The ripped fabric revealed her fair skin. "Aren't you afraid of disgrace? I could easily make an example of you right here, ensuring you suffer utter humiliation." Qian Xiaojun grew increasingly brazen, shredding Suya's attire further. As her light undergarments became visible amidst the expanse of her pale skin, Suya cried out, "Help me," directing her plea toward the other survivors. Yet, the others dared not provoke Qian Xiaojun and pretended not to notice. Suya's garments were nearly torn to shreds, revealing her magnificent bosom and long, pristine legs, leaving only her undergarments. Qian Xiaojun was not jesting. He truly intended to execute Suya on the spot. The Demon Alliance exhibited an unsettling enthusiasm, even broadcasting the scene live. In his past life, Lin Luo had heard tales of the Demon Alliance, named after demons. They perpetrated acts far more despicable than the fiends themselves. They regarded the survivors as their personal property, subjecting them to relentless torture and humiliation. Wang Tianyu, albeit slightly more reasonable, insisted that the beautiful women remain to serve him. These women were not only exempt from labor but also enjoyed considerable privileges. Other survivors endured grueling toil merely to survive, unless they were dragged away to serve as bait. From 50,000, only a mere 10,000 might remain, with roughly 80% perishing. The Demon Alliance surpassed Wang Tianyu in cruelty, with a mortality rate for survivors exceeding 90%. They trampled upon law and moral integrity, rendering ordinary individuals mere livestock. Lin Luo had viewed several short videos related to the Demon Alliance in his previous life, some of which were far more grotesque than the scene before him. Such perverse brutality was beyond the capacity of any human to inflict. It was intolerable, simply the scum of humanity. Yinze rose to his feet and swiftly pulled Suya behind him. "Who are you, kid?" Qian Xiaojun growled. Yinze replied with a grin. "Brother, I am also a member of your Demon Alliance. I know this person. Could you possibly let her go?" Qian Xiaojun chuckled. "So it's just a coward. Step aside, or I will kill you." "What a pathetic organization. I can no longer endure this," Yinze retorted. A small dark-skinned figure who nonetheless possessed a fierce temperament. He landed a punch squarely on Qian Xiaojun's face, sending him sprawling. "A level 5 zombie game player. So brazen in my presence," Yinze scoffed. "Shoot me. Kill this pair of scoundrels." Qian Xiaojun's skull was shattered on one side, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to rise. Gun. The remaining survivors scrambled for cover. Driven by instinct, Suya hastily sought a safe haven. "Brother, you must run," she urged. "It's nothing. Ordinary firearms cannot harm me, Inze dismissed. The sharp crack of an AK rifle erupted, spitting forth dazzling tongues of flame as bullets rained down upon Inze. Blood holes appeared across his body, crimson liquid streaming forth, staining his dark attire anew. After a hail of gunfire, Inze stood unscathed. What manner of creature is this? A small thug gasped in disbelief. Now it is my turn, Inze declared, drawing a dagger to slay the shooter. The thugs hastily fled, though many were captured and killed by Inze. Now it is your turn, he proclaimed, advancing toward Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun hastily exclaimed, if you were to kill me, the Demon Alliance would not spare you. Not only would you perish, but your family would meet the same fate. We are colleagues, and there is no need for such cruelty. Inze sneered, when I pleaded for your life earlier. You did not speak so. Today, having taken so many lives, Xiang Siyu will certainly not let me go. Before I meet my end, I intend to take you with me. Stop. Lu Ming, accompanied by another man, entered from outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Inze ruthlessly stamped down on Qian Shaojun's head. His skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering across the floor, filling the air with the stench of death. With a loud crash, Inze's body flew like a severed kite, smashing against the wall. In the place where Inze once stood now loomed a towering figure, encrusted head to toe in diamonds. Xiang Siyu turned his gaze towards Inze, remarking coldly, interesting. This man's abilities are rather unique, making him difficult to eliminate in one strike. He narrowed his eyes, directing his attention towards Lin Luo. Is this the reckless youth you mentioned? Xiang Siyu inquired of Lu Ming. Indeed, it is him, Lu Ming affirmed with a nod. Chapter 56, I am a true fan. Not a hater, keep an eye on this person. I shall attend to another. With an air of arrogance, Xiang Siyu approached Lin Luo and remarked, your companion has been reduced to this state, and yet you stand idly by, a rather cold-hearted demeanor, wouldn't you say? I am not his friend. We have only known each other for a few hours, Lin Luo retorted angrily. Moreover, I am a devoted fan of my brother. He is merely a hater, and I am resolutely opposed to him. If he finds himself in trouble, I would rejoice rather than lend assistance. Haha, Xiang Siyu sneered. That jest is hardly amusing. My subordinates have informed me of your arrogance, claiming that while summoning deities is easy, sending them away is not. Do you fancy yourself a dragon devourer? Feigning surprise, Lin Luo responded. How did you discern my true identity? Indeed, I am a dragon devourer. Haha, you slay me, Lu Ming exclaimed, clutching his belly in laughter. You are truly shameless. I often boast in short videos, claiming to be a dragon devourer, yet you surpass me in audacity, declaring it before so many without a hint of embarrassment. Why should I feel embarrassed? Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. I am indeed a dragon devourer. There is no need for further discussion with someone so deranged. Losing his patience, Xiang Siyu threw a powerful punch towards Lin Luo's head. His unique ability activated, as his arm became adorned with brilliant diamonds. The hardest substance known to man, diamonds, had favored Xiang Siyu with such formidable power. He was confident that this punch would surely end Lin Luo's life. How could this be? Xiang Siyu's pupils dilated in disbelief as his fist was caught firmly by Lin Luo. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Lin Luo's arm was now covered in golden scales, and his 5 fingers had morphed into dragon claws. Are you truly a dragon devourer? Xiang Siyu stood frozen in shock. What an astonishing twist of fate. The person before him was indeed a dragon devourer. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Luo remarked coolly. You fool Lu Ming. Look at the mess you've created. Xiang Siyu seethed, wishing to annihilate Lu Ming for having brought forth such a deity. Lu Ming trembled violently. I had no idea this person was a dragon devourer. We must apologize to the divine being immediately. Xiang Siyu maintained his icy demeanor. Lu Ming bent his knee and knelt beside Lin Luo, exclaiming, Spare my life. O Divine One, I am blind to your greatness. I offer my sincerest apologies. Lin Luo replied, If an apology could resolve issues, what need would there be for the police? Whatever it takes to quell the divine wrath, we shall do. Lu Ming hastily declared. Indeed, indeed. Xiang Siyu echoed, As long as it pleases the divine, we would readily offer the Demon Alliance to you. You may become the leader, while I shall serve as your deputy. Though your appearance may be unappealing, your aspirations are rather grand, Lin Luo chuckled. The Disaster Sanctuary recruits daily, offering various benefits, and most importantly, a position at the departmental level. Your Demon Alliance, however, is lacking in proper credentials and is not a legitimate organization. They all want me to join. If there are no mirrors, surely there is still urine. Take a good look in the mirror and assess whether you are worthy. Xiang Xiyu and Apos. S expression darkened. I had hoped to be beautiful, but whatever the great deity desires, I shall acquiesce. If you find me displeasing, then perhaps you should consider ending your own life. Lin Luo was reluctant to invite potential danger into his life. Xiang Xiyu was ruthless and harbored a strong desire for revenge. Lin Luo was destined to confront formidable divine beings in the future and did not wish to be betrayed from behind. Suicide. Do you truly believe that I, the Diamond Demon, am a coward? A wild gleam danced in Xiang Xiyu's eyes. You possess considerable courage, and I commend you for that. Lin Luo released Xiang Xiyu's fist, which was now surrounded by cracks from the pressure, a result of him holding back. Otherwise, it would have been crushed to dust. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to wield the powers of diamond and demonic form. Xiang Xiyu's body began to metamorphose. Devilish horns sprouted from his head. His pupils transformed into a ghostly white, his stature grew taller, and his muscles swelled with formidable strength. A layer of transparent, shimmering substance enveloped him. The hardest material known to man, diamond. These two powers, both immensely potent, converged within him. Quite impressive. Since the apocalypse began, you are the strongest individual I have encountered. Lin Luo acknowledged with a nod. With these two powerful abilities, perhaps I could vanquish you. Even the legendary Devourer Dragon pales in comparison before me. Madness flickered within Xiang Xiyu's ghostly eyes. You are indeed courageous. I applaud your spirit. Lin Luo, now covered in golden scales, prepared to eliminate Xiang Xiyu. However, to his astonishment, Xiang Xiyu turned and fled. Leader. Lu Ming stood in stunned silence. He had anticipated that Xiang Xiyu would engage in battle, providing him an opportunity to escape. Should Xiang Xiyu succeed in vanquishing this adversary, Lu Ming would be spared the need to flee. Though the likelihood of such an outcome was nearly negligible, he escaped without consequence, and I shall send you on your way. Lin Luo and Apos. S fist struck, instantly obliterating Lu Ming. As a senior member of the Demon Alliance, Lu Ming had committed numerous heinous acts. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the true terror lay not in zombies or mutated creatures, but in humanity itself. Zombies and beasts seldom torment. It is humans who often inflict suffering. How could I have accepted such a fool as Lu Ming, who chose to provoke the Devourer Dragon? As Xiang Xiyu sprinted forward, he cursed Lu Ming's ancestors. His earlier declaration of challenging the Devourer Dragon was merely a ruse to facilitate his escape. Xiang Xiyu had witnessed the battle between the Devourer Dragon and the Boss Snake, two deities clashing in the Great River. That divine conflict had made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. The mere thought of the Golden Dragon sparked an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. He had not run far when a Golden Dragon appeared behind him. It was truly the Devourer Dragon. Xiang Xiyu trembled violently in fear. Initially uncertain, he was now unequivocally convinced upon seeing the Golden Dragon. Xiang Xiyu suddenly unleashed the limits of human potential, racing forward with fervor. Yet, his speed proved futile before Lin Luo, who swiftly caught up to him. Lin Luo's fully transformed dragon form was immense, capable of grasping Xiang Xiyu effortlessly. As Lin Luo seized him, Xiang Xiyu desperately struggled to break free. However, regardless of his attempts, he was powerless against Lin Luo's grip. His assessment was accurate. He possessed no means of resistance before Lin Luo. I shall grant you an opportunity to deliver your last words, Lin Luo stated. Do not kill me, Xiang Xiyu pleaded, recalling the multitude of beauties and power he had yet to savor. Understood. No last words then. Lin Luo's grip tightened. You wretched fiend. Xiang Xiyu's body transformed into an indomitable form, yet he could not withstand the overwhelming force exerted by Lin Luo. With a resounding crash, Xiang Xiyu's entire being shattered, dispersing into a cloud of glass shards. Large fragments fell from Lin Luo's grasp, leaving behind only fine powder. Great One, what has transpired? Inze hurriedly approached. Chapter 57. The flesh monster. Lin Luo inquired with a smile. Why did you come over? Aren't you supposed to be playing dead behind the wall? Inze scratched his head and replied, I was worried about your safety, fearing something might happen to you, so I hurried over. He glanced around in confusion, asking, Where did Xiang Xiyu go? Lin Luo pointed to some powder in his hand and said, There is still a bit of this Xiang Xiyu left. Would you like to take it while it's fresh? No. Inze shook his head. You are far more powerful than Xiang Xiyu. Why not just eliminate him directly? If it weren't and Apos, T for my unique abilities, I would have perished already. Why should I save you? Lin Luo declared with righteous indignation. I am a true fan of my brother, while you are merely a petty detractor. and I have a deep disdain for individuals like you. Inze protested, that's impossible. I have never shown any signs of being a hater. Lin Luo chuckled, I'm not joking with you. I'm teaching you a lesson. Inze pondered quickly. Are you saying I should gain more combat experience? Lin Luo retorted, what are you thinking? I'm trying to make you understand that lacking strength while putting on airs in front of others is tantamount to courting death. Inze laughed awkwardly. Isn't there a great deity like you here? Next time, you might not be so fortunate. Once this matter is settled, I must take my leave. Lin Luo arrived in the southern district, intending solely to eliminate the monstrous chicken. However, he did not expect Xiang Ciyu's subordinates to be so hospitable. Inviting him as a guest, reluctantly, he counterattacked and killed Xiang Ciyu. Lin Luo felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he was strong enough, or he would have already fallen victim to Xiang Ciyu. Xiang Ciyu, now deceased, would surely be infuriated by Lin Luo's thoughts, likely resurrecting in anger. He had never once retaliated. It was Lin Luo who relentlessly pursued him throughout. Inze hurriedly asked, what will happen to the Demon Alliance now that you're leaving? Great deity? Lin Luo replied, you may handle it as you see fit. Inze remarked, I've heard that Xiang Ciyu truly knows how to enjoy life. In his grand villa, he has many beautiful ladies, all with stunning figures and long legs. They don various cosplay outfits, including characters from Genshin Impact, Honor of Kings, and League of Legends, all adorned in stockings and high heels. Wouldn't you like to join me for a look, esteemed one? Lin Luo hesitated, gritting his teeth. Are you trying to lead me astray? Unjust accusation. I'm merely offering a floral tribute. Inze chuckled awkwardly. Be quiet, Lin Luo dismissed. Having no intention of indulging in such distractions. With his current strength, he could have any woman he desired. Moreover, Lin Luo had a cleanliness obsession. He had no interest in those who had been touched by others. As Inze waved goodbye in the direction Lin Luo departed, he declared, Great deity. I shall strive diligently to evolve from a petty detractor into a true fan. To express his respect for the deity, he performed a dance, executing moves like the Iron Mountain Lean, dribbling between his legs and letting his suspenders slide down, all seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. In the Western District, a flesh monster was rampaging. This grotesque entity, bearing a semblance to humanity, possesses blood-red eyes and claws in place of hands, reminiscent of the vampires depicted in Western folklore. Any zombie or mutated creature afflicted by its claws or bites would undergo a transformation into a similar monstrosity. As the number of assimilated flesh monsters increases, this creature grows increasingly formidable. What manner of beast is this? The footage transmitted by the drone left Song and trembling violently. In comparison to this flesh monster, the zombies appear utterly feeble. They remain oblivious to the fact that this flesh creature is merely a variant of the zombie. What shall we do next, Captain? Xiaogao asked, his body shaking with trepidation. What can we do? Those mutated zombies are beyond our capability to confront. They are easily dispatched and assimilated by the flesh monster. Charging in would merely serve as a delivery of our own demise, Xiaogao lamented. He muttered under his breath. Among us, it seems you're the only one who speaks of Lin Shen so often, claiming that without him, there is no sense of security. What are you saying? Songan retorted, angered and embarrassed. Nothing. Xiaogao quickly fell silent. Captain, it's bad. The flesh monster is charging towards us. A scout hurriedly reported. Without hesitation, Songan prepared for battle, and everyone immediately entered a state of combat readiness, poised to confront the impending threat. A pale-skinned flesh monster surged towards them at an alarming speed. Fire! Throw the grenades! Songan commanded urgently. The group hastily retrieved their most lethal weaponry, intent on vanquishing the flesh creature. Bullets struck the monster, splattering blood, yet they failed to impede its relentless advance. Besides a slight reduction in speed, the monster remained largely unaffected. Alongside the humanoid flesh creature, a horde of mutated zombies and animals surged forth, their eyes blood-red and skin ghostly pale. We're doomed. Songan felt a surge of helplessness as the humanoid flesh monster drew nearer. With its immense power, it would be as if a wolf had infiltrated a flock of sheep. Just as despair settled over the group, a figure descended from the sky. The landing spot was precisely where the humanoid flesh monster stood, and with terrifying force, it crushed the creature into a pulpy mass. What seemed an insurmountable foe in the eyes of Songan and his companions was effortlessly dispatched by this individual. Lin Shen, they cried, overwhelmed with joy. Lin Luo exhaled in relief. We have proven ourselves utterly inept, Songan admitted with shame. For ordinary individuals to stand their ground without fleeing is already commendable. You are tasked with handling the bodies. Do not touch them, or you too may transform into a flesh monster, Lin cautioned. Lin, what in the world is this flesh creature? Even upon death, exposure to its blood will lead to transformation? Song queried, still shaken. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual. Could this be the ability of the blood ancestor from the central district? It is quite possible, Lin replied. Lin Luo knows little about the blood ancestor, only that he is a perilous figure in the ranks of zombies. The blood ancestor holds a position 1 rank above Xiang Xiyu, possessing even greater combat prowess. However, the notoriety of the blood ancestor does not reach the heights of Xiang Xiyu's fame. This is largely due to the blood ancestor's understated nature, which starkly contrasts with Xiang Xiyu's arrogance. In fact, many people are unaware even of the blood ancestor's name. Chapter 58. Self-proclaimed sovereigns in their previous lives. Both individuals had declared themselves sovereigns. Xiang Xiyu claimed the southern district, while blood ancestor took hold of the central district. Due to blood ancestor's relatively low profile, the Cataclysm shelter initially targeted Xiang Xiyu. When the shelter found it challenging to deal with Xiang Xiyu, they approached him for a truce. Blood ancestor, possessing greater strength than Xiang Xiyu, posed an even more significant threat that the shelter could not handle, let alone Xiang Xiyu. Consequently, the shelter negotiated with blood ancestor and ceded the central district of Longhai to him. Lin Luo, who had only survived 3 months in his previous life, held limited knowledge. He was unaware of the developments that transpired under blood ancestor's control of the central district. Today, upon encountering the horrifying flesh monstrosity, he began to perceive blood ancestor as an even greater menace than Xiang Xiyu. While Xiang Xiyu's organization harbored survivors, blood ancestor's domain was nearly devoid of them. His unique ability was a far more terrifying virus, one that transformed its victims into grotesque flesh creatures. Earlier, Lin Luo had effortlessly slain one such monstrosity. Yet the remaining creatures exhibited no fear, charging towards him with reckless abandon. Unlike zombies, which retained some semblance of consciousness and an understanding of fear, these flesh creatures were devoid of any emotions, driven solely by insatiable bloodlust and a compulsion to assimilate. Lin Luo pondered whether blood ancestor had deliberately unleashed this monstrosity or if it was merely an accident. This matter warranted reporting. He needed to extract some blood samples for further study, as the threat posed by blood ancestor far surpassed that of Xiang Xiyu. The more Song comprehended the horror of the flesh creatures, the deeper his fear grew. Whatever, Lin Luo remarked, seemingly indifferent to blood ancestor. Perhaps the shelter found him troublesome, but to Lin Luo, he was merely a pest. Lin, should I report your departure from the western district to the Cataclysm shelter? Song, having completely defected, was a man who understood gratitude. Lin Luo yawned. I know how to proceed. I bid you farewell, Lin. Following the conclusion of the second game feedback, the situation of the Cataclysm had escalated severely. Minor hazards in the Eastern District had risen in severity by 1 or 2 levels. The Cataclysm shelter categorized disasters into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. To convey the severity of each calamity, an S-level disaster could impact the entire nation, while an A-level disaster might affect several nearby provinces and cities. A B-level disaster could influence a single city. A C-level disaster would affect a particular area, a D-level disaster would be confined to a smaller region, and an E-level disaster, albeit with fatalities, would have a minuscule scope. During the first game feedback, the majority of disasters in Longhai City were classified as D-level, with scarcely any E-level incidents, making them relatively manageable. However, after the second feedback, many unresolved E-level disasters had escalated to D-level. Fortunately, the Divine Devourer had aided in resolving the rodent plague, which was a potential A-level disaster. Had it proliferated, it would have been uncontrollable. Zhou Jiahui lay languidly on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Her perfect S-shaped curves and alluring figure laid bare, complemented by her delicate, pearl-like toes. In the lounge, devoid of any men, her audacity was palpable. Let us all take a brief respite. The remaining matters in Dongxing District are manageable, while in Xiqing District, we have the formidable Lin overseeing things. So there should be no significant issues. Chun Li-mei reclined in her chair, feeling fatigued, yet not overwhelmed by pressure. With a powerful player stationed in Xiqing, there was no necessity for the personnel from the disaster shelter to intervene directly. The burden had notably lessened with only 1 district to contend with. Yang Jun approached at a brisk pace, panting as he spoke. Director, the situation across Longwo is dire, with Xiang Xiyu setting a precedent. Many gamers have declared themselves sovereigns of their territories. They are proclaiming their dominion over certain areas on short video platforms, asserting that any official intervention requires their consent. brazenly defying us. Chen Limei exclaimed in anger, "These individuals have become utterly reckless. We are striving to maintain the original order, while they disregard the calamity, seeking to amass greater profits. Perhaps we should make an example of one, targeting the root of the problem in Xiangxiyu. Eliminating him could compel many to retract their ambitions," suggested Zhou Jiahui, fuming. Chen Limei pondered for a moment. "If you and Shuhi collaborate, could you eliminate Xiangxiyu?" Zhou Jiahui replied, "It should be feasible. My level is lower than Xiangxiyu's, yet my dragon lineage grants me formidable regenerative abilities. It would be challenging for him to kill me." Chen Limei cautioned, "You would need to pay a hefty price. You cannot act until after the third game feedback, correct?" "Approximately," Zhou Jiahui nodded. Chen Limei hesitated. "We cannot afford such a cost. Currently, the disaster shelter relies heavily on both of you. If you were to be injured, we would face severe limitations." Zhou Jiahui retorted, "Yet we cannot allow Xiangxiyu to continue unchecked. Otherwise, the number of self-proclaimed kings will proliferate, plunging the entire nation into chaos." Chen Limei sighed, "I will reach out to Xiangxiyu, proposing that he nominally align himself with our disaster shelter. What he does privately is not our concern." Yang Jun interjected, "Such a move might only embolden Xiangxiyu, causing him to regard our disaster shelter with contempt." Chen Limei, in resignation, replied, "There is little choice. For now, we must stabilize the situation. If necessary, we may seek Linshan and Appos as assistants, or perhaps Yutian." Zhou Jiahui expressed her discontent. "Without decisive power, we remain constrained at every turn." At that moment, Chui burst into the lounge, exclaiming, "There is a man named Inze, who claims that a great deity has slain Xiangxiyu. The entire demon alliance is now leaderless, and he hopes our disaster shelter will take charge." "What? Xiangxiyu is dead?" gasped Chen Limei, Zhou Jiahui, and Yang Jun in astonishment. Chui continued, "Moreover, Song encountered a terrifying flesh and blood monster in Xiqing, likely a manifestation of the blood ancestors' powers. Fortunately, Lin Shen dealt with it. Otherwise, it could have triggered a new disaster in the entire Xiqing district. We will set this matter aside for now. Our priority is to address the situation concerning Xiangxiyu." Chen Limei, disregarding her fatigue, promptly headed towards Nanqing district. In the early morning, Cheng Xuexin prepared a sumptuous feast of seafood, all remarkably fresh. She categorized the seafood into two groups. One was placed in the ice storage for refrigeration, while the other was kept in a breeding pool for cultivation. Unlike meat, seafood loses its flavor when frozen, and its volume significantly diminishes. With the onset of the apocalypse, Cheng Xuexin had invested a considerable fortune to create a seafood pool, hoping to relish delicious seafood even in dire times. However, as time passed, the seafood inevitably perished. She pondered the urgency of cooking it for Lin Luo before it all succumbed. With thoughtful care, Cheng Xuexin gently placed an abalone into Lin Luo's bowl using chopsticks. Chapter 59. The Birth of Ambition. Lin Luo could not help but chuckle. "Sister Cheng, with your daily insistence that I indulge in your offerings, including your delicate white buns and abalone, it has become quite overwhelming. Isn't this delightful?" Cheng Xuexin momentarily failed to grasp the implications of his words, but soon realized the underlying issue, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. "Little Luo has grown up, and now knows how to tease me," she feigned maturity, attempting to alleviate the awkward tension. The primary reason for her fluster was Cheng Xuexin's striking beauty, which had momentarily caught her off guard. Lin Luo remarked, "Sister Cheng, you are like fine wine. The longer you age, the more exquisite you become." Cheng Xuexin, amused by Lin Luo's words, laughed heartily. Though Lin Luo found himself contemplating the tumultuous desires that had surged within him since merging with the five-clawed golden dragon, he had to exert restraint. Gazing at the enchanting Cheng Xuexin stirred an urge within him that he struggled to suppress. Li Yanyan, adorned in a JK uniform, displayed her smooth and fair legs, complemented by white socks at her ankles. Inheriting Cheng Xuexin's beauty, the 15-year-old Li Yanyan was already a budding beauty in her own right. Particularly remarkable was her physique, which was beginning to rival that of Cheng Xuexin. Lin Luo was astounded. At such a tender age, her development was already so advanced. He mused about the possibility that Cheng Xuexin had also matured beautifully at a young age. "Brother Lin," in a moment when Cheng Xuexin was not observing, Li Yanyan enveloped Lin Luo in a warm embrace. "Don't squeeze too tightly. I can hardly breathe," Lin Luo protested. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin," Li Yanyan quickly apologized, pulling out her phone with concern. This short video says many people are declaring control over a city. Us ordinary folks may soon find ourselves in dire straits. Let me take a look. Cheng Xuexin's culinary skills were quite impressive, especially her delectable abalone and oysters. I, the one who enjoys the cat's mouse, officially declare that Dallas City is under my jurisdiction. Anyone from any organization entering my territory must report to me, including those from disaster shelters. Should I discover anyone trespassing, there shall be no mercy. I, the most formidable crocodile god, formally announce that Dachang City is under my control. Anyone from any organization entering my territory must report to me, including those from disaster shelters. Should I discover anyone trespassing, there shall be no mercy. I, the Spider Queen, officially declare that Dao City is under my dominion. Anyone from any organization entering my territory must report to me, including those from disaster shelters. Should I discover anyone trespassing, there shall be no mercy. Each short video proclaimed its creator's intention to govern a specific area. The resources and populace of a city became their possessions, untouchable by others. In Beiqing District, the closest to Longhai City, 8 or 9 factions had already declared themselves sovereign. They wished for no organizational interference in their territories. Compared to the other 2 districts, Beiqing was evidently at a disadvantage. They lack a particularly formidable leader capable of commanding the entirety of the northern district. The situation is dire, as these individuals are driven by ambition, disregarding any semblance of rules or morality. Indeed, not long ago, the leader of my organization exhibited a disturbing proclivity, demanding the service of 10 beautiful women. Once their purpose was served, these poor souls were left mutilated and discarded like refuse, awaiting a grim fate. Such repugnance. My circumstances are somewhat better. My leader is relatively decent. Yet his subordinates display a chilling indifference to life, extinguishing it at whim, dictated solely by their moods. It is best for everyone to strive to survive. For even the official organizations are too preoccupied with their own survival. Our military has retreated from the city, and in Longhai City, where the disaster sanctuary resides, the self-proclaimed king, Xiang Xiyu, is unable to manage the chaos, let alone assist us. The rise of these self-styled rulers has only exacerbated the plight of ordinary citizens, whose lives hang by a thread, constantly at risk of untimely death. They find themselves powerless, forced to endure in a cruel world. This is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. In numerous videos, individuals are seen toiling under heavy burdens, as if only through suffering can they earn the right to exist. Lin Luo found no surprise in this. He had experienced the apocalypse's brutality firsthand. Among the downtrodden and low-level gamers of his previous life, despair was ever present. Li Yinyan remarked, "Mother said that if it weren't for Brother Lin's protection, our survival would be equally grim." Lin Luo chuckled, "Why speak of such things? We are family." Li Yinyan shook her head. "I do not wish to be merely your family. I desire to be your girlfriend." Lin Luo replied, "You are still young. Perhaps when you grow a little older, it will be possible." Li Yinyan puffed out her chest. "I am not that young. I meant in terms of age." Lin Luo clarified, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He then stumbled upon a short video featuring Yi Tian. Across the nation, individuals were declaring themselves rulers, and the capital was no exception. "I am the Heavenly Emperor, destined to eradicate all worldly foes," Yi Tian proclaimed, targeting ambitious gamers one by one. The video was a compilation showcasing Yi Tian's decisive actions against rebellious players, sweeping away the forces in the capital. Only the Shading Sky Alliance and the Dragon Group remained. Ostensibly 2 entities, yet effectively a single organization. The video garnered over 10 million likes, with the disaster sanctuary itself endorsing it. The comments exceeded 1 million, propelling it to the top of trending lists. "The Heavenly Emperor is mighty. You are our savior. These individuals are utterly lawless, treating us with complete disregard. Your Majesty, please visit Dajing City and put an end to these vile gamers." The crowd began to extol Yu Tian, hailing him as the beacon of Longhua. Li Yinyan, however, contested. "I believe Brother Lin is stronger." Yi Tian pales in comparison. Lin Luo smiled. "Ah, you have seen through it." Soon, the two stumbled upon a video, which was from the official disaster shelter. The criminal, Xiang Xiyu, had been slain in the southern district, and the perpetrator was likely the devourer, Chang Long. The disaster shelter has already taken control of Longhai's southern district, and will soon proceed to cleanse the western and northern districts. The video's popularity surged dramatically. Lin Luo noticed that without clicking to view the comments, there were already 800,000, and upon entering, it exceeded 1 million. The rate at which the comments multiplied was astonishing. Just moments ago, a certain foolish commenter referred to the yin-yang dragon god, stating that the dragon god's low profile does not equate to inaction, as evidenced by the swift elimination of Xiang Siyu. Indeed, with Xiang Siyu's death, many will likely temper their arrogance. Longhai City is fortunate to have the Dragon God. Unlike our regions, Yitian pales in comparison to the Dragon God. Well said. You have my endorsement. The crowd's attitude shifted abruptly, rallying around Lin Luo. He wished to express that he merely acted in passing and did not require their gratitude. He genuinely had not intended to eliminate Xiang Siyu. Chapter 60. The madness of the blood ancestor. Lin Luo, disinterested in clarifying the situation, understood that no one would believe him anyway. Let others think as they wish, as long as it did not disturb his tranquil life. He awaited the conclusion of the third feedback, preparing to confront the deities and foreign races that threatened to consume the world. Powerful deities descended, accompanied by numerous foreign beings. From the very onset, the zombie crisis was the least severe of disasters. The human race, being the indigenous inhabitants of Earth, faced the foreign races that sought to annihilate them. However, such matters were still distant concerns for a time following the third feedback. In the capital, the Yi family, Yitian, brimming with confidence, inquired, Pang Bo, has my dashing compilation not been uploaded to Douyin, garnering an impressive number of likes? Pang Bo, his face etched with despair, replied, I have reiterated countless times that it has been uploaded and has even topped the trending charts. Currently, you are receiving unanimous praise, yet you possess a mobile phone. Why do you continually ask me about the online situation? Ha ha ha. Wait a moment. Your video's popularity has been surpassed. Pang Bo abruptly interjected. What? Someone has outshone me? This cannot be. Yutian exclaimed, opening his phone to check the trending list. His previously dominant short video had been replaced. Upon inspection, he discovered that a video titled Devouring the Dragon now held the top spot. This Devouring the Dragon is deliberately targeting me. I post a compilation of slaying these rebellious gamers, and he retaliates by eliminating Xiang Siyu. Yitian fumed. If heaven exists, why must the dragon? Pang Bo remarked, I do not perceive this as a targeted attack. Rather, it appears you have been the one provoking others. With the prowess of devouring the dragon, he could effortlessly overshadow you. Yitian, losing his composure, retorted. Whose side are you on? Speaking such harsh truths. No, I cannot surpass him in level or combat strength, and I must excel in short videos. Henceforth, I shall create even more impressive videos. As long as you are content, Pang Bo replied resignedly. This was Yi Tian's peculiar method of psychological victory. When unable to surpass in levels or combat, he would focus on crafting superior short videos. He was determined to make his videos so remarkable that everyone would believe he had emerged victorious. In the central district, a gaunt man lay on a bed, attended by several exquisite women. Each of these women possessed breathtaking beauty and devilish figures, their elongated legs enticingly displayed. Clad in revealing attire, they showcased ample, pristine skin. Carefully tending to his needs, the blood ancestor abruptly seized one of the women, leaving her no chance to resist, pinning her down. Initially, she let out a scream, but gradually fell silent as her flesh and blood were drained, leaving her a mere corpse. A scream erupted from another woman, startled and attempting to flee. The blood ancestor swiftly caught her, and she too was stripped of her blood and flesh, becoming a lifeless husk. Such was the bloody violence inherent to the blood ancestor. The two corpses began to contort, transforming into grotesque flesh monsters. The grotesque flesh beasts, driven by an insatiable hunger, leapt forth from the rooftops. They sought to claim the blood and flesh of others, transforming their victims into grotesque counterparts. Blood Ancestor, a scion of immense wealth, was notorious for his arrogance and ruthlessness, which earned him many enemies. In due course, he faced retribution and was rendered a cripple, confined to his bed, stripped of his autonomy. Yet, his temperament remained unchanged, perhaps even more vicious than before. Observing his ennui, his family procured a gaming pod for him to indulge in the game Devour the World. Blood Ancestor plunged into the game, amassing wealth and rising to the 4th position on the zombie leaderboard, placing him among the top ranks overall. Upon receiving feedback from the game, he obtained abilities and combat prowess reflective of his character. The game's supernatural power, an inherited trait, allowed him to transform any creature he vanquished into a flesh beast, which he could command, integrating their strength into his own. The greater the number of flesh beasts under his dominion, the mightier he became. Through this extraordinary ability, Blood Ancestor had already seized control of the central district. Yet his ambition soared higher. He aspired to dominate the entirety of Longhai City. Having experienced the debilitating fate of becoming a cripple, he approached his endeavors with newfound caution, preferring a methodical encroachment that would evade the notice of the disaster shelter. Boss, something's amiss. Zhang Lei rushed in, alarmed. In the central area controlled by Blood Ancestor, most individuals had been transformed into flesh beasts, leaving only players behind to fulfill specific tasks. In a hoarse voice, Blood Ancestor inquired, "What has you so flustered?" Trembling, Zhang Lei replied, "Xiang Xiyu is dead." Blood Ancestor probed further. Was it at the hands of the officials? Zhang Lei shook his head. No. It was the work of Devour the Dragon. Is this confirmed? Blood Ancestor asked solemnly. Zhang Lei replied, "Not yet. There is no video evidence. Merely the word of the officials. What is certain is that the individual is indeed dead, and the official army has already mobilized towards the southern district. If the indomitable Xiang Xiyu were alive, the officials would not dare venture there. We, like Xiang Xiyu, might find ourselves facing their wrath. Why the panic?" Blood Ancestor retorted. "There are two possibilities. Either the disaster shelter killed Xiang Xiyu and falsely attributed it to Devour the Dragon to instill fear in us. Or Devour the Dragon is indeed responsible, which poses the greatest threat. I am merely a step above Xiang Xiyu in ranking, but in reality, I possess far greater strength. The ability of the disaster shelter to eliminate Xiang Xiyu does not imply they could do the same to me. My sole concern is that Devour the Dragon might target me." A wave of dread washed over him at the thought of Devour the Dragon seeking him out. This enigmatic figure remained shrouded in mystery. Blood Ancestor had conducted investigations but uncovered no true name or address. The only certainty was that Devour the Dragon hailed from Longhai. Having witnessed Devour the Dragon's prowess in defeating the mutated Rat King, he was convinced that this individual was a free spirit, imbued with a strong sense of justice. If the one who killed Xiang Xiyu was the Devourer of Dragons, Blood Ancestor became increasingly certain. He was deeply troubled, fearing that the Devourer of Dragons would seek retribution against him. The Central District, a densely populated area with over 500,000 residents, had dwindled to a mere 200,000 following the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Yet now, the entire Central District resembled a ghost town, with very few survivors remaining. Blood Ancestor's predicament was even more dire than that of Xiang Xiyu, as he was likely to become the next target of the Devourer of Dragons. What shall we do? Zhang Lei quivered in fear. The Devourer of Dragons was formidable, yet he could not dominate everything. If he did not intend to act against me, I shall prepare in advance. He is not a godslayer within a game. Thus, I shall become a godslayer in reality. Madness gleamed in the eyes of Blood Ancestor. Chapter 61. Rampage. Thanks to the generous patronage of 360. In the Southern District, Yang Jun inquired once more. "Do you truly not know the identity of the person who killed Xiang Xiyu?" Inze, with a distressed expression, replied, "I genuinely do not know. This formidable being has saved me twice. If he chooses to remain silent, do you think I would dare to question him?" Zhou Jiahui interjected, "Let it be. After so many inquiries, it seems he truly has no knowledge." "Indeed," Inze concurred. "All I know is that when this being intervened, he was covered in dragon scales and wore a mask that obscured his true visage. Beyond that, I know nothing." Lin Luo mentioned he did not wish to be disturbed. Inze, perceptive as he was, instantly grasped Lin Luo's intent. Yang Jun stated, "Preliminary verification suggests this individual has absorbed the essence of a dragon. All nearby surveillance footage has been destroyed, rendering us unable to locate any battle recordings." Zhou Jiahui sighed. "The dragon god wishes to remain undisturbed. Even if we were to find him, it would only incite his wrath, and he would never consider joining the disaster sanctuary." Yang Jun nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case." Suddenly, a disheveled Li Hahuan stumbled in, exclaiming, "They are all dead. All of them." Yang Jun quickly grasped Li Hahuan's arm, demanding, "What has transpired?" Li Hahuan, clearly in a state of panic, stammered, "Monsters. All monsters." Zhou Jiahui reassured him, "Do not be afraid. We are safe here." After a moment, Li Hahuan regained some composure, recounting, "We were stationed at the South City building when a horde of monsters, drenched in blood, charged at us. Sensing danger, we opened fire on them. These creatures were horrifyingly resilient, and the most terrifying aspect was their ability to self-destruct, showering the vicinity with their blood. Many were contaminated by the blood and began to undergo grotesque transformations, becoming flesh and blood monstrosities. Out of our initial 500, only a handful managed to escape." Yang Jun, astonished, remarked, "But these flesh and blood monsters appeared in the West District previously. How could they have suddenly emerged here, and with such overwhelming force?" Zhou Jiahui's eyes blazed with fury as she asserted, "These monstrosities are likely the progeny of Blood Ancestor. He must have witnessed Xiang Xiyu's demise and sought to retaliate in his final moments." "You are correct. I am indeed poised to retaliate, a voice echoed ominously. However, you disaster sanctuary are not worthy. It is the one who has absorbed the essence of a dragon that you should fear. A strange smile crept across Li Haohuan's face as the flesh on his body visibly diminished, leaving only a thin layer of skin. Step back, he commanded. Zhou Jiahui instinctively positioned herself in front of him. Li Haohuan's body began to swell once more before erupting violently. Zhou Jiahui began to transform rapidly, utilizing her immense form to shield against the torrential downpour of blood resulting from the explosion. The white scales of her dragon form proved remarkably resilient, protecting her from the corrosive rain. That was close, Inze exclaimed, his face pale with fright. Yang Jun seethed with anger. Has the blood ancestor lost his mind? To dare attack us so openly? Zhou Jiahui felt a disquieting force within her, one that threatened to spiral out of control. Fortunately, the potency of her dragon lineage was formidable enough to swiftly suppress this uncontrollable energy. He had already articulated his thoughts clearly. The death of Xiang Xiyu had provoked him. He was unwilling to wait for the monstrous entity, Long Qing, to come and claim his life, and thus he chose to take the initiative. Zhou Jiahui's expression turned grim. Yang Jun hastily declared, I shall go as well. Inze, having witnessed the horror of the fleshly monstrosity, did not hesitate to join. After a discussion among the members of the cataclysmic sanctuary, they resolved to disclose this matter on short video platforms. With the sanctuary's current capabilities, inflicting significant damage upon the blood ancestor was beyond their reach. The video was released with the hope that the dragon god would take notice. Furthermore, I have enlisted the aid of Linshan and Su Qing. Whether they will intervene remains uncertain. Chen Limei had exerted her utmost effort. A lack of power results in such limitations. Zhou Jiahui felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Chu He remarked, we have done all we can. If it comes to it, we may have to resort to nuclear strikes. Allowing the blood ancestor to grow unchecked would lead to the downfall of the entire dragon kingdom. Chen Limei shook her head, stating, that is the worst-case scenario. Let us hope it does not come to that. For it would mean the abandonment of the entire Longhai city. The blood ancestor had concealed himself, rendering the sanctuary incapable of locating him. His unique abilities allowed him to manipulate the thoughts and actions of a living being. The blood ancestor could ascertain the outside world through the fleshly monstrosities. Moreover, the more creatures infected by these monstrosities, the quicker the blood ancestor's power would escalate. Once the fleshly monstrosities overran Longhai city, apart from Longcheng, no one would stand a chance against the blood ancestor. Should the fleshly monstrosities take control of the entire dragon kingdom, even Longqing would not be able to rival him. In the face of the terrifying zombie crisis, the sanctuary had never considered using nuclear weapons. Yet, confronted by the dreadful blood ancestor, the thought of nuclear intervention arose, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Another significant concern was that even if the sanctuary deployed nuclear weapons, it might not necessarily eliminate the blood ancestor. It was highly probable that he had already vacated the city center, necessitating a strike on the entirety of Longhai City to potentially eradicate him. Longhai City is one of the few exceptionally large cities in the country, economically prosperous. Its sudden destruction would inflict a tremendous blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Following the release of the Sanctuary's video online, it immediately provoked widespread commentary. Is the Blood Ancestor mad? He seeks to annihilate the world, more terrifying than zombies and mutated creatures. The capabilities of the Blood Ancestor's lineage are exceedingly perverse. Aside from his relatively weak personal strength, he is nearly invincible, relying on the grotesque, fleshly monstrosities at his command. Dragon God, please make your appearance swiftly. This Blood Ancestor threatens to obliterate the entire Dragon Kingdom, not merely Longhai City. The nearby Dahang City has already witnessed the emergence of fleshly monstrosities. These beings are virtually impossible to exterminate. Even a single drop of blood can transform an ordinary person into a horrifying fleshly monster. If not dealt with promptly, the numbers will only multiply. Following the video's release, a wave of panic ensued. Many who had previously faded into obscurity resurfaced, all possessed of ambition. Their desires extended beyond mere women and supplies. They sought many women and abundant resources. In the wake of Xiang Xiyu's demise, numerous individuals opted to retreat from the limelight. The emergence of a blood ancestor has dispelled the fears of many, causing them to once again unveil their latent ambitions. The devourer of dragons is not as formidable as he once seemed. I now await to see how this blood ancestor will be found, as he remains in hiding. Previously, I was concerned that the devourer of dragons might pose a threat to us, but now I harbor no such worries. For it is this blood ancestor that I am curious to observe in action. It appears that the devourer of dragons mistakenly believes he is playing a divine game, truly considering himself a deity, while disregarding all of us mere players. Indeed, it is well said that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If we possess sufficient strength, the entire world shall fall under our dominion. The devourer of dragons insists on meddling in affairs that do not concern him. In this ruthless hierarchy, the weaker should perish, allowing those of us endowed with great power to seize control of the world. Many ambitious individuals are no longer concealing their desires, revealing their fervent ideas with reckless abandon. In the Western District, has this blood ancestor detonated prematurely? Lin Luo bit into an apple, its flesh bursting with moisture. With a firm bite, the white juice cascaded forth. Chapter 62. Hoarding Assignments? In his previous life, Lin Luo had only a vague impression of the blood ancestor. He was a rather low-key individual, without any other profound insights. Prior to the game feedback, Lin Luo was completely oblivious to the blood ancestor's identity or personality. After being betrayed and killed by Wang Tianyu, he was even less aware of the blood ancestor's subsequent actions. Lin Luo had preemptively eliminated Xiang Siyu, causing the blood ancestor's revelation to erupt prematurely. He did not perceive this as a misfortune. On the contrary, it was a fortuitous event. Hidden enemies lurking in the shadows are the most formidable adversaries. The blood ancestor had now become exposed, showcasing his formidable abilities. Lin Luo regarded the blood ancestor with a sense of disdain. How powerful could a person be who dared not reveal their face? To others, the blood ancestor commanded a legion of fearsome flesh monsters, nearly impossible to eradicate. Yet, in Lin Luo's eyes, these flesh monsters were manageable. Having acquired 70% of the five-clawed golden dragon's battle prowess, the flames he could unleash had the potential to incinerate everything. Should Lin Luo desire it, he could reduce all flesh monsters in Longhai City to ashes. The might of his flames surpassed even the destructive power of nuclear and hydrogen bombs. Xiao Luo, have you seen the news? The blood ancestor is terrifying. He has completely forsaken the thoughts of normal humanity. He seeks the annihilation of Longhai City. Cheng Xuexin exclaimed in horror. Strictly speaking, he is no longer human. He may even perceive himself as a zombie. Game players can be profoundly influenced by their in-game characters. A single misstep could lead to a loss of their original nature. Lin Luo himself had been affected by the five-clawed golden dragon, particularly in his desires concerning women, yearning for progeny and prosperity. Had he not restrained his inner urges, Cheng Xuexin and her daughter would have long been at his mercy. Cheng Xuexin expressed her concerns. Xiao Luo, the outside world is perilous at the moment. You should refrain from venturing out. Your strength is formidable, but the blood ancestor can command far too many flesh monsters. A gamer from the Northern District, at level 40, was overwhelmed and killed by these monsters. I understand your worries, Lin Luo replied with a smile. Cheng Xuexin still clung to the mindset of the apocalyptic world, believing that official organizations were immensely powerful and that ordinary individuals should avoid creating additional troubles for them. She harbored a selfish desire to protect those around her from harm. After all, no matter how many perished outside, Cheng Xuexin found it hard to empathize. Li Yinyan interjected with her phone in hand. Mom and Lin Ge, you needn't be concerned. Yitiandi has promised to arrive in Longhai City immediately after the third game feedback to eliminate the blood ancestor. Cheng Xuexin sighed. Yitian is indeed impressive, but the distance to our city is considerable. We can only hope that he will keep his promise after the third game feedback. Li Yinyan suggested. I believe it would be more effective for the dragon god to intervene. His power is far greater. Cheng Xuexin expressed a rather pessimistic sentiment. This situation is quite exceptional. The blood ancestor is not like the previous adversaries. He is not easily vanquished. And locating him proves to be a formidable challenge. The dragon god possesses immense strength but lacks an avenue to channel it. At that moment, the doorbell rang. I will attend to it, she stated. Lin Ge, this document was sent by Captain Song, urging you to contemplate it thoroughly. It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to participate. I glanced at the document. Lin Luo took the file and settled onto the sofa to peruse its contents. Mother, we are currently facing the apocalypse. Both teachers and schools have vanished, so why assign homework? Cheng Xuexin admonished. The teacher forgot to assign us any work. I currently have no assignments, Li Yinyan fibbed. Not to worry, I possess 3 years and Appos worth of college entrance examination materials and practice papers from distinguished scholars of Qibei. If you find the assignments insufficient, I shall ensure you are adequately burdened, Cheng Xuexin replied. Mother, you are even more tyrannical than the blood ancestor. while others hoard supplies. You have taken to hoarding assignments, fearing your daughter's academic decline. Li Yinyan appeared utterly dismayed. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Are you asking for a beating? Lin Luo, seated on the sofa, began to examine the document, which contained extensive information on the blood ancestor. His name was Fang Yuan. Both of his parents were affluent business magnates, and he had been raised in affluence. His parents indulged him excessively, resulting in Fang Yuan's extreme disposition and reckless behavior. In elementary school, he nearly caused someone's death. In middle school, he assaulted female classmates, and his misconduct escalated during high school and university. Each time, Fang Yuan's parents would pay to hush matters. After graduating from university, he continued his nefarious ways. On one occasion, he assaulted a woman, leading to her tragic suicide. He remained indifferent, simply paying to resolve the incident. However, the woman's boyfriend, who possessed a fiery temperament, confronted Fang Yuan and shattered his leg bones in retaliation. Subsequently, the boyfriend was arrested and sentenced to several years in prison, while Fang Yuan was left with a permanent disability, condemned to a life confined to a hospital bed. Over the span of 3 years, Fang Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly sinister, often resorting to violence and verbal abuse against those around him. It was rumored that several beautiful nurses who cared for him fell victim to his torment. Prior to the game's feedback, Fang Yuan's family procured a gaming pod for him. He became enraptured by the game Devouring the World, investing nearly $2 billion. Ranking 4th on the zombie leaderboard and within the top 20 overall, the disaster shelter assessed him, deeming the blood ancestor Fang Yuan's threat level to surpass that of the top-ranked Qi Qing. The blood ancestor's lineage possesses the ability to convert humanity into his own power. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's inherently extreme nature, compounded by the influence of his game persona, could result in a calamity of significant magnitude for the entire Dragon Kingdom. The disaster shelter classified Fang Yuan's disaster threat as A level, capable of impacting an entire city and several provinces, with the potential to escalate to S level or even beyond. The document included a letter from Chun Li Mei, expressing a desire for Lin Luo to intervene. Should Lin Luo choose not to act or find it impossible to eliminate the blood ancestor Fang Yuan, he was free to decline outright. It seems that there is no alternative but to resort to this method regarding the disaster shelter. Lin Luo was unaware of how the disaster shelter in his previous life dealt with the blood ancestor Fang Yuan. It stands to reason that the disaster shelter awaited Yi Tian's intervention, as there were no other viable options. Resolving the issue with blood ancestor Fang Yuan posed considerable challenges for Lin Luo as well. Fang Yuan must be concealed in a hidden location, making it unlikely for Lin Luo to find him easily. At that moment, a satellite phone call came through. He answered the call, and it was Su Qing on the other end. Su Qing, clad in a JK uniform, showcased her curvaceous figure, which filled the outfit snugly. Beneath her short skirt were exceptionally fair legs reminiscent of a comic character, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance. Lin Luo couldn't and Appos help but entertain a wicked thought as he envisioned Su Qing and Appos' figure, pondering whether she would decline if he suggested addressing certain physiological matters. Chapter 63. The ambition of the blood ancestor gratitude is extended to the remarkably handsome support. Aside from a scar on her face, Su Qing possesses a physique that eclipses many beautiful women, curvaceous and adorned with long, straight black hair. Furthermore, due to her association with the zombie, the scar on Su Qing's face should have healed after the second game feedback. With her beauty, she rivals Yi Weiwei. The thought of the two together is exhilarating. Lin Luo's thoughts took a wicked turn. No. He quickly suppressed his nefarious ideas. Lin Luo feared that if he did not control his thoughts, it might result in every beautiful girl in the world bearing a child. The Dragon Clan has always believed in the blessing of many offspring, especially among the male dragons. Brother Lin, why haven't you come to see me lately? Is it something Su Qing did wrong? Just tell me, and I will certainly change, came Su Qing's soft, melodious voice from the other end of the line. Due to the scar on her face, Su Qing's personality had always been somewhat fragile. Lin Luo chuckled. I've been quite busy recently, but I will come over shortly. If you feel it's too much of a burden, you need not come, she replied. You little rascal. I know what you're thinking. If I truly do not come, you would surely end up in tears. Brother knows me well. When are you coming to see me? Su Qing eagerly inquired. Be careful, the streets are filled with flesh-eating monsters. The blood ancestor has gone mad, Su Qing cautioned. Lin Luo laughed. I believe it is they who should be wary of me when I step outside. Indeed, Su Qing had already surmised Lin Luo's identity. Her thoughts were innocent, and she did not concern herself with such matters. Regardless of whether Lin Luo devoured dragons, Su Qing considered him the most significant person in her life. Brother, how did you find my JK outfit last time? It was splendid. You look good in anything. What would you like to see me wear next? Su Qing playfully asked. Lin Luo blurted out, black stockings and high heels. Su Qing laughed. Just a moment ago, you said I looked good in anything. And now you reveal your preference at once. Lin Luo offered an explanation before hanging up the phone. He resolved to visit Su Qing, as there was someone he needed to deal with. The blood ancestor, Fang Yuan, had been provoking him through short videos, and Lin Luo believed he must resolve this matter. Otherwise, any insignificant character might spring forth to challenge him in the future. Lin Luo informed Songen of his plans, which caused Songen to express fear. He insisted that before departing, he would thoroughly cleanse the West District. Songen's reaction filled him with joy, and he visibly relaxed. Lin Luo found no surprise in Songen's response. During the first game feedback, ordinary people could wield firearms to combat the crisis. By the second feedback, ordinary individuals gradually became mere background figures. After the third feedback, the greatest reliance of ordinary people became nuclear weapons, following the arrival of otherworldly beings and deities. Even nuclear weapons lost their threat. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Lin Luo was engulfed by the pungent scent of blood in the air. He beheld numerous corpses, their bodies drenched in crimson, as if they had emerged from a blood pool. Lin Luo sensed something amiss. The flesh and blood monstrosities here far outnumbered those in the West District, indicating that this place had certainly suffered from their onslaught. Very well. Lin Luo felt a surge of murderous intent. This blood ancestor Fang Yuan had set his sights on Su Qing. Fang Yuan sought to rapidly enhance his power, and it was most advantageous to assimilate formidable players. Evidently, he had targeted Su Qing, intending to absorb her. Given Su Qing's formidable strength, it would be exceedingly challenging for Fang Yuan to achieve this assimilation. As time passed, the number of flesh and blood creatures he assimilated would only increase, thereby amplifying his strength. In theory, Fang Yuan could indeed alter Su Qing. Lin Luo arrived at Su Qing's doorstep, where the Su family received him with great courtesy. Previously, they had harbored some reservations, believing that Lin Luo would be unable to inherit the family fortune. However, upon learning that Lin Luo had introduced Su Qing to gaming and recognizing his own formidable capabilities, their attitude shifted dramatically. They welcomed Lin Luo as a guest with open arms. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Luo rapped on the door. Brother, please wait a moment. I haven't changed yet. Came Su Qing's voice from within. I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Lin Luo remarked, though he was inwardly exhilarated. The door swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted out. Upon entering the room, Lin Luo beheld Su Qing clad in professional attire. She wore a white blouse and a tailored jacket. Her bosom ample, complemented by a snug black mini-skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, which were elegantly encased in brightly adorned black stockings. Her ankles were adorned with black high heels, the tips revealing pearl-like toes. The scar on her exquisite face had vanished, leaving her skin smooth and delicate as that of an infant. Hurry and close the door. Su Qing blushed. Oh, of course, Lin Luo replied, shutting the door and immediately enveloping Su Qing in his arms. As long as brother is pleased, anything is permissible, she shyly responded. Lin Luo, with little regard, boldly took advantage of the moment. What could possibly test an old hand like him? He contemplated taking Su Qing right then and there but decided against it, sensing that it would be unwise. Observing the rosy hue on Su Qing's cheeks, he felt confident that she would not refuse if he proceeded further. Brother, you seem to be enduring quite a struggle. May I assist you? Su Qing inquired, her cheeks aflame. Lin Luo blurted out, how might you assist? Su Qing, still blushing, replied, I've seen a few films and know what to do. Lin Luo's gaze fell upon her dainty feet, encased in black stockings. Their skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, her toes akin to the most exquisite of artworks. An hour later, with Su Qing's assistance, Lin Luo entered a state of sanctified time. Su Qing shyly remarked, Lin Ge, feel free to reach out to me whenever you have needs in the future. Certainly. Lin Luo nodded. Have you noticed anything unusual in the vicinity recently? Su Qing answered, Indeed, there are many creatures completely covered in crimson blood. They relentlessly attacked me. Just moments ago, when you called, I had just dispatched a wave of those flesh and blood monsters. Lin Luo concluded, It seems my suspicions were correct. Fang Yuan intends to target you, seeking to transform you into a flesh and blood creature. Su Qing harbored no doubts regarding Lin Luo and Apos' words. It is he who has sought trouble with me, rather than the other way around. Do you recognize him? Lin Luo inquired. Su Qing clarified, Brother, please do not misunderstand. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Lin Luo chuckled. I understand this perfectly. There is no need for you to elaborate. Su Qing's unfamiliar mannerisms betrayed her innocence, revealing her as a pure-hearted girl. During my ascent in the City of Slaughter, I encountered Blood Ancestor, and we clashed, though ultimately, I emerged victorious. Su Qing recounted her experiences in the game. I see. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qing then took the initiative to ask, Brother, do you wish to eliminate this Fong Yuan? Do you have a way to locate him? Lin Luo queried. Indeed. My power of endless slaughter grants me the ability to mark those I have previously slain, Su Qing explained. I have already defeated this Blood Ancestor Fong Yuan in the game, so I can pinpoint his whereabouts. Very well, let us eradicate this menace. Lin Luo affirmed with a nod. Su Qing beamed with joy. I am so happy. I can finally assist my brother. You foolish child. Lin Luo affectionately ruffled Su Qing's hair. Chapter 64. Finding the Blood Ancestor in the dank basement of the East Old District. The air was heavy with moisture and the walls bore the marks of decay. Fong Yuan found himself atop a strikingly beautiful woman, who initially emitted soft gasps. As time slowly ebbed away, the flesh and blood of the woman diminished until she was reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. From the lifeless body, fresh crimson blood surged forth, transforming into a grotesque creature of flesh and blood. The creature then burst forth from the basement, rushing outside. Fong Yuan refrained from allowing too many of these abominations to gather, retaining only a select few of exceptional strength while dispatching the others to different areas. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated against the basement door. When the blood creature had charged out, the door had been ajar. Zhang Lei, however, hesitated to enter. Needing Fong Yuan and Appo's consent to proceed. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fong Yuan and Appo's voice emerged, raspy and ominous. In accordance with your command, I have located a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the one you described, Zhang Lei replied. Fong Yuan's tone turned cold. Bring her in. If she does not resemble her, you are aware of the consequences. Zhang Lei quickly assured him, it will not be like last time. This one at least bears a resemblance of 70%. During the initial feedback from the game, Fong Yuan had maintained a semblance of normalcy. However, after subsequent feedback, he underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly ruthless. Once commanding a legion of over 1,000, he now found himself with barely a dozen loyal followers. In his more deranged moments, he derived pleasure from inflicting suffering and death, often targeting his own subordinates, many of whom had met their demise at his hands. Zhang Lei, with a respectable game level, had managed to remain in Fong Yuan's service. Bring her in, Fong Yuan commanded, his voice still low and gravelly. Zhang Lei entered with a stunning girl clad in a school uniform, approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing an elegant figure and long legs. Her name was Chenanchi, a student at Longhai High School. Renowned for her beauty, she had garnered numerous admirers both within and outside the school. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she was fortuitously rescued by the military. Although she had been safe in a shelter, she never anticipated being brought to this place by Zhang Lei. Faced with the formidable Zhang Lei, she felt utterly powerless to resist. Throughout their journey, Zhang Lei had not harmed her. Yet upon arriving here, Chenanchi grasped Zhang Lei's intentions. The man before her appeared gaunt, with a malevolent gaze and a skeletal frame, resembling a corpse on the brink of death. Fong Yuan fixed his gaze upon Chenanchi, nodding with satisfaction. She bears a 70% resemblance to Su Qing. While she may not be as exquisite, she will serve as an entertaining diversion. In this world of devouring, Fong Yuan wielded formidable powers and wealth, having seized control of a vast city, Longhai City, within the game. The players and other beings within this metropolis were assimilated into grotesque creatures of flesh and blood under his dominion. His actions incited considerable discontent among many. Yet none possessed the strength to challenge him. Until a woman with the ID Guardian Forest Brother charged into the game, within the city of Longhai, and ended the life of Fong Yuan. For the one who took his life, Fong Yuan felt a tumultuous mix of love and hatred. His affection stemmed from the fact that this Guardian Forest Brother was exceptionally beautiful, surpassing all the women he had ever encountered. His animosity, however, arose from the reality that not only had she slain him, but she was also fond of someone else. Consequently, Fong Yuan, leveraging his parental connections, uncovered the identity behind this ID. The individual was named Su Qing, the young lady of the Su family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Longhai. Fong Yuan sought extensive information about Su Qing and became aware of her current circumstances. Given Su Qing's formidable strength, he dared not approach her directly. Instead, he employed flesh monsters as a means of reconnaissance, refraining from taking action himself for the time being. In his grand scheme, he intended to confront Su Qing eventually. She held the first position on the zombie leaderboard and ranked 8th overall, showcasing her immense power. By assimilating Su Qing, Feng Yuan anticipated a significant enhancement of his own abilities. At that point, she would become his subordinate, subject to his every whim. However, his current strength was insufficient, compelling him to bide his time. He instructed Zhang Lei to find someone resembling Su Qing, primarily for temporary amusement. Zhang Lei smiled and said, "As long as the boss is satisfied." Feng Yuan, with a stern expression, retorted, "You can leave, do not linger here." Zhang Lei, relieved, replied, "I shall take my leave." Once Zhang Lei departed, Chen Anchi trembled and said, "You are the blood ancestor. All the flesh monsters in Longhai are of your making." Feng Yuan responded with a sinister smile. "The prevalence of short videos is quite beneficial. Even an ordinary person like you is aware of my existence. Spare me. I do not wish to die." Chen Anchi, terrified, quaked violently, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. The thought of the terrifying flesh monsters outside caused an unknown liquid to seep from her trousers. "Serve me well, and I shall not kill you for now. Should you fail in your service, your demise will be most gruesome," Feng Yuan said, his delight evident. The woman before him bore a striking resemblance to Su Qing, kneeling at his feet, much like Su Qing would. Feng Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. "I will ensure I serve you well." Chen Anchi could only acquiesce, striving to secure her own survival. At that moment, Feng Yuan noticed two figures behind him. One was the long-desired Su Qing, and the other, a tall and handsome man. Su Qing. Rather than fear, Feng Yuan smiled. He then cast a dark glance at Lin Luo, stating, "You must be Lin Luo. I have investigated you previously." Su Qing, filled with disdain, replied, "Do not address me so intimately. We are not acquainted, and your attitude towards my brother is quite detestable." Feng Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "How did you two manage to find me? I thought I had hidden myself well." Coldly, he questioned, "Have you come to kill me? What do you think?" Su Qing responded, her expression menacing. "Ha ha ha. You believe that just because the two of you have located me, you can eliminate me?" Feng Yuan smirked insidiously, remarking, "You may not be aware of my true capabilities. Currently, a significant portion of Longhai City has been assimilated, resulting in an unprecedented enhancement of my power. I am not boasting. My strength is merely a shade inferior to that of the devouring dragon, while others pale in comparison before me, including you, Su Qing. I am delighted that you have found me, but truthfully, I am even more pleased if you had remained in the East District. I must confess I currently lack the means to assimilate you. Unless I were to assimilate all the creatures within Longhai City, including the Disaster Sanctuary. But this is my territory, and you shall come to understand the consequences of seeking me out." As Feng Yuan spoke, Su Qing had already taken a step back. Lin Luo then stepped forward, stating, "Only slightly inferior to the devouring dragon? How unfortunate for you, for I am the devouring dragon." Chapter 65. The flesh and blood demon you claim to have transformed into a devourer of dragons, yet I find it difficult to believe. Feng Yuan was utterly skeptical as he observed a dozen grotesque flesh and blood creatures descending into the basement. He was inherently fearful of death and had no intention of engaging in combat. These monstrous entities had undergone significant biological mutations, their levels now exceeding 30. The most formidable among them reached level 35, having lost all semblance of their original forms, their massive bodies threatening to burst the confines of the basement. They were enveloped in fleshy skin, resembling grotesque orbs, with robust limbs and devoid of eyes or noses, only a gaping maw remained. As these colossal monstrosities moved, crimson blood oozed from their forms, saturating the air with a pungent scent of gore. Feng Yuan was not exaggerating. These flesh and blood creatures alone could annihilate the entire disaster shelter. "It seemed I underestimated this ability. In less than 6 days, you have developed to such a level," Lin Luo remarked, slightly astonished. Feng Yuan scoffed. "Are you merely putting on a facade of composure?" Lin Luo replied calmly. "I have stated that I am a devourer of dragons. With a feedback level of 56 from the second game, the difference between 35-level flesh and blood creatures and those of merely a few levels is negligible in my eyes. Cease your pretense and perish." The largest of the flesh and blood creatures lunged at Lin Luo, shattering the concrete slabs, sending debris crashing down upon them. Lin Luo's hands were adorned with shimmering golden dragon scales as he delivered a powerful punch to the oncoming monstrosity. The sheer force obliterated the creature, sending flesh and viscera splattering in all directions. Kill it, and I shall see how you are assimilated. Fang Yuan grinned malevolently. With flesh and blood monsters surrounding him, he remained unscathed. Once the carnage subsided, a magnificent golden dragon, radiating brilliance, appeared before him. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in terror. Lin Luo spoke the truth. He truly was a devourer of dragons. You may die now. Lin Luo struck again, aiming to eliminate Fang Yuan in one blow. The flesh and blood creatures guarding Fang Yuan interposed themselves. As the creatures exploded once more, Fang Yuan chose to flee. The tumult of their battle was so great that the building above began to collapse. Given the immense strength of both combatants, the falling debris would inflict no harm. Disaster shelter. Director, a building less than 3 kilometers from us has suddenly collapsed, and countless flesh and blood monsters are heading our way, Yang Jun reported urgently. Chen Limei furrowed her brows. This blood ancestor Fang Yuan cannot endure for long. He seeks to rally the flesh and blood creatures for a decisive confrontation. Zhou Jiahui exclaimed in anger. Our disaster shelter is not to be trifled with. If Fang Yuan aims to obliterate us, we shall ensure he pays a grievous price. Chen Limei immediately summoned everyone, preparing for a final stand. As she observed the gathering crowd, she spoke. I have summoned you all here because we find ourselves in a dire predicament. This impending battle will determine the fate of either our sanctuary or that of the blood ancestor. There are truths that remain unspoken. Yet I trust you are all aware of them. Our chances of victory in this confrontation are alarmingly slim. However, I must remind you that we are beneficiaries of the nation's salary and various privileges. In this moment of peril, if we do not act, who can we rely upon? My capabilities are limited, yet I hope that you will uphold the oaths you took within the sanctuary during the final fight. Zhou Jiahui pounded her chest and assured, Director. Rest assured, we shall remember our vows and fight to the bitter end against the blood ancestor. Chui added, having risen from a mere clerk to a departmental leader. I have enjoyed numerous benefits. Should I perish now, it would be a worthy demise. We share the same sentiment. The morale of the crowd soared, with no hint of retreat in their demeanor. Good news. Yang Jun shouted as he ran. What good news? Shen Limei inquired, puzzled. Yang Jun, with a smile and breathless from exertion, exclaimed, I realize that the surge in the number of flesh monsters is not directed at us, but rather towards the dragon god. Zhou Jiahui, filled with excitement, asked, the dragon god has made a move? Yang Jun nodded vigorously. Indeed, the dragon god is pursuing the blood ancestor Fang Yuan. Excellent. It is not directed at us. With the dragon god's intervention, we can be at ease knowing that the blood ancestor is doomed. I always believed the dragon god would not forsake us. Fang Yuan has been so arrogant. He will surely meet a gruesome end. With the dragon god involved, our worries are alleviated. It would be a simple task for the dragon god to deal with Fang Yuan. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. If given the choice, none would wish for death. Each individual had parents, friends, and relatives, and none desired an untimely demise. Chen Limei also breathed a sigh of relief, her anxieties finally subsiding. As the head of the disaster sanctuary, she was acutely aware of the battle's likely outcome. The probability of victory for the sanctuary was less than 10%. Even if a miracle occurred and the sanctuary triumphed, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Aside from Zhou Jiahui and Chu He, it was unlikely that anyone else would survive. Furthermore, the forces stationed in Longhai City would also suffer considerable casualties after the battle. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Limei proposed, let us deploy additional drones for a live broadcast across the network, showcasing the dragon god's might. This may deter some gamers from reckless actions. Yang Ju nodded in agreement. I will arrange that immediately. Zhou Jiahui exclaimed, wonderful, to witness the true prowess of our idol. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become a fervent admirer of Lin Luo. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan fled frantically from the basement, desperate to evade Lin Luo's pursuit. To hinder Lin Luo's advance, he commanded the flesh monsters to obstruct his path. What typically instilled fear in others appeared as fragile as tofu in Lin Luo's eyes. Additionally, the flesh monsters bore infectious remnants that could easily contaminate other beings. After Lin Luo underwent a complete transformation into a dragon, the flesh-eating virus could not penetrate even his golden scales. The distance between the two narrowed rapidly as Lin Luo quickly closed in on Fang Yuan. Filled with dread, Fang Yuan cried out, Lin Luo, we bear no deep-seated enmity. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? I apologize for my previous actions. Could you not spare me? Lin Luo retorted with scorn. Now you seek mercy? Not long ago, you boasted with arrogance online, vowing to eliminate me. I shall not grant you reprieve. Stand still. I shall offer you a swift end. Fang Yuan, consumed by humiliation and rage, responded, "You are forcing my hand. Do not regret this." Lin Luo dismissed him with derision. "Feel free to reveal your hidden cards. If you do not act now, you shall lose the opportunity altogether." "Very well. You have forced my hand." Fang Yuan's body began to grotesquely contort. Multiple arms sprouted from his armpits, manifesting into a terrifying number of limbs. A head emerged beside his shoulder, devoid of eyes and nose, possessing only a gaping maw that split down to his ears. His physique expanded dramatically, the flesh rapidly proliferating, transforming from a withered corpse into a formidable presence. In the blink of an eye, he matched the size of Lin Luo's golden dragon form. Blood Flesh Demon God. Chapter 66. Allowing Growth. What manner of creature is this? Chui's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. It was not merely his expression of shock. Others around him mirrored the same disbelief. It was utterly terrifying. Yang Jun exclaimed in horror, "Didn't they say Fang Yuan's true strength was feeble? Yet now, his transformed fleshly monstrosity is even larger than the dragon god." Zhou Jiawei remarked, "There is only one possibility. Fang Yuan has concealed his true power, deliberately feigning weakness to mislead us." Indeed, Qin Limei sighed in relief. Thank heavens the dragon god intervened personally. Had Fang Yuan targeted us, our chances of survival would have been almost non-existent. The Catastrophe Sanctuary began streaming live on platforms such as Douyin and Kuaishou, quickly attracting a vast audience. The mere mention of the name Devouring Dragon became the hottest topic. The Sanctuary announced it would broadcast the Dragon Goddess battle scenes, which was an unprecedented boon. The Dragon Goddess battle scenes? In Longhai City, the only one capable of compelling the Dragon God to act was the Blood Ancestor. Were they truly set to eliminate him? The Blood Ancestor has sealed his own fate, perpetually seeking to challenge the Dragon God. And now he has unwittingly invited his own demise. Everyone in the live stream chat fervently commented as they watched. The footage displayed a golden dragon pursuing a gaunt man. The gaunt man fled desperately, but the golden dragon was swift. It would not be long before the dragon caught up to him. The golden dragon was undoubtedly the devouring dragon, while the gaunt man was the Blood Ancestor, Fang Yuan. Just as the devouring dragon was about to close in, Fang Yuan underwent a grotesque transformation. In the span of merely a minute, he morphed into a terrifying creature, his size rivaling that of the golden dragon. The Blood Ancestor's unique ability was not merely a sign of weakness. Rather, it allowed him to transmute other beings into fleshly monstrosities. And now, his own form appeared formidable. There was a miscommunication regarding his true power. Look, the Blood Ancestor's form is swelling uncontrollably, and numerous fleshly monsters are converging. He is on the verge of breaking through to the second feedback level of this game. Fang Yuan's claim of possessing the power to obliterate the world is no jest. He indeed possesses such capability. This time, I sense the Dragon God may not emerge victorious. The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly shocked. The Blood Ancestor, Fang Yuan, was far more complex than they had anticipated, wielding an alarmingly potent trump card. In the capital city, Yutian had been gathering materials, aspiring to create an impressive video. Just as he had finalized his content, he overheard his friend Pang Bo mentioning that the Devouring Dragon was live streaming. Without hesitation, Yi Tian immediately tuned in. In the video, Fang Yuan had transformed into a fleshly demon, continually absorbing and devouring approaching monsters, his size increasing exponentially. As his form grew, so too did his strength, surging uncontrollably. Pang Bo gasped in astonishment. Fang Yuan's ability is terrifying, transforming into a fleshly demon and absorbing other fleshly monsters. His level is rapidly approaching 50. Yi Tian, devoid of his usual levity, spoke earnestly. If I were to confront this flesh demon, I could at best inflict severe injuries upon it. To slay it would be exceedingly difficult, and it is imperative to resolve this swiftly. Should this flesh demon absorb too many fleshly monstrosities, my defeat would be inevitable. Pang Bo nodded in agreement, stating, "Do not underestimate the other players. Fang Yuan is among the elite. How will the Devourer handle Fang Yuan moving forward?" Yi Tian hesitated briefly before responding. "My assessment is that the Devourer might forego the attempt to eliminate Fang Yuan. The power of Fang Yuan's flesh demon is formidable. Yet I believe it possesses vulnerabilities. Its might may be fleeting. Once this period passes, it could revert to its original state. If the Devourer retreats now, the next attempt to vanquish Fang Yuan will be considerably easier." Pang Bo concurred. "I share your sentiment. It all hinges on how the Devourer proceeds from here." Yi Tian gazed at the live stream, astonished. Has the Devourer lost his mind? Pang Bo scrutinized the screen, his composure faltering. What does his inaction signify? Is he contemplating annihilating both Feng Yuan and the fleshly monstrosities in one fell swoop? In the disaster sanctuary, Zhou Jiahui expressed her astonishment. Dragon God. This indulgence allows Feng Yuan to absorb fleshly monstrosities. It could backfire, as Feng Yuan's grotesque flesh demon is rapidly ascending in power. Shui interjected. This is perilously reckless. It could lead to a fatal counterattack. Yang Jun anxiously inquired. Is there any way to contact the Dragon God and dissuade him from this folly? Chen Limei shook her head. It is futile. Even if we manage to reach the Dragon God now, it is too late. Feng Yuan's speed is overwhelming. And even if we do connect, the Dragon God may not heed our warnings. There was no need for panic. The Dragon God had always been formidable. Zhou Jiahui regarded the Dragon God as decisive and unhesitating in his actions. If he were not confident in controlling Feng Yuan, he would never allow him to grow unchecked. Having been slain by the Dragon God 3 times, she held immense faith in his capabilities. What is happening? The Dragon God permits the blood ancestor Feng Yuan to grow uncontrollably. Is he seeking a definitive resolution? The Devourer is excessively arrogant, truly believing himself invincible, should he falter. It would be quite the spectacle. Hasten your demise, she thought, for the Devourer stands with the officials. His downfall would mean the realm belongs to us players. The live stream's barrage of comments intensified. Fleshly monstrosities surged from various directions, merging into Feng Yuan's form. Initially, Feng Yuan was filled with trepidation, fearing Lin Luo would seize the opportunity to strike. As more fleshly monstrosities converged, his physique swelled immensely. Feng Yuan noticed that Lin Luo exhibited no intention of attacking, merely observing him from the air with an air of indifference. His emotions transitioned from elation to profound fury. That despicable Lin Luo perceives me as nothing more than an insignificant insect, believing that regardless of how much stronger I become, my demise is assured. Just wait. I shall ensure you regret this. Feng Yuan transformed into the flesh demon, his stature now twice that of a golden dragon. He had garnered sufficient confidence and scoffed. Are you going to make your move? If you hesitate now, the opportunity will slip away. Lin Luo replied calmly, have you absorbed all the flesh and blood monsters? Then it is time to act. Feng Yuan, infuriated, retorted, you are exceedingly arrogant. I shall make you pay for it. As the last flesh and blood monster was absorbed, Feng Yuan's physique grew to a terrifying size, with the golden dragon formed by Lin Luo occupying half the sky. Feng Yuan's body, now 10 times larger than Lin Luo's, rendered the golden dragon akin to an insignificant ant before the flesh and blood demon god. Feng Yuan no longer held back. I forgot to mention something to you. If I absorb all the flesh and blood monsters I release before the 3rd feedback, no one will be my match, you included. And then? Lin Luo replied indifferently. Chapter 67. This is the golden dragon NPC, and then you may as well perish. Feng Yuan maneuvered his colossal form, charging towards Lin Luo in the sky. Thick arms extended from his body, the longest reaching 100 meters. Absorbing the flesh of all monster creatures, his level ascended to 60. At this moment, Feng Yuan's combat power and level had surpassed the 3rd game feedback. However, this state could not be sustained for long. After an hour, Feng Yuan would have to separate from the flesh, causing all the power derived from the monstrous flesh to dissipate, reverting his level and combat prowess to their original state. Feng Yuan needed to conclude the battle swiftly, aiming to finish within the hour. He held complete confidence in this. As Lin Luo was at level 56 while he himself was at 60, suddenly, Lin Luo and Appo's form rapidly expanded, growing to match Feng Yuan's size. Mere size was insufficient. Formidable strength was also required. Next, I shall slay the deity. Feng Yuan commanded all his arms to grasp at Lin Luo, attempting to drag him down from the sky. Lin Luo did not evade but rather opened his dragon maw, unleashing searing golden flames. Feng Yuan found himself enveloped by the flames. Feeling an excruciating burn coursing through his body, he sought to withstand the golden fire, yet resistance proved futile. Chunks of flesh fell away from him, inflicting immense pain. How could this be possible? In the face of the raging golden flames, Feng Yuan possessed no capacity for counteraction. You merely possess the form of a deity. In terms of abilities, you are woefully inadequate. Lin Luo chose not to linger, opting to soar away. The outcome had been sealed the moment he moved. Was all my effort in vain? Feng Yuan let out a tormented scream as his body was gradually reduced to char, until he was nothing but ash. Cataclysm Sanctuary. This was rather too effortless, was it not? Zhou Jiahui believed that the dragon god would prevail, yet she had not anticipated the ease of the situation. The dragon god simply exhaled golden flames, turning Fang Yuan to ashes. The strength of the dragon god was overwhelming. Or perhaps Fang Yuan was simply too weak. The answer was evident. Primarily, the dragon god was too powerful. Earlier, in that state, even Yu Tian might not have been a match for him. Enough already. Yang Jun interjected. Didn't you just say the dragon god might lose? Now you claim there's no thrill. Chu He replied awkwardly. Chen Limei sighed deeply in relief. This blood ancestor Fang Yuan has finally been dealt with. Now, only the northern district remains, which poses no issue. The Dragon Sea City will be under our control following the third game feedback, courtesy of our Cataclysm Sanctuary. Shou Jiahui expressed her joy. The dragon god has also aided us by eliminating the flesh monsters. The central and southern districts harbor minimal hidden dangers. Reclaiming them is merely a matter of time. The Cataclysm Sanctuary responded swiftly, dispatching players and military forces to take control of these two regions. In a fleeting moment, the Cataclysm Sanctuary secured 4/5 of Dragon Sea City's territory. This was entirely attributed to the dragon god. How dull. I thought the blood ancestor Fang Yuan would engage in a worthy battle with the dragon god, yet he was instantaneously vanquished. My concerns were unfounded. I had feared that the dragon god would falter, yet it appears we remain profoundly ignorant of divine powers. Such as the strength of the gods, nearly impossible to contend with. The live broadcast has concluded, yet the audience lingers, fervently discussing the might of the dragon god and deeming his presence a boon for the entire dragon nation. In the capital, Yu Tian's face turned pale as he remarked, "This Fang Yuan is utterly incompetent. He fell so swiftly without any semblance of resistance. I had hoped to witness some hidden trump card of the dragon devourer." To which Pang Bo scoffed, "Spare us your pretense. Even if you were aware of the dragon devourer's secrets, what difference would it make? You would still be no better than Fang Yuan." Yu Tian, undeterred, retorted, "After the feedback from the third game, I shall diligently enhance my abilities, and I will surely surpass the dragon devourer. Confidence is indeed a virtue." Pang Bo continued to undermine him. A video of Lin Luo vanquishing Fang Yuan swiftly circulated through various media outlets, reaching the foreign internet. The zombie crisis and game feedback were not exclusive to the Dragon Nation. Other countries faced similar turmoil. In response, nations established official organizations to manage this escalating crisis. Players of the Devour the World game, akin to those in the Dragon Nation, largely joined these official bodies, while others, driven by ambition, sought to carve out their own realms. Among them, the fastest progress was made by the beautiful nation, armed with the most advanced weaponry and controlling several cities within its borders. In a luxurious villa, a pool teemed with stunningly beautiful women of both fair and dark skin, each a paragon of beauty. Two burly men reclined on sun loungers, basking in the warmth of the sun. An array of delectable foods adorned the table, while goblets brimmed with crimson liquid. While others in the beautiful nation struggled for survival, these two reveled in extravagance, commanding the women of the pool, blonde bombshells or dark-skinned pearls, to attend to their every whim, with numbers dictated solely by their desires. They were the top two players in the beautiful nation's Devour the World game. The first, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, or the gaming ID of Eagle God, boasting an astonishing level of 73 and a battle power exceeding 14 billion. The second, an ordinary-looking man with brown hair, went by the ID of Thunder God, holding a level of 70 and a battle power of over 13 billion. The true strongest player had originally been a black man with the gaming ID of Whale King. However, Whale King had been suddenly assailed by the oceanic NPC, the Golden Dragon, leading to multiple respawns and a significant loss of experience. Following the game suspension, Whale King plummeted from 1st to 5th place, now at level 60. Freed from Whale King's dominance, the two players experienced a substantial rise in both level and strength. Now reaching levels of 70 and beyond, they expressed profound gratitude towards the Golden Dragon NPC, perceiving it as a divine blessing. Eagle God, you must see this video. It reportedly hails from the Dragon Nation, called Thunder God, rising swiftly. Intrigued, Eagle God responded, "What news could possibly rattle us so? Let me have a look." In the short video, a magnificent golden dragon vanquishes a grotesque flesh creature, which offers almost no resistance and is reduced to ashes by the golden flames. The God of Thunder explains, "This short video has gone viral across all platforms in our beautiful nation, claiming to originate from the Dragon Kingdom. The golden dragon depicted is said to be the top contender from the Dragon Kingdom, boasting an impressive legendary level of 80. The Flesh Demon is a player from the Dragon Kingdom, possessing an exceptionally unique ability that, when fully unleashed, can reach terrifying heights, yet it still pales in comparison to the might of this dragon god. The eagle god, with a somber countenance, soon breaks into a smile. God of thunder, you are far too gullible. This is hardly the top contender from the Dragon Kingdom. It is clearly an NPC of the Golden Dragon. Are you referring to the NPC that has repeatedly slain the Whale King? The God of Thunder inquires. Chapter 68. Reactions from various nations. Thus it was. The Thunder God sighed in relief, pondering how the Dragon Nation could possess such formidable beings. After all, we are the world's foremost power, and everything should rightfully belong to us. The Eagle God chuckled, asserting that it is only natural for our beautiful nation to remain the world's greatest, one that the Dragon Nation could never surpass. Fuming, the Thunder God exclaimed, "The people of the Dragon Nation are utterly despicable, attempting to intimidate us in this manner." The Eagle God remarked, "This short video likely originated from the Devouring World and was then simulated with AI technology to deceive others. While they may trick some, they cannot deceive us." The Thunder God retorted, "How dare they attempt to frighten us? We must teach these Dragon Nation folks a lesson, so they comprehend the might of our beautiful nation." The Eagle God replied with a smile, "There is no need for haste. After the third game feedback, I shall personally visit the Dragon Nation, transforming it into a land of freedom, where the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of liberty." The Thunder God stated, "Once we eliminate Yi Tian, the entire Dragon Nation shall become our territory. For now, let us indulge in life's pleasures, and we shall address the Dragon Nation later." Subsequently, the Eagle God summoned 3 stunningly beautiful, long-legged blondes, leading them towards a nearby chamber. The Thunder God, feeling even bolder, summoned a black pearl for immediate gratification. In the island nation, following the suspension of the Devouring World, the first player was Inagami Yamane Aikir, boasting a level of 65 with a combat power exceeding 900 million. Initially, the top rank was not held by Inagami, as the island nation lacks substantial land, rendering it unable to develop formidable strength in reality. The same plight afflicted the island nation within the Devouring World, where many players thrived in the ocean. Among them, the shark transformed from Jurat initially ranked the highest. A renowned gaming expert from the island nation predicted that Jurat's level would reach at least 70, thereby eclipsing other players. Many players trembled before Jurat, as their levels could not ascend significantly. The emergence of a Golden Dragon NPC led to Jurat's demise multiple times, resulting in a considerable loss of experience points. In truth, not only Jurat suffered, but the entirety of the gaming populace in the waters surrounding the island nation did as well. Jurat plummeted from his original first place to third, concluding the suspension at level 58. Meanwhile, Yamane Aikir rose from third place on land to claim the top rank. Yamane Aikir and Jurat shared a cordial relationship, and after the outbreak of the Apocalypse crisis, they co-founded the Amaterasu Society, symbolizing how sunlight illuminates the entire world, just as the glory of the Yamato people shall shine globally. Both were incensed upon viewing the short video transmitted from the Dragon Nation. Jurat fumed. The people of the Dragon Nation are utterly shameless, claiming the Golden Dragon NPC as one of their own and disseminating the video far and wide. Yamane Aikir snorted coldly. After the third game feedback, let us impart a lesson to the Dragon Nation. After all, I am quite close to Dragon Sea City. Jurat nodded, asserting, "The Golden Dragon NPC belongs to our great island nation. No one shall contest us for it. He has been tormented numerous times by the Golden Dragon NPC, yet he takes pride in it. This reflects the remarkable characteristics of the great Yamato nation. The Kimchi nation perceives the Golden Dragon NPC as a product of their own, believing they released information prior to us." After watching a short video, King Octopus Jin Taeyong couldn't help but curse vehemently. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Kimchi nation established a disaster refuge. When Lin Luo passed through the Kimchi nation, Jin Taeyong was also among the victims. The personalities of the Kimchi nation bear a resemblance to those of the island nation, idolizing formidable figures. Initially, Jin Taeyong harbored animosity towards the Golden Dragon, but eventually, unable to contend with it, he chose to join forces. "I must release a video as well," he declared, immediately calling for the production of a video to be uploaded online. He personally recorded a short video asserting that the Golden Dragon NPC belongs to the universe, and the universe belongs to the Kimchi nation. At the disaster refuge, Yang Jun expressed his confusion. "Director, something strange is happening online. They are referring to the Dragon God as the Golden Dragon NPC, claiming it belongs to their nation." Chen Limei took the phone and examined the information online. Several nations, including the beautiful country, All stated that the golden giant dragon in the video is the golden dragon NPC. They unanimously condemned the despicable actions of the Dragon Nation and insisted that the golden dragon NPC is their own. Yang Jun fumed. These people are utterly disgusting. Seeing our Dragon Nation boast such powerful gamers, they shamelessly claim it is their golden dragon NPC. Chen Limei furrowed her brows slightly. Do not pay attention to these individuals. The synchronized rhetoric from these nations may indicate a coordinated effort. It is also possible that a golden dragon NPC indeed exists in the ocean, resembling the dragon god. Their opinions are of no consequence to us. We must focus on the impending crisis. The second game feedback has already empowered many beings significantly. I anticipate that with the third game feedback, even more beings will grow stronger, and the challenges we face will be more daunting than before. Yang Jun nodded in understanding. Just as Chen Limei finished speaking, a man and a woman entered the office. What is the situation in the North District? Chen Limei inquired. Zhou Jiahui smiled. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Several factions in the North District have pledged allegiance to us, and we have accepted a person named Tang Wei. He is a gamer. At level 30, and is considered the strongest in the North District. He conducts himself and his affairs with fairness, though he is quite ambitious and holds a significant fondness for our disaster refuge. Previously, Tang Wei refrained from joining us out of fear of being attacked by others in the North District who are wary of our official presence. However, upon witnessing our officials arrive in the North District, he did not hesitate and chose to ally with us. Shui expressed joy, stating that several factions in the Northern District harbored animosity towards our authorities, all of which have now been eradicated. The Northern District is firmly under our control. Excellent. Chen Limei replied with a smile. After securing the Northern District, the entire Longhai City is now within our grasp. We owe much to the Dragon God for intervening on 2 occasions. Otherwise, our conquest of Longhai City would not have been so seamless. Indeed, everyone shared Chen Limei's sentiment. The smooth progression of events was largely attributed to the assistance of the Dragon God. With 3 hours remaining until the third game feedback, I advise you not to venture anywhere else, but to prepare for the game feedback diligently, Chen Limei concluded. Chapter 69, Third Game Feedback in the West District, Villa. There remained merely 3 hours until the third game feedback. He planned to log into the game pod for the final feedback in the last hour. Each instance of game feedback heralded a significant calamity. Compared to the previous 2, the third game feedback would unleash an even more catastrophic disaster. The primary catastrophe in the second game feedback was instigated by the players themselves, with the formidable blood ancestor Fang Yuan and the fearsome demon Xiang Siyu being the principal perpetrators. Particularly, had it not been for Lin Luo's intervention to eliminate blood ancestor Fang Yuan, few would have survived in Longhai City, and the entire Dragon Nation would have faced peril, marking it as a rare S-level disaster event. For all players, the third game feedback was an immense boon. Similarly, for various creatures across the Earth, the third game feedback was equally advantageous. Numerous beings would receive epic enhancements, with some terrifying entities impervious even to nuclear annihilation. In Lin Luo's past life, he vividly recalled the large black dog by Yu Tian's side, whose extraordinary talent had propelled it to level 68 during the third game feedback, surpassing Yu Tian, who was merely at level 65. A formidable adversary from a foreign nation had ambushed Yu Tian, nearly ending his life. But he survived largely due to the black dog's assistance. In this life, under Lin Luo's implicit encouragement, Yu Tian had ascended to level 70. The black dog's influence, however, was not as pronounced as before. Nevertheless, it remained a powerful ally, capable of aiding Yu Tian in numerous ways. Lin Luo contemplated the notion of acquiring a black dog of his own, pondering whether it might significantly assist him. This fleeting thought soon dissipated. The black dog was unique, belonging solely to the Emperor Yu Tian. It was improbable that he could find another like it, particularly the Black Monarch at Yu Tian's side. Moreover, Lin Luo had Su Qing by his side, whose burgeoning abilities rivaled those of blood ancestor Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength was not inherently his own, but stemmed from the myriad of fleshly monstrosities he had assimilated. While he appeared formidable, his weaknesses were conspicuous. Lin Luo, unleashing golden flames, reduced blood ancestor Fang Yuan to ashes. Su Qing's power of endless slaughter surpassed that of Fang Yuan's bloodline progeny. The more beings Su Qing vanquished, the greater the power she returned to Lin Luo, contrasting with Fang Yuan's forces, which were not truly his own. Fortunately, Su Qing possessed a fundamentally benevolent nature. Unlike blood ancestor Fang Yuan, who posed a threat to the entirety of Longhai City, in comparison to a large black dog. Lin Luo favored the exquisite beauty of Su Qing. Her ability to don elegant outfits, such as black silk office wearer sailor suits adorned with white stockings, was something the black dog could never achieve. When Lin Luo last parted ways with Su Qing, she had mentioned a surprise for their next meeting. What sort of surprise awaited him remained a mystery. Xiao Luo, I have prepared grilled oysters for your late-night snack, accompanied by my secret garlic sauce, which is exceptionally delicious. Once you taste it, I assure you, you will crave a second helping. Cheng Xuexin brought over a baking tray filled with plump, juicy oysters, generously coated with garlic sauce, their essence oozing forth, exuding an irresistible aroma. Lin Luo remarked, Sister Cheng, you need not concern yourself with me. I am here awaiting feedback on the third game. Staying up late poses no threat to me, while you, being an ordinary person, should prioritize your rest. Cheng Xuexin replied, I was already awake, and it seemed a pity to let these fresh seafood perish, so I prepared them for you. I've heard oysters are particularly beneficial for those who stay up late, hence my decision to cook them. Lin Luo chuckled. These oysters not only provide substantial nourishment for late-night endeavors, but also serve as a veritable pit stop for men. What do you mean by a pit stop for men? Cheng Xuexin initially questioned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In a soft voice, she offered, Xiao Luo, if you truly cannot endure it, I could assist you. Assist in what? Lin Luo's gaze drifted to her vibrant red lips, her alluring figure, delicate hands, and long, graceful legs. Cheng Xuexin, feeling a mix of indignation and shyness, retorted, oh, you and amp, oppos, becoming increasingly impertinent. It seems I have indulged you too much. Do not be upset. I was merely jesting. Lin Luo thought of the impending third game feedback and decided to refrain from further pursuits for the moment. As he contemplated mischief, the time for the third game feedback approached. He realized that if he lost control, he might transform into a five-clawed golden dragon, potentially overwhelming Cheng Xuexin in the process. The mere thought of this possibility compelled him to suppress his desires. I cannot consume all these oysters alone. Let us sit together and share, Lin Luo suggested. Cheng Xuexin responded, I will fetch some drinks. Can you handle alcohol while giving game feedback? Lin Luo nodded, it's not an issue. Please bring me a bottle of Flying Fairy Matai. This exquisite liquor was purchased by Cheng Xuexin before the apocalypse at an exorbitant price of 5,000 yuan per bottle. She had acquired a total of 10 bottles, feeling a pang of regret for the expense. Had it not been for Lin Luo and Appos' request and the liquor and Appos' enduring value, she would have hesitated to purchase it. As the apocalypse unfolded, nearly a week had passed and money had become worthless. Organizations like the Disaster Shelter and the Sky Shield Alliance now compensated with goods instead of currency. Cheng Xuexin's decision to buy those 10 bottles of Matai proved to be a wise one. She poured a glass for both herself and Lin Luo and took a sip, stating, recently, videos of the dragon god battling the blood ancestor have surfaced online, claiming that our dragon kingdom is fabricating these events, stating they are computer-generated, and alleging that the dragon god is merely a golden dragon NPC, similar to what they have on their end. Lin Luo expressed mild surprise. Such a thing exists? He typically only watched domestic short videos and had little attention for content from abroad. Recently influenced by game characters, he had developed a penchant for various beauty short videos. A fleeting impulse to take advantage of Cheng Xuexin crossed his mind, but fortunately, reason prevailed. Otherwise, the game feedback might have led to her undoing. He accepted the mobile phone handed to him by Cheng Xuexin, glancing at the short video and the comments. An NPC Jinlong. Lin Luo recalled earlier events in the game. He had devoured players from countries such as the United States and Japan, who continuously claimed to be NPCs. Indifferent to their claims, he simply consumed them. Little did he know that the video of him slaying blood ancestor Feng Yuan had circulated across nations, deepening the misunderstanding. Cheng Xuexin exclaimed in anger, not a single one of these foreigners is virtuous. They seem to relish our weakness. While we, the Dragon Nation, clearly excel in devouring to become dragons, they stubbornly assert that the strongest is Yutian, declaring that devouring to become a dragon is merely an NPC. Lin Luo chuckled. Sister Cheng, pay no mind to these individuals. The existence of reality remains unchanged, regardless of their assertions. Cheng Xuexin nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. The two engaged in conversation while sipping wine and relishing oysters. Soon, Cheng Xuexin succumbed to intoxication, and Lin Luo gently carried her to bed. As he gazed upon her fair, voluptuous figure emanating a mature allure, a wave of wicked thoughts rippled through Lin Luo's mind. Chapter 70. Crisis. Once Lin Luo exited the room, Cheng Xuexin opened her beautiful eyes. Does Xiao Luo find me distasteful? She had intentionally consumed alcohol to provide Lin Luo with an opportunity, yet he did not take advantage of the situation. Cheng Xuexin was aware that Lin Luo sought game feedback, but she remained oblivious to his true identity. She regarded Lin Luo as a superhuman. The third game feedback would not alter his original form. Next time, I must be more proactive. After a brief moment of sorrow, Cheng Xuexin resolved to take the initiative. Observing Lin Luo's growing prowess filled her heart with a profound sense of urgency. If she did not assert herself, she feared that there would no longer be a place for her by Lin Luo's side. Beep. Esteemed player of the Devouring Dragon. There remains 1 hour until the third game feedback. Please prepare yourself. Lin Luo once again transformed into a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, an imposing figure. If he fully unfurled his body, he could encompass the entirety of Longhai City. Upon completing the third life feedback, Lin Luo would be able to manifest in reality as the 5-clawed golden dragon from the game. After the game feedback, the Devouring World would summon various powerful alien races and formidable deities into the real world. In his previous life, Lin Luo had only lived for 3 months, unaware of when the Devouring World would first descend with its deity. This time, however, Lin Luo would embody the inaugural deity to arrive on Earth. As all the game players awaited feedback, life on Earth underwent rapid mutation and evolution. The West District had already been thoroughly cleansed by Lin Luo, ensuring that no significant disasters would occur. Hangzhou. In a secluded corner. Sister Wei Wei, I have sensed the surroundings, within a 5-kilometer radius. There are no other dangers present. However, 6 kilometers away, there exists a formidable mutated creature. Prior to the game's suspension, Yi Weiwei had already reached level 55. A VIP 6 with a combat power exceeding 730 million. The cores of many monsters held no necessity for absorption by Yi Weiwei. Shen Xian stood beside her, absorbing all these cores. Moreover, Shen Xian and Appo's growth and strength significantly benefited Yi Weiwei, enabling her to anticipate dangers and prepare for battle. On several occasions, with Shen Xian and Appo's assistance, Yi Weiwei effortlessly resolved impending crises. A few times, it was thanks to Shen Xian's extraordinary abilities that she managed to evade peril. The two companions journeyed from Longhai City to Hangzhou. As the capital of Zhejiang Province, Hangzhou boasted a population of over 10 million before the apocalyptic crisis, its vibrancy rivaling that of Longhai City. The dangers they encountered in Hangzhou were no less than those they faced in Longhai City. The location they now occupied was one that Shen Xian had painstakingly searched for. Yi Weiwei advised, I appreciate your help. I am about to undergo the final game feedback, during which I may encounter some dangers. Please exercise caution. Shen Xian nodded. Sister Weiwei, rest assured, I will be as careful as possible. Yi Weiwei continued. If any danger arises during my feedback that you cannot handle, you may choose to leave without hesitation. I will not hold it against you. Shen Xian urged Sister Weiwei. Rest assured, unless these mutated creatures kill me, I will not allow them to approach you. Yi Weiwei replied with a smile, I am serious. During the game feedback, my strength continues to grow. Any creature daring to target me will not be inferior to my own power. Your presence beside me will not only fail to protect me, but will lead to a senseless sacrifice. I was not testing you earlier. I spoke with sincerity. Shen Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. I was also serious just now. Very well. Seeing that she could not persuade Shen Xian, Yi Weiwei began to don the gaming helmet for the feedback session. This gaming helmet had been a gift from a client, grateful for Yi Weiwei's assistance in winning a lawsuit. Eventually, Yi Weiwei grew weary of the helmet, finding it dizzying, and purchased a gaming pod for her use. After leaving Longhai City, she could not bring the gaming pod and had to revert to the helmet. Typically, she did not log into the Devouring World, only doing so during feedback sessions. Even without the helmet, feedback from the Devouring World would still occur, yet Yi Weiwei preferred a specific time frame for better mental preparation. Ding. Esteemed player Weiwei, only 3 minutes remain until the third game feedback session. Please prepare accordingly. Warm reminder, in this final feedback session, you will acquire all the powers of your game character. The pain accompanying this newfound strength will surpass that of the previous 2 sessions, lasting several minutes. Possibly even over 10 minutes, with the exact duration dependent on your VIP level and the character's inherent attributes. As the login time approached perfectly, Yi Weiwei prepared herself mentally, awaiting the final game feedback. Her superhuman abilities surged, and she suddenly felt an immense power coursing through her. This overwhelming force was accompanied by excruciating pain, which Yi Weiwei bore with great fortitude. Waves of power manifested within her body, only to vanish swiftly. Initially, she struggled to endure but soon managed to stabilize her absorption after several waves. During Yi Weiwei's final feedback session, Shin Xian maintained a vigilant watch for nearby dangers using her abilities. Having absorbed a significant number of crystal cores, Shin Xian reached level 20. Last time, she had heard from Brother Lin that each game feedback session caused rapid mutations and evolutions among Earth's creatures. Employing her powers, Shin Xian sensed that there were essentially no threats in the vicinity. Any potential dangers had been neutralized by Yi Weiwei, and she detected that the highest threat level was only 3. Shin Xian could easily handle mutated animals or zombies at this level. As Yi Weiwei's feedback commenced, the level 3 mutated creatures rapidly evolved, reaching levels in the teens. Fortunately, with Sister Weiwei undergoing feedback, her formidable aura deterred the mutated monsters from approaching. The feedback session would likely not last long, so there was no need to fear these lower-level creatures. Just as Shin Xian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she immediately sensed something amiss. A mutated creature, 5 kilometers away, was charging toward her position, its level escalating rapidly from 35 to 50. Such a swift increase was alarming. For an ordinary person, running 5 kilometers would typically take several minutes. However, for a massive mutated creature, it could be accomplished in mere seconds. As Yi Weiwei's game feedback had yet to conclude, she found herself facing a charging mutated beast, a situation that was nearly tantamount to certain death. With no time to ponder, Shin Xian resolved to flee with Sister Weiwei. She hoisted Yi Weiwei onto her back and, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, surged in a safe direction. Having reached level 20, her physical prowess far surpassed that of an average human. Shin Xian's speed, while carrying Yi Weiwei, eclipsed even that of Usain Bolt, transcending the limits of human capability. In a previous era, such abilities would have easily shattered world records. Yet, this remarkable speed appeared woefully inadequate in the presence of a colossal mutated creature. A towering gray-brown bear, standing 20 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons, bared its fearsome fangs as it pursued Shin Xian relentlessly. Chapter 71. Dominating the Skies. Oh my. Shin Xian's face turned pale with fright as she desperately carried Yi Weiwei, rushing forward with all her might. The most effective method for rapid evolution was to consume the best resources available. The gray-brown giant bear had set its sights on Yi Weiwei, knowing she was vulnerable from the game feedback and sought to devour her. If it managed to consume Yi Weiwei at such a low level, it could potentially ascend several levels in quick succession. The gray-brown giant bear had already evolved to a high level, possessing intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary human. As Shin Xian glanced back at the pursuing giant bear, she felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, she had made the decisive choice to leave her hiding place. Had she and Yi Weiwei been beneath the ground where the bear had just crushed the surface, their fates would have been dire. Shin Xian continued to sprint forward, striving to find a safe path. Fortunately, her luck held. She encountered no obstacles along the way. However, her speed paled in comparison to that of the gray-brown giant bear, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. Sister Weiwei, it's my fault. You've protected me while I can't even handle a minor issue, Shin Xian lamented, a chill creeping down her spine as despair filled her heart. With Yi Weiwei's game feedback concluded, perhaps she could defeat the gray-brown giant bear. But with her current strength, if the bear caught up, it would likely spell disaster. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the sweat that evaporated into the air. Sister Weiwei, I'm so sorry. It felt too late to apologize, especially since she was still alive. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Yi Weiwei's voice resonated from behind. You're awake. Shin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Put me down. I will handle this gray-brown giant bear. All right, Shin Xian replied, halting her frantic pace and gently setting Yi Weiwei down. Yi Weiwei had fully completed her game feedback, gaining levels and power from her character within the game. Her extraordinary ability was akin to superhuman strength, and she leaped toward the gray-brown giant bear with determination. Longhai City. The game feedback had concluded. Lin Luo emerged from the gaming pod, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. Antlers sprouted from his head, dragon whiskers emerged, and his mouth resembled that of a crocodile, while golden scales adorned his body. He had rushed out of the gaming pod due to an overwhelming surge of power within him. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel fortunate. Had he engaged in any indiscreet activities with Cheng Xuexin, she might have been overwhelmed. In the vast sky, a colossal crow soared, measuring nearly 20 meters in length and weighing around 20 tons. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the entire sky. Before the third round of game feedback, the giant crow had merely occupied the airspace above the Western District. Following the conclusion of the third round, the crow's level surged rapidly, escalating from level 20 to 40. Seizing this opportunity, the giant crow commenced a frenzied feeding spree. Any formidable creature that crossed its path was destined to be devoured. In just a few hours, the giant crow reached an astonishing level of 58, claiming dominion over the skies of Longhai City. The colossal raven incessantly emitted a piercing cry, proclaiming its dominion over the skies and warning any intruders to prepare for their demise. Suddenly, from below, a creature radiating golden light surged into the air. The giant raven, displeased and perceiving a challenge, dove towards the luminous being, intent on devouring it. However, midway through its descent, the raven sensed an ominous aura emanating from the creature below, causing it to tremble in fear. Attempting to flee, it found itself cornered by the approaching golden entity. With no chance to resist, it was swiftly consumed by Lin Luo, who, with a touch of nostalgia, roasted it to perfection, savoring the familiar flavor of crispy chicken. Meanwhile, Lin Luo recalled that in his previous life, the skies over Dragon Sea City were dominated by a horde of avian creatures. The survivors in the disaster shelter lacked formidable avian combatants to reclaim the skies. They could only deploy drones, which, while convenient and less costly to replace, could not contend with powerful players. For weaker players and ordinary citizens, there was a constant threat of becoming prey to these birds. Lin Luo himself had narrowly escaped a similar fate in his past life, thanks to the timely intervention of a strong ally. Having just slain the giant raven, he wondered if it was the same one he had encountered before. Regardless, his intent remained clear: to eradicate all avian threats from the skies. Observers below marveled at the sight of a golden dragon soaring overhead, speculating whether it was the dragon god. Indeed, this was the realm of Dragon Sea City, and it seemed the dragon god was feasting on the airborne creatures that had claimed dominion. Lin Luo's transformation into a five-clawed golden dragon left those below in awe, prompting many to capture the moment on their phones, broadcasting his glorious act of consuming the avian threats. Within the disaster shelter, Chen Limei expressed her excitement, stating, "The dragon god cherishes freedom and abhors confinement. His commitment to our cause is unquestionable, as he once again alleviates our troubles in the skies." Shui added with joy, "Our disaster shelter now holds sway over the entirety of Dragon Sea City, having recruited a significant number of players, including several at level 40. Soon, we shall cleanse other cities." Zhou Jiahui, unable to suppress her envy, remarked, "The dragon god is truly magnificent. I feel like a mere worm in comparison to his grandeur." Chen Limei reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. While you may not reach the dragon god's level, it is essential to remain grounded and focus on enhancing your own strength." Zhou Jiahui retorted, "Director, I can't shake the feeling that your words are more discouragement than consolation." Chen Limei replied, "It's a blend of both. I merely urge you to recognize reality. Next, we must address the emergence of mutated creatures and zombies to prevent these aberrations from gaining further strength." Absolutely. Shui, Zhou Jiahui, and others readily agreed. They felt no significant pressure and believed the matter could be resolved with ease. To prevent the recurrence of calamities resulting from the second game feedback, the disaster shelter had already undergone thorough cleansing. In the event of a third game feedback, no matter how much the mutated animals and zombies evolved, they could not pose a threat to the disaster shelter. Their sense of ease was largely attributed to the assistance of the dragon god. Otherwise, the mere presence of gamers would have caused them considerable distress. Xiang Xiyu and Shuezu Fangyuan, either of whom would have been an insurmountable challenge for the disaster shelter to handle. Half an hour later, Lin Luo had cleared the skies over Longhai City. A text message from Shen Xian informed him of the danger that Yi Weiwei encountered in Hansheng. During the game feedback, Yi Weiwei had been pursued by a massive gray-brown bear. Fortunately, she completed her feedback just in time, thus avoiding being devoured by the creature. While Yi Weiwei battled the gray-brown bear, a number of mutated animals lurked nearby, alongside some gamers. They intended to execute a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow waiting in ambush. This reckless group was en route to Hansheng. Lin Luo maneuvered his colossal dragon form, racing towards the city. Chapter 72, The Powerhouse of Hang City. In Hang City, a colossal gray-brown bear clashed with a strikingly beautiful woman. Each of the bear's ferocious attacks was deftly evaded by the woman, who not only dodged, but also inflicted considerable damage in return. The relentless series of defeats drove the bear into a frenzied rage, compelling it to recklessly pursue the intent to slay Yi Weiwei, despite its injuries. This foolish creature, fully aware of its disadvantage, persisted in its futile struggle against her. Yi Weiwei found herself in a strenuous battle, her stamina rapidly depleting, making the prospect of vanquishing the formidable bear a daunting task. As time progressed, while she could eventually slay the beast, It would cost her at least half of her strength, a perilous endeavor given the circumstances. The expanse of Hang City was not smaller than that of Longhai City. And without the presence of a disaster shelter headquarters and the Dragon God, mutated creatures and zombies had not been efficiently dealt with. Numerous monsters comparable to the gray-brown bear lurked nearby, and during their intense confrontation, a throng of mutated creatures and gamers gathered in anticipation of a mutually destructive outcome, hoping to reap the spoils of victory. Although Yu Weiwei contemplated withdrawing from the fight, the bear remained relentless in its pursuit. The influx of monsters grew increasingly alarming. What was she to do? Shen Xin sensed that the number of formidable beings was on the rise, with over a dozen creatures above level 50 converging upon the scene. The terror of an unpurged city was becoming painfully evident to her. Once Yu Weiwei defeated the gray-brown bear, she would likely be besieged by the surrounding powerful entities. The threat was palpable. The overwhelming presence of over a dozen potent beings was escalating, and Yu Weiwei's survival seemed grim. Shen Xin realized that she must take decisive action. She could not stand idly by and watch her sister perish. Suddenly inspired, she thought of Lin Luo from Longhai City. Desperate times called for desperate measures. She retrieved her satellite phone and dialed Lin Luo, but the call went unanswered. Undeterred, she sent him a text message outlining the dire situation. She also sought assistance from the disaster shelter headquarters in Longhai City. Though the prospects of timely aid from either source appeared slim, given the significant distance between Hang City and Longhai City, any help would require time to arrive. Observing the fierce battle unfolding, it was likely that before assistance could reach them, Yu Weiwei would face imminent peril. Shen Xin sensed one of the gamers nearby, who was gathering a military force. Su team, what is the situation? Commander Zhang Peng of the Hang City military approached Suya. After the disaster struck, every city had established its own military forces. As a key sub-provincial city, Hang City's army was not in any way inferior to that of Longhai City. In addition to a robust military, there was also a plethora of powerful gamers. Hang City, being a large metropolis, had produced several of the nation's wealthiest individuals, attesting to its affluence. Among the multitude of gamers, Suya stood out as a paragon of excellence. A university belle at Hang City University. Her parents were owners of major corporations, and her family was notably prosperous. Despite her affluent upbringing, Suya exhibited no airs of entitlement. Instead, she radiated gentleness, tranquility, and kindness, embodying a strong sense of justice. She is unlike other girls who delight in capturing moments on TikTok, sharing their outfits and culinary experiences. Suya finds greater joy in the comfort of her home, indulging in the immersive world of gaming, particularly in Devouring the World, the sole 5D simulation game available globally. As a seasoned gamer, Suya is undoubtedly at the forefront of this virtual realm. She has chosen the avian race, ranking 3rd among avian entities and 11th overall. Among the myriad of formidable beings exceeding level 50, Suya remains unfazed. The advantages of the avian race are apparent, should she encounter an insurmountable challenge. Retreat is always an option. Upon receiving game feedback, Suya opted to join the catastrophe shelter in Hangzhou. This shelter pales in comparison to the one in Longhai City, where only Suya demonstrates any remarkable prowess, while others merely contribute in a minimal capacity. Numerous powerful gamers from Hangzhou have chosen to establish their own factions. The official stance of Hangzhou towards these players has been one of tacit acceptance, turning a blind eye. The catastrophe shelter in Longhai City is unable to subdue the Blood Ancestor and the Diamond Demon without the intervention of the Dragon God, rendering the already vulnerable Hangzhou shelter even more precarious. Suya can sense several formidable gamers, all of whom are renowned within Hangzhou's gaming community. They are keenly observing the beautiful female player and the Bear King, their intentions clearly nefarious. With a slight furrow of her brow, Suya remarked, "The situation is dire. I have discerned that the creature known as the Bear King, a large gray-brown bear, has attacked a player. The Bear King has recently undergone rapid mutation and evolution, reaching a level beyond 50. The fact that this player has withstood the Bear King's assault for so long indicates that her game feedback level exceeds 50 as well. She possesses greater strength and could potentially slay the Bear King. It is crucial to understand that we are not the only ones focused on this individual and the Bear King. There are numerous powerful beings and players who have set their sights on her. Should she succeed in vanquishing the Bear King, it would spell her doom." The beautiful female player seems to have realized the gravity of her predicament, thus attempting to stall for time. Zhang Peng inquired, "Is there any way to rescue this beautiful player?" Suya shook her head, stating, "There is none." Zhang Peng, somewhat naive, suggested, Shouldn't we reach out to the nearby players and enlist their help to save her? Suya's expression turned serious as she replied, Commander Zhang, you are overthinking this. What benefit would they gain from rescuing her? Zhang Ping's face paled. If we save her, she may choose to join us, thereby enhancing our strength and posing a greater threat to them. Suya nodded. Assisting us yields them no advantage whatsoever. Zhang Ping, filled with indignation, declared, the dragon god should come to Hangzhou and eliminate these schemers. We are striving to restore societal order before the catastrophe unfolds. These individuals, emboldened by their own immense power, seek to impose a tyrannical rule over a territory to satisfy their selfish desires. Our internal strife as humans undoubtedly presents opportunities for other beings. Suya sighed. There is little we can do. We can only hope that the dragon god stands with us. Were he to side with our adversaries, we would lack even the strength to resist. In this context, Team Su is faced with a difficult decision. Zhang Peng, expressing his reluctance, remarked that the circumstances do not favor action. If we refrain from engaging, let us depart early. You are our cornerstone, should anything happen to you. The situation in Hansheng would deteriorate further. Su hesitated momentarily, biting her crimson lip. We will take action, attempting to extricate this individual. If we cannot succeed, we shall have to relinquish our efforts. You should leave first. Your involvement in this battle is unwarranted. Very well. Take care of yourself, Zhang Peng replied, showing no intention of insisting on staying. Following the second game feedback, the military's influence had significantly waned. Now, with the third feedback, their capacity for impact was even further diminished. Zhang Peng's persistence in remaining here was not a means to assist Suya, but rather to complicate her situation. Had he finally reached his breaking point? Suya noticed a player from the game initiating movement, a colossal black python writhe, advancing towards the beautiful woman. Once this enormous serpent stirred, other players and formidable creatures began to follow suit. Chapter 73. The Rescue of Suya. Gratitude for the handsome support. A sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. As Yu Weiwei grappled with the gray-brown giant bear, a serpentine head, resembling a small mountain, lunged towards her. Its gaping maw, drenched in crimson, sought to engulf her entirely. Harnessing her extraordinary powers, Yu Weiwei's eyes glowed a fierce red, striking the serpent's head with intensity. A cry erupted from the creature, a sound unmistakably human. This serpent was no mere mutated beast, it was a player within the game. Yu Weiwei's countenance darkened as an unprecedented threat loomed before her. She had deliberately prolonged her battle with the bear. Yet the nearby player discerned her ruse and chose to act. A 3-meter-tall, grotesque zombie, its skin resembling twisted black roots, charged toward Yu Weiwei. As it drew closer, an overwhelming weight bore down upon her, rendering her body nearly immobile, as if gravity itself conspired against her. Realizing the peril, Yu Weiwei summoned her strength and lunged at the aberrant zombie. With a powerful blow, her fist connected with the creature, sending it plummeting to the ground like a severed kite. Upon impact, a wave of relief washed over Yu Weiwei, but her respite was short-lived. A young man, a scar etched across his face, brandishing a formidable blade, rushed toward her. Known as the Blade Emperor, a prominent superhuman from Hang City, he aimed to slay Yu Weiwei and consume her remains for his own evolution. In this post-apocalyptic world, the notion of refraining from devouring one's kin had long since faded from the minds of many. The Blade Emperor wielded two powers, mastery over blades and the ability to teleport. His blade skills allowed him to command any weapon forged with steel, akin to Yi Tian's swordsmanship, both formidable in their own right. With a swift motion, he executed two precise strikes, narrowly severing strands of Yu Weiwei's hair. While it appeared harmless, the danger was palpable. Had his aim been more accurate, he could have decapitated her without hesitation. Regrettably, the Blade Emperor sought to strike again. Eager to eliminate Yu Weiwei, the third-tier game feedback had concluded, and he required the consumption of living beings to further his evolution. Yu Weiwei narrowly evaded the threat. But the gray-brown giant bear had met its demise, torn asunder by formidable foes. Having been weakened significantly, the bear perished under the onslaught of powerful mutated creatures. The bear's core was consumed by the gravity-controlling zombie, elevating its level by 2 ranks. With the bear's death, Yu Weiwei felt an even greater weight upon her shoulders. The 3 formidable powers of Hang City, 2 players and 1 mutated zombie, united against her. Suddenly, a resplendent phoenix, adorned in vibrant hues, unfurled its wings and soared towards Yu Weiwei. Her face drained of color, and despair filled her heart. The vibrant phoenix is no less formidable than a knife-wielding superhuman. With her powerful intervention, Yu Weiwei finds herself a step closer to demise. Greetings, I am Suya, the captain of the disaster shelter in Hangqing, and I have come to rescue you." With wings unfurled, Suya soared towards Yi Weiwei. Salvation has arrived. Yi Weiwei exhaled in relief, choosing to place her trust in Suya. If the latter harbored ill intentions, she would have aligned with the other three to strike. "Suya, if you wish to save this person, we might allow you a share, but should you attempt to rescue her, it will undoubtedly be perceived as a declaration of war against us, and we will jointly retaliate." Knife Emperor stated, discerning Suya's intentions and immediately brandishing his weapon to intercept the colorful phoenix. The massive python growled, "We should join forces against Suya. There is not a single good soul among the officials." The python, named Li Jire, was a scion of wealth, previously sentenced to death for the brutal murder of a woman. However, through familial connections, the victim and Apos' family issued a letter of forgiveness, leading to a commuted sentence. Li Jire had repeatedly sought medical parole in prison, only to be denied by the authorities. From that point on, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the officials, believing them to be corrupt. The victim's family had forgiven him for the sake of money, so why should the officials continue to pursue him? Li Jire seized every opportunity to retaliate against the officials. Suyu had once pursued him ruthlessly after the brutal murder of her subordinate, nearly bringing him to his end. Now, seeing an opportunity to attack Suya amidst the chaos, he was determined to capitalize on it. The gravity-altered zombie sneered, "You humans often exhibit a savior complex, believing that one cannot devour their own kind. I am alive today precisely because I have consumed my kin." Knife Emperor retorted, "Suya, if you do not yield, when we strike, you shall remain here forever. If you wish to attack, do so directly instead of cloaking your intentions in grandiloquence." Suya spread her wings and charged towards Yi Weiwei. "Then do not blame me," she declared. Knife Emperor's massive blade emanated a bright yellow glow. Its power magnified exponentially. This blade, forged from a specialized alloy, was nearly on par with the Leaf Heavenly Xian iron sword. Knife Emperor had invested billions to create this weapon. Control gravity. The gravity-altered zombie utilized its ability, manipulating the magnetic field to bear down upon Suya. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming weight, plummeting rapidly. She hastily adjusted her body to prevent a catastrophic fall. The black python, opening its gaping maw, lunged towards Suya with alarming speed. She narrowly evaded the serpent's attack, only to find Knife Emperor looming above her, wielding his long blade, ready to strike. It was impossible for Suya to evade entirely. She could only maneuver to protect her vital areas, allowing her body to absorb the blow. A gash opened on Suya, her phoenix blood spilling forth. "Suya, your strength is comparable to mine, but before the three of us, you stand no chance," Knife Emperor proclaimed with a triumphant smirk. Ironically, the more she endeavored to rescue, the more she found herself injured. Fortunately, the phoenix, much like the true dragon, possesses formidable healing abilities. "You should depart. I fear I may not escape." Yi Weiwei did not wish to burden Suya. "I have done my utmost." Suya, filled with helplessness, could only choose to concede. She had encountered numerous opportunities, yet none had led to assistance. Should Suya linger any longer, not only would she be unable to aid Yi Weiwei, but she might also meet her demise here. If she were to perish in this place, it would deal a tremendous blow to the entire Hangqing. "Is there anything you wish for me to do?" Suya inquired. Yi Weiwei offered a poignant smile. "One day, when you reach Longhai City, convey to a person named Lin Luo that I have departed from Hangqing." Suya felt a wave of sorrow. "I shall deliver your message." Such a farewell is truly heartrending. Yet, you must still face death. The Blade Emperor, with clarity of thought, resolved to strike against Yi Weiwei once more. Should Suya wish to leave, he could not hinder her. The only one left behind would be Yi Weiwei. The long blade in the Blade Emperor's grasp emanated a brilliant yellow light, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Weiwei. Suddenly, a dragon claw radiating golden light reached out towards him. The Blade Emperor attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Chapter 74, terrified, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A massive bolt of lightning illuminated the overcast day, casting a brilliance akin to midday. In the fleeting moment when everyone lost their sight, a colossal golden dragon materialized. Devour the dragon! The Blade Emperor was utterly disconcerted. His body was ensnared by a golden dragon claw, the owner of which was none other than Devour the Dragon. Just moments ago, the Blade Emperor had been engrossed in a live stream, witnessing Devour the Dragon's appearance in Longhai City. Within the span of 2 or 3 minutes of diverting his gaze from the live stream, the golden dragon had traversed an astonishing distance, journeying from Longhai City to Hangqing. The two cities were relatively close, separated by a distance of 162 kilometers. Devour the Dragon's speed was remarkable, likely surpassing the speed of sound. The Blade Emperor hastily employed his teleportation ability, desperately attempting to evade the grasp of the dragon's claw. Yet, regardless of how he harnessed his powers, he found himself incapable of escaping the dragon's grip. The claw possessed an overwhelming force, effortlessly nullifying his considerable teleportation abilities. Lin Luo coldly remarked, "It seems I have gained quite a reputation. Those in Hangqing recognize me." The Blade Emperor, eager to ingratiate himself, responded, "I am well aware of your esteemed name. But may I inquire as to your purpose in Hangqing?" Lin Luo's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Someone has been bullying my sister." "What do you think I have come here for?" The Blade Emperor, now terrified, stammered, "This beautiful lady is your sister?" "Correct. There is a reward." "Dragon God. I had no idea this person was your sister." Before the Blade Emperor could finish his sentence, Lin Luo reduced him to a mere pulp with a single grip. The once fearsome Blade Emperor met his end at the hands of Lin Luo. This exemplified the power of the Dragon God. It was overwhelmingly formidable. Suyu stood a short distance away, gazing in astonishment at the scene. While she had always known of the Dragon God's might from short videos, she had never truly grasped it until now. The sudden arrival of the Dragon God in Hangqing showcased an unparalleled strength. Suyu felt diminutive in comparison, believing she could not withstand even a single blow from the Dragon God. This is Lin Ji's true form. It is astonishingly powerful. Shin Xian's face was a portrait of shock, her eyes filled with admiration. The Blade Emperor is dead. We must flee. Li Jire's first instinct was to escape, his massive frame twisting as he attempted to flee. Despite his considerable speed, he was soon overtaken by Lin Luo. With a swift motion, Lin Luo seized Li Jire and hurled him into the dragon's maw. The disparity between dragon and serpent was monumental. While Li Jire was large among serpents, he appeared no larger than a mere earthworm before Lin Luo. As Lin Luo dispatched Li Jire, the gravity-altered zombie had already fled a considerable distance, nearly 20 kilometers away. Even at such a distance, the gravity-altered zombie continued its frantic sprint. Its entire being trembled violently, a manifestation of bloodline suppression. The distinction between divine beings and ordinary creatures is stark. A deity need not lift a finger to exert dominance over the latter. It is escaping too slowly. The gravity-altered zombie heard the sounds behind it. The colossal golden dragon was drawing near. Gravity space. The gravity-altered zombie exerted all its strength, transforming the area within a kilometer radius into a gravitational domain. In this space, the gravitational force, aside from its own, multiplied by 100-fold. Astonishingly, a creature of such formidable power had emerged in Hank City. Within this gravitational realm, even those significantly stronger than oneself might struggle to vanquish it. Lin Luo's speed surged as he seized the gravity-altered zombie, which had no time to resist before being crushed into a pulp. Having dispatched these three most powerful adversaries, Lin Luo spared no one who dared to assault Yi Weiwei. Enough was enough. Lin Luo cast a glance at the resplendent phoenix soaring in the sky. Suyu trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Lin Luo, this person has aided me. Without her intervention moments ago, my fate would have been dire, Yi Weiwei quickly explained. I understand, Lin Luo replied, his eyes drifting back to the vibrant phoenix, recalling the phoenix transformation legacy from Wutai Mountain. Within the realm of devouring worlds, there exist few potent legacies, such as his dragon transformation, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise legacies. Though many are aware of these legacies, few achieve success. The players in Hang City not only acquired the phoenix legacy, but were favored with the rarest, the colorful phoenix, truly a stroke of extraordinary luck. Lin Luo had no intention of engaging in conversation with the colorful phoenix. The disparity between them was too evident. The colorful phoenix and the five-clawed golden dragon belonged to the same echelon, yet Lin Luo's level exceeded that of the phoenix by over 20 tiers. A gap of 10 levels was already insurmountable, let alone a 20-level difference, allowing Lin Luo to effortlessly overpower the colorful phoenix. Wishing to conceal his identity, Lin Luo departed with Yi Weiwei and Shun Xian. Let us leave. Suya exhaled deeply, relieved. Just moments ago, a mere glance from the dragon god had nearly terrified her into submission. As Suya transformed back into her human form, Zhang Ping rushed over, concerned. Su team, are you all right? All is well. Fortunately, we harbored no ill intentions toward that beautiful woman. Otherwise, we might have faced utter disaster today, Suya replied, still catching her breath. The power of the dragon god is overwhelming, easily crushing a multitude of strong foes, Zhang Ping remarked excitedly. Indeed, it is quite formidable. I felt the dragon god's intent directed at me. Even with the colorful phoenix's rebirth, I would have perished here, so you concurred. Zhang Ping continued. Our Hang City will undoubtedly flourish now that the gravity-altered zombie and the 3 scourges, including the Knife Emperor and Li Jire, have been dealt with. We must express our gratitude to the dragon god, perhaps by preparing a short video on the official channel to honor him. It is my hope that the dragon god will frequently visit Hang City. Suya agreed. Please edit the video. I need to find a restroom. I recall a public toilet to the right that seems to be undamaged. Thank you. Suya transformed into the colorful phoenix and darted toward the restroom. She had barely managed to hold herself together amidst her earlier fright. The disaster shelter awaited. Zhou Jiahui expressed her bewilderment. Dragon god. Wasn't he just live streaming? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Shui elucidated. I noticed that the dragon god seemed to be heading towards Hangqing. Chen Limei concurred. Indeed. He was moving in the direction of Hangqing. As for his purpose there, I cannot say. Meanwhile, someone released footage of the dragon god battling in Hangqing. Yang Jun, as an adept paparazzo, was the first to uncover the combat video from Hangqing. The scene commenced with a dozen monstrous entities surrounding a strikingly beautiful woman and a grayish-brown giant bear. The bear was slain, and the lovely woman appeared to be in grave peril. At that moment, the skies over Hangqing darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and a magnificent golden dragon descended from above. The golden dragon then unleashed its fury, swiftly vanquishing 3 of the primary assailants besieging Hangqing. The video footage was somewhat blurry and lacked comprehensive detail. Yet one could surmise the outcome of the unfolding events. Chapter 75, the beginning of catastrophe, not the end of disaster. This is the pinnacle of the dragon god's power. An unequivocal display of dominance. Zhou Jiahui marveled. Chen Limei remarked, I have just received a report from Suya, the captain of the Hangzhou disaster shelter, confirming the dragon god's appearance over Hangzhou, where he eliminated 3 notorious figures that plagued the city, along with a multitude of perilous mutated creatures and gamers. The short video platform has officially announced it. Chui played the official announcement video from the Hangzhou disaster shelter. I am Suya, the captain of the Hangzhou disaster shelter. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dragon god for his decisive intervention in annihilating the Blade Emperor and the gravity-mutated zombie, along with the likes of Li Jire. Li Jire, the Blackwater behemoth, level 52, with a combat power exceeding 500 million. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a criminal from a wealthy family, committing numerous heinous acts after receiving feedback from the game, leaving barren lands in his wake, devouring all life within. The Blade Emperor, originally named Ma Dao, level 56, with combat power nearing 600 million. Before the apocalypse, he was a notorious gang leader, having gravely injured and killed several individuals with his blade. He amassed considerable wealth and claimed vast territories, openly challenging the authorities. The gravity-mutated zombie, level 50, with unknown combat power, distinguished itself among the horde of zombies. It evolved to level 26 before the game's feedback, having evaded capture by the officials multiple times. After the 3rd feedback, its level rapidly escalated to 50. These 3 individuals are the primary culprits. Others are merely mentioned in passing. I, being adjacent to Hangzhou, am well aware that these 3 are the architects of chaos in the city. They had previously allied against Suya, the colorful phoenix. I witnessed that perilous battle. And had it not been for Suya's ability to resurrect, these 3 would have surely claimed her life. The official organization in Hangzhou was cornered. But with the dragon god's intervention, all issues have been resolved. I believe Hangzhou will soon become the 2nd city under official governance. The crowd expressed envy and jealousy towards the people of Hangzhou. Many eagerly anticipated the official organization, believing it to be a bastion of order. In contrast, the mutated creatures and certain gamers exhibit utter disregard for rules. Ordinary individuals find themselves with no path to survival, and even some superpowered beings face dire fates. Dragon God, the environment in Dashi City is splendid. Do visit us sometime. What audacity! Dashi City is currently besieged by a sea beast, yet they claim the environment is pristine. In Dachang City, spring is in full bloom. Dragon God, you must come to visit. Our hidden region boasts breathtaking scenery. Dragon God, you simply have to come over. Observing the transformations occurring in Hangzhou, many extended invitations to Lin Luo. These people are quite amusing. Yang Jun chuckled. Chen Limei added, it cannot be said that they are merely amusing. Our current ease is entirely due to the dragon god. Without him, we would not only be under immense pressure. Many among us, including you and me, might have met our demise. Yang Jun agreed. The director speaks wisely. Lin Luo stated solemnly. The feedback from the third game has concluded. We must not let our guard down. This indicates that certain creatures are evolving at an accelerated pace. Recently, the ports near Longhai City have been subjected to attacks from mutated marine life. I have dispatched personnel to guard these ports to prevent any of these aberrant beings from landing on our shores, which could result in catastrophic losses. Chuyi and Zhou Jiahui, you are to travel to Hangqing. Assist Suya in eliminating the remaining monsters in the city. The sooner you liberate her, the better. Take this opportunity to level up, as the crisis is merely beginning, not ending. We understand, replied Zhou Jiahui and Chuyi in unison, expressing no dissent. Young Jun, you have a new task as well. Keep a close watch on the Devouring World. The feedback from the third game has concluded. Why has this game not yet vanished? Lin Luo instructed. Yang Jun nodded, assuring, rest assured, Director, should anything unusual occur with the Devouring World, I will report it to you without delay. The entire disaster sanctuary was once again set into motion, bustling more than ever before. The third game's feedback was not the end of calamity, but rather the commencement of an even greater disaster. Numerous events classified as F and E level disasters had escalated to A and B levels, with some incidents directly upgraded to S level catastrophes. In the capital, He Huang, you insufferable sycophant, I deem you worthless, yet you obstinately refuse to acknowledge it. Yi Tian, wielding his dark iron sword, had just slain a bull king that had ventured from Inner Mongolia. This bull king, at level 53, had attempted a surprise assault on Yu Tian's residence, seeking to devour him to effect its own aberrant evolution. Although Yu Tian's abode was heavily guarded, it was insufficient to withstand the bull king's might. Fortunately, Yu Tian's formidable black dog intervened, temporarily halting the bull king's advance. This black dog, acquired at the cost of over 1 million, was unique in the world. When Yu Tian purchased the black dog, many deemed him foolish for spending such an amount. Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to squander 1 million at a club or pursue beautiful companions? Yu Tian remained indifferent, as he possessed considerable wealth. After the arrival of the Devouring game, envy and resentment towards Yu Tian grew among the populace, who offered exorbitant sums for the black dog. Naturally, Yu Tian refused to part with it, as the black dog was an exceptional fighter, innately an aberrant species. The black dog's evolution rate far surpassed that of other mutated beings. During the confrontation with the bull king, the black dog had yet to fully evolve and was at level 55. The bull king was notorious throughout Inner Mongolia as a formidable mutated creature, reigning over an entire city. Numerous players and other mutated animals had fallen prey to the bull king. With a unique bloodline, the bull king possessed astonishing combat prowess. Despite being 2 levels higher than the bull king, He Huang found himself overpowered in the duel. Had Yu Tian not completed the third game feedback in time, He Huang would have likely met his demise. In frustration, He Huang retorted, silence. Without my intervention, you would have already been devoured by this bull king. Yi Tian arrogantly declared, defeat is defeat. There is no need to concoct so many excuses. The Black Emperor retorted, I had long anticipated that I should not have recklessly challenged the bull king, allowing you to be consumed by him instead. Yi Tian scoffed. Your frantic demeanor is indeed quite unbecoming. Infuriated, the Black Emperor exclaimed, you insolent wretch, I shall fight you. In a fit of rage, it charged at Yi Tian. With Yu Tian's level at 70 and the Black Emperor's at only 55, there was a considerable gap of 15 levels, and the Black Emperor was swiftly overwhelmed. Despite being battered and bruised, the Black Emperor refused to concede. Soon, it would undergo a mutation evolution, elevating its level to 65, narrowing the gap to just 5 levels. Yet, even then, the Black Emperor found itself unable to best Yu Tian. In a moment of desperation, the Black Emperor opened a short video app and, with a mere refresh, stumbled upon a video featuring the Dragon God. It seized its phone to present the video to Yi Tian. Chapter 76. The Arrival of the Devouring World. What does this mean? Yi Tian felt an ominous premonition. The Black Emperor, brimming with pride, remarked, look at you. Struggling to defeat a level 55 bull king, you fought with all your might. Now observe how effortlessly the devouring dragon vanquishes 3 foes above level 50 with a mere flick of its hand. I did not eliminate it all at once. Yi Tian retorted cunningly. The Black Emperor coldly mocked, do you consider over 10 minutes as all at once? With a flushed face, Yi Tian insisted. Who said it took me over 10 minutes? I clearly dispatched that bull king in just a few minutes. The Black Emperor would not relent. Are those few minutes truly all at once? Fuming, Yi Tian declared, if I say a few minutes is all at once, then it is. The Black Emperor's derision deepened. Your vexation is quite unbecoming. Yi Tian, breaking under the pressure, snapped, "You wretched sycophant. Aside from fawning over the devouring dragon, what utility do you possess? How desperate you are." The Black Emperor taunted, "While I may seem useless, I know someone who cannot even muster the courage to face the dragon god. I shall fight you." Yi Tian and the Black Emperor once again engaged in a fierce melee, the two combatants locked in a relentless struggle. What a pair of lively rascals. Meanwhile, Pang Bo diligently coordinated, sending members of the Shading Sky Alliance to eliminate mutated creatures. Following the conclusion of the third game feedback, unrest once again gripped the vicinity of the capital. Certain formidable S-class catastrophe events demanded Yi Tian's direct intervention. In Hang City, Lin Luo escorted Yi Weiwei to a secure location, where her injuries were steadily healing. Possessing superhuman abilities, she exhibited remarkable regenerative prowess. As long as one was not dead, recovery was swift. "You, carrying me like this, what is your back made of?" "It's pressing against me painfully," Yi Weiwei complained. "It's clearly your size that cannot withstand the pressure. Blame my back for being too sturdy," Lin Luo replied. "Quickly set me down." "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions," she insisted. Lin Luo complied, gently placing Yi Weiwei down before bringing Shen Xian over. "How are you holding up?" "Weiwei Jie?" Shen Xian inquired. With a smile, Yi Weiwei responded, "I'm not dead, thanks to Lin Luo coming to my rescue in time. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of those individuals." Shen Xian, noticing Lin Luo's blush, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Go. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I too would have met my end here. And you transforming into a golden dragon was incredibly dashing." Lin Luo chuckled. "You're quite beautiful yourself." Shen Xian, flustered and nearly fainting, replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but I pale in comparison to Weiwei Jie." Yi Weiwei laughed. "You must cease your teasing of Shen Xian. She looks as though she might swoon. I have a question for you." "Go ahead, I will surely inform Weiwei Jie." Lin Luo encouraged. Yi Weiwei asked, "Having completed the 3 game feedbacks, will the devouring world now vanish?" Lin Luo shook his head. "The devouring world will not disappear, rather, it will manifest in reality. Our game feedback is merely the beginning." "Ah," Shen Xian expressed her astonishment, remarking that the feedback from game characters to reality had already thrown the world into chaos. She questioned whether the arrival of the devouring world would lead to the outright destruction of the world. Lin Luo replied that the situation was not so dire. Curious, Shen Xian inquired about what would happen next. Yi Weiwei suddenly recalled, asking if the boss snake, which Lin Luo had not slain during their last battle, would also descend into the real world. Lin Luo nodded, explaining that its resting place was the Great River, which corresponded to the Yangtze River in the real world. When it emerged, its massive form could easily inundate the cities along the riverbank. In his previous life, he had survived for 3 months, during which the boss snake was the first deity to descend. The Dragon Kingdom had summoned over a dozen powerful warriors, employing the strongest hydrogen bomb attacks. Yet they failed to kill the boss snake. Severely injured and on the brink of death, it chose to retreat into the Yangtze River. A month later, having recovered, it sought revenge, submerging several cities along the riverbanks in floods. Fortunately, the boss snake feared the hydrogen bombs and the possession of the Dragon Kingdom and once again concealed itself in the Yangtze. Subsequently, the official Disaster Protection Agency concluded that only deities could truly eliminate other deities. This perspective was not limited to the Dragon Kingdom. Many other nations shared similar views. The threat posed by these deities was immense, with the potential to claim thousands of lives. In the future, a weeping deity would descend upon Hang City, and with its mournful cries, all living beings nearby would perish. If the weeping deity was allowed to remain in the city, it would lead to the extinction of all life within it. Yi Weiwei suddenly realized, recounting her experience in the devouring world where she had seen 2 slumbering deities. One was a ghastly figure with a green face and sharp fangs, while the other was a malevolent wolf with snow-white fur. She wondered what dangers these deities posed. Lin Luo explained that the green-faced demon was known as the green-faced god. Many who beheld its visage would be filled with terror and transform into similar malevolent spirits. Unless one was slain, they could never escape the green-faced goddess control. The snow-white wolf was called the snow god, and wherever it roamed, it would deliberately unleash blizzards, encasing entire cities in ice. Either of these deities could effortlessly annihilate Longhai City, and when they descended, he would devise a plan to eliminate them. Shen Xian's complexion turned pale as she lamented that she had believed the world would stabilize after the 3rd feedback from the game, only to discover that the devouring world would bring forth such terrifying entities. Yi Weiwei, her face grave, asked if there would be any other terrifying beings arriving. Lin Luo, not concealing the truth, replied that he need not elaborate, as an official game announcement would soon be released, mentioning the arrival of alien races, referred to as the servants of the deities who would scout for their masters. Truly, it was a tumultuous time. Yu Weiwei sighed, reflecting that just a moment ago, she had been elated at reaching level 55, only to realize the next moment that she was only slightly stronger than an ant. Feigning anger, Yu Weiwei declared, "Well then, I will support you." Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Yu Weiwei remarked, "Are you not afraid that your little wife, Su Qing, will be upset?" Lin Luo replied with calm assurance, "Su Qing is very obedient to me. I believe she will come to accept it. You really have no sense of shame." Yu Weiwei commented. Lin Luo candidly stated, "Why should I feel shy? Sister Weiwei, you are so beautiful. If I were to pursue you, I would be overwhelmed with joy." All right. Yu Weiwei laughed. "You have truly matured. It seems you wish for me to be one of your girlfriends." Lin Luo chuckled and asked, "Sister Weiwei, in what aspect do you mean I've grown up?" Chapter 77. The arrival of the otherworldly beings. Yu Weiwei spoke earnestly. "I am no longer jesting. I intend to press onward, to elevate my level as swiftly as possible and reach level 80. Otherwise, should these deities truly descend, merely surviving would become a luxury." Lin Luo thumped his chest, assuring her, "But you still have me." Yu Weiwei shook her head. "With the multitude of deities, relying solely on you is insufficient. We require greater strength to confront them." "Very well, I shall respect your choice, Sister Weiwei." Lin Luo did not deter her, recognizing that to survive better, one must rely on oneself. No one else could be trusted. Shen Xian interjected, "Lin, if the game announcement clearly states that deities will follow the arrival of the otherworldly beings, should we not inform the entire world? This could benefit all of humanity." Yu Weiwei was skeptical. "Your notion is rather naive. Much like the 3 rounds of game feedback, it is evident that if we united, we could easily resolve the apocalypse. However, our greatest adversaries are not the zombies or mutated creatures, but rather the players themselves." Shen Xian sighed, conceding, "You are right. Among those who attacked Sister Weiwei earlier, the majority were players, comprising 2/3 of the force. Sister Weiwei, here is a level 50 zombie crystal core. Absorb it." Lin Luo had consumed the Blade Emperor and Li Jiar, leaving only the gravity-altered zombie. Yu Weiwei, feigning strength, replied, "No, this core would benefit you greatly as well." Lin Luo insisted, "You are still injured and need the core to aid your recovery. If you truly feel embarrassed, you may reward me in another way." Yu Weiwei, wary, asked, "What kind of reward do you desire?" Lin Luo grinned, "Just a kiss." Yu Weiwei retorted in irritation, "I knew you had ulterior motives. I will accept the crystal core, but do not expect a reward." Though her words were firm, when Lin Luo prepared to depart, she acquiesced to him. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Yu Weiwei was, in truth, quite innocent. She had neither dated nor had romantic encounters during her studies or work. The only potential suitor, Wang Tianyu, had been disrupted by Lin Luo's interference. With concern, Yu Weiwei cautioned, "No kissing, understand?" Lin Luo patted his chest reassuringly, "Sister Weiwei, do not worry." He planted a kiss on her cheek, causing her to shut her eyes in alarm. Yu Weiwei, perceiving Lin Luo as a seasoned flirt, was unaware that he had never truly been in a relationship. Noticing her eyes closed, Lin Luo seized the opportunity to kiss her lips, relishing the sensation of her soft tongue. "You rascal!" Yu Weiwei opened her beautiful eyes, attempting to break free from his grasp. Lin Luo, however, had no intention of releasing her until she began to struggle for breath. During this time, his hands were rather indiscreet, assessing her endowments, and indeed, they proved ample, rivaling the $3 steamed buns sold in the morning. As Yu Weiwei's anger flared, Lin Luo transformed into a golden dragon and departed. "Sister Weiwei, should you encounter danger, notify me promptly, and I shall arrive without delay. I am in danger now. Come to me." Yu Weiwei's face flushed with anger. Yet she found herself powerless against Lin Luo. Choosing not to linger, Lin Luo departed. Despite her rosy cheeks, Yu Weiwei's heart brimmed with joy. She had just experienced her first kiss. In a relatively secure environment, she donned her gaming helmet, eager to verify the truth of Lin Luo's claims. Ding. As the esteemed VIP 6 player, Weiwei the Strongest, you have completed the game feedback. A new announcement has been released. You may open it to view the game details. Yu Weiwei accessed the game announcement, discovering the information she sought. Dear players, the game feedback has concluded. The game Devour the World will soon descend upon Earth, with various powerful alien races arriving first. These formidable beings will manifest in every region, exhibiting a range of temperaments, some volatile, others docile, some mighty, and others feeble. Exercise caution in your dealings with these extraterrestrial entities. The arrival of these aliens presents both an opportunity and a challenge. They were, in fact, the original inhabitants of Earth, taken by the deity of Devour the World, and they are now set to return. Gentle reminder, various alien races will arrive on Earth intermittently, and it is imperative for nations to assist one another in facing the impending crisis. Interspecies cooperation is essential for the continuation of all races. At 9 o'clock tonight, the first alien race will arrive. Numerous gamers logged into Devour the World, receiving this crucial message. Some, upon learning of this development, promptly shared it on short video platforms. As these platforms surged in popularity, they had long supplanted many traditional news media outlets. What? After 3 rounds of game feedback, Devour the World has not been shut down, but is instead set to descend upon Earth? What do these powerful alien races entail? Were they not originally from Earth, and did we grant them permission? With the zombie and mutated animal crises unresolved, must we now contend with these formidable extraterrestrials? This is utterly intolerable. Upon hearing this news, the populace was enveloped in dismay. They had anticipated a brighter future following the completion of game feedback, envisioning a swift resolution to the apocalyptic crisis, with humanity regaining control of the Earth. Instead, they were confronted with the reality that the initial crisis remained unresolved, and a more terrifying threat loomed ahead. Disaster shelter. This is dire. Zhou Jiahui and Chui rushed in urgently. The scourge of Hang City had been vanquished by Lin Luo, and some remnants, fearing for their lives, fled the city. The duo had spent half a day assisting Suya in addressing the situation in Hang City. In truth, had they not intervened, Suya would have managed on her own. With the demise of the 3 chief threats led by the Knife Emperor, no one remained to challenge her. It merely would have taken her additional time. I am already aware of the situation, Chen Lime lamented. It appears we have overestimated the future. We are now to face an even greater crisis. Yang Jun sighed. Initially, we envisioned expanding from Longhai City to restore the nation and re-establish the former social order. But it now seems impossible. Chen Lime, with a sense of resignation, remarked, our current focus must be on safeguarding Longhai City and Heqing. Other locations are to be considered only temporarily. We must first assess the situation regarding the arrival of the alien species on Earth. If they prove to be formidable, we shall do our utmost to protect these 2 areas. Should the alien forces appear less daunting, we can extend our assistance to other cities, facilitating their restoration to the state prior to the disaster. The individuals from the disaster shelters, including Chuhi and Zhou Jiahui, concurred with Chen Lime's strategy. Suddenly, Yang Jun interjected, everyone, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. If the first alien species to invade the world were to descend upon Longhai City, how should we respond? Let us not invoke elements. Chuhi retorted, displeased. Chen Lime acknowledged, though this notion may be unsettling, Yang Jun's hypothesis remains a plausible one. Should such an occurrence transpire in Longhai City or Hangqing, we must act swiftly to eliminate the alien threat. Chapter 78. Reactions from various nations. Zhou Jiahui glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Let us check the short video. The announcement of the first alien race's arrival should be on schedule. Indeed, Yang Jun exclaimed, eagerly snatching up her phone, her complexion suddenly paling. Ikin and Apos, TB are Longhai City. Chui quickly took the phone and began to scroll through the video. The first alien race to arrive is the Goblin. Location, Longhai City. Zhou Jiahui anxiously inquired, what kind of alien race? It cannot possibly be in Longhai City. Yang Jun, her face ashen, replied, Goblin, Longhai City. She hastily added, I was merely speculating. It wasn't intentional. Chen Lime, displaying a sense of reason, remarked, this cannot be blamed on Yang Jun. She never anticipated that the first alien race would materialize in our Longhai City. Chui sighed. Our next course of action must be to prepare ourselves in advance to confront this goblin race. Yang Jun, please log into the game and check the goblin's profile. Yang Jun nodded. I will log in immediately to review the goblin's information and inform everyone at once. In fact, there is no need for panic. I just received some good news from above. The arrival of the alien race in the world of Devouring the World has been classified as a global disaster, and during this period, we are encouraged to assist one another. The first alien race has descended upon our Longhai City. I believe other nations will not stand idly by but will also lend us their support in resolving this issue. I will add you all to a group chat. Chen Lime shared the recent positive news. Zhou Jiahui expressed skepticism. Do you think these nations will be so benevolent? I feel that them not taking advantage of our plight is already quite commendable. Chen Lime sighed. I hope they understand the perils posed by the alien race and Oppo's arrival and recognize the larger picture. Our Longhua is the first, but eventually, they too will face the arrival of an alien race on their soil. If they assist us in overcoming this threat, we shall certainly extend our aid to them in the future. This transcends an S-level disaster and affects the entire world. I hope they heed the announcements from Devouring the World. She instructed everyone to download an international messaging app to join a group chat. The beautiful nation had long established a foreign messaging platform to create a mutual aid group among nations. The primary aim of this international mutual aid group was to invite powerful gamers from various countries to join. When a crisis arose in any nation, they could seek assistance within this group, and gamers from other nations could decide whether to offer help based on their circumstances. Numerous formidable players from the beautiful nation had already received invitations to the group chat, while only Longhua and a few other nations had been excluded from this initiative. After confirming that everyone had downloaded the app, Chen Lime inquired about the group number from her superiors. Upon receiving the information, her expression suddenly shifted to one of distress. Director, what is the situation? Why does your face look so grim? Shou Jiahui asked from the side. Chen Lime, filled with indignation, replied. The nations led by the beautiful nation initially invited us to join the international mutual aid group, but upon learning of the first alien race's arrival in our Longhua, she slammed her hand on the table in anger, exclaiming that those fellows immediately reneged on their promise, insisting that our dragon nation must undergo trials to join them. The emergence of goblins in our Longhai city serves as a perfect test. Only by vanquishing all the goblins will we be permitted to join. Chui furiously remarked that the beautiful nation has always behaved this way, shamelessly cloaking their disgraceful actions in lofty rhetoric. Zhou Jiahui seethed, stating that when disaster struck our dragon nation, they offered no assistance. Hence, when calamity befalls their land, they should not seek our help. Yang Jun expressed his indignation as well, asserting that the Western nations, led by the beautiful nation, are likely to engage in despicable acts. Once we have weathered this crisis, they will again invoke humanitarianism. Rest assured, I shall inform the higher-ups immediately that if we do not cooperate now, future collaborations will be out of the question. Chen Lime conveyed this matter to the authorities, who expressed their agreement. The arrival of foreign races is not solely a concern for our dragon nation, but for all of humanity. Some nations may revel in our misfortune during this time, but our dragon nation shall not be lenient. In Longhai City, West District, Xiao Luo exclaimed in alarm that after the feedback from the game of Devouring Worlds, powerful foreign races would descend into the real world, claiming that these formidable beings were originally the indigenous inhabitants of Earth. Moreover, the first location for their arrival would be none other than our Longhai City, indicating that our future was not only not improving, but rather deteriorating. Cheng Xuexin hurriedly dashed out of her room and rushed into the living room. Today, she donned a stepmother dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long, shapely legs adorned with silver sandals. Her toenails were painted a vibrant red, each toe distinctly rounded like pearls. With a delicate touch of makeup enhancing her exquisite features, she radiated a mature charm. In her haste, Cheng Xuexin leaned forward too far and stumbled. Lin Luo quickly stepped forward to steady her, preventing her from falling. That was close. Cheng Xuexin sighed in relief. Xiao Luo, what do you think goblins look like? It was only then that she realized she had been gripping Lin Luo, her chest pressing against his face. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Cheng Xuexin hastily apologized. It's not a big deal, Lin Luo replied with a smile. Suffering and joy coexist. Cheng Xuexin shot him a disapproving glance. I'm not joking with you. Let us discuss serious matters. What exactly are goblins? Lin Luo helped Cheng Xuexin settle onto the sofa before sitting beside her. Goblins have green skin, stand no taller than 5 feet, and possess a temperament that is both volatile and vicious. When confronted by other races, they annihilate all male members of the opposing species, keeping the females for reproduction. Lin Luo, having encountered goblins in a previous life, recalled them vividly. Among the various foreign races, goblins are considered relatively weak and can be dealt with rather easily, aside from the Goblin King. The combat abilities of other goblins are likely inferior to that of an average human. In a previous life, the goblins descended upon Longhai City, where the cataclysmic sanctuary failed to gain dominion over the entire region. The Blood Ancestor, Feng Yuan, controlled the central district, while the Diamond Demon, Xiang Xiyu, ruled over the southern district. The cataclysmic sanctuary represented one faction, while Feng Yuan and Xiang Xiyu constituted another. Following the conclusion of the game feedback, both sides prepared for an impending clash to assert their claim as the true sovereigns of Longhai City. The sanctuary prohibited these two from establishing themselves as kings, and neither desired to be subjugated by its authority. The sudden arrival of the goblins necessitated a brief alliance between the factions. Although the goblins possessed limited combat prowess, their sheer numbers were formidable. Eliminating the goblins entirely was not an insurmountable task for either side. However, among them was the Goblin King, who boasted a level of 60, making his defeat a challenging endeavor. Ultimately, the goblins seized a significant portion of the northern district and a smaller area of both the western and southern districts. The Blood Ancestor's bloodline abilities were exceptionally powerful, rendering the central district the only area untouched by the goblins and Oppo's influence. This situation did not arise from safety within the central district, but rather from the absence of survivors therein. Lin Luo recalled an incident when the Goblin King personally pursued the Blood Ancestor, only for Feng Yuan to flee at the first opportunity. This information was likely credible, aligning perfectly with Feng Yuan's character. Chapter 79. The Goblin Invasion. After the goblins seized these territories, they exhibited a restless disposition. They frequently harassed and attacked human settlements, resulting in the deaths of numerous men and the abduction of many women. Upon their rescue, many women were left in a state of profound mental distress, with several already bearing the offspring of goblins. Tragically, some women who endured prolonged captivity among the goblins had given birth to numerous progeny. The goblins regarded many women merely as vessels for reproduction, engaging in incessant breeding rituals. Moreover, any offspring resulting from unions between goblins and women of other races invariably emerged as goblins themselves. 3 months prior to the cataclysm, the goblins had yet to be eradicated from Longhai City. During this time, other foreign races also descended upon the city, wreaking havoc that rivaled that of the goblins. By the time Lin Luo was consumed by the monstrous chicken, the goblins had firmly entrenched themselves in Longhai City. The disaster shelter had found itself utterly helpless against this brutal race. However, Lin Luo's emergence allowed the disaster shelter to gain early control over Longhai City. Furthermore, Lin Luo assisted the disaster shelter in eliminating several major threats in Hang City. The shelter was able to summon personnel from Hang City to aid in the efforts in Longhai City, given their close proximity. Among them, Xia from Hang City proved to be exceptionally powerful, wielding the formidable power of the five-colored phoenix, her potential rivaling that of Lin Luo. Lin Luo believed that, moving forward, the disaster shelter would be capable of eradicating the goblins without his direct intervention. Sheng Xuexin was gripped by fear. Reflecting on the goblins' penchant for capturing women of other races for reproduction, she thought, if they were to capture her, she would undoubtedly choose death. Lin Luo reassured her, saying, "Sister Shui, with me by your side, you need not worry at all. These goblins could not lay a finger on you." Sheng Xuexin sighed in relief. Patting her proud chest, "I trust in your strength, Xiao Luo. I saw on the game announcement that we humans should unite to defend the Earth. Do you think these nations will assist our Dragon Nation in exterminating the goblins?" Lin Luo shook his head. "They will not. It would be commendable if these nations refrained from exacerbating our plight. If you were to log into foreign social media platforms like Facebook, you would see that their neutrality is already a significant achievement." Sheng Xuexin, curious, said, "I wish to access foreign chat software to observe their conversations." "Certainly. I have a VPN for that," Lin Luo replied, as he occasionally used it to explore exotic cultures. Using the VPN, Sheng Xuexin successfully accessed foreign social media. "This is wonderful. The first foreign race to descend upon our Dragon Nation is in Longhai City. This will surely lead to the demise of many in our nation. Once the people of Dragon Nation are eliminated, and we grow stronger, that land will belong to us. The sight of Dragon Nation in distress brings me immense satisfaction. I must visit Dragon Nation to fan the flames and hasten its destruction." Numerous short videos and posts circulated, discussing the news of the first foreign race's arrival in Longhai City. The majority of foreign netizens expressed delight, eagerly anticipating the downfall of the Dragon Nation. The information is presented in English, and Sheng Xuexin possesses a commendable proficiency in the language, enabling her to comprehend the nuances within their discourse. Sheng Xuexin expressed her indignation, remarking, "These individuals have crossed the line. Our Dragon Nation is suffering, and they revel in our misfortune. Furthermore, there is one particularly egregious individual named Eagle God, who, rather than offering assistance, seeks to exacerbate our plight." Lin Luo responded, "Thus, I maintain that we should harbor no excessive expectations of other nations. We must rely upon ourselves." "You are absolutely right, Xiao Luo," Cheng Shuexin concurred. With the dragon gods safeguarding Longhai City, the advent of goblins is not a significant concern. However, I do have one question. Which district in Longhai City will the goblins likely invade? It is highly probable that it will be the northern district, Lin Luo mused. With limited information from his previous life, he was uncertain about where the goblins would materialize in Longhai City. However, considering that the northern district harbors the largest population of goblins, it stands to reason that their arrival would be there. This aligns with the predictions made by the disaster sanctuary. The goblins will likely descend upon the northern district. Cheng Shuexin continued, Xiao Luo, your VPN is quite impressive. My browsing speed on foreign chat platforms rivals that of domestic ones. How did you acquire such an effective tool? Lin Luo fabricated a story. I wanted to experience the exotic charm of foreign lands, so I purchased this VPN. I see. Cheng Shuexin responded. A hint of skepticism in her tone. Lin Luo reminded her, it is already evening. Cheng Jia, it is time for you to prepare dinner. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. What would you like to eat today? Cheng Shuexin inquired. Whatever you make, I will enjoy, Lin Luo replied. Cheng Shuexin laughed. Your flattery is becoming ever sweeter. We bought tofu earlier, which is on the verge of spoiling. Do you like tofu? Lin Luo answered enthusiastically. Whether it is your tofu or genuine tofu, I relish both. Cheng Shuexin rolled her eyes. You are only permitted to eat genuine tofu, not mine. She completely overlooked the fact that Lin Luo had just indulged in her tofu moments ago. True dragons value fertility and often have numerous mates. Lin Luo, in the guise of a 5-clawed golden dragon, is indeed a type of true dragon. Were it not for his restraint, he might have fathered many offspring. In the northern district, Chuyi and Zhou Jiahui have stationed over 10,000 troops here. The emergence of foreign entities in the devouring world is not without reason. Certain areas exhibit spatial fluctuations. The disaster sanctuary has recruited numerous gamers, among whom is a woman named Liu, endowed with the ability to sense spatial fluctuations. While this power may appear somewhat trivial on an individual level, it proves invaluable to a team. The earlier the disaster sanctuary identifies the goblin's landing site, the lesser the overall losses will be, serving as a precautionary measure. Liu has traversed 5 regions, and the northern district exhibits the most significant spatial fluctuations. This is also why Chuyi and Zhou Jiahui, along with a vast contingent of gamers and troops, have taken up residence here. Other districts also have gamers and soldiers, but their numbers pale in comparison to those in the northern district. Gamers confront the formidable foes within the realm of goblins, where legions of soldiers vanquish the ordinary goblins. This diminutive race, though seemingly weak, poses a significant threat. Should they infiltrate the urban dwellings, many lives would undoubtedly be at risk. With merely half an hour remaining until the arrival of these creatures, preparations are underway. Zhou Jiahui, her expression taut with anxiety, notes the urgency surrounding them. Powerful white lights have been activated, illuminating the area as if it were midday. Should any anomalies arise, she would be the first to detect them. In these final 30 minutes, the group readies themselves for battle. A spatial rift opens nearby, revealing a green-skinned goblin. The creature utters an incomprehensible tongue, while behind it, a throng of similarly hued beings emerges. For those afflicted with a fear of clusters, the sight before them would send shivers down their spines. The sheer density of the goblins is staggering. A glance reveals no less than 100,000 of them. Chapter 80. The appearance in the West District open fire. Zhou Jiahui boldly shattered the tranquility. Rat-a-tat-tat. The stationed troops, composed of elite soldiers, promptly snapped out of their momentary daze and began firing. Bullets rained down mercilessly upon the goblins, claiming many lives among the densely packed horde. These goblins, though diminutive in stature, exhibited remarkable resilience. Some sustained headshots yet remained standing. Chuyi added, behind the multitude of ordinary goblins, a formidable group emerged. In stark contrast to their lesser kin, these goblins were significantly larger, clad in iron armor. Crack! The bullets struck their armor but failed to penetrate, ricocheting off harmlessly. Armed with spiked clubs, they charged toward the foremost ranks of the soldiers. Snipers, get ready. Chuyi readied his sniper rifle and swiftly dispatched an armored goblin with a precise shot to the head. His unique ability, weapon mastery, enhanced the lethality of any weapon in his hands. The other snipers, lacking his extraordinary talent, could merely impede the advance of the armored goblins with their shots. One particularly swift armored goblin had already breached the front line, threatening a soldier who had no time to retreat. Just as the goblin was about to deliver a fatal blow, its head exploded, crushed by a white dragon's claw. Zhou Jiahui transformed into a white dragon. was not as massive as Lin Luo's form, yet in the eyes of ordinary humans, she appeared as a formidable behemoth, comparable in size to a tank. Game players swiftly joined the fray, combating the armored goblins. Though fewer in number than the ordinary goblins, the armored ones still numbered over 10,000. After a night of intense battle, the goblins were finally vanquished. Breathing heavily, Zhou Jiahui inquired, "What are the casualties?" Shui replied, "The military lost around 500 to 600 men, while 5 players perished. This level of loss is barely acceptable." As the deputy director, Zhou Jiahui bore responsibility for the skirmish. Sighing with relief, she remarked, "Eliminating so many goblins, this level of casualties is still manageable." Defeated goblins possessed crystal cores that facilitated player evolution. Excavating the mountain of goblin corpses for these cores would enable many to ascend multiple levels. The cores from the armored goblins were notably superior to those of their ordinary counterparts. Zhou Jiahui had already dispatched personnel to commence the extraction of the cores for distribution to the disaster shelter. Shui furrowed his brow, expressing, "I can't shake the feeling that things have progressed too smoothly." Zhou Jiahui responded, "Are you suggesting that there are no exceptionally powerful goblins? The strongest armored goblin is only level 30, which seems illogical." "Indeed," Shui nodded in agreement. "If these goblins are weaker than those encountered during the zombie crisis on Earth, there would be no need for such a formal announcement about the world being consumed. Trouble. The goblins have not descended on the North District, but rather the West District. Very likely." Zhou Jiahui immediately rallied the game players and military forces to advance toward the West District. 10 goblins boasted levels exceeding 50, with the highest reaching 60. Surrounding them were over 100 armored goblins, each adorned in iron armor, with levels exceeding 30. Among these 10 goblins stood the rulers of their kind, with the foremost a level 60 goblin, known as the Goblin King. The remnants of battle lay scattered about, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke. As a fierce conflict had recently transpired, an army of thousands of humans had stationed themselves here, only to meet their complete annihilation. The Goblin King, exuding malevolence, proclaimed that the world had been consumed and that the goblins could choose their landing spots on Earth. He had selected 2 locations, one for the lower-tier goblins to descend first, and the other for the more formidable goblins. He had received word of the widespread demise of the lower-tier goblins but remained largely unfazed by this news. With the goblins' remarkable reproductive abilities, as long as there were sufficient females, they would soon repopulate in great numbers. "Your Majesty, we sense a powerful presence not far from here, likely at level 65. Shall we proceed to eliminate it?" "There are also 2 female pigs nearby," suggested one goblin. This goblin possessed a peculiar ability that allowed him to sense the presence of powerful beings from afar, though it had the significant drawback of not being able to accurately gauge their strength. "We have previously slaughtered humans and used their women for reproduction. I wonder what new experiences the humans on our homeland will bring us this time," mused the Goblin King with intrigue. "Let us depart immediately." While the human army remains oblivious, the horde of armored goblins gathered and surged toward their target. "Do you not feel the ground trembling?" Songan suddenly sensed something amiss. "Captain, the ground is indeed shaking," replied a panicked Xiaogao. Songan's apprehension deepened. Could it be that these goblins had not only appeared in the Northern District, but also in the Western District? "Captain Song, it's bad news." A soldier rushed over. "The advance team stationed ahead of us has been completely wiped out, including Captain Gao Yao, who was at level 40. Song An's complexion turned pale upon hearing this. If even Captain Gao had perished, how terrifying must these goblins be? The information within the disaster shelter was interconnected, and Song An knew well of Gao Yao's prowess. Gao Yao possessed the ability of stealth assassination, capable of silently eliminating foes 5 levels higher than himself. Before joining the disaster shelter, he had ranked first in combat strength in the Northern District. His greatest strength lay in his ability to escape, managing to evade foes exceeding 10 levels above him. With such a formidable Gao Yao and his 1,000-strong army slain without a whisper of warning, Song An resolved to summon Lin Shun to leave. Lin Shun was indeed powerful, but against such formidable adversaries, he too might falter. The wisest course of action was to find Lin Luo and escape together. They would then await the main forces of the disaster shelter to annihilate the goblins in the Western District. Song An pressed the doorbell, and Cheng Xuexin promptly answered the intercom. He immediately relayed all the events occurring outside to Cheng Xuexin. "I will go call Xiao Luo." Cheng Xuexin hurried off to summon Lin Luo, but Lin Luo was nowhere to be found. As the two of them anxiously pondered Lin Luo's whereabouts, she had already made her way to the heart of the West District. Chapter 81. The reason for the arrival of the otherworldly beings ahead. A verdant battalion of goblins approached, each clad in iron armor and wielding spiked clubs. Lin Luo sensed the presence of goblins in the West District. A realization that had just dawned upon him. He had initially surmised that the goblins would concentrate in the North District before spreading outward. However, it appeared that the West District was not the first point of descent. Rather, it was an extension from the North District. Upon experiencing the overwhelming strength of the goblins in the West District, Lin Luo recognized his earlier conjecture to be flawed. Both the West and North Districts were populated by goblins, with those in the West District being particularly formidable, their leader boasting a level of 60. He recalled that in his previous life, goblins of such caliber had not yet descended, and now, he was faced with one of such might. Lin Luo surmised that his reincarnation had led to certain alterations in the course of events. Hundreds of armored goblins quickly spotted Lin Luo and immediately readied themselves for battle. How audacious of a human to stand alone here, sneered one goblin king. Another, with a grotesque visage, remarked, what a pity he isn't a sow. The troops stationed here earlier had a few, but they all chose to end their lives. Let us strike together and eliminate him, suggested a smaller goblin king. As the goblins prepared to attack, the goblin king's expression turned pale. He sensed that this human possessed immense strength, capable of easily crushing him. The goblin king worshipped a deity known as the snow wolf god, a colossal snow wolf. The human before him felt even more powerful than the snow wolf god. He realized that upon descending from the devouring world to Earth, he had chosen Longhai City as their landing site, with a specific location left to his discretion. Never had he anticipated that among humanity, there would exist a being of divine strength. Moreover, their misfortune was compounded by their encounter with such a being. The other goblins, unable to perceive the human's formidable presence due to their low levels, remained oblivious. Silence. The goblin king commanded urgently. Your Majesty, this is merely an ordinary human. Why do you fear him? One goblin king questioned. In response, the goblin king struck this goblin king down with a single blow. He forced a smile that was more pitiable than tears and said, Esteemed sir, we mean no offense. We beseech your forgiveness. We are merely passing through. Lin Luo nodded. Ah, so you are merely passing through. It seems your direction leads towards my home. Ah, the goblin king's demeanor shifted drastically. He realized that his subordinates had misjudged their perception. The human was not level 65, but rather a deity of level 80. You fool, the goblin king shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the foreseeing goblin king flying. The blow was so forceful that it nearly claimed the goblin king's life. Desperate to appease, the goblin king pleaded, Divine sir, we recognize our folly. Please forgive us. We shall alter our course immediately. Lin Luo replied coolly. The West District you occupy is my territory. The goblin king responded, We shall withdraw from your domain at once. I no longer wish to continue. I find you rather repugnant. It would be better for you to vanish from this earth. Lin Luo transformed into a colossal golden dragon, casting a shadow over the entire sky. The goblin king, without a moment's hesitation, chose to flee. His speed was woefully inadequate, and Lin Luo swiftly seized him. The immense golden claw gripped the greenskin gnome, who was overwhelmed with terror. Spare me, my lord. If you release me, I shall willingly become your slave, pleaded the goblin king. What deity do you serve? Lin Luo inquired. I am a servant of the snow wolf deity. It commanded me to descend upon earth and establish a foothold to better facilitate its arrival, the goblin king responded. Lin Luo pondered. Is there not a prerequisite for a deity's descent? The goblin king's visage paled as he implored, My lord, if you spare me, I shall divulge everything I know. Lin Luo coldly retorted, You lack the authority to negotiate conditions with me. Should you remain silent? I will end your life at this very moment. The goblin king, feeling an excruciating pain, exclaimed, I will speak. Do not harm me. The descent of the world-consuming deity to earth is fraught with difficulties. Relying solely on divine power makes it challenging to traverse two realms. A forced descent incurs a significant cost. The snow wolf instructed us goblins to first descend upon earth and construct an altar. This would ease its arrival from the world of consumption. Many of Lin Luo's doubts were resolved. No wonder it was not the consuming deity that descended, but rather you feeble beings. The goblin king's will to survive was intense. My lord, do not kill me. I can deceive the snow wolf and lure it to earth, allowing it to be consumed, thereby enhancing your level and strength. Lin Luo sneered. Do you presume I am not astute, or do you think yourself clever? I have resided in Longhai City. The snow wolf you speak of would require a great cost to descend there. I need not lift a finger. Should the snow wolf dare to descend upon Longhai City, I shall consume it. If it does not descend, it matters not. I can remain at ease in Longhai City. In his musings, he considered the reasons why the deities from the world of consumption must ascend to Earth. The Snow Wolf, lacking the goblins to construct the altar, would eventually have to descend. As the Goblin King sought to plead for mercy once more, an unexpected transformation occurred. His body became encased in frost, rapidly transforming him into a massive ice block. Lin Luo exhaled a plume of flame, melting the ice that enveloped the Goblin King. Trembling, he implored, "My lord, please save me. The Snow Wolf is aware that I have divulged critical information and now seeks my life." Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, while I am here, no one shall harm you." Suddenly, a spectral figure materialized before Lin Luo, a fearsome wolf with a coat of pure white, only slightly smaller than Lin Luo himself. The Snow Wolf deity glared at the Goblin King in fury. "Repulsive insect. Who permitted you to reveal this secret? I should never have spared you. I ought to have consumed you immediately." The Goblin King, bolstered by Lin Luo, asserted firmly, "I have found a new master, one who far surpasses you in strength. With him by my side, you cannot slay me." "What did you say?" The Snow Wolf god, now filled with fury, felt the temperature plummet dramatically around him. The Goblin King trembled in fear, pleading, "My lord, please save me." Lin Luo disregarded the Goblin King's pleas, remarking, "You deities are indeed formidable. Your true forms can consume worlds while projecting your avatars upon Earth." The Snow Wolf god retorted haughtily, "That is only natural. We are true gods, unlike you, who attain divinity through mere transactions. You even killed Bash, a member of our divine assembly. You took his life without our consent, and when we descend upon Earth, you shall face our wrath." Lin Luo replied coldly, "Should you descend upon Earth with the intent to eliminate me, I shall take decisive action, annihilating all the foreign beings under your control. When you manifest on Earth, your strength will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses, at which point I shall consume you all." Chapter 82. The Alliance of Gods. How dare you? The expression on the Snow Wolf god's face darkened. Lin Luo coldly replied, "You all intend to conspire against me, and I should not retaliate? I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If necessary, I shall risk everything." The Snow Wolf god adjusted his demeanor, his tone softening. "Among us deities, strength is paramount. The Bashi's inferiority led to its demise. This is not your fault. Now that you have ascended to godhood, you may join our alliance of gods." Lin Luo inquired, "What is the alliance of gods?" Without hesitation, he declared, "I choose to join." The Snow Wolf god welcomed him. "Congratulations, Dragon God, on joining our alliance of gods. In return, you shall assist me in constructing a divine altar, enabling my smooth descent to Earth. You will remain my eternal friend. I am truly delighted to have you as a friend." Lin Luo responded amicably, having joined the alliance and become friends. "Might you now reveal why it is imperative to descend to Earth?" The Snow Wolf god, not easily swayed, replied evasively, "Once you help me descend to Earth, I shall disclose this secret." Lin Luo pressed on, "Reveal this secret to me, and I shall immediately assist you in building the altar." The Snow Wolf god sneered, "Do not feign ignorance. Once I divulge this secret, you will not assist me in constructing the altar." Lin Luo chuckled, "If you do not speak, I can surmise the truth. The devouring world is likely on the brink of collapse. Should you fail to descend to Earth, you might perish alongside it. Am I not correct?" The Snow Wolf god's expression darkened further. "That is merely your baseless conjecture, devoid of any evidence." Lin Luo sighed. "I initially wished to strike a bargain and befriend you. Clearly, your character is lacking, so I must pause our collaboration." The Snow Wolf god was visibly perturbed. "Your words are truly repugnant. From the outset, you had no intention of cooperating with me. Were it not for my true form, I would have annihilated you by now." "Then hasten your true form's descent," Lin Luo urged eagerly. "Do you take me for a fool?" The Snow Wolf god retorted. "You only just realized that?" Lin Luo laughed. "You insufferable wretch!" The Snow Wolf god exclaimed in frustration as his avatar began to dissipate. "Are you leaving so abruptly, abandoning your minions?" Lin Luo called out. Before Lin Luo, the Snow Wolf god declared, "This subordinate, I no longer require, I bestow him upon you." The Goblin King quickly pleaded, "My lord, if you spare my life, I shall serve you loyally." Lin Luo's grip intensified, crushing the Goblin King into a pulp. "You despicable creature," the Goblin King lamented. Subsequently, Lin Luo eliminated the remaining goblins and confiscated their crystal cores. Such grotesque beings as goblins were repugnant to behold. There was no question of allowing them to remain for consumption. After dispatching the goblins, he proceeded towards his villa. "Only deities can slay deities," he mused. This statement held true. To those beneath the gods, he was as a god himself. Thus, Vanquishing the Goblin King had been a trivial endeavor. He emerged from the villa after merely a few minutes. Most of Lin Luo's time was squandered in conversation. The actual action transpired in an instant. Look quickly. There's a colossal golden dragon in Xiqing, Shui exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. Goodness, could it be that the dragon god has intervened? Zhou Jiahui felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as the dragon god was involved, the situation could be resolved with ease. Upon arrival beneath the golden dragon, however, it had vanished without a trace. After utilizing her unique ability, she was briefly able to witness the events that had transpired earlier. This power was somewhat lackluster, leaning more towards a team-oriented advantage. Liu immediately activated her ability, observing the recent occurrences. Once she had finished, she reported. The dragon god took action, annihilating the goblin tribe. Among them was a particularly formidable goblin, even stronger than Captain Zhou here. Yet, in the presence of the dragon god, it was akin to a mere toy, effortlessly dispatched. During the encounter, the dragon god conversed with a powerful entity, but my capabilities were insufficient to overhear their dialogue. Shui exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it was the dragon god who acted. Otherwise, had we arrived in time to eliminate those goblins, the losses would have been significant. Zhou Jiahui concurred. Reporting this incident feels surprisingly lighthearted. Knowing the dragon god has our backs, we need not fear the worst outcome. Indeed, Shui remarked. Even as a man, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. After the matter was reported to Qin Limei, she announced it online. The goblins have been dealt with. The speed of resolution was astonishing. With the dragon goddess involvement, such matters can surely be resolved effortlessly. I was worried sick, being in Hangqing, so close to Longhai City, fearing the goblins could escalate into a nationwide calamity. Many foreign nations were eager to revel in our misfortune. Now that the goblins have been eradicated, they would undoubtedly feel disheartened, especially our longtime rival, the beautiful country. The Shelter for Disaster Relief effortlessly tackled the goblin issue, bringing joy to all. The goblins' poor development was not merely a local concern but a national one. Soon, the news spread across foreign networks, inciting anger among many abroad. The people of Longwo were shameless. The dragon god was undeniably ours from Pickled Vegetable Nation, yet they insisted on claiming him as their own, even asserting that he aided them, all without a shred of evidence. Any videos presented were fabricated. The dragon god was merely an NPC, a presence in every nation. Yet they insisted he assisted them. It felt as though Longwo was merely putting on a facade, pretending everything was fine despite the severe losses in Longhai City. I would remain skeptical unless I witnessed the reality of Longhai City with my own eyes. Meanwhile, those on foreign networks were incredulous, convinced that Longwo was fabricating a story. Simultaneously, the second alien species from the devouring world made its descent, with its location confirmed. The grapes were a deep purple, their skins peeled away to reveal tender, succulent flesh within. The flesh was as delicate as a maiden's skin, bursting with juice upon the bite. He claimed to have retrieved some purple grapes from the basement. And the two harbored little suspicion. The duration of the two individuals' search was not extensive, and it is quite normal that they did not find what they were looking for. Chapter 83. The second otherworldly race. Thanks to the esteemed 360, Lin Luo. If you wish to have some grapes, just let me know, and I shall fetch them for you. As I have little to occupy my time, Cheng Xuexin said, delicately peeling a grape with her slender fingers while browsing the foreign internet on her phone. Ever since Lin Luo had assisted Cheng Xuexin in accessing the foreign web previously, she had developed a profound fondness for it. Cheng Xuexin often transformed into a keyboard warrior, engaging in heated exchanges with individuals from abroad. Lin Luo considered this a positive development, as Cheng Xuexin often found herself alone at home, devoid of excitement. Aside from cooking, she had little to do, so sparring with those online was a welcome distraction. Cheng Xuexin popped a peeled grape into Lin Luo's mouth. Her tone irked as she remarked, people from other countries are truly malicious. Upon learning that our dragon nation has vanquished the goblins, they accuse us of deception. They claim it is only natural for our nation to suffer misfortune. The invasion of otherworldly creatures is not exclusive to our dragon nation. It is a calamity that will soon befall their lands as well. I wonder if they will still find amusement then? Lin Luo gestured towards his mouth, and Cheng Xuexin, momentarily distracted, forgot to withdraw her hand. My apologies, she exclaimed, hastily apologizing. I was so engrossed in my phone that I didn't notice. I will fetch you some water to rinse your mouth. It's nothing to worry about, Cheng Jie. Your hands were just washed, and you haven't done your nails, so they are quite clean, Lin Luo replied. refraining from mentioning the sweetness of the grapes for fear of embarrassing her further. He deftly shifted the topic. You are correct. Qingjie, the first otherworldly race has descended upon our dragon nation. It is quite likely that the next will target another country, perhaps even the beautiful nation. Cheng Xuexin nodded in agreement. At 12 o'clock, they will announce the next location for the arrival of the otherworldly race. I hope it is the beautiful nation. Lin Luo noted. It is already 3 minutes past 12. There should be information available online now. Let me check. Cheng Xuexin immediately began searching and soon discovered the details of the next otherworldly invasion. She quickly presented her phone to Lin Luo, revealing the specifics of the impending threat. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, the Minotaurs will descend upon the capital of the beautiful nation, she read aloud. Minotaurs, a race characterized by their bull-headed stature, known for their brutality. Towering over 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, wielding iron axes. I just visited the foreign web and saw numerous individuals from the beautiful nation accusing us of fabricating our claims, insisting we had not dealt with the goblins. Now, their reckoning has arrived. Minotaurs are far more formidable than goblins. This time, the beautiful nation will surely face dire consequences. I must go online to revel in their misfortune. The Disaster Refuge had relayed news that, initially, they intended to join the International Mutual Aid Alliance, but following the goblin invasion, those nations reneged on their agreements. Such treachery is truly despicable. Now it is their turn to face the repercussions. Upon learning of the second otherworldly invasion targeting the capital of the beautiful nation, everyone expressed great joy. It seems tomorrow will provide quite a spectacle, and they must not miss the live broadcast. Lin Luo stretched lazily. Cheng Xuexin's charming face suddenly flushed as she said, Xiao Luo, I wish to inquire about something. Does your VPN allow access to that kind of film? Lin Luo awkwardly replied. I merely wanted to experience a taste of foreign allure. Cheng Xuexin's cheeks turned even redder as she continued. If you're feeling stifled, you may come to my room tonight. I can assist you in other ways. What? Lin Luo's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Cheng Xuexin's alluring figure. Forget what you just heard. I was merely rambling, she said, flustered, as she rose and gracefully slipped into the kitchen in her thick-soled slippers. Influenced by the 5-clawed golden dragon, Lin Luo found himself increasingly overwhelmed, often needing an outlet. With Cheng Xuexin being so forward, he felt it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Late at night, Lin Luo entered Cheng Xuexin's room, while Li Yanyan slept alone in another. Thanks to Cheng Xuexin purchasing various study materials for Li Yanyan, she was living quite comfortably in this post-apocalyptic world. Cheng Xuexin wore a loose-fitting nightgown that revealed ample fair skin. Xiao Luo, what brings you to my room so unexpectedly? Cheng Xuexin's face turned crimson, and she appeared flustered. Sister Cheng, it's too late to have second thoughts. Your words must hold weight. Lin Luo approached her bed, inhaling a tantalizing fragrance. I can help you, Cheng Xuexin murmured. Her face still flushed. Thank you, Sister Cheng. Lin Luo embraced her, and she showed no resistance. Deep down, Cheng Xuexin had long harbored feelings for Lin Luo, but societal norms and her own reservations had kept her from expressing her affection. After the world had changed, she had come to terms with many things and no longer cared about such constraints. She understood that had it not been for Lin Luo's protection, she might have perished long ago. What started as a mere flirtation escalated into profound intimacy, primarily due to Lin Luo and Apos' overwhelming presence. Cheng Xuexin employed all her wiles, but found herself unable to resist, ultimately resorting to her last means. Around 3 in the morning, after 3 exhaustive hours, their encounter came to a close as Lin Luo, mindful of Cheng Xuexin and Apos' fatigue, chose to withdraw early. Cheng Xuexin, having consumed several bottles of water, collapsed onto the bed, completely spent. At 7:00 and Apos' clock, in the capital of the beautiful nation, a horde of minotaurs erupted into the city, wreaking havoc and attacking indiscriminately. The military, having anticipated such an event, was already stationed there, deploying tanks, fighter jets, and other advanced weaponry. The average minotaur stood over 2 meters tall, boasting combat levels exceeding 20, showcasing formidable strength. While ordinary bullets posed little threat to them, explosives could still prove fatal. In contrast, the Minotaur chieftains were significantly more powerful, averaging over 3 meters in height, with terrifying musculature and incredible speed. Their most alarming attribute was their sheer strength. A leap from 3 or 4 meters could crush a tank into a mere scrap. Minotaur chieftains had become an adversary beyond the military's capacity to handle, necessitating the intervention of skilled players. The mightiest figures of the beautiful nation surged forth, vanquishing a multitude of Minotaur chieftains. Just as the beautiful nation glimpsed the dawn of victory, a more formidable Minotaur descended upon them. This Minotaur, crowned with horns, towered at 10 meters tall and weighed approximately 10 tons, wielding a colossal axe. The immense chieftain rendered the other Minotaurs mere dwarfs in comparison. The 10th-ranked bear king of the beautiful nation was caught off guard and was cleaved in two by this Minotaur. The Minotaur king exhibited unparalleled ferocity, swatting down several aircraft with ease. Many planes and tank shells posed no threat to him whatsoever. While engaging in battle against the Minotaur chieftains, the aircraft and tanks once provided support. However, with the emergence of the Minotaur king, even the so-called strongest military of the beautiful nation lost the capacity to assist. The nation's mightiest heroes, the Eagle God and the Thunder God, united in their quest to slay the Minotaur king. Yet, the Minotaur king, sensing the danger, managed to break through the encirclement with a horde of Minotaur chieftains. Chapter 84. The conspiracy of the beautiful nation, the Eagle God and the Thunder God were greatly vexed. Two formidable beings, each surpassing the level of 70, had united yet failed to vanquish the Bull King. Ultimately, the Bull King, accompanied by several elite Minotaur chieftains, managed to escape their grasp. The two had overexerted their extraordinary powers, compelling them to release the Bull King and his elite chieftains. While a significant portion of the Minotaur race had been eradicated, the beautiful nation suffered considerable losses as well. Post-battle statistics revealed that 30,000 soldiers from the beautiful nation had perished, with countless others wounded. The most devastating loss was the death of the 10th-ranked Bear King, slain by the Bull King. The ordeal was far from over. The Bull King, after a brief respite, immediately commenced a targeted campaign to obliterate human strongholds. The beautiful nation's losses extended far beyond what had already been incurred. The Eagle God was compelled to intervene once more and venture to the locations where the Bull King was wreaking havoc. The Bull King, possessing remarkable intelligence, was well aware of the Eagle God's might. Before the Eagle God could arrive, the Bull King had already opted for retreat. The Eagle God found himself continually outmaneuvered by the Bull King, who shifted his attacks from one site to another. During this time, the Bull King had amassed a gathering of over 100 Minotaurs, remnants that had not been completely exterminated previously. In a villa, the once bustling pool, often filled with beautiful women, now lay desolate. This wretched Bull King toys with me. Whenever I approach, he flees, and when I depart, he wreaks havoc. The Eagle God fumed. The Thunder God attempted to console him. I believe there is no need for excessive anger. The Bull King can only cause destruction in smaller areas. He dares not target the major cities. The Eagle God retorted, Our beautiful nation is the strongest. Dragon Nation effortlessly dealt with the goblins. Yet we struggle for so long against the Minotaurs and have not completely annihilated them. This certainly tarnishes our position as number one. The Thunder God chuckled. I thought you had changed, that you cared for the lives of the common people. Annoyed, the Eagle God replied, You know me well enough by now not to misjudge my character. The Thunder God continued, In truth, you need not be overly agitated. The goblins in Dragon Nation are significantly weaker than these Minotaurs, and they may not have resolved their issues, possibly fabricating tales of their victory. The Eagle God nodded. I comprehend your point, yet I remain discontented. I do have a strategy that could alleviate our troubles and diminish our burdens. A sinister smile crept across the Thunder God's face. Impatient, the Eagle God urged, If you have a plan, share it swiftly. I have no time to squander. In earnest, the Thunder God stated, Since Dragon Nation has dealt with the goblin crisis, we could request their assistance and ask them to send their experts here. The strongest among them is Yetion. Should their experts arrive and an unforeseen incident occur, we would find ourselves in a position of helplessness. The Eagle God calmed down and nodded. This strategy is quite commendable, but it also harbors a significant issue. Having previously declined the Dragon Nation's offer to join us, requesting their aid now may very well lead to rejection. The Eagle God nodded, stating, Proceed as you suggested. The people of the Dragon Nation have a penchant for pretense. I shall personally visit to imbue the land of the Dragon Nation with the essence of freedom. I will instruct my subordinates to take action. Should the Dragon Nation fail to dispatch the formidable masters led by Yetion to assist, it will face dire consequences. The Thunder God promptly convened a meeting of all nations, proclaiming mutual assistance among them. Even the Dragon Nation, previously marginalized, was invited to participate. The Thunder God insisted that the Dragon Nation must attend, otherwise, it would be deemed a pariah among nations. The Disaster Shelter declined to participate but could not withstand the threats from the Beautiful Nation. The Beautiful Nation was embroiled in a crisis involving the arrival of foreign entities. which it struggled to resolve. As the first nation to encounter these foreign beings, the Dragon Nation could easily deal with the goblins. According to the agreement of mutual aid, the Dragon Nation was compelled to send powerful individuals to assist the Beautiful Nation. Should the Dragon Nation choose to refuse, it would be perceived as a nation with ulterior motives. The Beautiful Nation and its allies could then impose sanctions on the Dragon Nation. During the meeting, the Dragon Nation expressed its outrage, vocally condemning the unscrupulous actions of the Beautiful Nation. The Dragon representatives declared their refusal to acquiesce to the Beautiful Nation's demands. Indifferent to the Dragon Nation's protests, the Beautiful Nation concluded the meeting. In Longhai City, Zhou Jiahui exclaimed in anger, "The Beautiful Nation is utterly shameless. When we were attacked by goblins, they seized the opportunity to strike us down. Now, faced with their own foreign crisis, they threaten us instead of addressing their own issues. How disgraceful!" Chu He responded indignantly, "The Beautiful Nation professes to act for the sake of humanity, yet secretly aims to undermine the strength of our Dragon Nation." Chen Limei, with a serious expression, remarked, "The Beautiful Nation's tactic of undermining us is ruthless. If we send individuals to assist, the outcome may be grim. If we do not send aid, they may seize the chance to launch an attack on us." Panic ensued as Yang Jun rushed into the conference room, breathless. The strongest individual of the Beautiful Nation, the Eagle God, has updated his social media account, declaring that if the Dragon Nation does not send powerful masters within 3 days, he will personally journey to the Dragon Nation, targeting Yi Tian of the Shrouded Sky Alliance. Chen Limei's complexion darkened. It seems the Beautiful Nation is not jesting. They genuinely aim to weaken our strength. Zhou Jiahui fumed. They truly believe our Dragon Nation is easy prey. Chu He, maintaining a level head, suggested, "There are matters we need not overly worry about. Yi Tian's strength is unlikely to be inferior to that of the Eagle God. He may very well prevail." Chen Limei concurred. Yi Tian might face defeat against the Eagle God, but his life should not be in jeopardy. We need not be excessively concerned. Furthermore, it is likely that the Eagle God is merely attempting to intimidate us and may not actually come. We have vanquished numerous goblins and secured a considerable number of crystal cores. It would be prudent for everyone to utilize some of these cores to enhance their levels as much as possible. The threats we face are not solely from the foreign beings threatening to consume our world, but also from ambitious nations, particularly the Beautiful Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Understood. Zhou Jiahui and Chu He, both at lower levels, required swift elevation of their abilities. The recent goblin incursion was effortlessly resolved, primarily thanks to the Dragon God. They later discovered that the strongest among the goblins possessed a level of 60. Zhou Jiahui and Chu He, both at a mere 40 levels, find themselves significantly outmatched by the formidable goblin. Without the intervention of the Dragon God, the likelihood of catastrophe at the disaster sanctuary looms large. Upon absorbing the crystals obtained from the goblin, their levels could ascend to over 50. Fortunately, the chosen one by the Eagle God in the Beautiful Nation is Yi Tian, rather than the disaster sanctuary of Longhai City. Otherwise, the sanctuary would lack even the strength to resist the Eagle God's might. In the West District, at the Lin family's villa, Li Yinyan innocently inquires of Lin Luo, "Brother, why are you the one cooking today? Where has mother gone?" Chapter 85. Yi Tian's Predicament. Thanks to the esteemed 360. Today, your mother is feeling unwell and needs to rest in her room. Lin Luo's playful antics with Cheng Xuexin have left her unable to rise from bed. Although he has enhanced his game character, his physical strength still surpasses that of an ordinary person. Cheng Xuexin, being an average individual, is simply unable to withstand Lin Luo and Appo's vigor. When Lin Luo arose from his slumber, Cheng Xuexin remained asleep. With no other choice, Lin Luo had to prepare his own meal. "Mom," Li Yinyan beckoned. Cheng Xuexin, with a flushed complexion, limped over. "What happened to you, Mom?" Li Yinyan innocently inquired. Cheng Xuexin shot Lin Luo a glare. "It's nothing. I just took a tumble last night while going to the restroom. I should recover in a day." Suddenly, Li Yinyan recalled something. "I heard you calling out in pain while I was sleeping yesterday. I wanted to check on you, but your door was closed, and I couldn't get in." Cheng Xuexin, feeling exasperated, asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Li Yinyan cheerfully replied, "Yes, I'm full. Brother Lin Luo's cooking is just as good as yours." "Oh," Li Yinyan reluctantly complained. "It's the apocalypse now, and schools are closed. I still have to study at home." Cheng Xuexin admonished her, "In these dire times, you must learn even more." Striving to become a person of value. Despite her reluctance, Li Yinyan was ushered away to study. Cheng Xuexin slowly seated herself. cautious of any sudden movements that might exacerbate her pain. Sister Cheng, are you all right? Lin Luo inquired. Cheng Xuexin replied tersely, you're merely pretending to care. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, do you bother coming to see me again? Lin Luo quickly reassured her, Sister Cheng, please rest well. You needn't do any chores today. Cheng Xuexin smiled, you underestimate me. I am not so fragile. I can still manage the household tasks. Have you seen the news today? I have, Lin Luo nodded. The Minotaurs are significantly stronger than the goblins, and we have yet to deal with the Minotaur King. The beautiful nation has consistently targeted us, and now they are suffering the consequences. I wonder which country the third alien race will descend upon. Cheng Xuexin took out her phone to watch the news, her expression turning pale. What is happening? Lin Luo sensed the shift. Cheng Xuexin exclaimed in anger. This beautiful nation is utterly shameless. They claim that the Minotaur King is not just their concern but a global issue. As the first nation to confront these alien races, Longhua has the obligation to assist them and must dispatch experts to help. If Longhua fails to send aid, the beautiful nation will label us as the world's enemy. And I will personally mete out punishment. Let me see that phone. Lin Luo, aware of the Minotaur's arrival in the beautiful nation, recognized that the Minotaur King would be a formidable adversary. For an extended period, the beautiful nation had been unable to resolve this crisis. At last, the formidable eagle god of the beautiful nation took nearly half a month to slay the Minotaur King. Lin Luo assisted the disaster refuge in eliminating the goblins, creating a series of unforeseen consequences. Originally, the beautiful nation concentrated all efforts on defeating the bull-headed king, but suddenly altered their plans. Lin Luo received a message from Cheng Xuexin's phone and viewed the content of a short video. The beautiful nation is utterly despicable. Unable to handle the Minotaur King themselves, they now shift the blame onto us. I believe we should set aside past grievances and collaborate. Perhaps the beautiful nation genuinely seeks cooperation. This individual is a traitor. What does setting aside past grievances mean? We faced the invasion of foreign goblins. And how have other nations treated us? Now we must assist, which exemplifies their double standards. Kill, kill, kill. We must uncover this person and Oppos' identity. They're a Navi fool. Most comments express outrage at the beautiful nation and Oppos' schemes. Some individuals, however, believe the beautiful nation represents the righteous side, suggesting that this time, the Dragon Nation aided the beautiful nation. They argue that should the Dragon Nation encounter another foreign invasion, the beautiful nation would also come to our aid. These Navi individuals, seeking benevolence, are met with scorn from many. Lin Luo does not believe the criticism is unfounded. Rather, it is far too lenient. Cheng Xuexin took out a backup phone and accessed the external network. I just checked the internet, and a powerful figure known as Eagle God, seemingly the strongest player from the beautiful nation, updated his status, claiming that the Dragon Nation does not dispatch experts. He intends to travel personally to the Dragon Nation to slay our mightiest warrior, Yi Tian, stating that Yi Tian is merely the beginning and that he will progressively eliminate the Dragon Nation's elites. Cheng Xuexin asked Lin Luo, do you think this Eagle God is truly formidable enough to travel all the way from the beautiful nation to our Dragon Nation? Lin Luo replied, he likely is. Eagle God's game character is probably a great eagle, capable of arriving in our Dragon Nation in about 20 minutes. Based on my analysis, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon, I could travel from the Dragon Nation to the beautiful nation in merely 5 to 6 minutes. Information from the external network indicates that Eagle God is above level 70. His speed is somewhat slower, but he should reach the Dragon Nation in no more than 20 minutes. I just refreshed the page, and Eagle God has updated again, claiming to have slain Yi Tian. Cheng Xuexin's face turned pale. Yi Tian, the strongest individual in the Dragon Nation aside from the Dragon God, being killed by this Eagle God is undoubtedly a severe blow to our nation. Lin Luo remained unperturbed. In his eyes, Eagle God was merely an insignificant insect. Should Eagle God dare to confront him, Lin Luo would not let him escape. Just as Lin Luo grasped his phone, Eagle God refreshed his status once more. The invasion of foreign entities seeking to consume the world is not a matter for any one nation, but rather a global concern. As a great nation, the Dragon Nation has failed to fulfill its responsibilities. The beautiful nation, acting as the world's police, with Eagle God as its strongest individual, must safeguard the common interests of humanity. The death of Yi Tian is merely an appetizer. There is much more to come. The next objective is the disaster shelter in Longhai City. You have long been boasting about the existence of a dragon god there. Thus, I shall personally ascertain whether such a deity truly resides. Should the dragon god prove to be non-existent, then annihilation shall be the fate of the disaster shelter. I, the eagle god, am a being of my word. The tone of my declaration exudes arrogance and disdain, for the eagle god holds the dragon kingdom in utter contempt. Qing Shui expressed her concern. Is Yutian truly deceased? Lin Luo shook his head, replying, I believe Yutian is still alive. In a previous life, it seems the eagle god had also launched an assault on Yutian. At that time, the eagle god proclaimed Yutian's demise, causing widespread panic among the citizens of the dragon kingdom. The reality was that Yutian had sustained severe injuries, but had not perished. Now, under Lin Luo's encouragement, Yutian has ascended to level 70, 5 levels higher than before. Chapter 86, The Arrogance of the Eagle God. Thanks to the incredibly handsome previously, the Bull King from Inner Mongolia had attacked Yitian, who managed to slay the beast. Yitian likely sustained moderate injuries with a slight chance of severe harm, but the possibility of death was nearly non-existent. Cheng Shuexin firmly believed in Lin Luo's assessment. As long as Yutian survived, the next target would be our Longhai city. We hope the dragon god can intervene in time. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and reassured her, Sister Cheng, rest assured. The dragon god will act and prevent any harm from befalling the people of Longhai city. In a luxurious villa in the beautiful country, a pool was filled with an array of stunning, golden-haired beauties, all possessing long, magnificent legs. A dozen beautiful blondes frolicked playfully, striking various seductive poses. The god of thunder poured a glass of champagne for the eagle god. Upon seeing the two men drinking, the lovely blondes immediately gathered to attend to them. Truly, our beautiful country's mightiest man has heavily wounded Yitian. We must celebrate with this champagne. The god of thunder chuckled. Haha. The eagle god laughed heartily, lamenting. The only pity is that I did not manage to kill Yitian. I never anticipated that a loyal black dog would be by his side. Otherwise, I would have certainly slain him. With a smile, the god of thunder remarked, injuring him this time suffices. The entire dragon nation will be thrown into disarray. Subsequently, they will have no choice but to seek peace with us and send representatives to assist us in dealing with the foreign tribes. We shall ensure that the Bull King takes down more players from the dragon nation. After finishing his champagne, the eagle god opened his social media account. A man of vanity, he had established this account long before the apocalypse on Facebook. At that time, he was not known as the eagle god but rather showcased his luxury cars, beautiful women, and opulent villas. Following the game's feedback, he flaunted his formidable might. As the strongest man in the beautiful country, the eagle god garnered a vast following, including numerous attractive female fans eager to bear his children. The eagle god is truly my idol. No one can withstand his prowess, effortlessly slaying Yutian of the dragon nation, they proclaimed. The dragon nation has always opposed us. The eagle god has delivered a fitting lesson, demonstrating who reigns supreme in the world. With the eagle god representing our beautiful country, we are destined to be the mightiest nation globally. The dragon nation boasts of its dragon god, yet now that Yitian has been defeated, where is the dragon god? The dragon god is merely an NPC, not a player. The dragon nation is nothing but a facade. The eagle god is set to venture into Longhai city, which is truly exhilarating. The eagle god should directly annihilate the disaster sanctuary of the dragon nation, the greatest scourge in the world. Without them, peace can be restored globally. Most comments extolled his strength, which delighted the eagle god immensely. As he reveled in the massages from the golden-haired beauties surrounding him, he perused the comments beneath his posts. Suddenly, one comment caught his eye, provoking his ire. The comment implied that if he dared to venture into Longhai city, it would become his grave. The eagle god scoffed, remarking that the people of the dragon kingdom had lost their senses, as some had come to his comment section impersonating the golden dragon NPC. This was quite ordinary. There was nothing to be done about it. The thunder god, with a tone of disdain, suggested they simply await the day when the dragon kingdom would kneel and plead for mercy, or else he would return once more. After addressing the matters concerning the dragon kingdom, they could gradually deal with the Minotaur king. In high spirits, the eagle god reveled in the company of beautiful women and the warmth of the sun. The thunder god occasionally boasted nearby, already feeling himself to be the strongest in the world. Suddenly, a shocking revelation emerged. Yitian had perished. Was the eagle god truly that formidable? Yitian was said to be at level 70, while the eagle god was merely at 73, a mere 3 levels apart. Logically, the eagle god should not have been able to slay Yitian. Alas, the eagle god had indeed struck down Yi Tian, swiftly ascending to the top of the trending list. Many felt despondent, believing that with Yi Tian's demise, the eagle god's next target would be the dragon god. Internationally, numerous individuals deemed the dragon god to be a fabrication, while the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, having witnessed the live broadcast, were largely convinced of the dragon god's existence. As for the true strength of the dragon god, many lacked an objective understanding. The dragon god often vanquished primarily low-level foes, with few formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, the eagle god from the beautiful nation had traversed the seas to eliminate the level 70 Yi Tian. In the capital city, at the military hospital, Pang Bo anxiously approached the doctor, inquiring about Yi Tian's condition. Upon seeing the doctor clad in a white coat emerge, he rushed forward. "How is Yi Tian?" "My condition is excellent," Yi Tian retorted. "That despicable eagle god attacked me during battle, demonstrating a complete lack of martial ethics. The people from the beautiful nation are utterly vile, too cowardly to engage me in a fair fight." "Thank you, doctor." Pang Bo deemed further inquiries unnecessary and hastily entered the hospital room. Yi Tian's back wound had been bandaged, and his injuries were healing rapidly. The incident had originated from Yi Tian's confrontation with a mutated creature, the mutated Sheep King. This creature had once been a sheep from the northern grasslands, typically herded. Among the vast multitude of sheep, the mutated Sheep King was notably robust. When the apocalypse erupted, it was selected for slaughter to be sold in the market the following day. However, the mutated Sheep King underwent a transformation, devouring its master and the entire flock. Having narrowly escaped death, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. The creature began targeting densely populated cities, leaving devastation in its wake. Having already ravaged 2 or 3 cities prior. Having consumed 2 or 3 cities, the mutated Sheep King set its sights on Dajin City, which lay in close proximity to the capital. Naturally, Yi Tian was compelled to intervene. The mutated Sheep King was at level 63, making it an attainable target. Yet, Yi Tian was a man of extreme narcissism and a fervent enthusiast of short videos. The eagle god enjoyed showcasing his exploits, while Yi Tian preferred to document his own endeavors. Although Yi Tian could have easily dispatched the mutated Sheep King, he insisted on exploring ways to appear more stylish in his victory, allowing the creature a few strikes before opting for a decisive and powerful counterattack. After an hour of contemplation, Yi Tian conceived a remarkably audacious strategy. He believed that employing such a magnificent method to vanquish the mutated Sheep King would undoubtedly propel him to the pinnacle of the trending charts. All notions of and Apos, devouring the dragon and Apos, being the mightiest or and Apos, devouring the dragon and Apos, as an invincible deity paled in comparison before Yi Tian. They were but mere trivialities. However, as Yi Tian was executing his grand plan, an unforeseen calamity struck. A colossal eagle swooped down upon him, inflicting grievous injuries and carrying away much of his flesh. In this dire moment, Yi Tian resolutely plummeted. He typically exuded confidence in his role as the protagonist, yet he was not devoid of wisdom. Each time, he would bring along his loyal black dog, which would be poised to catch him should he fall. This formidable eagle would not dare to attack him. Should the giant eagle be audacious enough to launch an assault, Yi Tian was certain he could unite with his black dog to bring it down. Chapter 87. The dragon god's response as anticipated by Yi Tian. The giant eagle refrained from attacking after it landed on the ground. Following the successful scare-off of the giant eagle, Yi Tian was urgently transported to the finest hospital in the capital. A formidable superpower user, he was resilient enough to recover from non-fatal injuries. After a brief treatment, he was nearly restored to health. Shortly after Yi Tian was assaulted, the eagle god issued a statement. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that the eagle god was behind the attack on Yi Tian. Peng Bo retrieved his mobile phone and snapped several photographs of Yi Tian. "What are you doing?" Yi Tian felt an ominous sense of foreboding. The online community was in an uproar, believing him to be dead, and many were despondent. "I'm taking a few pictures to post, to let them know you're alive and your injuries are nearly healed." Peng Bo typed swiftly, having already composed the message. "No, I am on the verge of surpassing the devouring dragon, and if you publish my unflattering state, all my previous efforts will be rendered futile." Yi Tian rose from the hospital bed, determined to prevent Peng Bo's reckless actions. Bearing the pain, he urged, "Hurry and delete the video, or you shall find yourself without a brother. You just wait." Yi Tian seethed with impotent rage, forced to focus on his recovery. This incident with the eagle god served as a wake-up call for Yi Tian. He realized he needed to enhance his strength to confront formidable foes in the future. In Longhai City, at the disaster shelter, Zhou Jiahui was scrolling through videos, relieved to learn that Yu Tian was not dead, merely gravely injured and recuperating in a military hospital. Chen Limei nodded in agreement. I've confirmed with the authorities. The news is accurate. Yi Tian is not in serious danger. Chu He expressed his concerns. Yi Tian is currently protected by powerful superhumans, so he is safe for the moment. However, we are in peril. The Eagle God has declared that we are the next target. If the Dragon God does not intervene, our disaster shelter will be in jeopardy. We still have no idea who the Dragon God is, only that he might be in Longhai City. Should the Eagle God attack our shelter while the Dragon God is away, we would be doomed. Chen Limei suggested. Let us see if we can locate the Dragon God's contact information. I recall someone had posted the first short video of the Dragon God. Perhaps we can find him through that. Zhou Jiahui promptly took out her phone and began searching for the video. Utilizing official channels, she quickly contacted Shin Xin. Naturally, Shin Xin would not divulge Lin Luo's identity, but stated she would inquire about him. Lin Luo instructed Shin Xin to assure the disaster shelter that they need not worry about his occasional absence. Zhou Jiahui expressed her delight. I just learned through the intermediary who posted the video that the Dragon God's stance is clear, should the Eagle God dare to come. The Dragon God will ensure he remains in Longhai City forever. Chen Limei's anxiety subsided. With the Dragon God's assurance, we have nothing to fear. At that moment, her satellite phone began to ring. Chen Limei dared not show the slightest negligence and promptly answered the call from her superior. After a quarter of an hour, the phone call finally concluded. Director, what did they say? Chu He inquired. With a grim expression, Chen Limei replied, the demands from the beautiful nation are exceedingly unreasonable. They require us to provide a staggering amount of resources, as well as to dispatch a team of 20 individuals. Each member must be highly skilled, with a minimum level of 30. The team must include Chu He, Zhou Jiahui, Chen Guang, Su Ya, and Jiang Ming. Our Dragon Nation's contingent must obey the orders of their Eagle God. Any disobedience will be dealt with at the Eagle God's discretion, and Dragon Nation must not intervene. Chu He remarked, Su Ya, Chen Guang, and Jiang Ming are all formidable players, each commanding a city. The beautiful nation has gathered considerable intelligence about us. Zhou Jiahui, brimming with confidence, declared, let this Eagle God come. We are not afraid of him. Chen Limei expressed her hope. Everyone has been preoccupied with their own affairs lately. I actually wish for this Eagle God to arrive, as it would mean one less adversary for us. Eagle God, I have already instructed my subordinates to take action. I believe it one and amp, Oppos, TB long before Dragon Nation acquiesces, Thunder God stated, having just contacted the officials of the beautiful nation to relay their demands. The officials of the beautiful nation expressed strong support for their requests, aligning in their view that managing Dragon Nation was more critical than addressing the otherworldly beings. By softening their stance and sending a support team to the beautiful nation, they could pave the way for other countries to follow suit, consolidating the beautiful nation's position as the strongest amidst the devouring foreign entities. I am confident that the people of Dragon Nation will make a sagacious decision. The Eagle God gazed at the images of the two beautiful women. Zhou Jiahui and Su Ya are truly stunning. When they arrive in our beautiful nation, I will ensure they understand the strength of our men. Dragon Nation has already responded. Thunder God retrieved his phone to read the message. Perhaps, he said. As he opened the text, his smile gradually faded. The Eagle God, puzzled, asked, what has happened? What? The Eagle God sprang to his feet. Narrowing his eyes slightly, it seems my previous lesson was too lenient, failing to instill a sense of reverence in them. Thunder God, filled with fury, insisted. We must teach Dragon Nation a lesson. Take me with you. Let us vanquish their people. The Eagle God shook his head, saying, it is better for me to go alone. Dragon Nation seems quite emboldened. They likely intend to use hydrogen bombs. Before achieving divinity, we were still wary of them. My abilities are quite unique. Transformed into an eagle, no one can impede me. If you accompany me, I doubt you could protect yourself. You might very well perish in a hydrogen bomb explosion. Thunder God nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. It is safer for you to go alone. I will update my status, announcing my intention to go to Longhai City. The Eagle God updated his account, declaring his mission to eliminate the disaster sanctuary in Longhai City. I have given Dragon Nation a chance, yet they do not cherish it. Thus, I have resolved to no longer endure. I shall personally embark on a journey to the Dragon Kingdom to eradicate those who threaten the peace of humanity. In order to serve as a cautionary tale for all, I shall initiate a live broadcast, allowing everyone to witness firsthand the righteous retribution of my divine justice against selfish and self-serving nations. Chapter 88. Revealing the true self-ego God. You are our eternal deity. Swiftly eradicate the malevolent dragon kingdom. It is indeed a pity that I could not witness the demise of Yi Tian at the hands of Eagle God last time. However, with this live broadcast, I shall finally behold it. The Dragon Kingdom may perceive our words as mere threats, yet they fail to realize that we, the beautiful nation, engage only in authenticity. I was once a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, but recently I have joined the beautiful nation, and I now feel an immense sense of relief for having made that transition in time. Eagle God, you must educate the denizens of the Dragon Kingdom properly. Immigrating to the beautiful nation was undoubtedly the wisest choice. I am grateful that I made that decision long ago. As soon as Eagle God's announcement was published, it sparked an uproar. Those in the beautiful nation who were the first to see it rallied their support. Many of the Chinese immigrants expressed their unwavering backing for Eagle God, yearning for the swift destruction of the Dragon Kingdom. The majority of these individuals have sought refuge abroad, hoping for a life far superior to that in their homeland. The goblins from the Dragon Kingdom have been dealt with, and numerous cities plagued by zombies and mutated creatures have been cleansed. More cities are coming under official control, and many survivors are being rescued. Witnessing the stark contrast in living conditions compared to their homeland has left many feeling profoundly discontented. Upon learning of this information, the Dragon Kingdom's officials promptly condemned Eagle God's actions. They argued that the invasion of foreign entities could potentially lead to the annihilation of humanity. Nations should collaborate to resist the encroachment of these otherworldly beings rather than settling personal vendettas during such perilous times. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom swiftly contacted their counterparts in the beautiful nation, insisting that they have a duty to curtail Eagle God's actions. The response from the beautiful nation's officials was clear. Eagle God's actions are personal and bear no relation to the government. How utterly shameless. What does it mean that this is merely Eagle God's personal endeavor, detached from the beautiful nation's official stance? The beautiful nation is entirely shirking responsibility. While most of its populace seems to revel in our misfortunes, I propose a nuclear strike. If the beautiful nation seeks to thwart our well-being, we shall not allow them to thrive either. In the disaster shelter, amidst the online tumult, the crowd remained remarkably composed. Chui calmly sipped his tea, remarking, Eagle God has indeed come. Today we shall once again witness the Dragon God. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Zhou Jiahui interjected with a smile. We have an ancient saying, to bring about someone's downfall, one must drive them to madness. Today, I grant everyone permission to set aside their work and enjoy the show. Chen Limei took her seat, eagerly watching the live stream of Eagle God. In Sakura Nation, a colossal shark surged towards the Dragon Kingdom. Along its path, various marine creatures, unable to evade its charge, were consumed by the great beast. Itojiro, summoned by Eagle God, sought to instill fear in the Dragon Kingdom from the sea. He had long harbored this intention, yearning to restore the glory of Sakura Nation. In the game, he had been devoured multiple times by a golden dragon, leaving him with profound psychological scars. Legend spoke of the golden dragon residing in the Dragon Kingdom, a thought he had repeatedly suppressed. Recently, upon hearing rumors that the golden dragon videos were fabricated, this notion resurfaced within him. In this moment, the majestic Eagle God has taken to the field. Injiro Ito certainly does not wish to squander this opportunity. He has already devised a contingency plan. Should the golden dragon truly exist within the Dragon Kingdom, he will retreat at the first sign. Conversely, if the Dragon Kingdom is but a fabrication, Jiro Ito intends to seize a few women while he has the chance. Beautiful maidens will serve as the perfect trophies for his display of prowess. It is not solely Jiro Ito who has mobilized. Several players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and other nations have also joined in. Once the Eagle God obliterates the cataclysmic sanctuary, they too shall partake in the spoils. Dragon Sea City, here I come. The Eagle God moves with remarkable swiftness and has already arrived above Dragon Sea City. Below him, skyscrapers rise majestically, laid out in an orderly fashion. Most of the zombies and mutated creatures in Dragon Sea City have been vanquished, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Many inhabitants roam freely within the urban confines. He seeks to uncover the invading goblins, to substantiate the Dragon Kingdom's deceit. The Eagle God scrutinizes the area repeatedly but finds no trace of a single goblin. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom speaks the truth, and the goblins have indeed been eradicated by the Dragon God? A sense of foreboding washes over the Eagle God, prompting thoughts of an immediate departure. It is not necessarily the dragon god who has intervened. Goblins are far weaker than minotaurs, and with the dragon kingdom concentrating its forces, it may well have the capability to eliminate them. The eagle god firmly believes this to be a deliberate fabrication by the dragon kingdom. The dragon god cannot possibly exist. Moreover, he is currently broadcasting live, with viewership exceeding 10 million. To retreat in front of such a vast audience would spell disaster for his reputation as the eagle god. I shall obliterate this wicked city at once. From this moment forward, I, the eagle god, shall embody righteousness. Anyone wishing to preserve strength in the annihilation of foreign entities will find me resolute in my opposition. He proclaims with commanding authority before the camera. Yes, eagle god, you are my idol. Quickly eradicate the malevolent dragon kingdom. The very existence of the dragon kingdom threatens humanity's survival. It is imperative to annihilate it entirely. I sense that the impending devouring world is a consequence of the dragon kingdom's actions. Perhaps, should the dragon kingdom fall, the devouring world will not descend upon us. The majority fervently supports the eradication of the dragon kingdom. It appears that my endeavor to dismantle the dragon kingdom's cataclysmic sanctuary is not merely a personal ambition, but rather a divine directive urging me to obliterate this embodiment of evil. The eagle god secures the live stream camera and gradually expands his form, unrestrained by any reservations. His true form stretches over 100 meters in length, with wings spanning nearly 200 meters, weighing in excess of 100 tons. The enormity of the eagle god's physique casts a shadow over the entire sky, plunging Dragon Sea City into darkness. Tremble, inhabitants of the cataclysmic sanctuary. To be vanquished by a future deity is a privilege you shall bear. The eagle god prepares to annihilate the entirety of Dragon Sea City, finding individual slayings far too cumbersome. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierces the sky from below, moving at a velocity that surpasses even the limits of his keen eagle eyesight. Moments later, the eagle god discerns the entity within the golden glow. A colossal dragon, entirely enveloped in shimmering golden scales and measuring over 1,000 meters in length, weighs more than 1,000 tons. Is this the dragon god? The eagle god felt utterly overwhelmed. Could it be that the tales from the dragon kingdom were not mere fabrications, that the videos were not the result of post-production effects, but that the dragon god is indeed a tangible entity? The eagle god quickly deduced that the dragon god may not be a mere NPC, but rather a player from the dragon kingdom. This formidable player had ventured from the dragon kingdom into the marine realm. Upon encountering individuals from other nations, this golden behemoth instinctively opted to consume them. The act of devouring those from various countries occurs within a singular map, while the data of each nation remains distinct and unconnected. Only such an explanation could illuminate the fact that the golden dragon is a player from the dragon kingdom. The dragon god's head loomed like a mountain, nearly matching the size of half its body. The eagle god trembled uncontrollably, gripped by sheer terror. Setting aside considerations of race and combat prowess, the sheer magnitude of the dragon god was enough to overshadow him entirely. The eagle god found himself devoid of any courage to fight. Chapter 89. Slaying the eagle god, a magnificent golden dragon. Could it truly be the world-devouring NPC? Has it descended upon the dragon kingdom? Is it possible that those videos were authentic, and the dragon kingdom spoke no falsehoods? The dragon god exists in reality. I sense the eagle god is doomed. Merely observing their sizes reveals that the eagle god stands no chance of victory. Everyone was astonished by the dragon god. This marked the first occasion the outside world witnessed Lin Luo's true form. In fact, it was also the first time the people of the dragon kingdom laid eyes on Lin Luo's true visage. Previously, Lin Luo had refrained from revealing himself in battle. This time, he intended to unveil his true form to shock the world profoundly. Otherwise, these foreigners would continue to perceive themselves as NPCs, persistently provoking the dragon kingdom, which was a source of great vexation for Lin Luo. He sought to make an example of the eagle god, deterring those with ulterior motives from entering the dragon kingdom. The eagle god trembled violently. You are not an NPC, but a player from the dragon kingdom. Lin Luo replied, Guess. The eagle god quaked even more. I did not realize you were a player from the dragon kingdom. My previous offense was inexcusable. I apologize. Lin Luo coldly responded. Is that all you offer, an apology? The eagle god inquired. What would you prefer? Lin Luo coolly stated, as I mentioned in my previous comment on your post. If you dare to come to Longhai City, it shall become your grave. The eagle god, filled with dread, exclaimed, that message was from you. He had previously thought the sender a fool, only to realize he himself was the true jester. Lin Luo nodded. Indeed, it was mostly me. Although it was Cheng Shuexin who sent that English message, it was essentially my sentiment. The eagle god spoke in a conciliatory tone. I believe there is no need to escalate this matter. With other races continuously invading our world, we, as humans, should set aside our enmities and collaborate to eradicate these invaders. Lin Luo could not suppress a laugh when I watched your live stream earlier. You certainly did not express such sentiments. You proclaimed yourself the embodiment of justice, declaring the Dragon Kingdom a scourge upon the world, insisting it must be annihilated first. The eagle god attempted to clarify, that was my error, and I have already apologized. Lin Luo retorted, if apology sufficed, what need would there be for power? You might as well resign yourself to your fate. Lin Luo's patience had worn thin. The eagle god threatened, your level is impressive, reaching 80. But my own is not insignificant, at 73. You may not be able to slay me with a single strike. I am not threatening you. As long as you cannot kill me, I will continue to harass the Dragon Kingdom, and your nation shall not fare well either. If you spare me, it would not only benefit your country but also yourself. With the invasion of foreign races, should anything happen to me, these entities will swiftly spread, resulting in a catastrophic SSS-level incident that will afflict everyone. Your words are tiresome. Lin Luo commanded his colossal form to move. As his sharp dragon claws lunged toward the eagle god, the eagle god immediately sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis and instinctively sought to evade. The razor-sharp claws of the dragon moved with astonishing speed, lunging towards him. Black and white feathers cascaded to the ground as his body was raked open, oozing a torrent of crimson blood that permeated the air with a pungent scent of iron. In that fleeting moment, the eagle god comprehended the chasm that lay between them. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to flee towards the land of the beautiful. Did I permit your escape? Lin Luo's mouth erupted with a torrent of flames, surging towards the eagle god. It was too late for the eagle god to evade. He found himself enveloped in a fiery embrace. The flames blazed fiercely, crackling ominously. In that instant, he began to doubt his own speed. Once invincible, it now paled in comparison to the dragon god's prowess. Lin Luo offered no respite, his dragon jaws opening wide to engulf the eagle god whole. A resounding crunch echoed. The taste of chicken. Ding. You have consumed a level 73 game player, gaining 200,000 experience points. It had been ages since he had acquired such an abundance of experience. The last time Lin Luo devoured a Goblin King's core, he only received 5 million points. After reaching level 80, the experience gained from consuming players below level 70 had dwindled significantly. Ideally, he sought to devour a divine being, for each deity consumed would elevate him a level. He glanced into the distance and spotted a familiar face. In his previous life, Jiro had been offered up for consumption, but in this life, he was unworthy even of that. Lin Luo sensed his surroundings, finding no particularly formidable individuals. Players above level 70 were still deemed worthy of his appetite, while those below level 70 held no value. He maneuvered his colossal dragon form towards the depths of Longhai City. What just transpired? The mysterious golden dragon from the east dispatched the eagle god in mere moments. Was this golden dragon supposed to be an NPC? Its appearance in the swift annihilation of the eagle god proved the reality of the golden dragon NPC. With such powerful players in Dragon Country, the arrival of foreign races would be effortlessly quelled, truly enviable. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. The once invincible eagle god was dispatched by the dragon god in mere seconds, leaving not even a bone behind, merely charred remnants consumed by the dragon. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. He had been devoured multiple times by the golden dragon within the game. Jiro's dread of the golden dragon had reached its zenith. The mere mention of it in his presence sent shivers down his spine. Previously, he had often reassured himself that the golden dragon was merely an NPC, not worthy of such fear. Learning that other nations had encountered the golden dragon NPC had alleviated his terror considerably. Yet now, Jiro realized that the golden dragon was not an NPC, but a player from Dragon Country. Just moments ago, he sensed Jiro casting a glance in his direction. That long-forgotten sense of oppression washed over him once more. Remaining in the land of cherry blossoms is exceedingly perilous, given its proximity to the Dragon Kingdom, where the dragon god may descend at any moment. Thus, I shall make my way to the Mediterranean. The first thought that crossed Jiro's mind was the beautiful nation. Yet he swiftly dismissed it. The eagle deity of the beautiful nation has already been vanquished by the dragon god. Not to mention the disparaging remarks made by that nation towards the dragon god. Should the dragon god choose to assault the beautiful nation? Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. The entirety of the Pacific has felt the dragon god's presence. The Mediterranean emerges as the most prudent choice. Without bidding farewell to his family, Itojiro hastened towards the Mediterranean. As for restoring the former glory of the land of cherry blossoms, let that notion be damned. Nothing is more vital than preserving one's life. He is not alone in this sentiment. Individuals from Pickled Vegetable Nation, India, and the maritime powers of the beautiful nation have all abandoned their homelands, seeking refuge in places they deem secure. Chapter 90. The arrival of the serpent people. The demise of the eagle god not only resulted in the disappearance of a multitude of formidable oceanic beings, but also incited a profound panic within the beautiful nation. The dragon goddess slaying of the eagle god raised concerns about potential repercussions for our lovely country. The unfortunate demise of the eagle god is one matter, but to implicate us as well is utterly intolerable. As a citizen of the dragon kingdom who recently immigrated to this beautiful nation, I implore the dragon god to refrain from misdirected wrath. I, too, am a compatriot. My ancestors have hailed from the dragon kingdom for 3 generations, and I earnestly plead to be spared from any collateral damage. Many citizens of the beautiful nation are gripped by trepidation over the possibility of Lin Luo's retaliation. Their fear palpable. Among the most terrified is the thunder god, who shared a close camaraderie with the eagle god. The two frequently hosted pool parties at their lavish villas. In the face of the formidable dragon god, the eagle god could scarcely endure for a few seconds. The thunder god's strength and rank paled in comparison, rendering him little more than a sacrificial pawn in the past. Fortunately, he was spared from the dragon god's wrath, allowing him to escape a dire fate. The thunder god vanished from his villa, evading the grasp of the authorities in the beautiful nation. Numerous gamers from this nation also disappeared, leaving the bullhead king and the bullhead chief without anyone to manage the ensuing chaos. During this tumultuous period, the bullhead king relentlessly sought vengeance, resulting in the occupation of one state and the severe devastation of several others. The officials of the beautiful nation found themselves overwhelmed, suffering heavy losses among their dispatched military forces. In Longhai City, life had become significantly more tranquil since Lin Luo had slain the eagle god. Each day was filled with culinary delights prepared by Cheng Xuexin, and in the evenings, Lin Luo engaged in profound conversations with her. Occasionally, they would delve into deep discussions during the day as well. Their relationship remained well concealed, with Li Yinyan hardly suspecting anything amiss. Nonetheless, there were numerous instances where Cheng Xuexin found it difficult to bear and turned down Lin Luo's kind gestures. Lin Luo understood her predicament. As an ordinary individual, it was entirely natural for her to feel overwhelmed. Aside from her culinary pursuits, Cheng Xuexin dedicated her remaining time to monitoring international affairs and the arrival of alien races. Her motivation stemmed not only from personal interests but also from a desire to assist Lin Luo. Being an ordinary person, she could not engage directly in combat, but she could contribute by gathering intelligence. The officials of the beautiful nation displayed a remarkable sense of irony. When the eagle god attacked our country, we issued a protest. They dismissed it as the actions of the eagle god alone, claiming it bore no relation to them. Now that misfortune has befallen them, they accuse our dragon kingdom's dragon god of excessive conduct. The eagle god was their nation's most formidable player, and his death has rendered them incapable of dealing with the bullhead king, resulting in numerous casualties. Now, they demand either that our nation dispatch the dragon god to assist them or that we execute him. Otherwise, they threaten unrelenting conflict with our dragon kingdom. It seems they believe that if we do not acquiesce to one of these demands, they will not engage in hostility against us. Cheng Xuexin observed the news from abroad with a sardonic smile. With a charming grin, she remarked, "It is amusing that the officials of the beautiful nation threaten to employ nuclear strikes. Should they resort to such measures, we too shall respond in kind." After that, the official channels of the beautiful nation fell silent, possibly preoccupied with the matter of the bull-headed king. In a few days, another foreign race is expected to arrive, specifically in the state of Florida. Lin Luo remarked that Florida is a hub of talent, indicating that this new race is selective about its location. Cheng Xuexin thought to herself that the nation enjoying a prosperous existence has also encountered a foreign race known as the merfolk, a species with human heads and fish bodies, wielding tridents and possessing formidable combat capabilities. Adult merfolk are natural rulers of the sea, capable of effortlessly slaying a massive great white shark. Hokkaido in the cherry blossom country has already been occupied, and both the pickled vegetable country and the third country have faced calamities in succession. The strength of their foreign adversaries may surpass that of the cherry blossom country, causing significant distress to these nations, resulting in numerous casualties. Interestingly, there is no shortage of gamers in these countries. The foreign race is extraordinarily powerful, yet has yet to pose a direct threat to the gamers. However, on the day the dragon god vanquished the eagle god, many players fled, inadvertently leading to the proliferation of foreign races. Lin Luo recalled prior events, during which he was fervently engulfing worlds. To expedite his evolution, consuming gamers was the optimal choice. Once devoured, he need not worry about their permanent disappearance. After a reduction in experience points, these gamers would resurrect. Lin Luo had long harbored discontent towards several nations, seizing the opportunity to exploit their oceanic gamers. His actions instilled significant psychological trauma among players from countries such as the pickled vegetable country, the cherry blossom country, and the beautiful nation. Upon learning that Lin Luo was not an NPC, but rather the foremost gamer from the dragon country, they hastily chose to flee, fearing retribution from him. In the game, they could respawn after death, but in reality, death was irrevocable. Cheng Xuexin continued, stating that it was rumored that some players from the fleeing nations had their game characters transformed into aquatic beasts, all devoured by the dragon god in the game. Fearing retaliation in the real world, with her large eyes blinking, she inquired, "Little Luo, do you think the dragon god will seek vengeance on these individuals?" Lin Luo felt that he had not revealed any telltale signs, having maintained a low profile recently. "I am not the dragon god. How could I know his intentions?" Cheng Xuexin clarified, "What I mean is, if you were the dragon god." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo responded, "These individuals are far too low in level. The dragon god would gain minimal experience points from consuming them. They overestimate their own importance." Cheng Xuexin chuckled softly, "Your words are quite reasonable, yet they sting." Lin Luo then asked, "What foreign race will descend upon our dragon country after the goblins?" In his previous life, he had only survived for 3 months, possessing limited knowledge of external circumstances. Primarily, Lin Luo had been struggling on the brink of life and death, lacking the heart to comprehend. Cheng Xuexin replied, "In 3 days, the serpent people will arrive in the capital." The serpent people are creatures with human torsos and serpentine tails, also a naturally powerful foreign race. The adult serpent folk possess formidable strength, capable of delivering a single blow powerful enough to slay a level 30 mutated tiger. Their queen, known as Queen Medusa, is likely to be of level 70 or higher. Within the capital, numerous influential figures exist, and the Shadows of Heaven Alliance has sought the intervention of the Cataclysmic Sanctuary to collectively defend against the impending arrival of the serpent folk. According to relevant statistical data, the serpent folk are currently the most powerful among the invading races. The higher-ranking members possess the chilling ability to petrify their foes instantaneously, rendering them exceedingly lethal. After a thorough explanation from Cheng Xuexin, Lin Luo recalled events from his past life. Chapter 91. The severity of the situation. The Cataclysm Shelter was unable to deal with the goblins and sought assistance from the Sky Alliance in the capital. Yution chose to offer his help, but coincidentally, the serpent people descended. The serpent people were far more formidable than the goblins, leaving the Sky Alliance preoccupied and unable to provide support to the Cataclysm Shelter. In this life, with Lin Luo's assistance, the Cataclysm Shelter managed to eliminate the goblins ahead of time. The Sky Alliance, having reversed its stance, now required the aid of the Cataclysm Shelter. Lin Luo understood that he needed to level up swiftly. As various otherworldly beings continued to appear, they would construct altars for the arrival of gods that devour worlds. It was evidently impossible for Lin Luo to prevent all gods from descending. In the future, the arrival of these beings would become increasingly frequent. Should he attempt to eradicate all foreign entities, he would likely exhaust himself entirely. Lin Luo's current approach was to eliminate the foreign entities within the Dragon Kingdom, striving to maintain an age devoid of gods. For the gods aiming to descend upon the Dragon Kingdom, a significant price must be paid for their arrival. Lin Luo would prioritize devouring to enhance his own strength. The devastation caused by foreign entities in other nations was of little concern to him. Protecting the Dragon Kingdom was already his limit. He would not intervene in the fate of other countries. He was acutely aware of the farmer and the serpent tail. Having aided these nations, he knew they would not express gratitude, but would instead stab him in the back. With the serpent people appearing in the capital, Lin Luo resolved to take action. Transforming passivity into proactivity was his immediate objective. Cheng Xuexin advised, "Is it possible for you not to go?" Lin Luo shook his head, asserting, "I must go. The capital is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. If trouble arises there, our Longhai City will also suffer. An S-level catastrophe could potentially escalate into an SSS-level disaster, impacting the entire Dragon Kingdom, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. He understood Cheng Xuexin's perspective. She only wished for the safety of those around him. Cheng Xuexin sighed. I was selfish. Please be careful, and it would be best if you took someone with you. Lin Luo nodded. I plan to bring Su Qing along. Upon hearing Su Qing's name, Cheng Xuexin felt a pang of guilt. When she faced expulsion from the Su family during her downfall, it was Su Qing who helped her secure a job. Cheng Xuexin had taken care of Lin Luo, and she knew Su Qing would likely be quite upset. Learning that Lin Luo intended to take Su Qing to the capital, Cheng Xuexin felt not jealousy, but rather remorse. She agreed. Bringing Ms. Su is a good idea. She is an accomplished gamer, ranking 8th on the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard for Devouring Worlds. Her presence will be immensely beneficial to you. She sighed. Unfortunately, I am merely an ordinary person and unable to assist you. Otherwise, I would join you. Lin Luo lifted Cheng Xuexin into his arms, feeling her soft touch. Cheng Xuexin panicked. Xiao Luo, didn't we just discuss this last night? Lin Luo smiled. Sister Cheng, you just offered to help me. Now is your time to contribute. No, I feel unwell today. Cheng Xuexin blushed. You'll feel better soon, he reassured her. Lin Luo sealed Cheng Xuexin's vibrant red lips and entered the adjacent room. Cheng Xuexin's enchanting visage, coupled with her curvaceous figure and notably long, shapely legs, was particularly striking. Perhaps due to her previous experiences, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, making her a favorite among many. In contrast to Su Qing's sleek black hair, Cheng Xuexin possessed a slightly fuller figure, which contributed to her unique charm. Once such encounters occur for the first time, the desire for a second becomes insatiable. The two entered the neighboring room, embarking on a deeper exchange. At that moment, Li Yinan emerged, puzzled. Just a moment ago, I heard Mom talking to brother Lin Luo. How could they suddenly disappear? Lacking the inclination to seek them out, she decided to seize the opportunity to enjoy a game on her phone. In the disaster sanctuary, the serpent people were set to descend upon the capital, instigating considerable panic throughout the Dragon Kingdom. If the capital could not be defended, it would deal a significant blow to the entire nation. The Celestial Alliance, wary of underestimating the situation, swiftly alerted the disaster sanctuary. In the conference room, Chun Li Mei declared gravely, the arrival of the serpent people in the capital is of utmost importance to the Dragon Kingdom. Our disaster sanctuary must align with the arrangements of the Celestial Alliance. She then proceeded to call out names, instructing those chosen to prepare for the forthcoming arrival of the serpent people in the capital. Among those named were Chu He and Zhou Jiahui, the two most formidable members of the disaster sanctuary, who had gained substantial advantages during the Goblin War. Chu He had reached level 54, while Zhou Jiahui had attained level 55. Zhou Jiahui, a latecomer, boasted dragon blood, signifying immense potential. In terms of combat and levels, Zhou Jiahui had already surpassed Chu He. She felt quite satisfied with her strength and was immensely grateful to the Dragon God. Had it not been for the Dragon God's 3 overwhelming defeats, she would have never chosen to transform into a dragon. Numerous online analysts had assessed their strengths and ranked Zhou Jiahui among the top 10 contenders for the future. They believed that her true dragon lineage endowed her with significant potential. It was highly likely that she would become the second Dragon God, already being referred to as the Little Dragon God. While the Little Dragon God's ultimate achievements may not rival those of the Dragon God, Zhou Jiahui was content with her path. If there are no objections, we shall depart immediately, Chun Li Mei stated. No issues at all. The nation had provided ample benefits to everyone, and now was the time to utilize them. Retreat was not an option. In the meeting, the attendees refrained from mentioning the Dragon God, not because they did not desire assistance, but rather because the Dragon God had already provided ample aid, and it would be inappropriate to ask for more. It was best to keep matters within reasonable bounds. Excessive demands could provoke the Dragon God's displeasure, leading to dire consequences. Whether the Dragon God wished to assist depended entirely on their own volition. No one could compel the Dragon God to act against their will. In the Eastern District, many residents had already moved into homes, and numerous areas within the city had begun to restore their original social order. The streets have become increasingly populated, with both military personnel and gamers patrolling the area. Among the myriad cities worldwide, Longhai City stands out as the first to restore itself to its pre-apocalyptic state. It is no exaggeration to attribute much of this achievement to Lin Luo. As he strolls through the streets, many individuals approach him to greet him. He is known as the God of the West District, and his reputation precedes him. In Longhai City, there are numerous individuals like him who, while not officially affiliated, occasionally extend their assistance to the authorities. Su Qing is also one such figure. Her decision to consult Lin Luo reflects their close rapport. Ultimately, whatever choice Lin Luo makes, Su Qing is inclined to follow suit. It is only when Lin Luo requests a specific decision from her that she may consider an alternative path. Chapter 92. The powerful serpent people. Lin Luo entered the Su family's villa and ascended to the second floor, where Su Qing had prepared a delightful surprise upon learning of his arrival. As he stepped into the room, he was enveloped by an enticing fragrance, an exquisite blend of Su Qing's natural scent and other alluring aromas. The air was particularly intoxicating, and he was suddenly met with the soft touch of delicate hands covering his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Su Qing and Apos' sweet voice chimed. "My wife," Lin Luo exclaimed, caught off guard as he swept Su Qing into his arms. Dressed in a JK uniform, she radiated youthfulness, a stark contrast to her previous office attire paired with black stockings. The JK outfit accentuated her vibrant charm, perfectly complementing her blooming age and fair, porcelain skin. Beneath her short skirt, her long, slender legs were elegantly enveloped in black hosiery, exuding a unique allure. Su Qing's face was the epitome of beauty, easily ranking among the top 3 he had encountered. Previously marred by a scar, her visage had now transformed, enhancing her charm to new heights. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down, creating a striking contrast against her radiant complexion. Lin Luo felt an invigorating vitality in Su Qing, a stark difference from Cheng Shui. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she eagerly asked, "Linge, do you like how I'm dressed?" "I adore it," he replied, savoring the softness of her form. Su Qing playfully pouted, "You merely say you like it. Why don't you visit me more often?" "Whatever you desire, Qing'e will provide." Lin Luo chuckled. "I wish I could visit you more frequently, but I've been occupied lately." I explained everything over the phone. "We will be heading to the capital soon." Su Qing's excitement was palpable. "I'm ready. This will be our private world. However, we must remain cautious. My primary purpose in taking you to the capital is for training. Your level is still quite low, and you need to enhance your strength swiftly. I understand your intention. Qing'e wishes to assist you, and I must improve my abilities," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she grasped his words differently. "You must be very weary lately. Allow me to help you." Lin Luo couldn't help but recall their previous encounter. After an hour, they finally emerged from the room. Su Qing had removed her black stockings, her bare legs following Lin Luo as they made their way to the capital, despite the risk of getting dirty. "Later, you will ride on my back as I take you to the capital," he announced, preparing to transform into a golden dragon. "How do I ride?" Su Qing inquired, puzzled. "You've been watching things you shouldn't have. This is not what you think. I will become a golden dragon, and you will sit on my back," Lin Luo clarified. With that, he manifested his true form, soaring towards the capital with Su Qing securely perched upon him. "Too fast. Slow down, Lin Luo," she called out urgently. Lin Luo adjusted his speed slightly, continuing their journey towards the capital. The cataclysmic sanctuary has arrived ahead of schedule, establishing defensive fortifications alongside the Celestial Alliance. The serpent folk have descended upon the Third Ring District, the most bustling area of the capital. At 9 o'clock, over 10,000 serpent folk, each possessing a minimum level exceeding 20, far surpassing the goblins in strength, commenced their assault. The battle raged throughout the day, resulting in nearly half of the serpent folk slain, totaling over 5,000. The losses for the Dragon Kingdom were even more catastrophic, with 30,000 lives lost, including 6,000 superpowered individuals, among whom were several formidable gamers. The mightiest among the serpent folk was the Medusa Queen, wielding a formidable level of 73. Yutian and He Huan confronted the Medusa Queen, but ultimately, she emerged victorious. Nonetheless, the Medusa Queen sustained significant injuries and refrained from pursuing Yutian and He Huan. The serpent folk swiftly occupied a vast expanse of the Third Ring District, commencing a brutal massacre. No race was spared from their wrath, as they decimated numerous zombies and mutated beasts. Fortunately, the Celestial Alliance had organized an evacuation of individuals from the area prior to the serpent folk's arrival. Otherwise, many would have fallen victim to their slaughter. In the military hospital, Zhou Jiaowei lay on a hospital bed, her chest bandaged in white. The serpent folk's strongest, the Medusa Queen, alongside numerous elders of the serpent folk, posed a grave threat. These elders were approximately level 50, with the highest reaching 65. After Zhou Jiaowei defeated one of the elders, she was immediately attacked by the level 65 Grand Elder of the serpent folk. In a fleeting moment, the Grand Elder pierced her chest with a specially crafted spear, directly puncturing her heart. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been slain on the spot by the Grand Elder. Fortunately, Zhou Jiahui's gaming role was that of a white dragon, endowed with remarkable self-healing abilities, allowing her to survive and arrive at the hospital. The military hospital was filled to capacity with gamers. The previous goblin incident was also quite severe. I felt a sense of relief, as it was all handled by the dragon god, but facing it directly nearly cost me my life. Zhou Jiahui initiated an online meeting, and key members such as Chen Limei, Yu Tian, Pang Bo, Chu He, and Suya appeared on screen. Each of them bore varying degrees of injury, with Yi Tian being the most severely affected. During his confrontation with the Medusa Queen, he nearly succumbed to petrification. However, due to his elevated level and a powerful self-healing ability, he was able to speak, having recovered considerably. Chen Limei, with a resigned tone, remarked, "I understand that everyone is injured and unable to act, yet there are matters that must be addressed. If we allow the serpent folk to roam unchecked, the entire capital will suffer." Yi Tian, filled with fighting spirit, declared, "My previous defeat to the Medusa Queen was due to my carelessness. Next time, I will not grant them any opportunity. I shall ensure her demise." Beside him, He Huang, wrapped in bandages, retorted, "Do not boast so recklessly. If it weren't for my timely reaction, you would have been turned to stone. That Medusa Queen is an abominable creature." His body trembled uncontrollably, no matter the circumstances. He was reluctant to confront that monster a second time. "If you wish to slay the Queen of Medusa, feel free to go. I shall not accompany you." The situation of the Black Emperor was scarcely better than that of Yi Tian, as one of his legs remained petrified. It would take over half a month for that leg to regain its former state. The petrifying beam was truly terrifying. If one were completely turned to stone, the possibility of restoration would cease to exist. The Black Emperor was nearly paralyzed with fear, unwilling to face the most formidable of the serpent folk once more. Chapter 93, The Terrifying Deity. Thanks to the Great 360, Yi Tian exclaimed in anger, "You, the sycophant, are not only adept at flattering the dragon god, but also remarkably timid. The Medusa Queen is merely at level 73. Our previous encounter nearly led to our downfall due to our ignorance of her capabilities, but this time, we shall surely vanquish her. Once we eliminate the Medusa Queen, we can ascend swiftly in levels. Do you not yearn for such advancement?" He Huang, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "I have no intention of participating. Your level stands at 70, while mine is a mere 65. I am likely to be the first casualty." Yi Tian scolded, "You cowardly sycophant." He Huang remained indifferent, replying, "Regardless of your words, I shall not go." Pang Bo interjected, "Director Chen, I believe you are being overly hasty. While I concur that the serpent people will undoubtedly expand once stabilized, your desire for a swift extermination is perilously ambitious. We are all wounded. Engaging in conflict with the serpent people under such circumstances is unwise. Even if we achieve victory, the losses will be substantial. My suggestion is to contain the serpent people in one area before devising a plan for their annihilation." Chen Limei fell silent for a moment, then agreed. "Your points are valid. I have indeed acted too impulsively." Zhou Jiahui sighed. "If only the dragon god could intervene, our burdens would be considerably lighter." Chu He echoed, "Our previous triumph over the goblins was solely due to the dragon goddess assistance. Now, relying on our own strength, we are discovering just how arduous this endeavor truly is." He Huang wholeheartedly supported, "I am in agreement." Yi Tian wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately chose to remain silent. It was evident that he could not measure up to the dragon god's might. With the dragon god's divine level, he could effortlessly crush the strongest of the serpent people, the Medusa Queen. Yet, he and the great black dog had nearly perished at her hands. Yi Tian, though somewhat arrogant and impulsive, was not selfish. He did not wish for more lives to be lost due to his actions. The optimal solution to the serpent people dilemma was the direct intervention of the dragon god. Pang Bo remarked, "I have heard that when the eagle god arrived in Longai City, you contacted the dragon god and received confirmation on the necessity of eliminating the eagle god. Is it possible for you to reach the dragon god once more?" "I shall make an attempt," Chen Limei responded, her apprehension about over-contacting the dragon god now overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. Chen Limei reached out to Shen Xian, who, as before, agreed to assist in establishing contact. Chen Limei relayed this information to the group. As long as the dragon god intervenes, the issues with the serpent people will undoubtedly be resolved. Zhou Jiahui expressed confidence, "Absolutely." Pang Bo hurriedly added, I have just received an update. 2 individuals have entered the Serpent People's territory, and one has immediately engaged in combat with them. Is there a live broadcast? Chen Limei inquired. I have dispatched drones. We will soon transmit the live footage, came the reply. Pang Bo is remarkably efficient in his endeavors. Zhou Jiahui exclaimed with excitement. I have a premonition that the dragon god has made his move. Above the capital city, Lin Luo observed. Beneath us lies the serpent clan. I shall stand guard nearby. Your only task is to engage in battle. Should any danger arise that you cannot withstand, I will intervene personally. Understood, Brother Lin, Su Qing replied, leaping from the sky. During her descent, her body underwent a tremendous transformation. Her eyes turned a vivid crimson, devoid of human hue. Her skin became pallid, and her hands morphed into fearsome claws. In an instant, before a serpent clan warrior could react, Su Qing had already claimed a life. The once gentle Su Qing, akin to a neighborly sister, had transformed into a merciless demon. The contrast was striking. This marked Lin Luo's first encounter witnessing Su Qing in combat. Her movements were swift, decisive, leaving no room for resistance. Su Qing possessed an insatiable killing ability unique to the undead. The more beings she vanquished, the greater her strength became. Amidst the fray, she grew ever stronger, ultimately acquiring crystal cores. Although Su Qing had spent less time playing games than Yi Weiwei, her level surpassed Yi Weiwei's by a considerable margin. Lin Luo believed that if given sufficient time to develop, Su Qing could ascend to the status of a deity, a being of terrifying power. However, there was a concern. Once this deity was born, Su Qing might become indiscriminate, driven solely by the urge to kill and grow stronger. Fortunately, Su Qing was quite obedient to Lin Luo, alleviating some of his worries. Despicable humans approach. A horde of Serpent Clan warriors charged forth, intent on obstructing Su Qing. With her claws, she effortlessly pierced through the ranks of the Serpent Clan, tearing them apart mercilessly. As the Serpent warriors fell, blood drenched the ground, and the air became saturated with the heavy scent of blood. Lin Luo watched the scene with a cold detachment. In battles between different races, mercy was a luxury no one could afford. He recalled how, upon their arrival, this very group of serpent warriors had roasted the deceased, indulging in their flesh with gluttonous delight. Mercy, in such a context, was merely a form of cruelty towards oneself. Under the relentless onslaught of her unique killing ability, Su Qing continued to slay more serpent warriors. Suddenly, an elder from the serpent clan emerged, brandishing a spear as he charged towards Su Qing. His level was 65. And his speed surpassed the sound barrier. The spear, crafted from a material unique to the devouring world, could easily pierce steel. Su Qing showed no inclination to evade. Instead, she engaged the elder in fierce combat. At this juncture, Su Qing had already dispatched over 100 serpent warriors, her power at its zenith. Yet, facing the 65-level elder, she found herself at a disadvantage. Su Qing fought with reckless abandon, and soon the elder began to falter. His injuries multiplied. His upper body was stained crimson, while his lower half lost many scales, blood seeping forth. This human woman is terrifying, he thought, recognizing that the longer they fought, the stronger she became. Just prior, the elder had battled another human woman, piercing her chest with a spear. Had it not been for the fact that the woman's game character resembled a white true dragon, he believed he could have slain her on the spot. At the onset of his confrontation with the woman, he was enveloped in sheer disdain. In the eyes of the Grand Elder of the Serpent Folk, humanity was intrinsically feeble. Among the myriad of world-devouring races, the Serpent Folk occupied a modest standing, relegating humans to the lower echelons. Humanity, it seemed, was scarcely stronger than goblins. Such a frail race occupying an entire planet was, indeed, a lavish extravagance. The Serpent Folk had dominion over this territory and had dispatched individuals to investigate. He had already discerned that the fighters he had encountered earlier represented the entirety of this nation and Apos' strength. Continuation was not an option. Failure would surely lead to his demise. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the Serpent Folk elder hastily alerted Queen Medusa. A figure, half woman and half serpent, approached swiftly from a distance. Chapter 94. The unattractive Queen Medusa at last. Her Majesty has arrived. The elder of the Serpent Folk felt a wave of relief upon seeing Queen Medusa. Is this truly the Queen Medusa? Lin Luo was utterly disheartened. He had once read a novel featuring a serpent folk, where the inhabitants were strikingly handsome. Particularly, Queen Medusa was depicted as the pinnacle of beauty. However, after observing numerous serpent folk, he found none to be aesthetically pleasing. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps Queen Medusa would be exquisite. Yet, the reality shattered this fantasy. Her hair was composed of writhing green serpents. Her skin resembled desiccated bark, marred by numerous festering sores that seemed poised to burst at any moment. As it was time for Lin Luo to make his entrance, he charged towards Queen Medusa. When she approached, Su Qing did not immediately retreat. The side effects of her boundless murderous abilities made her yearn only for battle. Even though she knew she could not match Queen Medusa, she felt compelled to test her strength. The elder of the serpent folk called out, "My queen, swiftly eliminate this human. We cannot allow him to escape." Queen Medusa rasped in a harsh tone, "I understand. This human has great potential for growth, if given sufficient time to develop. He may one day surpass me." Su Qing disregarded their conversation, focusing solely on finding the optimal angle for her attack. "You are no match for Queen Medusa. Allow me to take action." A colossal golden dragon descended from the skies. Su Qing's crimson eyes locked onto the golden dragon. This pair of distinctively colored eyes bore the weight of madness, bloodlust, and other negative emotions, but upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, they returned to their original hue. Deep and soulful as they gazed intently at him. "All right," Su Qing acquiesced, calming her inner turmoil. The elder of the serpent folk's pupils constricted sharply. "This golden dragon is a deity." Queen Medusa's expression darkened as she replied, "You are indeed a deity. But I too have a deity at my back, the serpent god. I wish to avoid conflict, and I hope you will depart." The golden dragon, evidently allied with the human woman, was enraged upon learning that she had slain over 100 of her kin, seeking to avenge them. She was intent on eliminating the human woman. Yet, faced with the deity, Queen Medusa felt compelled to bow her head, as the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Should a confrontation ensue, Queen Medusa had little chance of victory. Lin Luo yearned to devour another deity, aspiring to evolve to a higher level. After the cessation of the game swallowing the world, players could log in but could not engage in any activities. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have long since begun consuming other deities within that realm. Queen Medusa's countenance turned ashen. It was clear that the other party understood the laws of divine descent. "May I be permitted to converse with the deity?" she asked, refraining from any insolence before Lin Luo. "You may, without the altars built by foreign races. The descent of deities from the realms of gaming into the reality demands a substantial sacrifice." At this moment, several drones hovered in the sky, their cameras capturing the scene between Lin Luo and Queen Medusa. The sight of Queen Medusa bowing humbly before Lin Luo was transmitted to the smartphones of the onlookers. "This golden dragon is the dragon god. The dragon god has truly intervened," exclaimed Zhou Jihui in ecstasy. Shuhi remarked joyfully, "Look at the once proud Queen Medusa of the Serpent clan, now reduced to a mere servant in the presence of the dragon god. Her arrogance completely vanished." Chen Limei, her frown replaced by a smile, added, "Previously, this Queen Medusa demanded that we surrender the entire capital to her serpent clan. Otherwise, they threatened to annihilate all humans remaining in the city and use their corpses as sustenance." Pang Boxing expressed his excitement. "This is the first time I have observed the dragon god up close. His sheer power is intimidating enough to render our adversaries breathless without him even lifting a finger. It is immensely satisfying. That wretched woman made me suffer yesterday, yet today she faces this fate." Yu Tian momentarily forgot his supposed allegiances. "What's wrong? Unable to win? You choose to join? You previously called me a sycophant, yet now you appear to be the greatest sycophant of all," Black Emperor interjected. Yu Tian blushed. "You just have to stab me in the back, don't you? It seems you cannot feel satisfied without it. Your defenses have crumbled. You're in a panic," Black Emperor taunted. "Damn you. If it weren't for your injuries, I would certainly teach you a lesson," Yi Tian retorted, exasperated. Black Emperor, unperturbed, replied, "You're clearly injured yourself, afraid of being humiliated if you can't best me. Don't think I'm oblivious." The two continued their banter as the others remained focused on the dragon god. Chen Limei furrowed her brow. Queen Medusa mentioned another deity behind her, the serpent god. "I recall that the dragon god can ascend to divinity by consuming another god." Pang Bo suddenly recalled, aside from the boss serpent, many gods in the devouring world have remained in slumber. Could it be that the foreign race's arrival is to awaken these deities? Suya gasped in horror. If what Deputy Alliance leader Pang suggests is true, it is utterly terrifying. Each deity could possess strength comparable to the dragon god, making mere survival for humanity a luxury. Shui enlightened, could it be that the dragon god knew all along? Which is why he has been so proactive in eradicating foreign threats while allowing the zombies and mutated creatures to roam. Chen Limei concurred. The conversation between the dragon god and Queen Medusa clearly indicates that he is already aware of the situation. It feels as though we are merely on the surface while the dragon god is already in the stratosphere. Look, the dragon god is making his move, Zhou Jiahui shouted. The footage revealed Queen Medusa contacting the serpent god to report the unfolding events. When compared to the formidable snow wolf god, the serpent god was somewhat weaker. In his prime, the serpent god might not even match Lin Luo's prowess. The serpent god's arrival on Earth from the devouring world was merely to serve Lin Luo. When the serpent god chose to sever ties, Queen Medusa immediately opted to flee, observing their leader and Apos' retreat. The elder of the serpent tribe did not hesitate to depart as well. They had previously endured an existence in an environment 100 times more inhospitable than that of Earth. Abandoning comrades in order to survive was a common occurrence. Faced with Queen Medusa's escape, Lin Luo decisively took action. He commanded his colossal dragon form, surging towards Queen Medusa with a velocity that surpassed the speed of sound. The expression on Queen Medusa's face turned ashen as she chose to halt her flight. The speed of this formidable deity was far too swift. Escape was beyond her reach. Chapter 95. A dire situation. A colossal dragon claw reached out towards the Queen of Medusa, the immense pressure nearly suffocating her. Lin Luo remarked coolly, "You were rather honest. Realizing escape is futile, you have chosen to remain still." The Queen of Medusa replied with respect, "Before the great divine lord, I, a humble being, possess no capacity for resistance. Rather than suffer injury in futile defiance, I would prefer to surrender. It may grant me the chance of survival." Lin Luo smirked coldly. "So you wish for my mercy?" The Queen of Medusa hurriedly responded, "As long as the divine lord spares my life, I shall serve you wholeheartedly. Regardless of what you command, I shall comply. I believe the divine lord lacks a powerful force to command. I can lead my kin to submit to you and serve your interests. There are over 100 deities in the realm of devouring worlds, and many alien races will soon descend, complicating matters for you. With my assistance, your tasks will become significantly easier. Given my status, I should be just beneath you among your human kin. I implore you to consider my proposal." Lin Luo nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. Zhou Jiahui sensed impending doom, saying, "The dragon god will not permit this Queen of Medusa to pledge loyalty to his subordinates. We cannot allow her to survive. We have already lost nearly 30,000 soldiers, along with several thousand superhuman beings, many of whom are players." Chui gritted his teeth in frustration. Pang Bo sighed. "The best course of action now is to accept the serpent people. Our dragon nation's capabilities are limited, and the alien races that will arrive in the future may be far more formidable than the serpent people. Given our strengths, opposing other races will be exceedingly difficult. The serpent people are obedient and can provide substantial aid." For a moment, silence enveloped the group, all agreeing with Pang Bo's suggestion. The arrival of various powerful alien races had thrust humanity into a critical predicament. Additionally, the deities behind these races were beings that could withstand even the might of nuclear weapons. Seeing an opportunity, the Queen of Medusa and Apos' eyes sparkled as she said, "Not only can I assist the Lord in dealing with the alien races, but I also possess many formidable skills that will surely please you." Lin Luo furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by please?" The Queen of Medusa smiled seductively, "Divine Lord, using the parlance of your nation. It is akin to asking a question one already knows the answer to. Your true form is that of a dragon, a race known for its high demands of femininity. Ordinary humans cannot withstand your desires. We serpent people are far more resilient to such trials. I am confident I can satisfy you. Moreover, I consider myself quite beautiful, far surpassing most human women, which would undoubtedly add to the enjoyment." Lin Luo's expression darkened. "Are you certain of your beauty?" Just then, the Queen of Medusa realized something was amiss. "Wait, my lord, why are you suddenly applying so much pressure?" Before she could react, Lin Luo's grip crushed her life away. In her final moments, she attempted to use her petrifying gaze to inflict some damage upon Lin Luo. However, against Lin Luo's overwhelming might, her so-called petrifying gaze was utterly futile. Chui could not help but chuckle, remarking, "The Queen Medusa is quite amusing, proclaiming her own beauty. It seems she harbors a misunderstanding of what constitutes attractiveness." Zhou Jiahui elucidated, "Perhaps within the aesthetic standards of the serpent folk, she is indeed considered a beautiful woman. Yet from the perspective of humanity, she is undeniably grotesque." Pang Bo offered a wry smile, contemplating the potential demise of Queen Medusa. Never expecting that she might have spoken herself to death, it is likely that her current state is one of ambiguous demise. Subsequently, Lin Luo decisively dispatched the Grand Elder of the Serpent Folk along with several formidable members of their kind. He opted to consume both Queen Medusa and the Grand Elder himself, while the remaining powerful serpent folk were devoured by Su Qing, who could absorb entities of level 60 or higher. Lin Luo refrained from engaging with the lesser serpent folk, delegating their eradication to the Cataclysm Sanctuary and the Veil Alliance. It was impractical for him to shoulder every burden, otherwise, he risked succumbing to exhaustion. The Cataclysm Sanctuary and the Veil Alliance would also reap significant benefits from dealing with the serpent folk. Both organizations were too weak to contend with the serpent folk without Lin Luo's intervention. In his previous life, the Veil Alliance had failed to manage them without his assistance. The serpent folk, dissatisfied with ruling merely a portion of territory, aspired to dominate the entire capital city. Eventually, the authorities planned to activate a nuclear device, compelling the serpent folk to relent. This was evidently detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom, akin to a slow demise. Should the serpent folk establish an altar to summon their serpent deity to Earth, the capital would face cataclysmic ruin. Given the serpent deity's immense power, the city would not even have the opportunity to deploy nuclear weapons. Feeling the situation was under control, Lin Luo departed with Su Qing. Zhou Jiahui rose from her sickbed, asserting, "I feel sufficiently recovered. I must head to the serpent folk." The others, including Chu He, Suya, Yutian, and He Huang, exited the military hospital. With Queen Medusa and several formidable serpent folk dealt with, only remnants of their kind remained. These remnants posed no threat, merely serving as sources of experience points. In the aftermath of the serpent folk incident, the group recognized their own inadequacies in strength. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of gratitude for the dragon god's intervention. Otherwise, they would have incurred significant costs in attempting to eradicate the serpent folk. In the central area of the capital, the Third Ring, the powerful alien serpent folk had descended. The Veil Alliance and the Cataclysm Sanctuary suffered devastating losses, with a substantial portion of the Third Ring now under serpent folk control. As the 20th alien race to arrive globally, the serpent folk were considerably more powerful than their counterparts, rendering the combined forces of the Sanctuary and the Alliance ineffective. The magnitude of their losses left uncertainty regarding how the authorities would respond. Surrendering the capital would represent a catastrophic blow to both the Dragon Kingdom and humanity as a whole. May the Dragon God intervene, Yutian mused. Recognizing the vast disparity between himself and the Dragon God, yet believing in the hope that the Dragon Kingdom still possessed, thanks to the Dragon God's existence. Regarding the serpent folk and Apos' occupation of the Third Ring area, the group found it an acceptable reality. Compared to the circumstances within the Dragon Kingdom, conditions abroad were already dire. Apart from the goblins and the serpent folk of the Dragon Kingdom, the remaining 18 nations that face the incursion of foreign races have been unable to successfully eliminate these invaders. Some specialized content creators have even analyzed the formidable strength of the serpent folk. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon God, neither the Cataclysm Sanctuary nor the Celestial Alliance would have stood a chance against the serpent folk. Before the battle commenced, there was still a glimmer of hope among the populace. Soon, the official content creators announced some uplifting news. The serpent folk had been completely eradicated. This victory was primarily attributed to the Dragon God, who vanquished the most powerful leaders of the serpent folk, including the formidable Medusa Queen. The remaining serpent folk were dealt with by the Cataclysm Sanctuary and the Celestial Alliance, and the losses incurred during this conflict were deemed manageable. Both organizations reaped significant benefits from their confrontation with the serpent folk and expressed profound gratitude towards the Dragon God. Notably, it was the Celestial Alliance that, for the first time, publicly acknowledged their thanks to the Dragon God. Chapter 96. Return to Longhai City, due to Yitian. The Zhetian Alliance has always harbored resentment towards the Dragon God. Yitian, afflicted with a severe case of protagonist syndrome, has long believed himself to be the main character destined to surpass the Dragon God one day. Following the incident with the Serpent Clan, Yitian was compelled to concede to the notion of devouring his way to greatness. Had it not been for Lin Luo and Apos' intervention, Yitian might have met his demise. Subsequently, Yitian released a brief video, asserting that he would never concede defeat and would eventually surpass the Dragon God. However, once the Zhetian Alliance realized this, they promptly deleted the video. The Vice Alliance leader, Pang Bo, issued a personal video apologizing for the earlier events. With the consensus of many members, they stripped Yitian of his authority to speak. Henceforth, Yitian would possess only the right to work, devoid of any voice in the alliance. The Zhetian Alliance absorbed the Dragon Group led by the Black Emperor, who now serves as the Vice Alliance leader. The Black Emperor released a personal video on the official Zhetian Alliance account, taking an entirely different stance from Yi Tian regarding the Dragon God. He proclaimed himself a devoted sycophant of the Dragon God, declaring that the Zhetian Alliance would now be the Dragon God's subordinate. It is quite amusing to witness an organization so newly formed that the vice leader has deposed the alliance leader. It is indeed a rare occurrence. The strongest member is left with only the right to labor, stripped of any authority to voice his opinions, effectively rendered powerless. I once believed that the Zhetian Alliance could maintain its defiance for a long time, but it seems they have succumbed to the ranks of the disaster sanctuary, now beginning to flatter the Dragon God. Given the Dragon God's immense power, supporting him is undoubtedly the right choice. It is commendable that they have not expelled Yi Tian from the organization. Everyone unanimously agreed that Pang Bo acted correctly, as allowing Yi Tian to act recklessly could provoke the Dragon God's wrath, potentially endangering the capital should any foreign entities descend upon it. The decision to revoke Yi Tian's voice was not solely Pang Bo's but rather a unanimous decision from the entire alliance and its higher-ups. Fearing that Yi Tian's actions might unjustly implicate others, it is indeed laughable how the Zhetian Alliance manages to navigate such intricacies. With the vice leader successfully deposing the alliance leader, Cheng Xuexin, holding her phone, laughed heartily. She passed the device to Lin Luo, saying, "Xiao Luo, take a look at this." Lin Luo chuckled in response, "I have seen it. The situation is undeniably absurd." In his previous life, Yi Tian was regarded as the strongest player in the Dragon Kingdom, someone Lin Luo admired greatly. However, upon his rebirth, Lin Luo has now become the figure whom Yi Tian looks up to. Lin Luo is quite satisfied with his current state, realizing that true strength is essential for protecting those dear to him. After devouring Queen Medusa, he is but a step away from reaching level 81. Level 80 is not the ultimate destination for a deity. Those who transcend this threshold are even more formidable. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xuexin's relatives arrived, compelling him to exercise patience. Later, Cheng Xuexin employed alternative methods to help Lin Luo quell his anger. She now felt a soreness in her hands and mouth, devoid of strength. Cheng Xuexin expressed her relief, stating, "Fortunately, our nation is under the protection of the Dragon God. Otherwise, eradicating the Serpent Clan would have come at an unimaginable cost." She scrolled through several short videos, all featuring various content from abroad. The foreign tribes mercilessly massacre every territory they conquer. Some of these tribes, akin to goblins, possess an insatiable desire for reproduction. They retain women as mere vessels for procreation. Previously, state broadcasts painted a picture of prosperity in the Dragon Kingdom, contrasting it with the hardships faced abroad. Such broadcasts were somewhat exaggerated. The arrival of these foreign tribes has unveiled a grim reality. In fact, many truths from overseas are concealed to prevent civil unrest. The video of Lin Luo annihilating the serpent people in the capital has already spread to foreign networks. The Dragon God showcased remarkable prowess, swiftly eradicating the Serpent Clan. Unlike our nation, which boasts of being the world and Apos' foremost power yet struggles even against the Minotaurs. The foreign tribes, devoid of any humanity, slaughter all living beings in the territories they occupy, leaving no survivors. In the end, the nation of Asen exterminated all the women, for it was impossible to rescue them. Extracting the young spiders within was unfeasible, and failure to eliminate them would result in the terrifying emergence of spider people. I have amassed considerable wealth, all earned from the Dragon Kingdom, and now I realize my folly. I must redirect this wealth back to my homeland. Everyone envies the Dragon Kingdom while other nations languish in dire straits. The brutal and ruthless foreign tribes possess fearsome abilities. Falling into their hands is tantamount to seeking an early demise. Li Yinyan rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, I want milk." Milk? Cheng Xuexin and Apos' face turned pale with fright as she hastily activated the built-in camera, fearing any incriminating evidence might linger at the corners of her mouth, leading to difficult explanations later. After checking her mouth, she sighed in relief. Li Yinyan, puzzled, asked, "Mom, why are you looking at your mouth? I only mentioned wanting milk." Cheng Xuexin, indignant and embarrassed, retorted, "What's wrong? You're only 14, yet you wish to control your mother. It seems I need to increase your homework load. I've heard that the exam papers from esteemed teachers at Qingbei are excellent, and I just happen to have a set prepared for you." "Ah," Li Yinyan lamented. "Can't I just skip the milk? Can we not write that exam paper?" "No," Lin Luo chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "When the apocalypse ends and schools reopen, while others boast about their survival efforts, Li Yinyan can brag about how many exam papers she completed. Shang Xuexin complained, "This is all your fault, if you keep laughing. Don't expect my help next time." "I want and oppose, laugh." Lin Luo suppressed his mirth. Indeed, one could envy the woman beside the dragon god, being personally trained by him. Shang Xuexin came across a short video showing Lin Luo and Su Qing engaging in training against the serpent people, which was exposed by an all-knowing netizen. The audience expressed envy, with the dragon god and oppose. As protection during training, there was virtually no danger involved. After using her powers, Su Qing would transform into a zombie. The video was rather unclear, obscuring many details. Su Qing's identity remained uninvestigated for now, but it was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. Chapter 97. The merfolk Lin Luo was not overly concerned about the exposure of Su Qing and Apos. As identity, it would be quite challenging to trace back to him. Even if his identity were confirmed as the dragon god, no one could take action against him. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and conspiracies are rendered futile. Lin Luo wished to keep his identity concealed primarily to avoid unnecessary attention and complications. He had just come across a news report from Sakura country, stating that the merfolk had spiraled out of control, having seized nearly 1/3 of the territory of Sakura country, resulting in casualties of nearly 10 million, many of whom were formidable gamers. Lin Luo perceived this as a positive development, sensing a semblance of retribution. Shang Xuexin expressed her concern. The Sakura country has always been treacherous. Their misfortunes may lead them to harm our dragon country. Lin Luo remained unperturbed. Let them come. We shall see who ends up unfortunate. Should the actions of Sakura country become excessively outrageous, he would not hesitate to personally obliterate the nation. Faced with the crisis pertaining to Sakura country, Lin Luo had no intention of offering assistance. Given the enmity between the two nations, it was already commendable that he refrained from meddling. Speaking of which, why are you holding me? Shang Xuexin, cradled in Lin Luo's arms, felt her cheeks flush and her body weaken. Realizing something was amiss, she paled. "Xiao Luo, didn't I just help you? This feels rather inappropriate." Lin Luo chuckled. "Sister Cheng, you've assisted me several times. What's one more? You should consider finding a few more girlfriends," she replied with a hint of exasperation, continuing to aid Lin Luo. Given the feedback from his gaming character, a single woman could no longer suffice. The merfolk had already occupied Hokkaido and a significant portion of Honshu. Sakura country comprised 4 major islands: Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu, along with numerous smaller isles. The territories claimed by the merfolk encompassed a considerable majority of Sakura country. Sakura country had repeatedly mobilized its military and gamers to encircle the merfolk on the islands. However, the merfolk proved too formidable, with their strongest member, the merfolk king, reaching level 73. Initially, the merfolk king had not possessed such high levels. Upon arrival, he was merely at level 60. Powerful gamers such as Yamano Ichiro and Ito Jiro had underestimated the merfolk. At that time, the eagle god intended to strike at Dragon Country, and the people of Sakura Country sought to seize the opportunity for gain. Unexpectedly, the eagle god was slain, prompting a mass exodus of oceanic gamers who feared the dragon god. Relying solely on Inugami Yamano Ichiro and a handful of others to confront the merfolk proved futile. After several confrontations, rather than diminishing, the strength of the merfolk had only increased. As the 6th alien race to descend, the merfolk were significantly weaker than the serpent folk. However, they had developed remarkably, now rivaling the serpent folk in strength. Sakura Country's attempt to profit from the situation had backfired dramatically. The merfolk had reached a point beyond their control. Had Sakura Country dealt with the merfolk promptly upon their arrival, the losses would not have been so severe, and they would have garnered substantial experience. The Lord of the Dog Gods, the merfolk have launched yet another assault, and the defenses of Yamamoto and Tokyo are on the verge of collapse, reported the intelligence officer. Yamano Ichiro's expression darkened considerably. Inform Yamamoto to hold the line as best as he can. Tokyo is the capital of our nation. Should it fall, the entire world will mock us. I shall proceed to offer my support immediately. The intelligence officer replied, "It is too late to convey that message. Tokyo has already fallen." Upon breaching its walls, the merfolk commenced a massacre of every creature they encountered. It is likely that very few will manage to escape Tokyo. Damn that Yamamoto! Yamano Ichiro exclaimed in fury. I instructed him to notify me promptly of any developments, yet I am only now receiving this dreadful news. All this blame rests on Yamamoto, when in truth, I am the one at fault. The merfolk king is at level 73, having devoured numerous gamers and formidable mutated zombies and animals. Yamano Ichiro, on the other hand, is only at level 65, having made little progress. Confronting the Merfolk King would not be a battle, but rather a fool's errand. His loyal subordinate, Yamazaki-yu, suggested, "My lord, we could request assistance from the beautiful country. They possess powerful aircraft carriers that could aid us in overcoming the Merfolk." Yamano Ichiro retorted, "Do you think I need you to tell me this? I contacted the beautiful country long ago. But now they are struggling to protect themselves and have no time to attend to our plight." Yamazaki-yu continued, "If we cannot enlist the help of the beautiful country, we might consider reaching out to the Dragon Country." Yamano Ichiro hesitated. The Dragon Country harbors resentment. Our relationship has never been cordial, and they are likely to reject our plea. Yamazaki-yu countered, "We are in close proximity to the Dragon Country. If they refuse to assist us and the deities behind the Merfolk descend upon us, the consequences will be dire for all." Yamano Ichiro nodded slightly. "Elaborate on your plan." Yamazaki-yu detailed, "We could relinquish a significant portion of our homeland, allowing the Merfolk to occupy it. Given the current death toll in our nation, we no longer require such vast territories. Retaining one large island and a few smaller ones would suffice, permitting the Merfolk to summon their deities. We would then disseminate this information, implying that the Merfolk's gods are poised to invade, which would spell disaster for all of East Asia. If the Dragon Country is wise enough, they will dispatch troops and gamers to our aid. Otherwise, we shall all perish." "How outrageous!" Yamano Ichiro exclaimed. "The territories of our cherry blossom nation were arduously claimed by our ancestors. We cannot simply abandon them." Yamazaki-yu felt a surge of disdain at this sentiment. "If you truly wish to safeguard your ancestors' land, you would not be hiding on this small island." He refrained from voicing this thought and instead advised, "My lord, this is not the time for impetuosity. With our current strength, we could vanquish the Merfolk, but it would come at a grievous cost. We could, as last time, shift the focus of domestic discord onto the world stage, and I believe the Dragon Country would extend a helping hand." "Indeed," Yamano Ichiro shamelessly remarked, "this is an unavoidable situation. We too wish to eliminate the Shard men, but our strength is limited. The assistance from the Dragon Kingdom cannot be deemed as merely aiding us. It is, in fact, a boon for all humanity." Sanji-yu concurred, acknowledging, "Indeed. You speak the truth. The Dragon Kingdom is not solely aiding us, but rather the entire human race." Yamano Ichiro continued, "I believe the Dragon Kingdom is not particularly formidable, primarily because they possess the Dragon God. We have now declared that should the Dragon God intervene, our nation is prepared to offer anything in return." Sanji-yu smiled, adding, "Your wisdom is commendable. To be frank, the Dragon Kingdom's strength primarily derives from the Dragon God. As long as the Dragon God assists us, we would hardly require the Dragon Kingdom and Appos as support." Yamano Ichiro grinned with satisfaction. "Once we eradicate the Shark Men, our Sakura nation stands to gain immense benefits. It is entirely possible that I may even surpass the Dragon God in the future." Their ambitions were vast, extending beyond mere appeasement of the Dragon God.